Do you feel like you don't speak enough English? That you need to know more words? Then stick around. With these lessons, you'll pick up some of the most common words in just a few minutes. Now, this video is a small portion of our learning program. To get the full lessons, translations, and Fluency Fast study tools, click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Mo Adam. Hi Mo Adam. Mo Adam says, how do I express the plural form of non-humans, like animals or things? Should I use it are or they are? Use they are. I assume for this question, we're talking about countable nouns. If you're using countable nouns, please use they are plus the noun with an S sound at the end. So I know that we might kind of associate using they with people, but we actually also use they when we're talking about objects. So we don't use it when we're talking about plural objects. We will, however, use it if we're talking about an uncountable noun. So please keep this in mind. If you're using a countable noun, please use they are. If you're using an uncountable noun, use it is. So let's take a look at some examples of they are with the plural form, and these things will introduce non-human things. For example, these computers, they're from my company. Nice shoes, they're brand new, yeah? I wish I could stay in a luxury hotel, but man, the rooms, they're so pricey. So in sum, please just make sure if you're using a countable noun, use they are plus the plural form of your noun. I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's go on to your next question. Next question this week comes from Aniko. Hi, Aniko. Aniko says, hi, Alicia. Could you please explain the meaning of for the record? When and how is it used in everyday speech? Okay, sure. We use for the record to mean my official statement is or my official opinion is. So we use for the record just before we make the statement or just before we share that information. The idea here is that we expect that information is going to be written down or is going to be recorded, like literally recorded in a record. So a record literally used to refer to something like a notebook where we kept information. So when we say for the record, it literally means this is information that I want to say and have included in a record. So we use this a lot when we're trying to clear up, so that means trying to make something clear. When we're trying to clear up something that's controversial, or maybe there's been a misunderstanding, or there's been trouble or a problem of some kind because information is not so clear. And so we say for the record to make our official statement or to share our official opinion about something. Let's take a look at some examples. I would like to say for the record that I think this is a terrible decision. For the record, I didn't cheat on that test. So you might hear people like begin an interview, or you might hear people beginning like a legal situation with the expression state your name for the record, which means please say your name so that we can officially record it. So for the record just means give us information that you expect to be considered official. Another related term that you might hear also in kind of legal or like maybe police-related or controversy-related situations is the expression let the record show. Let the record show. So let the record show is usually said by like a lawyer or some other kind of legal professional, and it's usually said to the person writing notes or the person recording like the discussion or the situation. And they use it to mean please like make a note in the record that something happened. So for example, let the record show that the witness refused to answer questions. So in simple English, that means please write down in the record that the witness refused to answer questions. So this let the record show is kind of a specific expression that we use in legal situations. For the record is fairly similar, though you may also hear it used in everyday speech to sound kind of funny. Like if we want to make kind of a basic or very everyday opinion sound a little official, just like for humor purposes to sound funny, someone might say, for the record, and then introduce their opinion. But in most cases, especially for like media, for the record is used to make official statements. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for an interesting question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Jung-Yoon Kim. I hope I said that right. Hi, Jung-Yoon Kim. Jung-Yoon says, a friend of mine asked if something was mine. I was sure it did not belong to me. What's the best way to respond to the question, is this yours? In a case like this. It couldn't be mine, or it can't be mine. Which is correct? You could use either, really. I think I would probably use it can't be mine because it couldn't be mine sounds to me a little bit too formal and too polite. And you mentioned you're talking to your friend in this case. So I would probably say it can't be mine if I had to choose from one of these. I mean, they're both correct. They both communicate the same idea. But if it were me, again, in this situation, I would probably say something a little bit different. I would probably say something like, that's definitely not mine. Mine's in my house, or there's no way that's mine. I threw mine away last year. I would probably say something like, that's definitely not mine, or there's no way that's mine. Like, those feel a little more direct and they're a little bit rough, so it feels natural to use those expressions with my friends. By the way, the expression, there's no way, means there's no possibility, like there's no chance that that is mine. That's what that expression means. So in sum, you could use all of these. I think I would probably use, there's no way that's mine, or that can't possibly be mine, something a little bit more direct. And then I follow up with some evidence, like mine is at my house, or I threw it away last year. So you can use any of these, whichever you prefer, but I would suggest using something a little more direct when you're speaking with your friends. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Alexander. Hi, Alexander. Alexander says, hi, do the expressions you want to do something, you should do something, and you need to do something mean the same thing? I've heard many people say, you want to do something, meaning you should do something, but I can't find any explanations about using want to in this way. Thanks. I'm guessing that this use of want to is when people are teaching someone else how to do something. So like, for example, if you're showing someone how to use software for the first time, you might hear people use, you want to do this, you want to do that. Like you're kind of teaching them something, but some people choose to use you want to. Like the next step you're going to want to do. That's kind of the feel of this expression. This is a personal choice. So in that case, yes, when you're teaching someone to do something and you're showing them steps in a process, you can use you want to do this. So for example, like if I'm teaching someone how to edit video, I might say, first, you want to import the video. Then you want to make a timeline. Then you want to start choosing the parts of the video to use. So I'm using you want to there. But you could replace that with you should. First, you should import the video. Then you should create a timeline. Then you should choose the parts of the video. So yes, in that specific situation, want to and should can have the same meaning. But in general, no, they have very different meanings. Like we use you want to, generally, to ask about someone's feelings for something. Like you want to go to a movie later, or like you want to get something to eat. Like you're asking for someone's opinion about something, making a suggestion. When you're using you should do something, it's for advice reasons. So that's kind of similar to teaching someone to do something. Then your final point about using you need to do something, that could also be used to describe steps in a process, yes, but it has that feeling of responsibility. So we use that when we have obligations, like things that we need to take care of. Like you need to go to the bank today. Like you're telling someone else to do something. You're telling someone else about their responsibilities. So in sum, yes, in this specific situation, when you're teaching someone steps in a process, you should do something and you want to do something can mean the same thing. But outside of this situation, they have very different functions and very different meanings. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for this question. All right, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Jin. Hi, Jin. Jin says, what is the difference between new and newbie? How do I use these words? Ah, nice one. Yeah, new is an adjective. Newbie refers to a person who is new in a situation, and it is a noun. Let's take a look at a couple of example sentences to compare how we might use these. Let's imagine you have just joined like a team of some kind, like a new sport or some kind of activity. You could introduce yourself to the people in your team by saying, "Hi, I'm new." Or you could say, "Hi, I'm a newbie." So using "Hi, I'm new" sounds a little bit more natural in that situation because you're introducing yourself to people you don't know. So the deal with newbie, or the thing about newbie, is that it's kind of a cute word. It's sort of casual, it's friendly. We use it when we're talking to people that we already know, or we're kind of in a community that we already know. So for that reason, "Hi, I'm a newbie" might sound a little bit too friendly when you're introducing yourself to someone for the first time. Let's compare this then to a different situation. Let's imagine you're working together with your teammates on a new project and you need to learn a new software, like, I don't know, Microsoft Excel or something. You might ask your teammate for help by saying something like, "Hey, I'm new to Excel. Can you help me?" Or you could say, I'm an Excel newbie. Can you help me?" So in that case, either is fine, but newbie sounds a little cute, a little friendly, a little bit closer. So newbie has the feeling of friendliness a little bit, like you're in a community, you're in a situation where people already know who you are, and you can kind of feel that it's acceptable to use that word. So again, both sentences, they communicate the same idea. It's just a little bit of a distance difference. Like the distance between you and the person listening is a bit closer than if you say, "I'm new." So you can think about this when you're choosing between these two words. Again, new is an adjective. "Hi, I'm new." And newbie is a noun. "Hi, I'm a newbie." So I hope that this helps you. One more bonus point, you may also see N-O-O, like the number 00, and B, noob. So noob is an even more casual word that's very commonly used online and in video games. And it means someone who is new to the situation, but also doesn't really know very much, and they're kind of irritating or they get in the way. So you might hear people using noob in this way. Some people, myself included, also like to use noob in a kind of self-deprecating manner. So self-deprecating means you use it to make yourself seem a bit lower. So when you want to express that you're new to something and not very good, you can say, "I'm a noob." So again, it's a noun, just like newbie. So a few extra points there. I hope that this was helpful for you. Thanks for an interesting question. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about catenative verbs. Let's get started. First, let's begin. What is a catenative verb? There are 2 points I want to introduce first. First, a catenative verb is a verb that can chain to other verbs. So we can connect a second verb to this first catenary verb. When we use catenative verbs, the verb after the catenative verb can take 2 forms. First, it can take the infinitive form. That means to plus the verb. Or it can take the infinitive form without to. I'll show you some examples later. The second form it can take is the gerund form. That's the ing ending form of the verb. So we use catenative verb plus infinitive or catenative verb plus gerund when we make these sentences. So it's like the verb that we begin with, and then our chaining verbs come after that. So the first verb is the catenative verb. Let's take a look at some example sentences then. First one, she should stop smoking. Here, my catenative verb is in red. So stop is my catenative verb. It connects to smoking. So smoking ends in the ing form here, smoking. So this is the connecting verb. We start here, we connect it here with this ing form. Another example with the ing form, the gerund form. Please start writing. So start is my catenative verb. It chains to the next thing. Writing is the second verb, the verb we use to follow it. So this is in the ing form. Let's look at 2 more examples that use the infinitive form. Here, we want to build a house. So here's my catenative verb, the first verb here. Then I follow it with to build. So to and build together here. This is the infinitive form. I need to use to here. We want to build a house. Second, he needs to buy a suit. My catenative verb is need. I've got this S here. I need to conjugate the verb because my subject is he. He needs to buy a suit. So, depending on the sentence, we need to choose the infinitive form or the gerund form. I marked this example, though, with this mark because this is an example of some situations where using the gerund form or the infinitive form can actually change the meaning of the sentence. If, for example, I said, she should stop to smoke, it means she should stop her activities to smoke, like to smoke a cigarette. This sentence means she should stop smoking. Like that means that she should stop the activity of smoking in her life altogether. So be aware that there are some cases where gerund and infinitive have different meanings. There aren't so many, but there are some. So try to keep this in mind. And this is something that you need to remember as you read and as you listen. So based on context, really. Okay. So now I want to continue to kind of a more in-depth topic, a little bit deeper into this subject, complex catenatives. So complex catenative verbs, these are catenative verbs that take an object. So I have some example sentences here. Again, the catenative verb is in red and the object is in blue. Here, will you help me clean the room? So my catenative verb here is help. My object is me, and then my linking verb is clean. So clean here, you'll notice there's no to. This is an example, like I mentioned here, where sometimes we don't use to before the infinitive. So we don't use it in this case. It's just a plain infinitive. Will you help me clean the room? So here's my catenative. I chained it to clean with an object. So this is a complex catenative. Another example, they asked us to move our bags. They asked us to move our bags. So here is my verb, my catenative verb, ask, past tense in this case. My object, so us, we were the receiving party, so they asked us to move our bags. Here I have the infinitive form again, to move. In this case, I have the to included here. Okay, some more examples. She wants them to take photos. Here's my catenative verb, want. In this case, wants, because my subject is she. And my object, them. To take, again, I have the infinitive form here. She wants them to take photos. Finally, he took me to apply for a loan. Again, my catenative verb, took, past tense. Object, me. And I have the infinitive form again, to apply for a loan. So you will see these different types of catenative verb-related structures. So complex catenative refers to these patterns that have objects. So when do we use this kind of thing? We use it actually a lot in speech, especially when we're just talking casually, like about things we need to do. We can make long sentences by chaining verbs together in this way. Here's a quick example. We went to get a rental car to help our friends move to a new apartment. So this maybe is a little bit awkward, but it's something that a native speaker might say. We just say everything really quickly. But let's break this sentence down. So we went, here's my past tense, we went to get. So here's a catenative verb right here. We went to get a rental car. So my linking verb here is in the infinitive form, to help. So here's another catenative verb. In this case, it's complex. So to help our friends. So who did we help? We helped our friends move. So here's my linking verb, move to a new apartment. So we can kind of chain a lot of ideas together with something like this. So native speakers as well, when we're speaking quickly, maybe we don't make perfect sentences or we don't make complete sentences, but we use this kind of speaking, we use this kind of verb linking to make longer ideas and longer sentences. So I hope that this helps you as you think about how to put verbs together. If you want some more information on catenative verbs, I would recommend checking, just doing a Google search to see some lists and some more example sentences of catenative verbs. Because there are quite a few, but we just kind of put them together depending on the situation, depending on what we want to communicate, as with any other grammar point. So I hope that you get some practice with this and pay attention to this when you're reading to see common types of pairings that use this kind of grammar. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making example sentences with catenative verbs, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use a, and, the, and when to use no article. So let's get started. Okay, first I want to begin by talking about using a and an. These are the indefinite articles that we use in English. Regarding pronunciation, you might hear people use a or a. You can choose whichever you prefer. They're both correct. So we use the indefinite article, a or an, when we want to introduce a noun. So that means it's our first time using the noun, like when we're telling a story, for example. So the first time we introduce the noun, we use a or an to do that. So we use a if the following noun begins with a consonant sound, Some examples of this: a cookie, this is a k, a consonant sound. A pen, this p is a consonant sound. And a fish, so this f is a consonant sound. So if the next word, if the following noun begins with a consonant sound, we should use the a, indefinite article. Then we use an when the following noun begins with a vowel sound. So some examples of this are an apple, so here we have a as our vowel sound, we use an apple. An egg, here the e sound. And then an hour. So here, this is a vowel sound. So this is a great example of this note that I want to mention. Sound does not equal spelling. So I said when the following noun begins with a vowel sound, we use an. Here, yes, we have the consonant H beginning this word, but it makes a vowel sound, an hour. So it's like the H doesn't make that H sound. So an hour. We use this indefinite article an instead of a. So please be careful. We're listening for a sound, not for the spelling in this case. Okay. Then, as you can see, we use the indefinite article before nouns in the singular form only. So, for example, you don't see s at the end of these words. We can only use the singular form, so meaning one of something. Only the singular form when you're using the indefinite article. So a very simple example sentence using the indefinite article is, I got a dog. We might start a story with this. I got a dog. So dog is in the singular. I got one dog. This is a new dog. I'm introducing this dog to my conversation. So I use a to do that. Okay, let's compare this now to the definite article. The is the definite article in English. So we use the to refer to a known or a specific noun. So this can be something that we directly explain, or we just understand it from the context. So relating to this point, something that we understand from context or a specific noun, this can be when there's only one of something. So a great example of this is some countries. For example, the United States of America, or like the Republic of so-and-so. Those begin with the. So there's only one of that, and we understand that. We use the in cases like that. It's in like the title. Okay, so we use the to talk about things we know about. So something that we heard earlier in a conversation or earlier in a story, for example, or when we know what the noun is. So we can use this before singular or plural forms of nouns. So here's an example. I got a dog, which we saw before. I got a dog. I bought a bed for the dog. Here, I've used the because in this sentence, I mentioned this dog. The dog in this sentence is the dog I bought, or I got rather, in the first sentence. So I'm introducing it here. I got a dog. This is my introductory statement, kind of, my full sentence. Here's this new information, this new noun, I got a dog. In my next sentence, I want to mention this same dog. I use the to describe that. I bought a bed for the dog. You'll also notice here I've introduced another new thing. I bought a bed for the dog. So I've used the indefinite article here. This is another new thing. But I want to refer to the same known noun that I introduced in the previous sentence. Okay, so this is an introduction to using the definite article. Now, let's look at when to use no article. So no no and, no the. We use no article when referring generally to a group or all instances, like all kinds or all types of something. We use this a lot when we're talking about things we like or dislike, for example. So we use the plural form of the noun. We do not use the singular form. We need to use the plural form. A very simple example of this is I like dogs. I like dogs. So you'll see here, I've used the plural form, dogs. So by saying I like dogs, it means I like all instances of that. I like all examples of dogs, all different kinds of dogs. I like dogs. Okay, so let's continue on then to a short story example that I prepared. So this example includes uses of the indefinite article, the definite article, and cases where we'll see no article. There are a couple points I want to talk about. So let's take a look. Last weekend, I took a bus to a park near my neighborhood. I walked around the park, then I found a place to sit down and relax. I read a book, took photos, and enjoyed watching the people at the park. But I got bit by a bug. I hate mosquitoes. So this is a very simple story about something that happened recently. This is a past tense story. It features indefinite, definite articles, and no article. So let's take a look. Last weekend, I took a bus. So I'm introducing a bus. This is the first case where I'm explaining a bus in my story. So I took a bus to a park near my neighborhood. So a park near my neighborhood. This means there could be other parks near the neighborhood. I want to talk about one in particular, to a park in my neighborhood. I walked around the park. So here I use the to refer to this park I introduced earlier in my story. I walked around the park, this park I talked about before. Then found a place to sit down and relax. So my next step was to find a place. So I'm using a here because the place is just any place. I just chose one specific place to sit down and relax. This could be any place. I want to talk about just one in particular. Okay. Then I said I read a book. So again, I'm using a here to introduce this. So I have not talked about the book before. I want to introduce my book to the story. I read a book, took photos. So here there's nothing, you'll notice. I took a photo. I could say I took a photo if I took one photo, but maybe if I took a lot of photos, I would say I took photos. I took photos. And I enjoyed watching the people at the park. So this the, I think, is pretty clear, at the park. So I'm talking about the specific park I visited. This one, however, I've included in parentheses, watching the people at the park. Why did I do this? So there are some cases where it's correct to use the, and it's correct to use no article. This is one example of that. Here, enjoyed watching the people in the park and enjoyed watching people in the park. Those are both correct sentences, actually. there's not really a difference in meaning here because I've included a location here. Like if I said, I enjoyed watching the people, I might be confused as the listener, like which people? Who were you watching? So saying watching people at the park makes it clear that it's only about people who were at the park. If I want to be extra specific and give extra emphasis, I can include the here, watching the people in the park. Like this is the thing I was focusing my attention on in the park. So you can choose to include it, you can choose not to include it. They communicate the same thing. But this is one example of a situation where you could use the article or you could choose not to. Okay, then our last sentence, but I got bit by a bug. A bug. So again, new thing, something new is in my story, a bug in this case, by one bug. Then I finish with this expression, I hate mosquitoes. So mosquitoes are those small bugs that bite you and it gets really itchy, a mosquito. But I'm making a general statement, all mosquitoes. I hate mosquitoes, maybe because they bite. So I use the plural form, I hate mosquitoes with no article. I hate mosquitoes. So this is a simple example of a situation or a story where you would use definite, indefinite, and no article to explain something that happened to you. So I hope that this lesson gives you a good introduction to how and when to use a, and the, and no article. But if Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some expressions you can use to talk about your hometown or your home city or maybe your home country. Let's get started. Okay, the first sentence or the first expression that I want to talk about is just a basic introduction. I'm from. So I'm from your city or I'm from your country. Please be careful. I've noticed in like the comment section of the videos that we make, for example, many of you introduce yourself, but you forget this, I'm from. I'm from. I often see the mistake I from, which is incorrect. So that's not correct. We should use I'm from. Remember, I'm is the contracted, the reduced form of I am. I am from city. I am from country. So please don't forget this. I am. I am from a city. When we make a sentence with this, we could say, I'm from Vietnam for a country. I'm from Vietnam. Or from a city, I'm from Bangkok. So you can choose either one, your city or your country. Both are fine to use. So if you want to choose something different or if you want to explain in a little more detail, specifically, you can use an expression like this. I was born in a city or in a specific country. I was born in. Another mistake I see with students is they forget this was. I often see comments that say, I born in, which is incorrect. I was born in city or country. I was born in Brazil, in the case of a country. I was born in Cambodia. So you can use your country name here. Of course, if you want to use a city, for example, I was born in Bangkok, and you want to give more information, maybe for some reason the person you're talking to doesn't know that city, or maybe it's a really small city, you can say, it's in country. So for example, I was born in Bangkok, it's in Thailand. So you can explain the country as a follow-up with this expression, it's in, where it is your city. It is in Thailand in this case. It's in country. Then, if you want to share some information about your hometown, these are some expressions you can use to do that. These are very open, so I hope that you can find something that helps you. The first one is, it has a lot of noun phrase. It has a lot of noun phrase. Here, it means your city or your country. It's probably best to talk about your city here, though if you live in a really small city, maybe you can share about your country. Maybe your country is small too, so it's good to share about something that's maybe easy to understand if you're introducing your city or your country. So you could say it has a lot of something. So some examples would be, it has a lot of traffic. Like if your city has a lot of traffic, you can mention that. It has a lot of good food, or it has a lot of nature. So there's some kind of simple noun phrase here that you can use to describe something in your city. please note we use has. It has. The city has. So not is, we use is for adjectives. We're using has here because these are noun phrases. So you could say it is a busy city or it is a windy city, for example. But when you're using a noun phrase, you need to change your verb here. It has a lot of traffic. It has a lot of nature. So please be careful about this point. Let's go to the next point. It's famous for. It's famous for. So in some cultures, each city or each country maybe has some specific thing that city is really well known for. You can use this expression to describe that thing. It's famous for. Again, it is your city or maybe your country. It's famous for something. So again, there's some noun phrase, some maybe activity, some famous item. For example, it's famous for spicy food. Like my country is famous for spicy food, for example. Or it's famous for entertainment or nightlife, maybe. So think of something that your city is well known for. So like, for example, Las Vegas, maybe. It's famous for entertainment. That's something we could say about Las Vegas in the USA. Okay, another expression you can use that's very similar to it has a lot of is this one here. I've made two sentences or two expressions you can use. There is or there are a lot of something. So there is or reduced there's or there are a lot of something. So this is kind of a different way to say this. Very similar. Let's look at some examples. Here, this is kind of a negative point, but there's a lot of crime. So maybe your hometown is rather dangerous and you want to talk about that. You can say, there is a lot of crime. Crime is like activities or actions that are against the law. They are illegal. So to describe that, you can say, there's a lot of crime in my hometown. Or there are a lot of animals. Maybe in your city, it's really closely connected to nature. And you can say, there are a lot of animals. So just be cautious. Here, there is a lot of crime. So crime is a mass noun, or a plural noun, rather. So we can use this is form. But here, when we have there are, we need to use this S at the end of the word. There are a lot of animals, the plural form. There are a lot of animals. So just pay attention. If you're using a singular noun or you're using this like plural or mass noun that has no S at the end, you can use this is form. If you're using a plural noun, there are is fine. So there are a lot of animals. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Lots of people like to do something. Lots of people like to. And here we'll have like an activity, some kind of verb phrase probably. Lots of people like to go out at night. So for Las Vegas, for example, lots of people like to go out at night. Or lots of people like to do outdoor sports. So you'll notice I've got a verb here. Lots of people like to verb, and then some other information to tell us about that. Lots of people like to swim in the river. Something that is like an activity that's kind of unique or that's particularly interesting for your city. Okay, finally, the population. This is another one people like to talk about. If you want to be specific, you can say, of course, my hometown is very small, or my home city is really big. You can talk about it like that, yes. If you want to give the specific number, how many people, you can use this expression. Population means the number of people in your city or the number of people in your country. So the population is, and follow it with the number. The population is about 20,000 people, or about 150,000 people. I have people in parentheses here because we don't really need to use it, but you might hear people say people at the end of this expression. We don't need to include people here because we have population. We know population means the number of people, though sometimes we include this. You don't need to, really. The population is about 20,000. Is perfect. Okay, let's go on then to the last couple points. The last points I marked here, these are about the weather. So a really common topic when you're talking about your hometown is the weather. These are a few expressions you can use to talk about what the weather is like in your hometown. For example, it rains a lot. It rains a lot. Or you could say, it's very rainy. It's dry. You might say, for example, in the summer, it's dry, or in winter, it's dry. So it here refers to weather, like weather patterns. It rains a lot. It's dry. Another one, the weather is sunny year-round. So this is a word, or a hyphenated word, year-round, which means all throughout the year. So non-stop. The weather is sunny year-round. Another good word to know is humid. It's humid. So this is when, like, a good example might be like a tropical situation, a tropical city or a tropical country. So maybe the temperature, it's not so hot maybe sometimes, but the water content, the moisture content in the air is very high. So we call that humid. It's humid. It's very humid. You might also hear the word muggy. Muggy. Muggy is a little bit less formal than humid. It sounds a little more negative too. It's humid, it's so humid. So these are a few weather-related words, like climate-related words. Here you can replace this word, rains, with something else, like it snows a lot, for example. It rains a lot, it snows a lot, maybe it hails where you're from. Hail is like a ball of ice. So when you want to talk about precipitation, like things coming from clouds, you could use this pattern. All right, so this is just a quick introduction to a few things that I hope can help you as you try to explain your hometown or your home country to other people. If there's something else that you would like to know how to say, or if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an introduction to your home city, please feel free in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Jam! Okay, hi everybody, welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this lesson we're going to talk about the verb jam. Let's get started. Let's start with the basic definition of this verb. The basic definition of jam is to cause something to be blocked. To cause something to be blocked. Examples. I jammed the printer somehow. We jammed the shredder with paper. Now let's look at the conjugations for this verb. Present, jam, jams. Past, jammed. Past participle, jammed. Progressive, jamming. Now let's talk about some additional meanings for this verb. The first additional meaning is to push or force something into a space. Examples. He jammed himself onto the packed train. The moving company is jamming boxes into trucks. So here we see examples of someone or something being pushed or forced into something. It's like something that's difficult to get into, or maybe there's not enough space. In the first example, we see he pushed himself into a packed train. That means that the train is full of people already, but he pushes himself, he jams himself in, forcefully pushing in order to get on the train. In the second example sentence, we see it in reference to boxes. A moving company is jamming boxes into trucks, which means there's maybe not a lot of space in the truck. However, he or she, the moving person, needs to get these boxes in, so they're forcefully pushing. We use jam to talk about that, to describe that act. All right, let's go on to the second additional meaning for this verb. The second additional meaning is to play music informally or to improvise music in a group. Examples. The group jams a few times a month. I think the neighbors are jamming again. So this use of jam refers to practicing music or playing music in a group of people. So there's a group of people, usually different instruments, and there's no song specifically. There's no like goal really. They're just making music together. So you might have heard this called a jam session actually. To me, it sounds a little strange to use the word jam if you yourself are not a musician. Like it feels strange to me to say they're jamming, because I'm not really the kind of person who uses that word. but it might sound more natural coming from a musician. So if you're a musician and you like to improvise music with people, you might be able to use this word quite naturally to talk about your practice sessions. So again, it's just practice. It's just kind of enjoying and feeling the music. It's not really playing with a goal in mind. You're improvising. So you can also use it in general kind of to talk about other ways of enjoying music, like with dance or even just enjoying music and kind of moving your head a little bit too. We sometimes use the word jam to mean just like improvising and enjoying music in some way. So that's another way kind of related to this meaning that we can sometimes use jam. The third additional meaning for this verb is to cause a part of the body to be crushed or injured somehow, usually crushed. Examples. My friend jammed his finger in a door a few years ago. I jammed my toe on my bed. Okay, so jammed in these cases usually refers to some kind of like crushing motion or some like hard impact, something like this. So in the first example sentence, my friend jammed his finger in a door a few years ago, it means in the open door. So maybe there's the door and the space between the door and the wall. This person's finger went in between those two and the door closed. That's a perfect example of when we would use jam. This actually happened to my friend, this is true. And his finger was jammed in the door. So this crushing motion, this crushing injury, we use jam to refer to that. We can also use it to refer to other kind of similar small injuries, usually to like fingers and toes, as in the second example sentence, I jammed my toe on my bed. That refers to like against a hard object, you're walking, and you touch or you jam your finger or you jam your toe into an object like a table or sofa or bed or something. It's quite painful and it feels like you just pushed it forcefully into that object. We can say jammed. Another verb we use in this case is stub. I stubbed my toe. But you can say jammed or stub, depending on what you like. People use both. Okay, let's go on to the next additional meaning then. The next additional meaning is to interfere with a broadcast. To interfere with a broadcast. Let's go to some example sentences. They're jamming our signal. The signal from the satellite has been jammed. So this means that something or someone or some kind of like machine or data or something is blocking some signal. So this could be blocking like a Wi-Fi signal, like satellite, TV, radio signal. Something is causing the signal to be disrupted, the broadcast to be disrupted. There's some problem there. So we use the word jam to talk about this. You will see this a lot in like spy and police and suspense movies relating to technology. Like you can jam your enemy's signal and they can't get any communications out, for example. So you block someone's communication or you block someone's ability to broadcast information. We use jam to refer to that. Okay, now let's look at a variation for this verb. This variation is to jam on the brakes. To jam on the brakes, quite specific. This expression means to push quickly and with force on the brakes of a vehicle. Examples. He jammed on the brakes when the child stepped into the road. Don't jam the brakes. So to jam the brakes or jamming the brakes is usually like a very quick and fast and very uncomfortable motion. Very uncomfortable like results, actually. So you push the brakes and the car quickly comes to a stop or the car jerks very fast. So the people inside the car feel uncomfortable and it can be bad for the car's braking system. Maybe it can also like damage items in the car. So it's considered typically to be not a good thing to do. So it's typically not recommended to jam the brakes. You'll hear jam the brakes and also jam on the brakes. Both of them are in use, so you can choose which you prefer. They have the same meaning. Okay. So those are a few different ways that you can use the verb jam. I hope that you found something new. Of course, if you have questions, comments, or other ways to use the word jam, please let us know in the comment section of this video.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your English listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
A man and a woman are talking about banks. Which bank is the woman going to choose? I'm starting a part-time job, so I'm thinking about opening a new bank account. Which bank do you recommend?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for. For example, both Bank A and Bank B have plenty of locations and ATMs to choose from. This is very convenient.
But Bank A charges ATM fees for every transaction. Bank B allows me to use their ATM at no charge during business hours on weekdays.
That's true. Speaking of ATM fees, Bank C never charges fees, but they don't have as many ATM locations.
That is nice, but I don't like the fact that it would be more difficult to find ATMs with Bank C.
By the way, Bank D is the best when it comes to high interest rates.
Are they? But I'm only planning to use this bank account for money I'll be making from my part-time job, which won't be that much.
Then you should choose the bank with the most convenient ATMs and lowest fees.
All right, thanks for the advice. Which bank is the woman going to choose? A man and a woman are talking about banks. Which bank is the woman going to choose? I'm starting a part-time job, so I'm thinking about opening a new bank account. Which bank do you recommend?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for. For example, both Bank A and Bank B have plenty of locations and ATMs to choose from. This is very convenient.
But Bank A charges ATM fees for every transaction. Bank B allows me to use their ATM at no charge during business hours on weekdays.
That's true. Speaking of ATM fees, Bank C never charges fees, but they don't have as many ATM locations.
That is nice, but I don't like the fact that it would be more difficult to find ATMs with Bank C.
By the way, Bank D is the best when it comes to high interest rates.
Are they? But I'm only planning to use this bank account for money I'll be making from my part-time job, which won't be that much.
Then you should choose the bank with the most convenient ATMs and lowest fees.
All right, thanks for the advice. A man and a woman are planning their sightseeing route. In which order will they visit the sites around town?
Which route should we take tomorrow?
I'd really like to go see the museum, the castle, and the observatory.
I also want to buy some souvenirs along the way.
The museum is open from 8 to 6. The castle is open from 9 to 4. Then the observatory seems to be open from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening.
The castle has a special guided tour twice a day, starting at noon and 2 o'clock. I think we should catch one of those.
I think you need to book the tour in advance. Can you check that online?
Sure. Oh, the one starting at noon is already booked. Should we book the one starting at 2?
Sure, we can take that tour right after lunch.
All right, where do we want to go first? The museum or the observatory?
I would love to see the night view. What if we stay at the castle until 4 and then go to the observatory after dark?
Good idea. Okay, let's have lunch at the restaurant inside the museum. Then, we can go souvenir shopping before the castle tour starts.
Sure, sounds like a perfect plan. In which order will they visit the sites around town? A man and a woman are planning their sightseeing route. In which order will they visit the sites around town?
Which route should we take tomorrow?
I'd really like to go see the museum, the castle, and the observatory.
I also want to buy some souvenirs along the way.
The museum is open from 8 to 6. The castle is open from 9 to 4. Then the observatory seems to be open from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening.
The castle has a special guided tour twice a day, starting at noon and 2 o'clock. I think we should catch one of those.
I think you need to book the tour in advance. Can you check that online?
Sure. Oh, the one starting at noon is already booked. Should we book the one starting at 2?
Sure, we can take that tour right after lunch.
All right, where do we want to go first? The museum or the observatory?
I would love to see the night view. What if we stay at the castle until 4 and then go to the observatory after dark?
Good idea. Okay, let's have lunch at the restaurant inside the museum. Then, we can go souvenir shopping before the castle tour starts.
Sure, sounds like a perfect plan.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get back on track after language learning failure. If you've ever made language learning a goal, you've also likely experienced failure. Maybe you quit studying for some time. Maybe you came back to try again later. But how do you bounce back after failing? Well, it might be easier than you think. In this episode, you'll discover 1. The key points to consider after failing a goal, and 2. The steps to getting back on track with language learning. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. First, the Cooking Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn all the must-know cooking phrases with this new cheat sheet. Download it for free right now. Second, our brand new visual flashcards. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll learn over 1,500 words. Just download and print them out. Third, can you talk about your favorite shows? Learn how to say no spoilers, what are you watching right now, and other useful words and phrases for video on demand. Fourth, what's your New Year's resolution? With this bonus phrase list, you'll learn to say read more, save money, learn a language, and other common goals. Fifth, must know words and phrases for the new year. If you're learning the language and can't yet talk about the new year, then access this 1-minute vocabulary lesson. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get back on track after language learning failure. So, how do you get back on track with language learning after failing? Think back to your school days. Did you ever miss a homework assignment? Most of us did. You'd have to make it up and do the next one. You had to double up on your work. So if you've ever missed a goal, you might be tempted to do the same thing. Finish your old goal and achieve a new one. However, that might not be such a good idea. A key point to remember after failing a goal is don't set the same goal again. Let's explain why. 1. If you've failed the goal before, there's a good chance that the goal might be too much for you. In that case, you want an easier goal. 2. You need to give yourself a chance to succeed. And if that requires setting a super easy goal that you actually can reach, then so be it. Do that. For example, if you tried to learn 100 words in 1 month and failed, but you want to try again, go for something smaller, like 20 words. Between trying and failing the 100-word goal again or reaching a smaller 20-word goal, you're much better off with the 20-word goal. It'll be better for your motivation to hit a super easy goal instead of failing multiple times in a row. It'll get you back in motion with language learning. Now that you know how to get back on track, here are some steps you can take. 1. Think back to the last language goal you set and failed. Was it last year's New Year's resolution? And was it something like, I just want to be fluent, or I want to speak the language? You can let us know what your old goal was in the comments. 2. Aim for a smaller, more realistic goal. With that last goal in mind, think about how you might make a new, easier goal. Remember, your goal should always be 1. Small, 2. Measurable, for example, 1 minute of conversation, 100 words, 10 grammar rules, 10 lessons, etc. And 3. Have a small time frame with a deadline. In other words, it's a goal for the week or for the month, and the deadline is January 31st, for example. So if your failed goal was to just speak fluently, aim for something smaller. Set a goal like, I want to speak for 1 minute this month. Or, I want to be able to introduce myself by the end of this week. Or, I want to master the alphabet by the end of this week. And schedule a deadline for yourself. All of these goals are small, measurable, specific, and easy to achieve. You'll easily know if you've reached 1 minute of speaking, if you've learned the alphabet, or learned how to say "my name is" in the language you're studying. So now that you have a goal, 3. Find a way to fit language learning into your life. Instead of creating new routines that you may have trouble sticking with, work with what you already have, your existing routines. If you already spend 10 minutes on chores in the morning, you can listen to a lesson and learn a bit of language. If you take a walk, you can listen to a lesson then. If you watch YouTube for an hour in the evening, you can spend 5 or 10 minutes watching one of our lessons. Piggybacking off of your existing daily routines is the easiest way to introduce language learning into your life. Okay, now let's talk about learning material. 4. Get back on track with easy learning material. An easy way to restart learning is with our audio and video lessons. All you have to do is hit play and follow along. And if you have to, you can multitask. For example, as we mentioned, you can be doing chores and listening in. Taking steps like these can help you form study habits. It's a lot easier to listen and do what you usually do, as opposed to buying a textbook, setting aside time, sitting down, and trying to go through it, especially if you're not used to learning a language. Finally, another very easy thing you can do is take advantage of our Word of the Day lessons. These are daily emails that teach you one new word a day. The goal of these emails is to get you used to learning and create a simple routine. If you can stick with spending 1 quick minute every day learning a new word, then you can grow to stick with almost any other routine. So to recap, we often fail and give up on our goals because we overwhelm ourselves. Whether it's with an unrealistic goal, a heavy routine, or complicated resources, you want to do the opposite. Avoid overwhelming yourself. If you failed a goal before, aim for a smaller goal. Avoid heavy learning routines and piggyback off of your existing daily routines. If you take a walk, then use that time to listen to audio lessons. And finally, use easy learning material, such as our audio and video lessons on our website. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What if you could go from struggling to speak to speaking with confidence? Reviewing is a huge part of achieving this. In this video, you'll learn 6 ways our language learning program helps you review. Number 1, replay your lessons. If you're using our language learning program, you can download lessons and review them at a later date. And since lessons are 3 to 15 minutes long, your preparation and review sessions won't take a lot of time. The easiest way to review is to simply replay past lessons. Of course, make sure you pay attention. Number 2, read the lesson notes. Imagine you've finished reading a big book or watching a video course. Do you remember everything you've learned? Of course not. When you get a lot of information at one time, it's normal not to be able to recall all of it immediately. But you can refresh your memory by going back to reread, rewatch, and take notes. It takes effort. This is why you get lesson notes with every lesson. These notes give you the lesson in writing, so you can review the conversation, the vocabulary, grammar, and cultural points quickly. Number 3, listen to lines from the lesson conversation with the dialogue tool. The dialogue tool is a premium feature that our users love because you get line-by-line breakdowns of conversations. For every line of the conversation, you get audio, the transcript, and the translations. This tool helps you master entire conversations, speak faster, and improve your listening. You can listen to each line one by one, read along, and repeat out loud. Repeating out loud will help your speaking skills. And because you can listen as much as you want, you can also use this tool to work on your listening skills. Number 4, the vocabulary slideshow. With this, you can review words and phrases from a specific lesson. Just press play and watch the slideshow. For each word, you'll hear the native pronunciation. You'll also get the meaning, the text, and translations right there on the screen. You can even put the slideshow on loop to review as much as you want. Number 5, practice your speaking skills with the voice recorder. With the voice recorder tool, you can record yourself and compare your speech to that of native speakers. This can help you find out where you can improve your speaking skills. It's a great way to practice speaking and perfect your pronunciation. Number 6. Review conversations with the dialogue audio track. The dialogue track gives you just the conversation. It's purely the target language, no translations. You get it for every lesson. Listen to it again and again until you completely understand every single word. This is a great way to see how much you understand, and it's a great language immersion tactic. Want to learn new words and phrases fast so you can speak and understand more of your target language? In this video, you'll learn all about spaced repetition flashcards. You'll learn about why this particular study tool is so useful and how using it can help keep vocabulary words fresh in your mind. First, here's what's new with our flashcards. You can now access your flashcards on any mobile device. They're mobile responsive, so visit the site on any device: iPhone, iPad, Android, or any tablet. Access the flashcards and learn anywhere, anytime. But what if you're a new language learner and have never seen this tool before? Second, what are spaced repetition flashcards? What are they? And how do spaced repetition flashcards teach you words and phrases better than regular flashcards? First, imagine a regular flashcard. Imagine a teacher is quizzing you with paper flashcards. On the front, you see the word in the target language. The meaning of the word is on the other side. Your teacher shows you the target language word and asks you what the word means. If you get the answer right, your teacher puts the card in a pile of correct answer cards. If you get the answer wrong, your teacher puts the card in a pile of wrong answer cards. Spaced repetition flashcards are like a digital version of this, but a computer sorts your answers into correct answers and wrong answers, and then chooses which cards to quiz you on accordingly. With a spaced repetition flashcard, you see a word. You mark whether you know it or not. You learn whether you are right or wrong. Then you get the next word. But what exactly is spaced repetition? Third, how spaced repetition works. This is the part of the tool that makes the flashcard so powerful. If you get a word wrong, you'll see that card more often until you get it right. The card will keep popping up until you remember the answer. Spaced repetition flashcards help you focus on the words you don't know yet, or the words you're weak with, instead of asking you to review words you already know well. If you get a word right, you'll see that word again in perhaps 2 days. If you get the word right again after waiting 2 days, you might see the word 4 days later, then 16 days later, and so on. As you study and remember words, the flashcards will appear less frequently. This is because you're remembering the vocabulary and don't need to spend time studying the words you already know. Spaced repetition flashcards help you study words at the right time. The flashcards will track your progress. This means you don't have to remember which words you got right or wrong. The flashcards you are quizzed on will be customized to your knowledge level every time you study, and the quizzes will also help you keep your memory fresh. Remember, we don't learn things simply by seeing them once. By repeating our studies over a period of time, we remember things better. And the best part is that you can study vocabulary and phrases in just a few minutes a day. So if you're on the train or bus going to work, you can put that time to use. Take out your phone and learn new words. Just a couple minutes every day will help you learn new words fast. A common question that first-time language learners ask is, where do I begin? Classically, the answer to this is with guidance. Finding the right teacher can be tricky, especially online. There are a lot of options to choose from. We've got one we'll tell you about. In this video, we'll show you how our Premium Plus learning option can provide you with guidance to help you reach your language learning goals. Our Premium Plus study tools are designed to support and guide learners. There's access to thousands of lessons, a voice recording tool, and spaced repetition flashcards. Most importantly, Premium Plus users get a personal language instructor who can provide weekly assignments. Let's talk about these items in detail. Number 1. Gain unlimited access to audio and video lessons. As a Premium Plus member, you'll have full access to the lesson library and other premium features. Best of all, you're not limited to one level, and you can learn to your heart's content with upper-level courses. There are lessons on various topics that tackle crucial language learning elements like reading, writing, listening, speaking, and conversation. More specifically, there are pathways. Pathways are collections of lessons that focus on a specific topic. Some pathways are even geared towards proficiency tests. There are also pathways in the lesson library to help you prepare for certain events, such as speaking at a restaurant, buying a ticket, or making friends. One of the most helpful is the Top 25 Questions You Need to Know pathway, which can help you in your everyday life. Each lesson has lesson notes to read while you listen to the audio lesson. This will help you follow along with key points. Lesson notes generally contain the dialogue, new vocabulary, the target grammar points, and cultural insights based on the dialogue. Podcasts and lesson notes are available on the Innovative Language app, so you can also learn on the go. Number 2, practice speaking with the voice recording tool. Pronunciation is an important part of language learning. Proper pronunciation ensures understanding during conversations with native speakers. Many learners think speaking is one of the most challenging components of learning a language. To help with this, the voice recording tool is a great way to improve speaking skills. Lesson dialogues are spoken by native speakers, so you can record yourself repeating after them to practice speaking naturally. Your Premium Plus teacher can assign you tasks to help you progress with any new sounds you might be learning. For these assignments, your teacher can listen to your voice recordings of the sounds and help you learn how to pronounce them. Completing these tasks under the guidance of your teacher can help you boost your confidence in speaking. This feature is also available for vocabulary words and sample sentences. Being able to hear these recordings improves pronunciation skills, especially when incorrect intonation can change the meaning of a word entirely. The voice recorder examines your speed and tone. Don't forget to also follow up by sending a recording to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Number 3, increase your vocabulary with spaced repetition flashcards and more. One of the best ways to learn vocabulary is with spaced repetition flashcards. Spaced repetition is a system designed for learning something new and reviewing it in varying time intervals. You can create and study flashcard decks, whether from your word bank or a specific vocabulary list. For example, if you need to visit a post office, the post office vocabulary list for your target language would be beneficial to study prior to your visit. Premium Plus offers various features to expand learners' vocabulary, including free gifts of the month, such as the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. Find opportunities to use them with your teachers, friends, or classmates. For even more practice, each lesson has a vocabulary slideshow and a quiz to review the lesson's vocabulary. There's also the 2000 core word list, which includes the most commonly used words in your target language. Starting from the 100 core word list, you'll gradually build up your knowledge of useful vocabulary. These lists can be studied with spaced repetition flashcards too. With the flashcards, you can change the settings to your liking. The settings range from different card types to number of new cards per deck. Give yourself vocabulary tests by changing the settings. After studying a number of flashcards, change the card types to listening comprehension. You can then test yourself by writing the translation of the word or the spoken word or phrase. Changing your settings allows you to remember vocabulary and learn how to identify the words. This can be especially helpful when learning to recognize new characters in certain languages. Number 4, get your own personal language teacher. Your language teacher will work with you in your goals to create a personalized and achievable study path. Once you share a short-term or a long-term goal with your teacher, you can establish a plan or pathway to lead to success. Coordinate with your teacher regularly to ensure the personalized learning programs are still working for you. If not, you can always change it up. There are so many ways your Premium Plus teacher can help you. If you have a speech you need to write, they can help you come up with the right way to say what you want to say. If there's something you need help translating, your teacher can lend you a hand. Or if there is a specific movie or song you want to consume in your target language, your teacher can gear your lessons to help you achieve your goal. Being in planes, trains, and buses can be an uncomfortable experience for many people. Often there are small, cramped seats, not many things to do, and sometimes the experience is even scary. Despite this, you often see people working in these environments. How do they do it? In this video, you'll learn 3 tips to help you be able to study anywhere. The first one is adjust to your environment. Most of us would probably agree that a plane or a bus is not the best place to study. These environments are usually dark and cramped, and you may have a crying baby next to you. But the point is, there's never a perfect time or place to learn. The reality is that a lot of us use transportation every day. We face environments that are typically considered unsuitable for study. Trains get crowded. You can't do much in your car. Even in your own home, you'll get distracted by the TV or Facebook or something. And some days you'll be sick. You'll be tired. You'll have dinner plans. Once you accept that there's rarely such a thing as the perfect time to study, you can start thinking about how to make the best of the environment you have at that time. For example, if you ride a train, you might stand up for a long time. It might be difficult to focus on a book. In a case like this, you can use the Innovative Language 101 app to study. Listen to the audio lessons, or do the word of the day by email. There are ways that you can learn in just about any situation. The point is, you need to adjust your study method to your environment. So take a look at your day and see where your time goes. Are there any gaps in between your activities where you feel like you can't study? And is there any way you can adjust? 2. Take advantage of your limited time. We've surveyed tons of learners over the years, and every year we find that the #1 reason most people don't learn a language is they say they have no time. But there's a chance you may have some spare time to study. You might just not recognize it yet. Let's say you commute for 30 minutes every day. You can ask yourself, how do I put these next 30 minutes to use? Or if you finish work at 7 p.m. and spend an hour doing nothing, you can think about what you might do in that hour that will help you work towards your goals. You don't have to use all 30 minutes of your commute or the full hour of your free time, but you can definitely fit in a short lesson or take other steps towards your goals. 3. Have an on and off mindset. When you work, it can be really helpful to have a kind of on-off switch for when it's time to work and time to rest. You can apply this same idea to your language studies. When it's time to study, you can focus solely on that. You don't spend time thinking about doing it, you just do it. It doesn't matter where you are or what kind of studying you're doing, as long as it gets done. And when you're done with a lesson, reward yourself. It can be as simple as telling yourself, "Great job." When you're finished with the time you promised yourself for studies, feel free to focus on the next thing. Great work. Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. Sixth, free audiobooks. Unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to any device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, take the 12-month challenge and get 12 months of Premium or Premium Plus at up to 45% off. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Zakaria Flifla. Hi Zakaria. Zakaria says, hi Alicia, could you please tell me why we sometimes use the verb do before another verb? Thank you. Yeah, sure. I've talked about this before in the series, but we use do before another verb when we want to emphasize the opposite of something. So let's take a look at a few pairs of sentences to see how this works. Sorry, I don't have time to help you right now. But you do have time. You're just looking at Facebook. And I don't know anything about today's meeting, just that they're making a big announcement. Aha, so you do know something. Okay, so in both of these example sentences, we have a person A and a person B. Person A says something to the effect of, I don't know something, or I can't do something, or I don't have time to help you, as with person A in both of these examples. And then person B notices something about person A, or about the things that person A said, and they emphasize, no, that's not true, and they do this by including do before the verb. So in the first example situation, the person A in this situation said, I don't have time to help you right now. But person B said, you do have time. So you'll often hear do emphasized before the verb that follows to show that's not true. So that emphasis in the speaker's voice means that's not true, or the opposite of that is true. And the reason is that person B, presumably, or we think, sees person A looking at Facebook. The same thing happens in the second situation. Person A says, I don't know anything about the meeting, just that there's going to be a big announcement. And so person B understands, wait, so you do know something about the meeting. Again, do precedes or comes before the verb know there. So speaker B is emphasizing that speaker A, actually does know something. So we're using do before the verb as emphasis in this way. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for an interesting question. All right, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Emma. Hi, Emma. Emma says, hi, Alicia. I would like to know if there are differences between a while, for a while, and in a while. If there is, can you explain? Thanks so much. Sure. A while means a period of time. So we use for a while and in a while quite differently. For a while is used when we're talking about a duration of time. We're using it to talk about the length of time that something happens. So duration is really the key here. Let's take a look at a few example sentences. I stayed in the restaurant for a while after I finished eating. I'm going to take a walk around the neighborhood for a while. I traveled around Europe for a while when I was in my 20s. Okay, so let's compare this then to in a while. When we use in a while, we're talking about an upcoming activity. So this is not something that's going to happen now, but it's going to happen soon. So if it's helpful, you can think about replacing soon for in a while in the sentence. It has the same meaning. Let's look at some examples of this. I'm gonna leave the office in a while. We're gonna go to the coffee shop in a while. You want anything? So a question that maybe some of you have is, what's the difference between these two sentences? Sentences like these, like, I'm gonna walk around the neighborhood for a while, and I'm gonna walk around the neighborhood in a while. So they seem very similar. But the for a while sentence would be said by somebody who is probably leaving now, like they are leaving their house now and they just want to report to someone their upcoming activity. They're going out of the house to walk around the neighborhood for a period of time. That's the duration of the activity. On the other hand, the in a while sentence is like they're sharing their upcoming plan with someone, possibly to invite them. Like, I'm gonna walk around the neighborhood in a while. Do you wanna come? So these are the small differences that our preposition choices can make, especially with an expression like a while. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question is from Seungwan. Hi, Seungwan. Seungwan says, hi, Alicia. What does literally mean? Do people use it the wrong way? Yeah, okay. Literally means the ordinary or the simple meaning of a word. It can also mean like truly, exactly, and so on. So it is used for emphasis, yes, but it's also used incorrectly a lot. First, let's take a look at the correct way to use literally. For example, we raised literally hundreds of dollars at the fundraiser. He got his hands dirty, literally, helping out at the farm for a TV show. Okay, so these two example sentences show correct usage of the word literally. In the first example, it's literally hundreds. So the speaker wants to emphasize that exactly, really, truly, hundreds of dollars were raised in a fundraiser. The reason that we use literally here is because we want to express that this is not an exaggeration. So an exaggeration means something that sounds like it's better or bigger than it actually is. So the speaker wants to communicate it was truly hundreds of dollars. They use literally to do that. In the second example sentence about someone getting his hands dirty, the speaker wants to communicate that actually the TV host, in this case, truly did physically, literally get his hands dirty in the process of making a TV show. So there are two reasons that we use literally in this way. The first, as in with the first example sentence, is to show that something is not being exaggerated, like the number or the amount that's described in the sentence is truly the number. So we're not just doing it for effect. Literally, some amount. You may see this used. The second use, though, as we see in the second example sentence, is with these expressions that have kind of double meanings. So, get one's hands dirty, or to get your hands dirty, has two meanings. Yes, there's the literal meaning, which is as it's written on the page, for your hands to physically become dirty. But there's also another meaning to this phrase, which is to do the work yourself, to actually do work. So, to get your hands dirty can have two meanings. The speaker using literally in the second example sentence means they want to emphasize that real, true meaning of getting your hands dirty, like physically having dirt on your hands. So these are the two reasons that we use literally for emphasis, to make sure that we're not accidentally exaggerating, and two, to make it clear that we mean the actual simple meaning of an expression. So again, to return to your second question, literally is misused all the time. Native speakers want to use it for emphasis, but they use it incorrectly. So let's take a look at two examples that are great examples of misuse of the word literally. Ugh, I'm literally starving. Can we go to lunch? And there were literally millions of people at my house last night. Okay, so in both of these example sentences, literally is used incorrectly. Literally starving in the first sentence. So the problem here is that the speaker is probably not actually starving. Starving means they are so hungry that they are actually dying. So literally starving is untrue. The speaker is probably not actually starving. They just want to express that they are very hungry. The correct way to express that would just be to say, ugh, I'm starving. That's fine. You don't need to use literally in this sentence, but this is something native speakers probably say all the time. The second example sentence uses literally with a number, as in there were literally millions of people in my house last night. So it's not possible for millions of people to be in someone's house. The speaker just wants to emphasize how many people were at his or her home the previous night. So using literally is unnecessary here. You could just say there were so many people at my house last night, or there were millions of people at my house last night. If you just drop literally from the sentence, we understand that you're exaggerating. So yes, literally is used incorrectly all the time, and it's usually for these emphasis reasons. So I hope that this answer helped you. It's a very interesting question. Thanks very much for sending it along. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Andrew. Hi, Andrew. Andrew says, what's the meaning of ball game? As in, YouTube comments are a whole other ball game. Is this a question about something I tweeted? That's funny. Ball game here means situation. So when we say a whole other ball game, this is actually a set phrase. A whole other ball game means, or is used rather, in situations where we're talking about one topic and then a second topic is introduced and the two are very different. So something is a whole other ball game means that second thing has like different rules and different standards from the first thing. So in the tweet that you took this expression from, I was talking about the differences between Instagram direct messages, like random messages on Instagram, and then another person commented, like joined my conversation on Twitter and said something about YouTube comments. And I responded, yeah, YouTube comments are a whole other ball game. So that means Instagram direct messages, random messages on Instagram, are completely different than YouTube comments. So a whole other ballgame means it's a whole other situation. I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Claudia. Hi, Claudia. Claudia says, what is the difference between outcome and results? Nice question. While in many cases they can be used in similar ways and to refer to very similar things, the difference here is in like the process. So we use results when we've done like work or research, or we're actually like actively trying to do something. We're actually trying to achieve something or to accomplish something. So we use this like when we're doing mathematical equations, or as I said, like when we're doing research maybe, or we're working together with teammates to achieve some kind of goal. That's when we use result. Outcome, on the other hand, is kind of like just the way things ended up. So it's like maybe there wasn't so much work to achieve a specific goal, but at the end of a situation, this was like the thing that we ended up with. So let's take a look at a few examples. My research results showed that the new medication was effective. The test results were positive. Everyone expected negative outcomes after the government's policy change. It wasn't possible to predict these outcomes. So the feeling here is that result is something that someone or some group of people worked to achieve, worked to get. Outcome is kind of like this is just the way that things are. So yes, in some situations you may be able to use both, like for example research results or maybe research outcomes. But again, when you use outcomes, it sounds like this is just the way it is, whereas results sounds a little bit more like we tried. So this is kind of the difference in feeling between these words. I hope that it helps you. Thanks for the question. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Emma. Hi Emma. Emma says, hi Alicia, can you explain the difference between will and be going to and will be doing or be going to be doing? I would like to know when we use continuous forms instead of just using simple future tense. Sure, we use the continuous form when we want to talk about a future plan that we think will be in progress. So let's compare two example sentences. I'm going to start working in a new company soon. 3 months from now, I'm going to be working in a new company. So in the first example sentence, I'm going to start working in a new company soon, we're talking about a future plan. We're just using simple future tense, going to there, to express a future plan, a future action, in this case using going to because we're quite sure about that plan. In the second example sentence, however, 3 months from now, I'm going to be working. So we're using a time period, or rather a point in time in the future. 3 months from now. That means I'm indicating, or I want to refer to a specific point in time in the future and talk about an action that I think will be ongoing at that future point in time. In those cases, we use will be going to, or going to be going to, or something like that. Going to be plus the ing form of a verb. So we use that form to refer to an ongoing thing that we think will happen at a specific point in the future. You can just use the simple future tense, will and going to talk about general future plans without a specific point in time. But if you want to talk about something in the future, like a month from now, or 2 months from now, or years from now, or whatever, and you want to express a plan or some idea you have about something that will happen or be happening at that time, you can use will be going to, or going to be plus the ing form of a verb. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Arzu. Hi, Arzu. Arzu says, hi, Alicia. Could you explain the difference between roughly, approximately, and nearly? Yeah, sure. Roughly and approximately mean the same thing. They both mean about. The difference between these two words is that approximately sounds more formal than roughly. So you would see approximately used in very formal writing, in like scientific papers, in situations where you need to express data. You might hear roughly in everyday conversation used in place of about. So there's no meaning difference here, it's just a formality difference. Some examples. Roughly 50 people attended the event. Approximately 100 people responded to our survey. On the other hand, nearly means almost a certain amount. So we use nearly before a number to express that we were very, very close to that number, but not quite. So this does not mean about. It means very close to the number, but not exactly that amount. So for example, we could say, nearly 50 people attended our event, or nearly 100 people responded to our survey. So that means not quite 50 people attended, or not quite 100 people responded, but it was very, very close. So in sum, approximately and roughly have the same meaning, just different levels of formality. Nearly means almost but not quite, or very close but not quite. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Mindful Alex. Hi, Mindful Alex. Mindful Alex says, hi, Alicia. What tense, present or future, must follow a command clause? For example, 1, let me know what you find versus let me know what you will find. 2, let me know what you find versus tell me what you will find. Thanks a lot. Yes, you need to use present tense in these example sentences. So in your case, the correct answers would be, let me know what you find and tell me what you find. The same thing is true if you change the subject. So for example, if you're requesting an update from a third person, meaning from someone outside the conversation, you can say, let me know what he finds, or tell me what she finds. So you still need to follow this present tense rule. We can't use the infinitive form of the verb there. So these are examples of what are called embedded questions. They are questions that are like inside another question, or they're questions that are inside of a statement. So like, tell me what you find. You can see that what you find is kind of like a question, but it follows a different word order. So we follow that subject, verb, object order inside embedded questions. If you want to know more about this grammar point, you can do a search for embedded questions to find some more information. I've talked about this here and there in some live streams in the past, so I hope that that's helpful for you. So yes, in sum, you need to use a present tense verb in a case like this. Keep in mind you can also use past tense if you want to as well. I hope that this is helpful for you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Alejandra. Hi, Alejandra. Alejandra says, how do I know when to reduce I have to I've and when not to? Is there any rule? Yes. When you are expressing ownership of something, you should not use the reduced form I've. Always use I have, like I have a dog, or I have a house, or I have a bag. You should not use I've in these cases. You should, however, use I've and other reduced forms when you're using perfect tense sentence structures. So for example, I've been to France, or I've never eaten horse. So when you're using that I have plus past participle verb form, you can reduce the I have part to I've. If you are talking about ownership of something, you cannot reduce the I have to I've. So yes, that is the rule in this case for reduction. You may also hear the I have in I have got to reduced to I've, as in I've got to do something, 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 but this might be a little bit more common in British English. Generally though, you can consider those first two rules I mentioned, I have for ownership and I've for perfect tense structure. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Reynaldi. Hi, Reynaldi. Reynaldi says, hi, I'm from Indonesia. Sometimes someone says opportunity and I'm confused about whether I should respond with opportunity or chance. What's the difference between those words and when is the right time to say them? Thanks. Okay, opportunity tends to sound more formal than chance. We tend to use opportunity in cases where we have received an offer, some like special offer, like a job offer, a school offer, or maybe an offer of money. We are presented with some kind of like professional or formal situation. Chance, however, is used to refer to situations that arise because of luck. So something that happened because of luck. We're not really offered anything, but it's like the timing is just right for a situation, and we have this chance, we have this option to take advantage of that situation. So to take advantage of something means that we can try to do something that would be to our benefit in that situation. So opportunity sounds more formal. It's like something is presented to you, like a job, as I said. Chance is more like for games, perhaps, or just something that happens at random and that you maybe can take advantage of. You can maybe find some benefits in. So let's take a look at some example sentences. I have 2 great job opportunities to consider. Thanks very much for this opportunity. My flight was delayed, so I had a chance to check out the airport lounge. I haven't had a chance to read that book.
How are your English listening skills? First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
A man and a woman are talking. When are they going to get a massage? My friend just opened a new massage place.
A massage place? I want to go.
Do you have time on Saturday?
I'm busy Saturday. What about Sunday?
They're closed on Sunday. How about Friday?
Okay.
When are they going to get a massage? A man and a woman are talking. When are they going to get a massage? My friend just opened a new massage place.
A massage place? I want to go.
Do you have time on Saturday?
I'm busy Saturday. What about Sunday?
They're closed on Sunday. How about Friday?
Okay.
A woman working for the design division is talking with her colleague from the research and development team. Choose the correct product packages.
We would like you to design packaging for our new chocolate products. We are planning a dual product launch. One is a sweet chocolate containing 30% cacao. The other is a bittersweet one with 80% cacao.
All right, so do we want the 30% and 80% descriptions to stand out?
Yes, maybe we can have them in the center of the package or use different colors.
All right, for the sweet chocolate, how about using a red box with black letters saying 30%? And for the bittersweet one, we can use a black box with red letters saying 80%.
Right. Or how about using golden letters for both? I think that would be better for the luxurious image we're trying to create.
Good idea. I think we should also frame letters with white to make them clearer. As for the layout design, would it be okay to say cacao on the upper left, then a picture of the chocolate in the center, and the cacao percentage on the lower right?
Yes, and please use a bigger font for the percentage. Also, I'd like you to use a different font style from the product name and make sure to make it bold.
Got it. We will send you an email when the packages are ready. When do you need them by?
Would it be possible to have them by the end of the week?
By the end of the week? Okay, we will try our best. Choose the correct product packages. A woman working for the design division is talking with her colleague from the research and development team. Choose the correct product packages.
We would like you to design packaging for our new chocolate products. We are planning a dual product launch. One is a sweet chocolate containing 30% cacao. The other is a bittersweet one with 80% cacao.
All right, so do we want the 30% and 80% descriptions to stand out?
Yes, maybe we can have them in the center of the package or use different colors.
All right, for the sweet chocolate, how about using a red box with black letters saying 30%? And for the bittersweet one, we can use a black box with red letters saying 80%.
Right. Or how about using golden letters for both? I think that would be better for the luxurious image we're trying to create.
Good idea. I think we should also frame letters with white to make them clearer. As for the layout design, would it be okay to say cacao on the upper left, then a picture of the chocolate in the center, and the cacao percentage on the lower right?
Yes, and please use a bigger font for the percentage. Also, I'd like you to use a different font style from the product name and make sure to make it bold.
Got it. We will send you an email when the packages are ready. When do you need them by?
Would it be possible to have them by the end of the week?
By the end of the week? Okay, we will try our best. Coffee shop employees are talking about their sales. Choose the graph they are looking at.
We had good sales from December to February.
Yes, the limited edition items worked out very well, but I'm sorry to see that the new product launched in March didn't sell well and ended up dragging down overall sales for that month.
We had our worst sales numbers in October and March. In general, our sales were steadily increasing, but October was the worst month of the second half.
In October, a competitor opened up a shop nearby, and at the beginning, they lured in our customers. I'm relieved to see that our customers are coming back.
Yes, that's good news. Looking at our customer data by gender and age, we can see that more than half of our customers are women in their 20s and 30s. This means we will have to come up with some new campaign ideas to keep those customers coming back.
Besides our regular coffee products, we can try to offer more side dish choices.
Yes, but about 20% of our customers are men in their 20s and 30s. So we need to think of services that appeal to them as well.
Offering free Wi Fi would appeal to all customers in that age range.
You're right. Let's consider implementing that idea.
Choose the graph they are looking at. Coffee shop employees are talking about their sales. Choose the graph they are looking at.
We had good sales from December to February.
Yes, the limited edition items worked out very well, but I'm sorry to see that the new product launched in March didn't sell well and ended up dragging down overall sales for that month.
We had our worst sales numbers in October and March. In general, our sales were steadily increasing, but October was the worst month of the second half.
In October, a competitor opened up a shop nearby, and at the beginning, they lured in our customers. I'm relieved to see that our customers are coming back.
Yes, that's good news. Looking at our customer data by gender and age, we can see that more than half of our customers are women in their 20s and 30s. This means we will have to come up with some new campaign ideas to keep those customers coming back.
Besides our regular coffee products, we can try to offer more side dish choices.
Yes, but about 20% of our customers are men in their 20s and 30s. So we need to think of services that appeal to them as well.
Offering free Wi Fi would appeal to all customers in that age range.
You're right. Let's consider implementing that idea.
A man is making a complaint about products he bought online. What is he going to exchange? Hello, this is the customer service line.
Hello, I just received a package from your company, but it is not what I ordered.
I'm sorry, what exactly was wrong?
I ordered a jacket with 3 buttons, but the one I got has only 2.
I see, that must be a wrong model. We are terribly sorry about it. We will exchange that right away if you just use the prepaid return shipping label included in your package to send it back.
Great. Also, this shirt looks different from the one I saw on your website. It's not what I expected, so I want to return it as well.
How is it different?
I thought it was a t-shirt without a collar, but it turned out to be a polo shirt with a collar.
I see. Have you already cut the tag off?
Yes, I have, but this is really not what is pictured on the website. Can I still return it?
Sir, we do have this shirt both with and without the collar. Our data shows that you chose the one with it.
Really? Then I must have clicked the wrong item.
We can exchange a product as long as the tag is attached, but it would be difficult to do so if it is already cut off.
I see. Then can you just exchange the jacket, please?
Of course, again, we are sorry for the inconvenience. What is he going to exchange? A man is making a complaint about products he bought online. What is he going to exchange? Hello, this is the customer service line.
Hello, I just received a package from your company, but it is not what I ordered.
I'm sorry, what exactly was wrong?
I ordered a jacket with 3 buttons, but the one I got has only 2.
I see, that must be a wrong model. We are terribly sorry about it. We will exchange that right away if you just use the prepaid return shipping label included in your package to send it back.
Great. Also, this shirt looks different from the one I saw on your website. It's not what I expected, so I want to return it as well.
How is it different?
I thought it was a t-shirt without a collar, but it turned out to be a polo shirt with a collar.
I see. Have you already cut the tag off?
Yes, I have, but this is really not what is pictured on the website. Can I still return it?
Sir, we do have this shirt both with and without the collar. Our data shows that you chose the one with it.
Really? Then I must have clicked the wrong item.
We can exchange a product as long as the tag is attached, but it would be difficult to do so if it is already cut off.
I see. Then can you just exchange the jacket, please?
Of course. Again, we are sorry for the inconvenience.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to say thank you in English. I'm also going to talk about some responses that you can use if someone says thank you to you. So let's get started by looking at some expressions to say thank you in English. First, let's begin with the most basic expression, thank you. So thank you is easy to remember, it's polite, and you can use it in basically any situation. You can use it at work, with your friends, whatever. Slightly more casual is thanks, thanks. So thanks is good to use with friends or for small favors. You cannot say thanks you, however. You can use thank you or thanks. Some other things we do with the expression thank you are we add these 2 words to the end of it. We use thank you very or thank you so much. Thank you very much or thank you so much. One thing we do when we use so is we often make the O sound really long. Thank you so much. So that can help us show our appreciation in a more like kind of casual and friendly way. The difference between so and very here is that so sounds more casual. I would use so with my friends and thank you very much in like a work situation or some situation where I want to sound a little more polite. So thank you so much or thank you very much. Those sound great. You can use them anytime. Let's look at the next 3 then. The next 3 here I've marked as thank you expressions you can use when you want to say thank you for a specific action, when you want to use like a verb, thank you for doing some verb, or when you want to use like a specific noun. So this one, this thank you, there's nothing specific. In this expression, or in these 3 expressions, we want to share something specific. So these patterns are thank you for something something ing. So thank you for helping me, for example. Or thank you for cleaning the house. Thank you for studying with me, for example. So in this pattern, I'm using the ing, the progressive form of the verb. You can change this, like thank you for the gift, thank you for the present, thank you for your time, for example. So you can use a verb, as I've done here, or a noun phrase. This one is similar. Many thanks for something. So again, we can use this same ing form of a verb, or we can use a noun phrase. This sounds a little bit more polite than this expression. Many thanks for the meeting yesterday. Many thanks for helping me with the files I needed to put together. So this one sounds a little bit more formal. I tend to use this one at the beginning of a work email, like many thanks for the information or many thanks for the files. I like to use this in work emails. If you want to make it even more formal, you can try this one. I greatly appreciate. I greatly appreciate your time, or I greatly appreciate you attending our conference this year. I greatly appreciate all the work you did for the event. So I greatly appreciate sounds really formal, or when you really, really want to communicate strong thanks to someone. I greatly appreciate. I greatly appreciate. So you can choose a verb or a noun to use here. Okay, so as I said, this one is rather formal. We can use an expression like this when we're working in like an organization. So I mentioned in this case you might use it for like a work situation. This next one is similar. We express our sincere appreciation for something. So we express this we means like our company, our team, our organization. We express, so express means share or say in some way, communicate. Our sincere, so this is like sincerely at the end of an email, like truly, honestly, genuinely. We express our sincere appreciation, our like gratitude, for this thing you did. So here we see for, which means we can follow this same pattern actually. You can remove this. We express our sincere appreciation. That's fine. That becomes kind of like a general thank you. But if you want to make it specific, you can add this for and follow the same pattern we talked about for these phrases. So we express our sincere appreciation for your support, for example. That's kind of a very company or organization specific sentence or expression of gratitude. We express our sincere appreciation for your donation, for example. So I feel perhaps this one might use noun phrases more than verbs, not always, but perhaps more noun phrases here. So yes, this is good for formal situations, especially in organizations, because we use this we here. Of course, you can change these so that you use we or he or she, like a we greatly appreciate is fine to use as well. Just depends on your situation. Anyway, let's continue on to the next expression, which is thank you kindly for. So you'll notice that this is very similar to these, like thank you or thank you for. The difference here is we have this kindly. So we're including kindly, which shows I feel like kind of this gratitude and I want to express that I have kind feelings for you. Thank you kindly for something. So it's a nice and also kind of polite expression actually. So you might think, oh, this sounds friendly, but this is something we use more in work emails. I would not use this with a friend actually. This would sound too polite to use with a friend. So this is good in work situations like thank you kindly for the email, thank you kindly for the files, thank you kindly for meeting with me this afternoon. So it sounds formal, and it's when you want to express that kind of kind feeling as well. Okay, let's go to the next one. This one is thank you for your understanding. This is a set phrase, so we don't change this part. This thank you for your understanding. This remains the same always. So thank you for your understanding. This is a polite expression. We use it for changes and for inconveniences. So let's say, for example, you receive a letter in the mail and it's from like your mobile phone company, for example, and they say there's a change to your contract. Thank you for your understanding. So it's kind of sharing like some kind of information, and this expression shows like we appreciate in advance that you understand the situation. So it's like we're going to make this change, so thank you. Thank you for maybe not getting angry, or thank you for just understanding the situation, really. So this is a formal expression used for like changes to things, and you'll also see it, like I said, for inconveniences. For example, at like a construction site, if there's lots of noise or if it's really dirty and dusty, there might be a sign that says, you know, construction in progress, which means we're working now, we're building something now. Thank you for your understanding. So we appreciate your understanding of the situation. So it's kind of like an apology and thank you at the same time. So this is a set phrase. You can use this in your organization, in your company, but this is one that's too formal to use with friends. I would not use this with friends. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I really appreciate it. So I have I and really in parentheses here because we can drop these from the sentence and make a very casual, this is a very casual way to express thanks. So by that I mean among friends, we'll often just say appreciate it or just appreciated as well. If you want to make a full sentence, you can say, I appreciate it, or I really appreciate it. Those are great too. You will hear native speakers just drop it though. Appreciate it. So it sounds friendly, it sounds like you really express your thanks, and it's just kind of a quick expression that you can use. So this is good for your coworkers and colleagues. You can use this with friends as well. It won't sound too polite. So this is great. Perhaps a little bit more polite than just thank you. So you can use it with friends, like if your friend has done you kind of an interesting favor, for example. Okay, let's go on to the last one. The last one is actually two, but this is kind of casual, friendly, and perhaps unique to certain people. So some people might choose to use these, some people might not. Anyway, the expressions are thanks a bunch and thanks a million. Thanks a million. I'm a person who sometimes uses thanks a bunch. So a bunch means a lot of something. It's like saying thanks a lot, but thanks a bunch, which is a casual word, is less formal. It's very it's very casual, something we would use with friends. I would use this if my friend did something small that helped me. Thanks a bunch. You might get the feeling that it's used by people who have kind of like an upbeat personality, perhaps. I feel that this tends to be used more among women, actually, too. Thanks a million, on the other hand, is one that I don't hear as often as thanks a bunch. So again, a million is a big number. We do not say thanks 100 or thanks 1,000 or thanks a trillion. We only say thanks a million. So again, this means thank you very much, really, but it's a casual, friendly way of saying it. So like I said, I tend to hear a bunch more, and it tends to be used more for women, though it's okay for men to use as well. So thanks a bunch, thanks a million. Those are good ones to use with your friends if you like. So to conclude then, how do you respond when someone says thank you? So I made a big list of some very common responses for thank you. So most of these we use, and they don't actually mean anything other than like agreement. So at the top here is maybe my favorite, sure. So if someone says thank you, I say sure, or I say sure thing, sure thing. This is like, it's a sure thing. So it's kind of like saying it's real, it's true, it's genuine. Sure thing. This is another common one that's very casual, very friendly. Many people like to use one of these. No problem, no problem. Or no prob, no prob. So prob is just the short version. The lem has been cut off of problem. So no prob is quite casual, more casual than no problem. So these are all okay to use at work with your friends, with your family members. I would not use them in a formal situation though. Continuing, you bet, you bet. Again, another one, it's like saying no problem. Not a problem for me, of course I will help you, or of course, no problem. Yep is like a casual way of saying yes. Yep, yep, instead of yes. So yes sounds actually a little too polite. We don't use yes so much, we might say yep instead. Another one, no sweat. No sweat is kind of cute. No sweat means like there's no reason for you to sweat. So we sweat maybe when we get, of course, warm, but when we feel nervous or upset or anxious about something. So no sweat means like don't worry about it. It's not a problem. No sweat. So this one's quite friendly as well. Another one, for sure. This is similar to sure. So for sure is another very positive, upbeat, quick way to say a response to thank you. This one is very common in work situations. And this is important. I've made this part in capital letters, the U here, because the emphasis on your response here is important. If someone says, thank you, and you say, no, thank you, it's like showing that both parties, both people did something that helps the other person. So for example, if someone comes to set up the camera for this shoot, and I say, thank you, they might say, no, thank you, because I'm going to make something with what they've set up. So we're helping each other. So we can use an expression like this, no, thank you. So your intonation matters here. Okay, another one is of course, of course. So it's like saying, of course I would help you, of course I want to help you, or like it was no problem for me. We have a good relationship. That's the feeling here. I have included this, you're welcome, on the list, but this is not used that often. It's correct to say if someone says, thank you, you're welcome. You can use this. It's less friendly, I feel, than the other ones. You're welcome, you're welcome. You can use this if you don't know the other person, or if it's like a stranger, you might use this. Like a stranger holds the door open for you, and you say, thank you. That person might say, you're welcome. So this one is less familiar. So you can use this, but again, perhaps something that's a little bit closer, like in terms of relationship would be good. Finally, not at all is like no problem, no problem. So if someone says thank you, you can say not at all. It's like, it means like it was no trouble for me. It was no problem for me. So we can use all of these to respond to thank yous. In most cases, you can apply them to any of these situations, like thank you. If someone says thank you, sure thing, yep, no sweat. You can use all of them if you want, and you can combine them. But generally, just choose one, that's fine, and try to use a mix of these to respond. Keep in mind, though, that if someone uses a more formal expression, like I greatly appreciate your help, or we express our sincere appreciation for, your response should be kind of matching in that formality level. So we express our sincere appreciation for your support. If you see that, then you might use for example, we really appreciate the opportunity to work with you. So something like that, where you kind of return the same expression, might be better than just using a casual expression like these for conversations. So you can kind of feel that as you maybe level up your ways to say thank you. But in general, these are some pretty good responses for you to start with. Okay, so I'm going to end there. I hope that that was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or have some different ways to say thank you, there are many, or some different responses, there are many, please let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about phrasal verbs that use go. So remember, a phrasal verb is a verb plus a preposition and then sometimes something extra. So today I'm going to introduce a few common phrasal verbs with go that maybe you haven't heard of. There are quite a lot with this verb, so I want to introduce some that hopefully you can use right away. Let's get started. Okay, the first phrasal verb I want to talk about is go ahead. Go ahead. This means permission or encouragement to do something before others. So I've noticed on this channel, for example, many viewers like to use go ahead, but they mean please continue. Go ahead does not have the meaning of please continue something. It means feel free to do something before me. So an example of using go ahead might be go ahead and eat. For example, I'm going to be home late today. Go ahead and eat dinner. So go ahead means before me. So go ahead and do something. We'll follow go ahead oftentimes with and. Go ahead of me and do something. Some verb will follow this. So in this case, go ahead and eat is a very common way that we use this one. Okay, let's move along to the next phrasal verb, which is go along with. To go along with something means to temporarily means for a short time only, to temporarily believe something that may be false. So here I put may be false. This could be a story, it could be a plan, it could be like just the way that someone is behaving. But this means to temporarily believe. So yes, temporarily can be a very short time, but this could be over weeks, months, or years. So it's something that perhaps has an end point at some point in time. That doesn't have to be very soon, but you temporarily believe or you pretend to believe something. Here's an example. I don't want to go along with this plan. I don't want to go along with this plan. So here there's a noun phrase. I don't want to go along with this plan means I don't want to pretend this plan is okay. So kind of the feeling here of to go along with something is that you're believing it and you're like pretending that you're agreeing with that thing or you're participating in that thing. So to go along with something, it can have a negative meaning. It can also have kind of like a positive feeling, like for example, a surprise birthday party. Like we need her to go along with the idea that she's not meeting her friends today, for example. Like we need her to temporarily believe she's not meeting her friends. But it can have a negative feeling, like here, I don't want to go along with this plan. Maybe the plan is bad or the plan is kind of evil somehow. So to go along with something is to believe something or to like continue doing something, to pretend to agree with something that may not be true. Okay, so let's continue on to the next phrasal verb. The next phrasal verb is to go around. To go around. This has two meanings actually. The first is to be enough for a group, to be enough for a group. The second one is one that you probably or maybe already know, which is to move past something by moving around it. So there's some obstacle that you face and you move around that obstacle. So that one is probably a little easier to understand, moving around physically an obstacle in order to pass the obstacle. However, the one I want to focus on for this lesson is this one, to be enough for a group, to go around. So in an example sentence, do we have drinks to go around? So here, do we have drinks to go around as a question means, do we have enough drinks for all the people in our group? So go around is a shorter way to say that. So you can imagine if you have a group of people in a circle, you can like give each person one of something. So that means to go around. There's enough of something to go around. You will sometimes hear people include enough in a phrase like this. Do we have enough drinks to go around? So this refers to having enough of something for everyone in a group. Okay, let's move along to the next expression. The next phrasal verb is go away, go away. This is probably one that many of you know. To go away is often used as a command without the to, just go away, command form. So it means to move away from the current location, like to move away from the whiteboard, for example, or to move away from the camera. So you're moving away from something. So you're not getting closer. It's the opposite direction. But like I said, we often use it as commands. So to tell someone to go away, to tell a pet to go away. Another example, I wish these bugs would go away. I wish these bugs would go away. So in other words, go away from me. Go away from me, from the speaker. So when we say go away, and it doesn't have this kind of like reference point, it tends to mean like from the speaker's location. So I wish these bugs would go away from me. Okay, let's move along to the next phrasal verb. The next one is go back or go back to. So you'll see these both used. So to go back to, something, let's use that. To go back to something means to return to a previous location. Or you can use it for a phase, like a step in a project, or you can use it for a person. To go back to a person. To go back to a certain phase of your project, to go back to a place. So we use this when we've made progress in some way, or we've changed our life in some way, and we return to something that we did earlier, or we return to a person that we associated with earlier. When we use this expression to talk about people, it's often because we're talking about a romantic relationship. Like, for example, he went back to his ex-girlfriend, or she went back to her former boss, for example. So there's something that like we knew in the past, we knew was true about the person in the past, and they returned to that point. So we can use go back to refer to that. More commonly, perhaps, though, is when we just want to return to something we saw earlier. For example, go back to slide 2, please. So if you're giving a presentation, you could say, go back to slide 2. Please return to slide 2. So everyone saw slide 2. I, the speaker, the presenter, want to return to that slide for some reason. So go back to something is to return to something. Okay, let's move along to another one that's very similar. So we talked about go back or go back to. Now let's look at go back on. So to go back on something is to choose not to do something as promised. So we tend to use this expression with promises or agreements of some kind. So to go back on a promise means you make the promise and then your actions do not align with the promise. So in an example sentence, the president went back on his promises. So to go back on his promises. This means the president made a promise and the president's actions did not match that promise. So for example, the president of the company said he would give all employees their birthday off. And then the president decided not to do that in the end. So he made a choice, he or she made a choice not to make that birthday policy happen. So that would be an example of the president going back on his promise. So choosing not to do a thing that you promised to do. In some cases, people will do the opposite of what they promised to do. We can use that as well. So to go back on and to go back to are quite different. Keep in mind, to go back on always sounds quite negative. To go back to doesn't necessarily sound negative. It can, depending on what is being returned to. Like if a person is going back to a negative relationship, for example, it could feel negative. But to go back on does have that negative feeling of like betrayal. Okay, so let's continue on to the next phrasal verb, which is go for, to go for something. To go for something means to try to obtain something or someone, to try to get something or to try to get someone. So when I say to get someone here, this can mean like to get someone as like a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or it can mean to try to get someone to participate in something. So you want someone to join like a party or a conference or something similar. You can use this expression in that case. So let's look at an example. She's going for the gold medal. So very common in the Olympics and sporting events in general. She's going for. Here I have the progressive tense. She's going for. That means she's trying to get the gold medal. She's going for the gold is also a way that we say this. So in this case, it's an object. If you want to use it to talk about a person, you could say like, oh, I tried to go for that girl or that guy across the room, but he or she wasn't interested, for example. So you're trying to get or you're trying to attract a person. Okay, let's move along to the next one, which is go in on, to go in on something. Careful, go back on and go in on are quite different. Go in on something. To go in on something means to become one of a group of people investing in something. So investing, in many cases, this means investing money in something, in probably most cases with this expression. So you and some other people have decided you all want the same thing, and you invest your resources in that thing. An example, I went in on a shared office. So here we have past tense. I went in on a shared office. So shared office is the thing that each person wants in this group. We don't know how many people, but we use I went in on. This shows us that there are other people who want the same thing, though we don't have to mention the other people. I went in on a shared office. So I invested money, perhaps time, effort, resources, in order to get this shared office with other people. So to go in on something, it does have kind of a cooperative feeling about it. It's neither positive nor negative, really. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is go off. To go off. So to go off, when you're talking about people, to go off means to lose your temper. It means like to shout or to yell angrily. To go off. You'll also hear when something goes off, it could be like an alarm, like the alarm went off this morning. So it has kind of the same feel though. Like when a person goes off, they lose their temper, they shout, they scream. When an alarm goes off, it makes a lot of noise. So you can imagine it's sort of like an object losing its temper or an object making a lot of noise as well. So we can use this for a few objects, but we use it a lot for people's tempers as well, their emotions. Example, a guy went off at a cop. So here you'll see, yes, I've used it in the past tense, a guy went off at a cop. We can use at after this to show the recipient of the anger. So in this case, a cop. So cop is slang for a police officer. So a guy went off, lost his temper at a police officer. I've used at here. You will also hear on. Like my mom went off on me is another common one, or my mom went off at me. You might hear both of those. I think I probably use on more often, but you may hear at as well. So to go off on someone means to lose your temper with someone. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is to go out, to go out. So to go out means just to leave your home, to leave your home. So this can be used, I feel, positively to refer to doing activities outside of your house. It's like you're going to do something fun. For example, why don't we go out tonight? Why don't we go out tonight? So this is one that you can use when you're thinking about like planning activities. So let's go out, or we went out to a movie last night, for example. So to go out sounds like you're out and about doing things. Okay, let's move on to the next one then. The next one is the expression go together, to go together. So yes, this does mean to physically go to another location with someone. Like let's go together, let's go to the movies together. But this also has the meaning of suiting, like to suit or to combine well, to suit or to combine well. So we use this a lot for clothing actually. So a really common example sentence with clothing, do these shoes and this shirt go together? So the speaker here is asking about two things, a pair of shoes, these shoes, the plural, and this shirt. So the speaker is asking, do these two sort of parts to my look go together? So one point to be careful about, go together does not mean match. So to match means two things are exactly the same, 100% the same. To go together means they combine well. They combine nicely. They look good together. So you'll often hear people actually drop this together. People will sometimes say like, do these shoes and this shirt go? Do they go? Instead of go together. So when we say go in this way, it means do they suit each other? Like do they combine nicely? So we use this a lot for talking about our clothes and for our appearance. So keep an eye out for this one, it's quite common. Okay, let's move on to the next one, to go with something or to go with someone. To go with or to go, to go with something, to go with someone means to choose, to choose. We use this a lot in restaurants and kind of in any situation where we're making plans. Like, for example, I'm going to go with the steak. I'm going to go with the steak. So here I have go with followed by the object the speaker chooses. I'm going to go with the steak. So I chose the steak, or I choose the steak. If you're using this to talk about a person, you might be planning something, like you're planning a team. Like, I'm going to go with person A for this role in my company, or this role at the event. I'm going to go with person B for this role. So when you're choosing people, or maybe you're choosing teams for something, you could use go with. It sounds kind of like a casual way of choosing someone. Instead of choose, like I choose this person, I choose that person, using go with sounds a little bit lighter, a little less formal. Okay, so let's continue to the last one in this list, which is go without, to go without. So to go without something means to do something without typical items or typical people. So there's some like common task, some kind of well-known task or well-known activity, but you have to do that thing without something that you usually use. So an example, I had to go without rain gear for my hike. So imagine it's a rainy day and the speaker had to go on this hike, but without his or her rain gear, with no rain gear, without using this thing that he or she usually uses. So to go without something, this does have a negative nuance, that this thing that I need, or this thing that I prefer to have, that it's common to have, I did not have that for a task or an activity that I was doing. So to go without something. In another example, like maybe I could say, I had to go without a microphone for this lesson. Like it would maybe make it less of a good experience. The experience would not be as good, or it would be difficult to do things. So to go without something does tend to sound a little bit more negative. Okay, so this is a lot of information, I know, but this is just a quick introduction to some phrasal verbs that use the word go. If you have any other questions, or if you want to know some more about other phrasal verbs that use go, I would highly recommend checking a dictionary. There are a lot of words, a lot of expressions that use go. So please take a look at a dictionary for some more information and some more example sentences as well. Of course, if you have questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about all, every, and each. I'm going to share some differences in how we use these words and a lot of example sentences. So let's get started. Okay, I want to begin this lesson by talking about all. All is a word we use to mean 100% of something. We can use all with the plural form of a noun. So let's look at some example sentences with all. The first one, all students must purchase the textbook. All students. So here I've used students, the plural form of student. All students must purchase the textbook. This might be on like the class outline for like a course of some kind at a school. All students must purchase the textbook. In other words, 100% of students must purchase the textbook. In this case, students means students in this course, or students taking this course. All students in the course must purchase the textbook. Let's look at the next example. All the gorillas escaped the zoo. So this is a strange example sentence, but here you might notice, yes, I've used the plural form, all the gorillas. Yes, again, S form, or rather plural form here. All the gorillas escaped the zoo. So lots of students ask why the here, no the here. We use the, as you'll see in these other example sentences, when we want to refer to something specific to the situation that we know about from like prior to this sentence. So before this sentence, we had some information. So here, of course, it's an example sentence, so we don't have information, but this is something you might see in the news. So as a reporter or someone is sharing information about a story, they give a small detail, like gorillas in this case. And then when we want to talk about those same gorillas later in the conversation, we would use all the gorillas. So those gorillas we talked about earlier in the conversation. So that's why you'll see the used sometimes and not used in other times, like here. Like I could say all the students in the class must purchase the textbook. That's okay. We just need to make sure we use the when the person reading or listening understands like which noun you're talking about. So this is an example of how it might be used. So all, meaning 100%. 100% of the gorillas in this situation escaped the zoo. Let's move on to the next sentence, which also uses the. We weren't able to recover all of the files. We weren't able to recover all of the files. So here, all connects with files. Again, the plural form, files. So again, all of the files, or we weren't able to recover all the files is also okay. You can drop this of if you like, but you may hear it. So again, we're using the files. So in this situation, the we here, they're trying to recover, like regain or find something that's lost or damaged. So what are they looking for? These files in particular. So there's some understanding between the speaker and listener here, and the speaker, in this case, we, they want to indicate these files specifically. We weren't able to recover all of the files. So the files we were talking about in a previous conversation, for example. Okay, finally, all 15 of the students graduated. All 15 of the students graduated. So again, I'm using students here. In this case, I have the. So all 15 students graduated is also okay. It's just a small nuance in conversation. If you're talking maybe in a news story about 15 students who made a special project together or something maybe interesting happened to these students, or maybe they had a terrible experience, but you want to report those same 15 students graduated. All 15 of the students graduated. You would use the to talk about those same students you introduced earlier in your conversation. So saying something like all 15 students graduated is also okay, but we use the to really emphasize those students we referred to earlier. So we use all to refer to 100% of something, and we use it with the plural form of a noun, as we've shown here. Okay, so with this in mind, let's continue to every. Every then. Every is used to talk about all parts in a group. So yes, it means all of something, but we want to talk about all in terms of the parts of that thing. So I'll show some examples of this in just a moment. We use every with the singular form of a noun. We used all with the plural form. We're going to use every with the singular form of a noun. Every also has this use. We can use it before a time period to express frequency. So for example, every day, every month, every year, every summer. That expresses frequency. So 100% of days, 100% of summers. You can imagine it has that meaning. We cannot use all in this way. Finally, we can use every with single for emphasis. Every single something, like every single, and we'll see some examples of this. A couple of points I want to mention here. First, let's look at this one. Regarding this time period point, make sure when you're writing that you use a space after every. So when you write every day, for example, I've noticed this is a point for many learners. When you write every day, make sure to write every space day. Why? Because every day is an adjective, so without a space here. Every day. Every day is an adjective, so that means regular or common or something that's typical. So for example, what are your everyday activities? Or this is an everyday task, meaning a regular or common task. So please be careful. Every day and every day have different functions, so please keep this in mind. Okay, with that said, Let's take a look at some examples. First one, every single person in our class failed the test. Every single person in our class failed the test. Here I have single in parentheses, so this is just sort of like an optional emphasis expression. Every single person, here I have the singular. I talked about how we have to use the singular person here. Every single person in our class failed the test. That means we want to emphasize the individual people in the class. So yes, this means 100% of people, but when I really want to emphasize the individuals there as parts of this whole, I use every. And this adds to that emphasis, every single. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Here, every team member has his or her own specialty. So again, I'm using the singular form. Every team member, every team member. So here, we have a team. So we know that it's a group of people, and we want to talk about the individuals in that group as parts of the whole. So every team member has his or her own specialty. I use every to talk about that. I could use single here if I wanted to, every single team member, and that would make it sound even stronger. But we use this to emphasize, again, parts in a whole. Okay, the next example sentence is, we go jogging together every weekend. We go jogging together every weekend. So this every is this time period one, this frequency one that I talked about. We go jogging together every weekend. So every comes before my time period. This means 100% of weekends we go jogging together. We go jogging together every weekend. We could change this to every summer or every Tuesday or every day, for example. But again, make sure to keep a space between every and the following word, especially when you're using day. Okay, finally, I listen to music every single day. So again, I'm using this as a frequency expression. I listen to music every day. I can use single here as well. So I'm emphasizing every day in this case. I really want to make it clear, like I love music, so I listen to it every single day, like without fail. So we can combine this frequency expression, every something, with single to emphasize. Okay, great. So this is an introduction to every. Let's move on now to each. So each is used, again, similar to every, when we want to talk about the individual units in something. So the slight difference in feeling here is that when we're using every, we're talking about parts in a whole. So like every team member, for example, or every student in the class. There's some whole, like some larger group we can imagine. With each, yes, there maybe is like a larger group, but we really want to focus on individuals. We really want the emphasis to be on the individual unit of something. Second point, we use each when there are only two of something. So I'll show you some examples of when this can be important. But if there are only two of the thing you're talking about, use each to describe that, not every. Okay, finally, we can use this with the plural and the singular forms of nouns, so both are okay. And there are a few different patterns that we can take. Finally, you might see this expression, each and every. Each and every is a set phrase. We cannot use every and each. We don't use that. Please use each and every. We use this before a noun, or again, we could use this before like a day or weekend to emphasize. So this is another emphasizing phrase, each and every. Okay, let's look at some examples of using each. First, each of the computers crashed. Each of the computers crashed. So this could mean two computers and both of them crashed. That could mean it. Or it could mean like each computer in like a computer lab crashed. We could use it in that way. So sentences like these maybe don't always give all the information. We need to know a little bit about the situation. But this is an example of how we could use each with a plural noun. Each of the computers crashed. We cannot say each computer's crashed. We could say each computer crashed, but we cannot say each computer's crashed. Each of the computers is okay. Okay, next one. Each one of the companies donated to charity. Each one of the companies donated to charity. That means in some situation, like an event, for example, and all of the companies that attended the event, so each one of those companies, we want to emphasize the individual companies there. So each one of the companies donated to charity. So again, I'm using the plural form. So I could say each company donated to charity as well. That's okay. All right, let's move on to some more examples with the singular form. So each person helped clean the park. Each person helped clean the park. So maybe it's a volunteer organization and many people come, and you can say each person helped clean the park. So again, emphasizing the individuals there. Finally, marathon participants will each receive a t-shirt. Marathon participants will each receive a t-shirt. So that means if you participate in the marathon, you will receive a t-shirt. And that's true for 100% of marathon participants. So we could use maybe all to talk about this, or maybe even every to talk about these situations. We would just need to make some changes. Like, for example, all marathon participants will receive a t-shirt is okay as well. Or what's another good example? Like, all of the companies donated to charity. That's okay too. So the difference in those cases is just that each gives more emphasis to an individual. All is more about like a large number of something. So to finish this lesson, I want to look at a few example sentences and point out why they're natural or unnatural. So I hope that this helps you. First, actually, you'll notice these are very similar. First one, this sentence is okay. She wears earrings on each ear. She wears earrings on each ear. So I've used each in this sentence, and it sounds natural because there are only two. In most situations, I think, people probably have just 2 ears. So each means 1, 2, both of them. She wears earrings on each ear sounds very natural. The next example sentence is not natural though. She wears earrings on every ear. This sounds strange because every is used to refer to part of a group. So we use 2 for each, and we only have 2 ears for most of us. So every refers to something with like more than 2. In this case, it sounds really strange because we don't expect someone to have more than 2 ears. So every sounds bizarre. I don't recommend it. Same thing with the next one. She wears earrings on all ears. So again, all refers to a large number of something. So all ears does not sound natural because we have just 2 ears. So in cases like these, like maybe you're talking about body parts, for example, it's going to sound much more natural to use each when you're talking about something you have only 2 of. However, let's go on to these next 3 sentences, which all sound natural. She wears a ring on every finger. She wears a ring on every finger. This sentence sounds fine because for most people, we have 10 fingers. It's a large number. And so we want to say, in this case, she wears a ring, so 1 ring, on every finger. So we're emphasizing these individual parts of the whole, of all of our fingers, this group that is our fingers. The next one is also natural. She wears rings on all her fingers. You might hear some people drop her. She wears rings on all fingers. So that means we're emphasizing like the total here. So we're not talking so much about the individual fingers, but just all. She wears rings on all her fingers. Finally, she wears a ring on each finger is also okay to use. So she wears a ring on each finger if you really want to emphasize one by one these individual fingers. So this one has the strongest feeling of like individuality, one by one. Every would be next. She wears a ring on every finger. And then when you want to emphasize like a group feeling, she wears rings on all her fingers. So just keep in mind sentences like these are definitely not natural. and I don't recommend you use them because it's going to sound really strange. So try to focus on sentences like these. I hope that this helps you. Okay, but if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this lesson we're going to talk about the verb lie. Let's get started. The basic definition of the verb lie is to be in or to move to a horizontal position. Examples: I'm gonna lie on the sofa and read a book. We lay in the grass enjoying the sun. Now let's look at the conjugations of this verb. Present, lie, lies. Past, lay. Past participle, laying. Progressive, lying. Now let's talk about some additional meanings for this verb. The first additional meaning is to have a certain place or position. Examples: the town lies at the base of the mountains. Here lies the famous poet. So in these example sentences, lie refers to the position of something. In the first example sentence, the town lies at the base of the mountains. It means the town is located at the base of the mountains. The town's position is at the base of the mountains. In the second example sentence, here lies the famous poet, it means here is the famous poet. This is the location of the famous poet. However, this is sort of a special expression. Here lies person is used for the body of a person who has died, a person who has passed away. When we want to describe the location where their body is, we say, here lies so-and-so. Here lies the famous poet. Here lies my former pet, for example. So you can use it for pets, I suppose, too. But here lies before the person. Let's go to the second additional meaning for this verb. The second additional meaning is to purposefully give false information. Examples: don't lie to me. The company found out she lied on her resume. So this use of lie refers to someone purposefully, meaning they plan to share information that is not true. It's false, or there's something that's not correct about it. So they're doing it on purpose. It's not just a simple mistake, it's a plan. So a lie is typically regarded as a bad thing, though there are some situations where we might lie to, I don't know, help a situation. That's beside the point. But in the first example sentence, don't lie to me, it means don't tell me false information. Don't say things to me that are not true. In the second example sentence, lie is used to refer to lying on a resume. A resume is a document you give to a potential employer. It lists your work experience and your education history, whatever is relevant, related to that job. To lie on your resume means to submit false information on your resume, information that is not true. So this is a big problem. This is not a good thing to do. So lying is considered bad. So we use the verb lie to refer to that action, to give false information. The third additional meaning is to belong to, to belong to. Let's look at some examples. Responsibility for the success of this project lies with you. The secret to this dish lies in the sauce. So this might be a little bit tough to understand, but let's look at the examples carefully. So this meaning of lie, to belong to, can be attached to people, to talk about their responsibilities or their obligations. It can also be attached to objects, as we see in the second example sentence, to talk about some kind of characteristic or feature of those things. In the first example sentence, we see the responsibility for the success of the project lies with you. In other words, the responsibility belongs to you. You have the responsibility of making this project successful. In the second example sentence, we see some special characteristic described. So it's about the sauce there. So like the secret to the dish's deliciousness, perhaps, is in the sauce. So it belongs to the sauce. So there's something special about the sauce that makes the dish delicious. In other words, the secret to the dish lies in the sauce, belongs to the sauce. There's something in the sauce that makes it special. So you can think of this use of lie as meaning belong to describe responsibility or a special feature, something like that. There's a special, something that consists within that thing. Let's go to some variations now. Some variations with the verb lie. The first one is to lie low, to lie low. This means to be quiet or to refrain from activities, usually because you want to hide for some reason. Some examples. I'm gonna lie low until all this drama is over. Let's lie low and see what our competitors do. So the image here of lie low, like if you can remember back to the basic definition of the verb to lie, which means to be in or to move to a horizontal position, like you lie in bed. If you lie low, it sounds like you're maybe at that horizontal position, but at a low level, like you're hiding, kind of. So we use this as an expression to mean like we want to be out of sight, like we don't want to be seen. So maybe we did something embarrassing or disgraceful, or maybe there's trouble out there, like at work or in society, or something that we don't want to be involved in, something we don't want to be connected in for a while. So we can say, I'm going to lie low. The idea with this is that it's temporary. We're not going to lie low forever. Usually we lie low for a short period of time, and then we come back to our regular way of living life and doing things. The second variation is to lie around, to lie around. This can refer to two things. One, that an object is in a place it's not usually in, or two, to refer to a person doing nothing, absolutely nothing. They lie on the bed or they lie on the sofa and do nothing. Examples. My phone is lying around here somewhere. I just want to lie around all weekend. So in the first example sentence, we see it refers to a phone in a place where it's not supposed to be. So maybe my phone has a specific spot in my house. I always put my phone here, but now it's not there. I'm looking for it. So I can say my phone is lying around here somewhere. I don't know where. In the second example sentence, it's about a person doing nothing. Like, I just want to lie around all weekend. That means I want to do nothing. I want to relax all weekend, maybe lying in bed or lying on my sofa, lying on the beach, perhaps. So this means doing nothing, relaxing. Okay, so those are a few new ways, I hope, to use the verb lie. There are lots of different ways to use this verb. So if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to try to make some example sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other good English study resources. Thanks very much for watching this episode of Know Your Verbs, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. No lies were told in the making of this episode, to my knowledge. Hi everybody, welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this lesson we're going to talk about the verb match. Let's get started. The basic definition of the verb match is to combine well with something else. Examples. The new product lineup matches our customers' needs. His shirt matched his pants nicely. Now let's look at the conjugations for this verb. Present, match, matches. Past, matched. Past participle, matched. Progressive, matching. Now let's talk about some additional meanings for this verb. First one, to be equal to another thing or person. Some examples. Our products match our competitors' quality at a lower price. She matched her boss drink for drink. So in the first example sentence, the speaker's product and the competitor's product have the same level of quality. They match in terms of quality. However, the price of the speaker's product is cheaper. It's at a lower price. So that's the point of the speaker statement. Same quality, but our product is cheaper. Maybe a common sales tactic. In the second example sentence, we see she matched her boss drink for drink. It means for each drink her boss took, she also had a drink. So matching drinks is like doing the same thing as someone else, drinking the same amount as someone else. So she matched her boss. She matched her boss. So she was equal. She was at an equal level to her boss in this respect. Okay, let's go on to the second additional meaning. The second additional meaning is to give the same amount of money that has been collected or offered. Examples. We'll match donations, $1 for $1. The store offered to match competitor prices. So this is a specific use of the word match that's related to money. So if like a charity organization is trying to raise money for something, oftentimes other organizations or individuals will agree to match certain amounts or match the amount of money raised. We see that in the first example sentence. So we'll match $1 for $1 means for each dollar that is donated, whoever's speaking, this organization or this person, will donate $1 also. So if $100 is like the total amount that's raised, then the speaker's organization or the speaker themselves will also give $100. So this amount and this amount will be the same. That's called matching donations. In the second example sentence then, about matching competitor prices. This means that if a competitor has a lower price for a product, this shop will offer the same price. So that means that the shop is changing its price to match the competitor's price. So they're trying to match the amount offered by the competitor there. So matching prices in this way means that they will change prices to offer the best price possible for the customer. So the next additional meaning is to be the same as something else, to be the same as something else. Examples. Her outfit matched one worn by a model in a magazine. Your hairstyle matches my dog's. So this means not to be similar or not to combine well, but to be the same as something else, exactly the same as something else. So in the first example sentence, her outfit matched one worn by a model in the magazine. It means her outfit is the same as the one that's in this magazine. So maybe she was inspired by this outfit in the magazine. So she matches. They are wearing the same thing. The second one is kind of a joke sentence. Your hairstyle matches my dog's hairstyle. So I've dropped hairstyle from that sentence. Your hairstyle matches my dog's. It means your hairstyle and my dog's hairstyle are the same. So it's probably a joke. I can't think of many situations where this would be a compliment, but just an example sentence. So this means that these two things are the same. They are the same. You match. So this is common if you happen to wear like the same clothes as someone else. If just accidentally though, like you didn't plan it, you arrived to something and you're wearing the same thing as someone else, we can say, oh my gosh, you match, you guys match, you're wearing the same thing. Okay, let's move on to some variations for this verb. The first variation, I have two included for this, is to match up or to match somebody up. This means to introduce somebody for dating, to introduce two people for dating. Examples. My friend tried to match me up with someone. A coworker matched up two acquaintances quite successfully. So this match up refers to combining two people. So we talked about the basic definition of this verb, like two things that combine together well. In this case, when we say to match up or to match somebody up, it refers to finding two people who are a nice fit. They combine together well. So you might hear this, like to match you up with somebody. I want to match you up with somebody. So this means dating, trying to set up a date. The next variation is to match somebody against somebody else. This means to put two people of equal ability levels in competition against one another. So that means these two people have about the same level of ability. It shouldn't be out of balance, ideally. It should be about the same level. Examples. Serena Williams was matched against Anna Kournikova. Let's match the top Japanese chef against the top French chef for the competition. So these example sentences are intended to show situations where there's a pair of people that are evenly matched, but maybe they have different abilities, like different specialties. So their abilities themselves are maybe at the same level, but maybe they have some kind of different details in there somewhere. So to match in this way, to match one person against another person is for like competitive reasons, for some contest or sport or something like that. Okay, so those are a few new ways I hope that you can use the word match. If you have questions, comments, or want to leave an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for other study resources. Thanks very much for watching this episode of Know Your Verbs, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Many of us are spending more and more time at home. So how do you make the best of this time and learn your target language? Learning at home can be tough with all the distractions. And in this episode, you're going to discover the pros and cons of learning at home and how to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Recently, many people have started to work and take classes from home. With language learning, since it's something people do in their own time, a lot of it is done at home anyway. But that doesn't mean that all of this hasn't affected how people learn. If you used a language learning app or listened to lessons during your commute, but you don't commute anymore, the pandemic has probably ruined your flow. With many of us spending more time at home, being able to learn from home efficiently is a good skill to have. Because while learning or working from home sounds good, it's not exactly easy to do. Part 1. The pros and cons of learning at home. First, the pros. There's convenience. You can learn whenever you want. You also have more time in the day since you're not commuting or walking from the train station into work. It's also easier to practice speaking. Many people might find it hard to practice on the train or at a lunch break or in the office during work. It might sound a little strange, but at home, you can dedicate more time to practicing speaking. What's your favorite pro of learning at home? Leave us a comment. Now, what about the cons? Distractions. There are a lot more distractions at home. There's the TV, there's the couch and the food and family members coming in and out. Next, there's no physical or mental separation between rest and work, which is crucial for focus. It's the same reason why people prefer going to the gym instead of working out from the comfort of their own home. If you're in a place where there's only one goal, like working out, and you're surrounded by people working out, you'll have no problem doing it. But if you're in a place you associate with rest, eating, and watching TV, you might have trouble focusing. But if you're spending more time at home, then you should at least make the best of it and learn your language at home. Part 2. How to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. So here's how you do it. First, pick a dedicated place for learning, and preferably not your bed. Just like an office is associated with working time and your bedroom is associated with rest, you need a place associated with language learning. It could be your desk in the corner of the room. It could be your basement, as long as it's far from distractions and places of rest. Second, pick a time. That way, for example, when it's 9 p.m., you know it's time to put in 10 minutes of language learning. 3. Time box your study sessions. What's time boxing? Time boxing is simply setting a fixed amount of time for an activity. For example, you're going to dedicate the next 10 minutes to language and nothing else. If you usually have trouble concentrating, time boxing is a good way to set boundaries and get things done. 4. Start small. Just like with setting small, measurable goals and realistic routines, don't set aside 2 hours for study time. Instead, try to time box 5, 10, or 15 minutes and stick with that for a week or two. You can always increase your time later once you get more comfortable with your routine. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. Instead of trying to master a lesson and the lesson dialogue in one shot, space out your learning throughout the day, in the morning, afternoon, and at night. So take an audio or video lesson and read along with the lesson notes in the morning. You'll get acquainted with the conversation, all the words, and grammar rules. Don't rush to memorize it all. You'll come back to it later in the day. And do this for around 5 to 15 minutes. During the day, practice shadowing the dialogue. Practice recalling the words. Do this for around 10 minutes. You can also write out the lesson dialogue, practice using the grammar rules, or drill the words with flashcards. And at night, come back and review for about 10 minutes. You can re-listen to the lesson or just the dialogue track. By doing multiple sessions in one day, you'll be a lot more comfortable with the language, simply because you spaced out your learning and came back to review. And while it may feel repetitive, it's the repetition that helps you master the language over the long term. 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. It would be hard to practice if you were commuting or out on a walk, but if you're at home, you can easily speak out loud without drawing attention or feeling embarrassed. So, to recap, 1. Pick a specific place for learning that's far from distractions like your bed. 2. Pick a specific time for studying. 3. Time box your study sessions. 4. Start small. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. And 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the power of learning a language with someone else. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! If you wanted to learn a language even just 25 years ago, you would have needed to go to a library, take in-person classes, and dig for the right resources. Before you could even begin regular practice sessions, you had to find the tools you needed to learn. Now, with just a quick Google search, you can find literally anything you need to learn a language online. If you forget how to conjugate a verb, you can refresh your memory right away on Wikipedia. If you want to watch a foreign language movie with subtitles, you can search for one on YouTube. You can even have one-on-one lessons with native speakers of the language you're studying. Tons of platforms offer video and audio lessons. These days, the challenge is finding the resources that are right for you. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can get the most out of our language learning resources. Number 1, aim for one podcast a day. At the beginning of your studies, it's easy to set a big target, like 2 hours of language practice every day. But for most of us, that's not realistic. After a long day of work or school, it's difficult to commit to more hours studying language. Instead, you can make your goal to do small things consistently. This can help you move forward, sometimes almost without you noticing it. Try to listen to one podcast every day. They're only 10 to 15 minutes, so everyone can make time for that. You can review previous podcast lessons or listen to new lessons. Just make sure you get in one each day. Number 2, use the lesson review tools. If you want to maximize your learning after you listen to a podcast, make sure to use the lesson review tools. Reviewing what you've learned is an important part of learning anything. The more you see or practice a specific word or phrase, the better you'll remember it. Number 3, review the 2,000 most common words in spaced repetition flashcards. In each language, there are some words that make up the majority of written and spoken conversation. You can use this knowledge to focus your studies. If you learn the 2,000 most common words in the language you're studying, you'll have a great foundation. The vocabulary lists in our program are a great tool for this. You'll get example phrases with the target words. You can listen to the correct pronunciation and intonation of each word. Use these lists along with a spaced repetition program and create your own flashcard deck. This is a great thing to have on your phone. You can study vocabulary on your commute, when waiting for someone, or while traveling. Number 4, make use of short periods of time. How much time do you spend every week doing things like commuting, shopping for groceries, walking, or cleaning? Probably more than a couple of hours, right? These are examples of time you can be using to build your language skills. You can use it to listen to language podcasts, and you can do this without specifically scheduling a time to practice. If you have all the resources you need wherever you are, you can use every opportunity you have to practice. You can download all of our lessons to your phone. Each season of podcasts will be stored as an album, so it's easy to put on your headphones and listen to a quick lesson whenever you've got the time. Number 5, have the right expectations. It's easy to find all sorts of so-called quick language learning systems and secret tricks that promise fluency in just a couple months or even weeks. While you might find some good tips now and then, most of these claims are not based in reality. Make sure you don't measure your own progress against these impossible standards. If you've been told you can completely master a new language in 3 months, but by the end of your studies you've made just a little bit of progress, it can be demotivating. Fluency in a language can take years to attain, and getting the confidence to use that language can take more time. Set small goals for yourself when you're learning. When you achieve them, celebrate. Learning a new language is not a short-term journey, but with our resources, you can see improvements every day. If you want to get more tips on learning language, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. Have you ever wondered if you could learn a language faster? We asked our experienced learners for their best tips, so you can steal these and use them for yourself. In this video, you'll discover 5 tactics for faster language learning. Number 1, try more challenging lessons to improve faster. If you're wondering, why should I try a harder lesson? Think about the gym. Studying is a bit like working out. If you want to get bigger and stronger, you need to exercise with heavier weights. But you might think, if I try a harder lesson, I won't be able to understand everything. Remember, that's normal. When you can't understand 100% of a lesson, it means there are things in the lesson for you to learn. Keep in mind that you should challenge yourself, but not choose lessons that are impossible. And make sure to use the tools you have to study the things you don't know. With our learning program, teachers break down the conversation in every lesson. You also get the translations and explanations right there on the lesson page. There are also lesson notes, transcripts, and dialogue study tools for you to use. Remember how you felt when you started studying, and try to keep that beginner mindset. When you realize you don't understand something, don't run away from it. Instead, use the tools you have to work to understand it. This will help you learn faster. Number 2, put your learning on autopilot. Imagine you have a bunch of learning apps and textbooks. Maybe you have a bunch of study tools on your smartphone, or a bunch of books piled on a table you want to read. Where do you even begin? A lot of learners begin with a lot of enthusiasm, so they buy a lot of resources, but then get overwhelmed. They're not sure where to start or what to do or how to continue. Let's think about a textbook. It's easy to understand how to use a textbook. You follow the pages. Begin with Chapter 1, then go to Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and so on until you finish the book. The road forward is clear. You don't have to think about anything except moving forward with your studies. So how do you apply this kind of autopilot approach if you're not using a textbook? You can actually do this with our language learning program's tracking feature. With our progress tracking dashboard, once you've chosen your learning level, we'll give you a recommended lesson pathway and feed you lessons one by one. The dashboard will tell you which lessons to take, from Lesson 1 to Lesson 2 to Lesson 3. You'll be guided as you work on improving. Number 3, read lines from the lesson dialogue out loud, slowly. Then reread and increase your speed. This tactic is powerful for 2 reasons. It helps you become able to read faster and speak faster. Speaking smoothly is something many beginners say they struggle with, so this kind of practice can be very beneficial for beginning learners. With our language learning program, for every lesson, you get a conversation. Read the dialogue with the line-by-line dialogue. Read out loud slowly once, then reread a bit faster, then again, and keep increasing your speed until you can say the lines comfortably and sound like a native. You can take it a step further and try to memorize the dialogue too. Try recalling it after your study session and say the lines out loud. This kind of review will help you progress and help you remember. Number 4, review old lessons to master them completely. Review is essential for your learning. If you come across a new word, you won't remember it if you see it only once. It takes repetition to remember something. Make sure to take time to review past lessons. Give your brain a chance to remember the things you studied previously. For example, if you try our listening comprehension lessons and you don't understand absolutely everything, check the translations and try listening again. Use the study tools you have available to make the most of your review sessions. Number 5, download the dialogue tracks and listen to the conversations. This is a super popular immersion tactic. Here's how it works. When you're done with a lesson, download the dialogue track. You'll get the conversation in your target language. Then, make a playlist of the dialogue tracks. Each track is about 10 to 30 seconds long. You can even put the tracks in playlists on your device and listen to them throughout the day, just as you would listen to music. This helps make the language feel a bit more natural, more like part of your everyday life. Instead of music, you're immersing yourself in conversations. This can be a great way to work on improving your listening skills. This video covered 5 tips to help you learn a language faster. For even more ways to learn faster, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. All cultures have a form of music. Music is one of the most basic tools we can use to learn a language. Parents use music and songs to teach their young children simple words. Music can help us focus, help us remember better, and thus help us as we acquire a language. Music can aid our coordination and physical development too. So, how do we use music to support our language learning now, as grown people? In this video, we'll look at 4 ways to use music to study a language. Imitating structures and rhythms is important when learning a language, and the same is true for music. When children play with other children, they listen to songs, move their bodies as they play games, and try to imitate what they see and hear. This practice of regular imitation aids children as they gain their language skills. Repeating song lyrics like those from nursery rhymes helps kids retain words and expressions. Children may not know the meanings of all the words in the songs they sing, but they remember the songs, the vocabulary, and the rhythms. Children practice making sounds by mimicking the pronunciation of words. This can be the first step to the child understanding the meaning and use of a word. You might not realize it, but you probably still remember many of the songs and rhymes you learned when you were a child. We're able to remember expressions, words, and ideas effectively when they're put to music. This is also the reason you can memorize the lyrics of songs you like rather easily. Patterns like those in many popular songs are repetitive. We review the rhythms and the words each time we listen. Everybody's different, so if you want to use music to support your language learning, we're here to provide 4 different ways. Number 1, passive listening. One way to study with music is through passive listening. You can do this with songs you have in your target language on your computer, a CD, your favorite streaming site. You can use this method as long as you have access to music in the language you want to study. Turn the music on and let it play in the background while you do something else, like studying, cooking dinner, or cleaning the house. Do this regularly and let your mind get used to the idea of hearing your target language in your environment. This kind of familiarity with the language will help you as you work towards fluency. Passive listening is one form of language immersion. As you listen to the background music over and over and get more comfortable with it, you'll start to notice keywords, intonation, grammar patterns, and so on. With enough practice and with enough different music to listen to, you might even start to recognize certain sounds and words when you hear them somewhere else. Number 2, memorization. You can use music to help build your vocabulary and memorize words effectively. This method focuses on studying lyrics and songs to improve your ability to recall the words. Look up the lyrics to a song you're listening to and review them line by line. You can read the lyrics as you listen to the song or try to remember the next line in the song before it is sung. Memorization practice like this enhances your listening skills and boosts your reading skills. Number 3, sing along. Our first tip in this lesson was to listen passively. This tip, however, is to listen actively by singing along to your music. Look up the lyrics of a song you like. Play the song and try to sing along. You may also be able to find videos on YouTube of popular songs with the lyrics included. If it's difficult at first, don't worry. Remember, regular review and practice is essential. Just as we usually need to hear a song in our native language a few times before we remember the words, you can expect to need to listen several times over a few days before you feel comfortable with all the words. Through practicing this way, you'll learn grammar, spelling, and pronunciation. You'll also get to enjoy a song you like. Moreover, this type of exercise will help you work on your reading and listening skills. A good way to check your progress is by trying to sing the song by yourself. You can sing with no music, or you can try looking for a karaoke version of the song you like. If you can sing all the words, great. If not, you can go back to the lyrics and study a bit more until you master the track. Number 4, transcription. To do this exercise, listen to the song. As it plays, write down or transcribe the lyrics. You can start and stop the song at the end of each line to slow things down a bit. If you begin your studies with this method, you might catch only a few words, but don't get frustrated. Play the song and write down everything you can hear. Then play the song again and write down the words that you missed the first time you listened. With practice like this, your listening skills will improve, and so will your spelling. These are just a few ways that you can use music to study another language. Be patient and don't forget to enjoy the music you're listening to as you study. If you want to start simple, try listening to children's songs in your target language. The song lyrics tend to be repeated a lot, and this can help you identify key words quickly. Learning a language through music is fun. It can help you focus your attention and improve your memory. This can be a great part of your self-study plan. If you want to get more tips on learning language, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. When learning a new language, everyone should have an ultimate goal to work towards. Whether you want to be able to connect with a relative, easily order food while traveling, or go somewhere new, having an end goal for your learning can be very motivating. A popular but challenging goal is being able to speak like a native speaker. It's difficult to measure exactly when you reach this goal, and it's not something you can pick up using textbooks alone. So how do you work on making your speech more natural? That's what we're going to look at today. Here are 3 tips to help you practice talking like a native speaker. Number 1, focus on vocabulary. If your goal is to speak like a native, you might be really focused on speaking quickly or using as many complex grammar patterns as possible. But in our native languages, we're not always trying to speak as fast as possible, and we use complex grammar patterns when necessary, not to show off. Vocabulary, however, is extremely important to expressing ourselves naturally. Your choice of words can reveal a lot about you and your understanding of the language. Most learners have had the experience of using a phrasebook or a dictionary to find a word they want to use, trying the word in conversation, and getting a look of confusion from the native speaker. In some cases, although your word choice may be grammatically correct, the word may be inappropriate for the situation or totally unnatural. This is especially important in business and other formal situations, where the right level of formality and professionalism is key. Being able to understand nuances in vocabulary words can also help you understand relationships between people just by listening to the conversation. Try to listen to many different types of conversations. Listen to how people talk to their friends, their superiors, and in customer service situations. This will give you a better idea of how to talk to others naturally. In some languages, you can omit words from sentences or use more direct communication styles. It's important to be aware of these things so you can apply them yourself. Colloquialisms and slang are also commonly used in most languages. As this sort of vocabulary is always evolving, it can be difficult to keep up with the latest words. Talk with native speakers and consume media in your target language to make sure you pick up these kinds of expressions. Media is a great resource for your learning. Ultimately, knowing the appropriate vocabulary to use for each situation will really help you sound more knowledgeable. Number 2, perfect your accent. With every language, there are unique pronunciation and intonation challenges. Some languages are tonal languages, and a change in pitch can completely change the meaning of a word. Then there's the fact that most countries have multiple dialects, and so people from one area of the country may sound different from those in another. So what is the best way to listen to a wide range of accents and different pronunciations? Video and audio resources are a great way to do this. YouTube is a perfect place to start because people from all kinds of different backgrounds upload videos to the platform. You can watch educational videos, daily life vlogs, cooking shows, a travel series, whatever interests you. Pay attention to the different ways people speak. Everyone is unique. And then practice speaking like them. This kind of practice can help you sound more natural. One note, please be aware of the type of resources you're using. For example, if you find a video where a speaker uses a rare dialect, it might not be a good idea to use that for your pronunciation practice, unless you have a special reason for studying a specific accent. As a general rule, it's best to try to search for practice resources that use a standard form of the language you're studying. Number 3, copy what you hear. Do you remember how you learned to speak as a child? We rarely learned new words just listening to them, or reading after we learned how. When we were little kids, we imitated the sounds we heard by repeating the sounds out loud. While you're talking to a friend, watching videos, or listening to audio in your target language, you can do this to try and replicate the way they speak. Doing this will help you work on mastering the flow of the language, your accent, intonation, and pronunciation. Of course, you might also pick up some new vocabulary this way. Make sure to repeat new words often. It's a great way to make sure you remember them. Try doing this using a number of different mediums and sources. That way, you'll be exposed to the diversity that the language offers and master the fundamentals of pronunciation. For example, you can watch and imitate several different YouTube videos and audio CDs, but try a few different sources, like different creators or different audio types, to make sure you experience a wide range of communication in your target language. If you're using our language learning program, you can even get your own teacher with Premium Plus. Your teacher can answer questions, give assignments, and even listen to your recordings and give you advice on pronunciation. Completing these kinds of lessons with a native teacher can really boost your confidence in your speaking skills. Becoming able to speak like a native is a popular goal for many people learning a new language. It feels great to be able to communicate smoothly, especially when the people you're talking to expect basic level sentences or broken communication. Try using the tips we've shared in this video to work on improving your speaking skills. Of course, it'll take time and persistence, but the reward will be more natural communication. And for even more tips on speaking, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities, like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and much more. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. Sixth, free audiobooks. Unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to any device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, take the 12-month challenge and get 12 months of Premium or Premium Plus at up to 45% off. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question. First question this week comes from It's Mimart. Hello, It's Mimart. It's Mimart says, when do we use the preposition to in a sentence? In these examples, why do we use to? She is now engaged to her longtime boyfriend. And I gave birth to 2 healthy boys. Okay, this is a big question and a big answer. There are lots of reasons that we use to in sentences. Let's talk about a few. First, we use to describe movement. So for example, I went to France, or he went to the office. We use to before the destination, the place that we are traveling to. So we use to talk about movement. We also use to in time expressions, like she worked from 9 to 5. It means until in these cases. Or she jogged from 3 to 4. So we can use it to express time in this way. We also use to when we're using the infinitive form of a verb in a sentence. So for a reminder, the infinitive form of a verb is the base form, like the dictionary form, the kind that you find in the dictionary. So that's to plus the verb. There are many cases, there are many different grammar patterns, many different structures in which we use the infinitive form. So a few examples of this are, we're going to buy lunch, and he called to say hello. In other cases, though, the rules kind of disappear a bit. They fade away. It's not so easy to apply a simple rule. This is because these uses of to, like the ones that you shared in your example sentences, are actually from idioms or they're parts of phrasal verbs. These rules don't apply, however, when we look at to in phrasal verbs and in idioms. So you have to remember these kind of like separate vocabulary words. You have to memorize them the same way that you would vocabulary words. Unfortunately, there isn't a clear-cut rule for when to use to in cases like these. So for example, in your first example sentence, she got engaged to her longtime boyfriend. The to in that sense is part of the get engaged to expression. That's an idiom, to get engaged to someone. That's a set phrase. In the second example sentence, she gave birth to 2 healthy boys. To, in that sentence, is part of the expression give birth to. So there are lots of set expressions, phrasal verbs and idioms that use to, and you just have to memorize them like vocabulary words. They're like kind of independent expressions, independent phrases that you need to think about. So this is a quick introduction to a few uses of to, and also just consider that sometimes there's not really a specific rule for the reason why to is used in an expression. It's just the vocabulary word, or it's just the idiom. So a good way perhaps to practice this is read. I would suggest reading, and over time, naturally, you'll start to kind of get a feel for the expressions that use to and the expressions that use by or at or in or on and so on. Similar issues exist with other prepositions for sure. So I would suggest reading as much as possible to help you identify the most natural choice of preposition. You can read novels, you can read news articles, you can read social media posts, whatever. Make sure you're reading a lot, and then you'll kind of, over time, as I said, get a feel for what should be the preposition used. So I hope that this helps you. I hope this was a good introduction to a few cases in which it is kind of rule-based use of to, but also just to give you a heads up, give you some information about these expressions that use to as kind of a set expression. So thanks very much for the question. All right, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Vinay. Hi, Vinay. Vinay says, how do we talk about simultaneous events in present continuous tense? Okay, to talk about two or more events happening right now, so two or more things that are happening in the present moment, you can try a pattern like one of these. I'm listening to music and working at the same time. Are you cooking and cleaning right now? He's watching me while operating the camera. So a reminder, these patterns are used for two actions that are happening right now at the same time. If you want to talk about actions that happen regularly, like habits, you need to use simple present tense. We don't use that ing form for regular actions. We can only use these patterns for actions that are happening now. So please keep this in mind. But I hope that this helps you describe simultaneous actions in the present. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Nellie. Hi, Nellie. Nellie says, hi, Alicia. What is the meaning of educated guesses? Thank you. Yeah, sure. Great question. An educated guess is a guess that we make after doing research or after getting some information about the topic. So we can compare this to just a guess. So a guess is just something that we come up with. We have an idea about something, we share it, we make a guess about something. An educated guess sounds like something we actually thought about. We tried to find information to make our guess more accurate. So for example, if I asked you, who do you think will be the next president of the United States, and you have no idea, but you want to guess, you could say a famous person like Beyonce or something. So that's probably not a good strategy, making a guess like that, though President Beyonce does sound pretty awesome. So making an educated guess, on the other hand, would require you to do some research. Who are the candidates? What is their position on various issues? Are they popular or not? So after doing that kind of research and then sharing a guess, like choosing one of the candidates, that would be an example of making an educated guess. So this is the difference between an educated guess and just a guess. Keep in mind that lots of people like to pretend to make an educated guess when they're really just guessing. So keep this in mind too. I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Lynn. Hi, Lynn. Lynn says, hi, Alicia. I know we use a when it is followed by a consonant sound and use an when it is followed by a vowel sound. But I heard we pronounce a as a or depending on the consonant or vowel sound condition as well. I just put these rules together and I'm confused now. What's the difference? For example, he is an or a European person, or this is a or a one-way street. Thank you so much. Ah, sure. Okay, first let's review the or a and an rules. We use the indefinite article a or before a word that begins with a consonant sound. We use an before a word that begins with a vowel sound. So a key difference here is sound be careful. This has nothing to do with spelling. So for example, an hour, we use an there because hour begins with a vowel sound. It starts with an H, yes, in spelling, but the sound is a vowel sound, hour. So this is the rule for using a or a and an. To answer your question, however, there actually isn't a rule for when native speakers use the a or a pronunciation. It's completely up to the speaker. So don't worry about what you've studied. You don't have to change anything there. So just keep in mind that native speakers will use a pronunciation for emphasis sometimes. So we do this when we want to emphasize that there's a key difference in some situation. So here's an example. Let's imagine you are looking for your phone and I find one here. And I say, hey, I found this phone. You might reply and you might say, you found a phone. You didn't find my phone. So the reason that a native speaker would choose to use the a pronunciation there is to emphasize that I just found this phone in particular. I found a phone. Yes, it belongs to the category phone, but it's not the speaker's phone. So the speaker is making a contrast. They want to clearly show the difference between a phone and my phone. This desired thing and this thing you found are different. So that's the reason that they would use this a emphasis, so that pronunciation as emphasis in that situation. Let's try one more example. Imagine we're coworkers in this situation, and I'm looking for a file, an important file, and you offer to help me. You find a file that you think is correct, and you show it to me, and I go, yeah, you found a file, but it's not the file. So in that case, I'm contrasting, I'm showing a difference, I'm emphasizing a difference between this file you found and the file that I'm looking for. In this case, I'm using the file to mean the file that we both know about, this file that we both are looking for right now. I'm using the a pronunciation to draw attention, to kind of point out that this thing and this thing are different. So when I say a pronunciation might be used for emphasis, this is what I mean. So in sum, you can use either a or a. It really doesn't matter, it's up to you. But you might hear native speakers using that a pronunciation for the article when they're trying to emphasize a key difference between this thing and another thing. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Godson Ernst Pierre-Louis. Hello, Godson Ernst. Godson Ernst says, I often hear two different pronunciations of the word neither, and today I'd like to know which one is right for me, please. Thank you. Aha, the answer is both. Both. Neither and neither are both totally acceptable pronunciations. There's actually a famous George Gershwin song, if you're familiar with George Gershwin. He wrote Rhapsody in Blue. He had some musicals. Anyway, he and his brother Ira did some cool musical stuff. But there's a very famous example in their work that references this issue. So they have neither and neither as good examples, or potato and potato, both acceptable, or tomato and tomato. So there are different pronunciations for a few words, and you might know some more, but they're both fine. They're both acceptable. You can use neither or neither. I would say personally that probably in today's American English we use neither, and for the other words that I mentioned, tomato and potato, those are the more common pronunciations, but you can still use the other pronunciations if you like. So that would be my personal recommendation, but you can use both. They're both fine. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson I'm going to talk about could have, should have, and would have, what they mean, how to use them in the negative, and the differences between them. So let's get started. First, I want to begin with could have. Let's look at the positive and the negative meanings of could have. First, positive. We use could have, positive, for something that was possible in the past. So to give kind of an image of this, if our conversation is happening now, when we use could have, we're talking about something that had possibility in the past, something we were able to do, for example. An example sentence, if I had known you were throwing a surprise party, I could have helped. I could have helped. So here, could have shows us that this action, helping, was possible in the past. In this case, the speaker did not know some information, and as a result, this action did not happen, but it was possible at a point in the past. The speaker could have helped. Helping was a possibility in the past. So we use could have to express that possibility. The negative form, however, expresses the opposite. So in the negative, could not have expresses something that was impossible, so not possible in the past. So here, if we want to give an image, it's something that was not possible, something we were not able to do. Let's look at an example of this. No, that couldn't have been Sarah in the cafe just now. She's at the office. So here, I'm using couldn't have, could not have, contracted, reduced, becomes couldn't. So that couldn't have been Sarah in the cafe just now. In other words, it's impossible that just now we saw Sarah in the cafe. Why? She's at the office. So in this case, maybe Sarah is the speaker's colleague, coworker. So we know Sarah is at the office. So we saw someone maybe who looks like Sarah at the cafe just now. But it's not possible it was Sarah because Sarah's at the office. So we can say that couldn't have been. So it's impossible that that was Sarah. So couldn't have been sounds much more natural than it's impossible that that was Sarah. So we use couldn't have been or could not have been. So positive form, something that was possible in the past. So be careful in maybe contrast. A key difference here is this is only about possibility. We're not talking about like a plan to do something or regret necessarily. We're only talking about possibility when we use could or could not here. So with this, let's move along to the next part. The next part, I want to focus on should have. So let's look at the positive form. Should have in the positive expresses regret for something we did not do in the past. So an image of this here, if our conversation is happening now, we want to talk about something we did not do in the past, and that now maybe we think, oh, it's a good idea, like I should have done this thing. I did not do this thing in the past. That's why I marked it with an X here. So I did not do this thing, but I feel bad now. I feel regret. Like I should have done that thing in the past. So an example sentence of this. I should have studied more when I was in school. Here is the should have. I should have, and this action, studied more. So, in other words, the speaker did not study enough in the past. The speaker feels he or she did not study enough in the past, regrets that, and wants to express the change. Like, I wish I had done this thing. I should have studied more when I was in school. So here we have more. This is a common pattern with should have or should not have. When we use more, it means I should have studied more than I did when I was in school. So here, the speaker is expressing regret, sadness about something they did not do. Therefore, when we use the negative form, the speaker, again, expresses regret, yes, but they're expressing regret for something that happened in the past, something they did in the past. So I've marked it here with a check. This action did happen, and we feel regret about that action. We feel bad about something we did in the past. An example, I shouldn't have spent so much time playing video games when I was a kid. So here I've used shouldn't have. So should not have is how we make the negative form. I've reduced it shouldn't have in rapid speech, shouldn't have. I shouldn't have spent so much time playing video games. So what's the action here? The speaker played video games when he or she was a child. The speaker now regrets that. The speaker says, I shouldn't have spent so much time. I should have spent less time playing video games. So I could use positive, should have. I should have spent less time playing video games when I was a kid. Here, I shouldn't have spent so much time. So here, a key point with should have is that we're expressing regret. Remember, with could have, we're talking just about possibility. With should have, we're expressing a regret for something that did or did not happen in the past. So, with this in mind, let's go on to the last point for this lesson. The last point is would have, would have. So, when we say would have, we often say would've, would've. I mentioned it here with should have, we say should've or shouldn't have. Same thing with could have, like could've or couldn't have is the correct pronunciation in fast speech. So when we talk about would have, or when we look at would have, and we look at the positive form, we use it to express a plan for something that did not happen. So we're talking about something in the past. So from a point in the past, something in the future at that time, we had a plan for that thing, or we thought something was going to happen. But in the positive form, it did not happen. This is kind of tricky. Let's look at an example situation. Here, I would have arrived on time today, but there was terrible traffic, so I did not arrive on time. So first, here's my action. I would have arrived on time. So I had a plan, or I had a desire. I was thinking I was going to arrive on time. So at this point in time, I would have arrived on time today. Maybe we're thinking when I left the house, maybe this is where the action starts. My plan was to arrive on time. So again, this is all happening in the past. My conversation is here. I was planning to arrive on time, but there was terrible traffic. Terrible traffic means lots and lots of cars. It was difficult to drive or difficult to get to work. So I did not arrive on time. I would have arrived on time, but I didn't because of terrible traffic. So this shows us, this would have shows us all of this information, everything here happened in the past on like a timeline. So I thought I was going to arrive on time, something happened and I didn't. So we can use would have to show like our thinking in this point, would have in the past, about a future action that is also in the past. So a couple of past points there at the same time. Okay, so let's compare this then to the negative form. The negative form then expresses the opposite. So we have a lack of plan or a lack of a desire. So lack of something means no plan or no desire. So lack of plan for something that happened in the past. It did happen, yes. So we commonly use both of these to talk about other people's choices, like when we're giving advice. This example sentence is a very common way that we use would not have or wouldn't have. Let's look. If I were you, I wouldn't have quit my job before I found a new position. So here is my would not have. I reduced it to wouldn't have. I would not have quit my job before I found a new position. So that means if I were you, this is how we're beginning this. This is a very common way that this would have or would not have is used. So if I were you, I'm not you, but if I were, at this point in time in the past, my decision would not have been to quit my job. However, your decision was to quit your job. This did happen. You quit your job. In my case, I would not have done that. So here, in opposite to the positive form, I'm talking about a point in the past, like if I were you, just in general, and I'm talking about a future decision I might make. In this case, the person listening did choose to quit his or her job. I'm saying I would not have quit my job. That would not have been my decision for the future. So again, there's kind of this idea of 2 points in the past, like a kind of a general, I guess, a starting point in the past, if I were you, in this case, and some decision, some plan, some like desire or lack of desire in this case in the negative form. So we use these, like I said, to talk about like other people's choices when we're giving advice. Like, oh, if I were you, I would have done this in the past. So we use would have to talk about past decisions, and maybe to talk about things like if you were the speaker, like things you might change. What would you do differently? So we use this to talk about these sorts of past decisions and give advice and talk about how we might make different decisions in the future. So this kind of expresses a desire or lack of desire. This one, should have, expresses regret in the past. Could have expresses possibility. So this is just a quick introduction to the differences between these three expressions and their negative forms. I didn't write the not here, so would not have. But if you have any other questions about this, please let us know in the comments. They are very similar, I know. They sound very similar, and it can be hard to understand how to use them, but try to keep these three kind of themes in mind. Possibility and regret, and then kind of desire or advice here. So I hope that this helps you understand the differences between these three. If you have questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and today we're going to talk about 10 modal verb patterns. Let's go. Can, could you? Can, could you? Okay, so this first one is can you or could you, blah, blah, blah. So a lot of people ask, what's the difference between can you and could you? Which one should I use? If you're making a request, basically you can use either one. If you want to sound a little bit more polite, I would recommend you use could you. So if you're talking to your friend or your family member, you can say like, can you help me with this? Or can you help me make dinner? Or can you buy some milk at the store? Or can you please fix your hair? It looks weird. If you want to be a little bit more polite, like when you're talking to someone at work or talking to someone you don't know so well, you can use could you, blah, blah, blah. So could you please send me that file? Or could you please tell me where the restroom is? You can use those for more polite situations. Both of them are totally correct. Both of them are fine to use in most everyday situations, so it's up to you to decide how polite you want to sound. Okay, example sentence. Can you help me move this sofa? I may, might. I may, might. Okay, may and might. This presents another very, very common question. When you want to talk about your own plans, as in this example sentence with I may, blah, 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 or I might, blah, 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 we have the same feeling, yes. They both express something we're not sure about, an upcoming plan that we're not sure about. But in American English today, might tends to be more commonly used in everyday conversation. May tends to sound a little bit more polite, a little bit more formal. When we're talking with our friends, we say, I might go to the beach this weekend, or I might go to a party. To make it negative, we say, I might not do that, or I might not go to dinner after all. I feel kind of sick. So might tends to be used more in everyday conversation. Again, just as with can and could, may and might are both completely correct. They're both fine to use. It's just up to you to choose how polite you want to sound. Okay, examples. I might take a day off next week. What should I? What should I? Okay, this one focuses on the word should. We use should to ask for advice and to give advice generally. So we tend to use this word in kind of close situations. You're asking somebody for help maybe, you're asking for someone's opinion. So you can say, what should I do if you are having trouble in an everyday life situation? Or you can use this to make a more complex sentence like, what should I get for dinner tonight? Like to ask for someone's opinion. Or maybe you can change change as well the I to something else, to another person. What should he do? Or what should she do? Or what should they do? You can change that I in the sentence to ask about someone's opinion regarding a third person, regarding another party. So this is a very basic sentence. Yes, what should I, this pattern, but you can change it with these very, very simple, small things to ask about others outside yourself. Another example. What should I make for dinner? I think you should. I think you should. Okay, so here again, we're seeing should used. In this case, we're seeing I think you should. So that means we are seeing an advice pattern being presented here. This is something you can use to kind of softly and maybe a little politely express your opinion about something. In this case, I think you should is followed by a verb. I think you should verb. I think you should go. I think you should quit. I think you should stop eating so much junk food. You're giving some kind of advice to the listener. You can make this less polite by dropping I think. So you make the sentence, you should blah. You should do this. You should do that. That will make the sentence less polite. Including I think at the beginning of it makes it sound a little bit softer. So it sounds a bit nicer, a little bit kinder. Examples. I think you should start exercising. Shall we? Shall we? Okay, shall we? This is another very common question. Lots of people like to ask about the difference between shall we and will we. They are very different. You cannot use them interchangeably. Shall we is a polite way to suggest you do something. Maybe you've seen this in a romantic movie like Shall We Dance? Or Shall We Go for a Drink? Something like that. It sounds kind of polite, a little bit nice to say shall we instead of do you want to? They have the same meaning though, but shall we sounds a little bit more formal. So shall we and will we are sometimes confused by learners. Will we is quite different. Will we is asking a question about a future plan, like, will we have to pay for this later? Or will we be in time for the movie? Shall we is like suggesting you do something with another person. Will we is saying something like, oh my gosh, I'm not sure about this future plan that we have together. Is it true? Is it going to happen? That's the difference between the two. Oh, another point about this. Shall we tend to use shall we or shall I. We don't really use shall he or shall she so often. We tend to use it for our own activities. That's why you'll see shall we or shall I used more. This is also true for an expression like shall you. You don't see that. Shall is used together with some other person. Example. Shall we visit your parents for Christmas? If I would. If I would. This is a very common pattern. If I something, I would. A lot of people like to use this in an expression like if I were you, I would. So they like to ask, should I use were? Should I use was in a pattern like if I were you or if I was you? The correct answer is if I were you, I would. We use was in a pattern like if I was something, something, something to talk about a possible past situation. When you want to talk about something that is not true now, so an unreal situation now, like being you, which is not true, not possible, use were. If I were you. It's not possible, so please use were in that case. You can, of course, use this in other situations. If I something, I would. For example, if I lost my job, I would find a new one. Or if I won the lottery, I would buy a house. So you can use verbs in this pattern as well. Just keep in mind the verb form that you use. If I won the lottery, or if I ate a big dinner, we're using simple past tense in this verb form. So please make sure not to use like simple present tense or don't use an ing verb form here. If I, simple past tense, I would blah, blah, blah. For example, if I had a bigger house, I would have dinner parties. So final point here, remember when you use this pattern to express something that is not true, not real, like in my example sentence, if I won the lottery, I would buy a house, make sure you're using the correct verb form after would too. If I won the lottery, past tense verb, I would buy a house. The verb in the main clause is in the infinitive form. So make sure that your verbs match. This is a good one to study grammar with. Okay, onward. You must not. You must not. Okay, here we see a rule. Must is commonly used to express rules. We don't use must so much in everyday conversation because it tends to sound quite strong. You will, however, see must used in official rules, like if you're traveling, you're going to like the airport, maybe you are seeing some rules on a sign somewhere, or you're seeing, I don't know, maybe you're reading a contract, something official. That's where you tend to see must used. We use must in everyday conversation for super, super strong things, like you must do this or you must not do that. Maybe your doctor gives you some advice, for example. So in general, you don't see this in everyday conversation so much, but you should know when it means that you should take something seriously, like in an official rule, like you must not smoke in this area, or you must stop eating junk food, or you're going to get very, very unhealthy, or you must not forget your mother's birthday. That's actually very true. That's a very strong situation. You must not forget your mother's birthday.
You must not disappoint your mother.
You must not disappoint your mother. Exactly, exactly. So these are all very, very important and strong things that we need to communicate. We do that with must. You can also, of course, change your subject to he or she or they as well, so that you're not just talking to you, the listener or the reader, but you can use it to express something another person must or must not do. Example. Passengers must show their passports to immigration officers. This must not be. This must not be. Okay, this use of must sometimes is a bit challenging. The key with this use of must is the use of must with be. So when we use must and be together, we're talking about a possible condition or a possible state. In this example, we see it in the negative. This must not be something, something, something. So we use this in a situation like, for example, you're looking for a place. You're using the GPS on your phone, and you come to this place, and you think, this seems correct, but the restaurant I'm looking for is not here. We might say, this must not be the right place. That means this is probably not the right place, or this expression describes a very high chance that something is not true in the negative. When we use it in the positive, for example, oh, this must be the right place. I found the restaurant. It means there's a high possibility I am correct. So this use of must is when we use it with be. To make the negative must not be. To make the positive, this must be. So you can use it to talk about places. You can also use it to talk about conditions. So for example, like when you look at answers on a test, you might think to yourself, this must be the correct answer, or this must be correct. You can use both a noun and an adjective after this to express that high or low condition of something being true. Example, this must not be the right place. It's closed. That can't be. That can't be. Okay, that can't be. This is the reduced form of that cannot be. This means it's impossible. So some condition or some state is impossible. This is different from must not be because must not be expresses that there's a very, very low chance that something is true. That can't be expresses that something is completely impossible. There is 0% chance that something is true. So for example, if I think I see my coworker at the coffee shop, but I know my coworker is at the office, I might think to myself, that can't be Risa. She's at the office today. Maybe she looks just like my coworker, but I know it's not possible. I express that with can't be. This is quite different from that must not be because must not be expresses there's still a little bit of a chance that that is true. Can't be expresses that it is completely impossible. Interestingly, we don't really use this in the positive form much. We don't say this can be correct. We tend to say this could be correct. We don't really use this can be pattern. So if you want to express something is impossible, completely impossible, use this can't be. Also, couldn't be is acceptable here. But when you want to express that something is just possible, use could be, not can be. Interesting point. Okay, example, that can't be the right file. The data is totally different. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. Okay, so here we're using should again, this time in the negative. Shouldn't is the reduced form. Should not becomes shouldn't. In this case, we're using it with the subject we, meaning something you and I together should not do. So again, this is an advice pattern. We should not do something. Of course, you can make this positive by simply removing not after should. We should, blah, blah, blah. So we shouldn't steal. We shouldn't disrespect our mothers. We shouldn't forget our mother's birthdays, right? This is the important point from today's lesson, I think. We shouldn't. So when you want to express something that's not a good idea, something that you don't think you as a group should do, you can express that with we shouldn't verb. In this case, also, please remember you follow the verb with the infinitive form. We shouldn't do something. We shouldn't eat. We shouldn't talk. We shouldn't forget. So don't use like an ing form. Don't use a past tense form here. Please follow should, this use of should, the advice form, with the simple infinitive form. Example, we shouldn't think too much about this. All right, that is everything for this episode. That was 10 modal verb patterns that you can use. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. All right, that is everything for this episode. Thanks very much for watching, and I will see you again next time. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this lesson, we're going to talk about the verb deliver. Let's get started. Let's begin with the basic definition of the verb deliver. The basic definition is to take something from one person and give it to another person. Some examples. FedEx delivered my package today. He delivers pizzas 3 nights a week. Now let's look at the conjugations for this verb. Present, deliver, delivers. Past, delivered. Past participle, delivered. Progressive, delivering. Now let's talk about some additional meanings for this verb. The first additional meaning is to give birth or to help someone give birth. Let's start with some examples. Our doctor has safely delivered many babies. The mother delivered twins. So this use of the verb deliver refers specifically to childbirth. Sometimes the verb is used to talk about someone like a doctor or a nurse or a midwife or other helper aiding a mother in giving birth to children. In that case, we see sentences like the first example sentence. Our doctor has safely delivered many babies. That means the doctor has assisted in the birth of many different babies, has assisted in safely, it's probably a key word here, but safely delivered, safely helped many babies into the world. The second example sentence, however, is focused on the mother. So the mother delivered twins means the mother gave birth to twins. So deliver refers to giving birth in that sentence. So depending on the subject of the sentence, it can mean either helping someone give birth or actually giving birth when we're talking about the mother, usually. So deliver can refer to both of these things, but they're both related to childbirth, childcare. Let's go on to the second additional meaning for this lesson. The second additional meaning for deliver is to speak or to sing, especially when directed at somebody. Let's look at some examples. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered a moving speech in Washington, D.C. The judge is delivering the verdict later today. So both of these example sentences show kind of a formal event. The first example sentence refers to a very famous speech. The second example sentence refers to a formal situation, like a courtroom, where a judge is delivering, as in the example sentence, a verdict. A verdict means a choice, a legal choice, or a legal decision, really. So in the first example sentence, Martin Luther King Jr. delivered a speech. It means spoke, yes, but there's usually some kind of like big intention. There's a specific aim behind the words. We could also use it to talk about singing, like delivered an amazing performance, for example, if you're talking about maybe opera. Just to give an example. But there's kind of some large aim, some purpose, some big like intention for the performance in the case of singing, or for the words in the case of speaking. So in the first example sentence, we see that it's a speech. It's an important speech we're talking about. So Martin Luther King Jr. delivered an important speech. We could say gave an important speech, yes, but using deliver kind of upgrades the formality, upgrades the seriousness of the situation. The second example sentence about the judge delivering a verdict, we see that choice of deliver there because it's a formal situation again. We could say the judge gave the verdict or the judge provided the verdict as well. But deliver is like the judge is sort of passing the information in a formal manner. This is kind of the nuance of the word choice deliver here. So you can see deliver used to talk about communication in formal and kind of important situations in this way. Let's go on to the next additional meaning for this verb. The next additional meaning is to produce results as promised. Let's start with some examples. I'm not sure they're going to deliver on time. They delivered on their promises. So this use of the verb deliver means to provide something that's expected, like there's some order or there's some request that has been made, and that needs to be fulfilled. So someone needs to keep their promise. That's the feeling of this use of deliver. So in the first example sentence, we see, I'm not sure they're going to deliver on time, means I'm not sure they're going to keep their promise on time. Like maybe the schedule has changed, some problem has arisen, we don't know. But I'm not sure they're going to deliver means I'm not sure they're going to complete the thing they said they would complete in the time frame we agreed upon. So I'm not sure they're going to finish. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do the thing they said they would do on time. The second example sentence is more positive, though. They delivered on their promises. Here, past tense delivered. So they were able to do the things that they promised to. So there was a promise made in the past. There was some agreement reached in the past. And the agreement or the promise was fulfilled. They delivered on their promises. They were able to do the things they said they would do. Let's continue to the next additional meaning for the verb deliver. The next additional meaning is to save someone from something. Let's start with some examples. Deliver us from evil. The rescue team delivered people from danger. A key point about this meaning of the verb deliver is that it's rather formal and perhaps even biblical. Biblical means it relates to the Bible. So if you have read the Bible, or if you're familiar with some of the prayers or some of the ways of speaking from the Bible, you might be familiar with this use that we see in the first example sentence, deliver us from evil. So deliver us from evil means save us from evil, save us from evil things. So deliver in this way is not so commonly used in everyday speech. If you attend church or if you attend another kind of religious or maybe religiously related organization, you might hear this use of deliver there in your community. In general, however, in the news, we don't use the verb deliver to talk about saving or maybe even rescuing people. In those cases, like I said, save and rescue are more common. Deliver tends to be used more like in biblical contexts. The second example sentence, like the rescue team delivered the people from danger, that's I'm kind of stretching the meaning of that one a little bit. That might not be such a typical example, but it's sort of the kind of situation that you could imagine deliver being used in. So if I were writing a report or if I were making the news for the day, I probably would not use deliver in that way, but the meaning is still communicated there. So deliver tends to be used in like serious situations, like deliver us from evil. Evil is quite serious, or to deliver someone from danger or from a very stressful situation. So it tends to be something more serious in nature. But like I said, deliver is not used so commonly in this way in everyday speech. You might hear it more in like specific religious organizations. Let's continue on to some variations for the verb deliver. The first variation is to deliver a blow. To deliver a blow. This means to have a damaging effect on something. Some examples. She delivered a blow to the company when she announced her decision. The team scored another goal, delivering a blow to their opponents. Okay, so to deliver a blow means like to cause some damage or to cause some harm, but this doesn't usually mean physically. It's more like mental or emotional damage. In the first example sentence, she delivered a blow to the company with her decision. That means she made a decision and that somehow damaged her company. So maybe she was like the CEO or a top management person at her company. She decides to quit. And she's a very valuable worker, so it's damaging to the company. Physically not damaging, but the company loses something important. So we can say she delivered a blow to the company. She caused damage, or she had like a damaging effect on the company as a result of her decision. So she delivered a blow, we could say. In the second example sentence, we see it in a sports situation. So Team A scored another goal. So we see another goal, meaning there was a previous goal or goals already. But the team scored another goal and delivered a blow to their opponent, so Team B. So that means Team A, their score went up, and Team B's maybe motivation or morale was damaged. So deliver a blow, again, doesn't mean physically attacking someone. It means that there's some kind of damage, usually like kind of a mental or emotional damage. In this case, perhaps motivation-related damage occurs. So to deliver a blow can mean to cause damage to someone or something, like an organization or a company. Let's go on to the second variation for this verb, which is to deliver the goods. To deliver the goods. This is a very informal and very casual expression that means to give the things that have been promised. Examples. I'm not sure they're going to be able to deliver the goods on time. You have to be prepared to deliver the goods if you want to work here. So both of these refer to some kind of service or some kind of goods, some kind of like there's items of some kind being provided. So you will hear this perhaps in movies and in TV shows. This is a very, very, very casual expression that sometimes has the nuance of maybe activities that aren't legal. So it could refer to like drugs or medication that's illegally obtained, or to some other kind of substance or some other kind of stolen goods, for example. There's something that you don't want to say specifically like what it is, so we say deliver the goods. So the goods can mean any number of things. Deliver the goods means like give the things that are promised, like we talked about in one of the additional meanings. But it's like you have to promise to provide the things you say you're going to provide. So it has a little bit of kind of a dark feeling about it, I think. Sometimes we may casually use this expression among friends now and then with very like small situations like deliver the goods, like the party supplies, for example. But in more serious situations, it can refer to maybe not completely legal activities, to deliver the goods. Okay, so those are a few, hopefully, new ways to use the verb deliver. If you have any questions or comments, or if you know a different way of using the verb deliver, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. Hi everybody, welcome back to Know Your Verbs. My name is Alicia, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the verb post. Let's get started. The basic definition of the verb post is to publish or announce something on a sign or something similar to a sign. Examples. He posted an advertisement on the community bulletin board. Let's post signs around town. Now let's look at the conjugations for this verb. Present, post, posts. Past, posted. Past participle, posted. Progressive, posting. Now let's talk about some additional meanings for this verb. The first additional meaning is to share something on social media. Examples. I saw that photo you posted on Instagram yesterday. Did you see that message she posted on Facebook? So when we upload information like photos or messages, tweets, whatever, we can use the verb post to talk about that. For Twitter, I suppose we can use tweet as a verb too. You can say I posted on Twitter or I tweeted as well. But post is the kind of the general verb we can use for all social media. When we share anything on social media, we can say I posted something on Facebook or on Instagram or on Twitter or on Snapchat or on, what else is there? YouTube. Posted it on YouTube or uploaded it to YouTube, I suppose, too. But post is the general verb used for social media sharing. So I think actually that this use of post comes from the original definition, which is to put something in a community sign or to put something in a community place where many people can see it, because that's the purpose of social media, is to share something so many people will see it. So I think that use of post comes from that basic definition of the verb post, like sharing something in a community space, because we want other people to see it and respond to it. The second additional meaning is to send something by mail. This is more commonly used in British English, actually. In American English, we tend to use the verb mail more often, but in British English, you might hear post used. Examples. Can you post me the documents? I posted a few letters today. So here, post refers to mailing something. Like, can you post me the documents means can you send me the documents by mail, like physically by mail. The second sentence, I posted some letters, refers to mailing some letters, sending some letters via mail. So this is kind of more commonly used in British English. Post is more commonly used to mean mail in British English. In American English, we tend to use the verb mail more commonly. So depending on the type of English you are studying or you prefer to use, you might make a decision here with this verb. So post or mail. Post British, mail American. The third additional meaning is to send someone somewhere for work. Examples. He's been posted outside the White House. There's security posted around the building. So you can see in these example sentences, it's kind of work relating to security or to military, to guarding of some kind. We don't really use it for a regular office job. I wouldn't say I've been posted to my company's branch in Beijing. It sounds a little bit weird. We would say maybe transfer, or I've been transferred, or I've been moved to my company's office. When we're talking about a specific place, like a job where we need to stand and wait somewhere, and it tends to be for security, military purposes, that kind of thing, we can use the verb post to talk about that. It might sound a little out of place if you use post for a different job. So these are a couple examples of ways that you can use post to refer to being sent somewhere to do this kind of work. Now let's move on to some variations for this verb. The first variation is to keep someone posted, to keep someone posted. This means to provide regular updates to someone. Examples. Keep me posted about your project. I'll try to keep you posted about my schedule. So to keep someone posted means to give them regular updates. You can think back to the original definition of the verb, post, sharing information in a community way. To keep someone posted is sort of to continue to share information. So as you're working on a project or as you're making progress with something, you share your updates, you share your information, you keep someone posted. So we see that in these sentences. So in the first one, keep me posted about your project, it means please send me updates about your project. I want to know. The second example sentence, I'll try to keep you posted about my schedule, means I will try to keep you updated. I will try to send you regular updates about my schedule. Let's go on to another variation for this verb. The second variation is to post bail, to post bail. This means to offer money in exchange for freedom from prison. Examples. He posted bail and got out of jail immediately. Many people aren't able to post bail, even for minor crimes. This is a very specific variation. In the US criminal system, there's this thing called bail. So if someone is convicted, if someone is arrested and has to go to prison because of a crime they committed, there's this thing called bail. If the person can pay this amount of money, they can be released from prison. They don't have to stay in prison. We refer to paying that money, so that the name of that money is bail, but we use the verb post here. So we say post bail. To post bail means to pay the required amount of money to get out of jail. So this is a specific phrase that we use only for this type of money, to post bail. We don't use this in another financial transaction at all. To post bail refers only to paying this amount of money to get out of jail. So this is a very specific one. I don't know if you have bail in your country, but this is something that exists in the US. So those are a few new ways I hope that you can use the verb post. Of course, if you have questions or comments or want to practice making sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Many of us are spending more and more time at home. So how do you make the best of this time and learn your target language? Learning at home can be tough with all the distractions. And in this episode, you're going to discover the pros and cons of learning at home, and how to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. How to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Recently, many people have started to work and take classes from home. With language learning, since it's something people do in their own time, a lot of it is done at home anyway. But that doesn't mean that all of this hasn't affected how people learn. If you used a language learning app or listened to lessons during your commute, but you don't commute anymore, the pandemic has probably ruined your flow. With many of us spending more time at home, being able to learn from home efficiently is a good skill to have. Because while learning or working from home sounds good, it's not exactly easy to do. Part 1. The pros and cons of learning at home. First, the pros. There's convenience. You can learn whenever you want. You also have more time in the day since you're not commuting or walking from the train station into work. It's also easier to practice speaking. Many people might find it hard to practice on the train or at a lunch break or in the office during work. It might sound a little strange, but at home, you can dedicate more time to practicing speaking. What's your favorite pro of learning at home? Leave us a comment. Now, what about the cons? Distractions. There are a lot more distractions at home. There's the TV, there's the couch and the food and family members coming in and out. Next, there's no physical or mental separation between rest and work, which is crucial for focus. It's the same reason why people prefer going to the gym instead of working out from the comfort of their own home. If you're in a place where there's only one goal, like working out, and you're surrounded by people working out, you'll have no problem doing it. But if you're in a place you associate with rest, eating, and watching TV, you might have trouble focusing. But if you're spending more time at home, then you should at least make the best of it and learn your language at home. Part 2. How to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. So, here's how you do it. First, pick a dedicated place for learning, and preferably not your bed. Just like an office is associated with working time and your bedroom is associated with rest, you need a place associated with language learning. It could be your desk in the corner of the room. It could be your basement, as long as it's far from distractions and places of rest. Second, pick a time. That way, for example, when it's 9 p.m., you know it's time to put in 10 minutes of language learning. 3. Time box your study sessions. What's time boxing? Time boxing is simply setting a fixed amount of time for an activity. For example, you're going to dedicate the next 10 minutes to language and nothing else. If you usually have trouble concentrating, time boxing is a good way to set boundaries and get things done. 4. Start small. Just like with setting small, measurable goals and realistic routines, don't set aside 2 hours for study time. Instead, try to time box 5, 10, or 15 minutes and stick with that for a week or two. You can always increase your time later once you get more comfortable with your routine. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. Instead of trying to master a lesson and the lesson dialogue in one shot, space out your learning throughout the day, in the morning, afternoon, and at night. So take an audio or video lesson and read along with the lesson notes in the morning. You'll get acquainted with the conversation, all the words, and grammar rules. Don't rush to memorize it all. You'll come back to it later in the day. And do this for around 5 to 15 minutes. During the day, practice shadowing the dialogue. Practice recalling the words. Do this for around 10 minutes. You can also write out the lesson dialogue, practice using the grammar rules, or drill the words with flashcards. And at night, come back and review for about 10 minutes. You can re-listen to the lesson or just the dialogue track. By doing multiple sessions in one day, you'll be a lot more comfortable with the language, simply because you spaced out your learning and came back to review. And while it may feel repetitive, it's the repetition that helps you master the language over the long term. 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. It would be hard to practice if you were commuting or out on a walk, but if you're at home, you can easily speak out loud without drawing attention or feeling embarrassed. So, to recap, 1. Pick a specific place for learning that's far from distractions like your bed. 2. Pick a specific time for studying. 3. Time box your study sessions. 4. Start small. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. And 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the power of learning a language with someone else. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! There are a lot of people working to learn another language, but there are also a lot of people who grew up speaking 2 or more languages without even thinking about it. If you're able to speak 2 languages, you're bilingual. If you can speak more, you're multilingual. In many countries, being bilingual or multilingual is normal or even expected. But in some countries, people grow up speaking and learning 1 language. If you speak 1 language, you're monolingual. So, what can monolinguals learn from bilinguals or multilinguals? This video will look at what it's like to be comfortable in 2 or more languages. Here are 6 pieces of information relating to bilingualism and multilingualism that you can use in your language learning. First, bilingualism and the brain. How does being bilingual or multilingual affect the brain? Do you dream in both languages? Do you see subtitles in your head for the other language as somebody's talking? The answers to questions like these are different for everyone. Some people may dream mostly in the language they're most comfortable with, and occasionally in another language. Some people may be able to effortlessly move between the languages they know, while others may get stuck from time to time. These are all normal parts of knowing more than 1 language. People who were exposed to another language since birth may have certain advantages in language acquisition over monolinguals. They may already be familiar with certain sounds and sound combinations that monolinguals are not familiar with. As a language learner, you're probably quite familiar with this. If you've already mastered a language and have decided to start learning a new one, you're probably going to unconsciously make connections to words in different languages. You'll think to yourself, this word has the same vowel sound as another word I know, so it should sound pretty similar. When it comes to studying things like new vocabulary words and grammar, however, monolinguals, bilinguals, and multilinguals all need to spend time learning and memorizing. So in your own learning, don't be discouraged by people who speak your native language and your target language. They may have had a totally different learning experience than you. Consider your language studies, not language abilities. Second, language mistakes and confusion. You may be wondering if bilinguals ever confuse languages in their heads. Generally, people who are fluent in multiple languages can separate the languages mentally. However, there are situations where people momentarily forget words, even in our native languages, or we think of a word in one language but not in another. In some cases, we might even want to use a word that exists in one language but not in the other. An interesting concept from academic literature on this topic is perfect bilingualism. It's the idea that someone can speak 2 languages perfectly at an equally high level.
Many people assume that someone who grew up speaking 2 languages would be able to use both of them perfectly and sound flawless, but this is generally not true. Bilingual people are often more comfortable talking about certain topics in specific languages. There are also situations where bilingual people may pronounce words with a slightly different accent than monolingual people. Interestingly enough, there's also a similar pattern among bilingual couples. Bilingual couples usually have a single dominant language. Even if they can speak another language with fluency and ease, people will usually use the language that's most efficient and comfortable. Third, bilingual societies. Can you imagine a place where you talk to your family in one language, your neighbors in another, your boss in a third, and write letters in a fourth? This might sound like a dream for many language enthusiasts, but in some societies, it's normal. This type of multilingual society occurs on border regions all throughout the world. In northern Iraq, for instance, people usually speak Kurdish, Turkish, and Iraqi Arabic, and many of them use modern standard Arabic and English at school. In some parts of China, people might learn English at school, speak their city's dialect of Mandarin when out shopping, speak standard Mandarin at work, and perhaps even speak another language when at home with their families. Some of these people might even say they're bad at languages. When people say this, it's often because they grew up using these languages, not learning them in school. When they were using a language at a friend's house and got their pronunciation corrected, there was no anxiety involved. This kind of learning is different than learning in a school setting, where tests and classrooms can cause pressure and discomfort. Media exposure plays a huge role too. Many people around the world are functionally bilingual in English thanks to TV and YouTube. Sometimes parents, even in societies where people speak several languages, will put on educational English videos for kids to watch. But what's even more fun is something that's enjoyable for the kids that's already in English. You can do this too as an adult language learner. There's a time and a place for coursework, but if you're able to shut off the learning part of your brain and simply absorb content you're interested in, you'll be surprised at what you can pick up after a couple of months. Fourth, heritage languages. You might know someone from an immigrant family who speaks a different language at home than they do with everybody else. That language is referred to academically as a heritage language. Basically, a language that someone learned at home without using it very much anywhere else. You can imagine that such an arrangement would produce huge variation in language ability. Some people have heritage languages that they learn from visiting their grandparents once a week. Others learn through rigorous homeschooling routines enforced by their parents. Heritage learners often have some marked differences in their speech compared to speakers who grew up in a monolingual environment. They might have an accent that's affected by the dominant language they grew up with, or they might feel uncomfortable using some grammar or vocabulary that they're not as familiar with. But on the other hand, they might be able to smoothly use things like tone, grammatical gender, and other aspects of language that are extremely difficult for learners to master. Their listening comprehension is also likely good. Another big difference is in reading and writing. You probably don't remember, but reading and writing took time to learn. It may be difficult to motivate yourself or a child to learn to read or write in a new language, especially if that language has a different and complicated script. We may be tempted to rely on the reading and writing skills we already have instead of learning something new. If you have a heritage language and you're working on reactivating it, be kind to yourself. Maybe you feel like you should know how to read or write in your heritage language, but you don't. And that's okay. You can work on building those skills as any other language learner would. A great way to build literacy is to read text with audio that you can listen to at the same time. You can use the lesson notes from our language learning program or watch videos with subtitles. This is easy to do from the comfort of your home. Fifth, gaining fluency in a second language. There's a lot of divided discussion about whether it's possible to learn a language to a native level. It's important to consider what native level means. Maybe a native speaker of your target language can talk about their work flawlessly, but they can't speak in depth about a topic beyond their field. You don't expect yourself to be able to talk about absolutely everything with 100% perfection in your native language, so don't expect that you'll magically be able to communicate perfectly in the language you're learning either. Moreover, it's important to remember that nobody speaks flawlessly all the time. We all make mistakes, and we know how to correct ourselves and clarify information. The best speakers in the world make mistakes, even on stage. Everybody's stumbled over their words before.
Does that mean they're not fluent in their own language? Of course not. You can do some amazing things to get a native-like accent in a foreign language, but they all take a great deal of work. Lots of people convince others that they're native speakers for the first few minutes of conversation. Does it really matter if you end up making mistakes after 40 seconds? 40 minutes? Remember, the perfect speech is not required to speak like a native. As we've talked about in this video, lots of bilingual and multilingual people have strengths and weaknesses too. Sixth, can a bilingual person forget a language? Language skills can deteriorate over time if they're not used. If you're very busy with one language and rarely use the other, you might see a drop in your abilities in the language you don't use as often. Completely forgetting a language takes a very long time, though. While you might forget a word here and there in one language, you likely won't lose a language completely unless you don't use it for decades. This is something to think about for anyone who is considering spending their life in another country. Make sure to keep your language skills up. Otherwise, as time goes on, things may be harder and harder to remember. Being bilingual or multilingual is pretty interesting. A lot of language learners compare themselves to bilinguals or multilinguals. Remember that bilingual and multilingual people put in work too, when they were kids. So don't feel discouraged if it seems like your own learning is slow. It simply takes time, and that's true for everyone. For even more tips and information related to language learning, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! If a native speaker of your target language spoke to you, how much of their speech do you think you could understand? Your answer, of course, depends a lot on your vocabulary skills. In this video, we're going to cover 5 tips for memorizing vocabulary quickly. When you learn new vocabulary words, you increase your skills in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. As you learn a language, you gain the ability to recognize vocabulary words and learn when to use them. It's important to have a vocabulary that covers a range of topics so that you can understand important announcements, safety information, conversations between friends, and posts on social media. In this video, we're going to talk about why vocabulary is important, some features in the tools we offer that help you focus on memorizing, and some tips for memorizing words faster. Throughout this video, remember that consistency is a key component to memorization. If you haven't done this already, consider adding a number of vocabulary words you'd like to master to your monthly language goals. Okay, let's get to our tips. First, master our core word lists. We offer 11 core word lists. These lists are made up of the most common words in your target language. The 100 core word list is the best list for absolute beginners. After you master that list, you can move on to the other lists in the series. The 2000 core word list is a combination of all of the lists plus an additional 1,000 words. Having knowledge of about 2,000 vocabulary words in your target language will set you up for success. Knowing a variety of words in your target language is important because it allows you to speak about and understand many different topics. While grammar is certainly important, having the vocabulary you need to go about daily life, study, or make plans is essential. So, how do you use the core word lists? With our flashcard feature. Our flashcard tool can display the vocabulary word, show a picture and translation, and play an audio recording of the vocabulary. You'll work on improving your recognition, production, and listening comprehension skills. Using a tool like this helps you associate new words with images. You also get to hear pronunciation and pitch accents from native speakers. You have the ability to choose how many new cards you'd like to learn daily. By the way, using the 2000 core word list isn't the only way to review all key vocabulary words. You can also merge your preferred lists. If you lack confidence in speaking, studying vocabulary can help you. If you master the most common words in your target language, speaking will become a bit easier. Among our core word lists are popular topics relating to hobbies, nature, food, and recreation. If you need some help making sentences with your new vocabulary, you can take a look at the core word list example sentences for ideas. These are all steps you can take to improve your speaking confidence. Second, create your own sentences.
Creating your own sentences is a great way to work on memorizing new vocabulary. You can create sentences related to your daily life so that you can easily remember the sentences and use them. You can also try creating sentences you think you're likely to need before a conversation with a native speaker. In addition to our core word lists, we also have a dictionary feature. If you need help finding a certain vocabulary word, you can search for it in our dictionary. The dictionary includes audio from native speakers, so you can hear how the word is pronounced naturally and at a slower speed. With a premium membership, you'll have access to your own personal word bank. You'll be able to add words from the dictionary and our lessons to this word bank and study them using flashcards. Another thing that can help you with memorization is reading along with lesson dialogues and listening to the host's explanations. When you find a sentence that stands out, or when you make a sentence you think will be useful, make sure to actually use the sentence. Your memory will grow stronger and stronger as you review sentences and practice saying them from memory. Third, read every day. How often do you read in your target language? Reading is a fun activity that can motivate you to spend some time studying new vocabulary. When you read, you encounter words you've seen in lessons, but you also find new words. Apart from reading for fun, our language learning program offers reading comprehension pathways for all levels. These pathways feature video lessons with vocabulary you're likely to see in real life. For example, an advanced pathway might include lessons for understanding promotional information, medical instructions, and directions. These pathways are designed to test your ability to recognize words. Another way to memorize words fast is by learning songs in your target language. If you're studying a language with sounds that are very different from your first language, this can be a really helpful tactic. You can make a monthly goal to memorize 1 to 3 songs you like in your target language. You can find the lyrics to the song with a search online, and you can search for a translation as well. As you listen to the song, read the lyrics. This can help you connect the sounds you're hearing with the characters or the letters you're reading. And remember, the songs can be from anywhere. It could be a kid's song, a new pop song, or a TV show theme. You can choose. The key is to find a fun way to read every day. This will help you improve your vocabulary. Fourth, test your listening skills. Test your listening skills with our listening comprehension pathways. Each of the pathways presents a conversation, asks a question, and then gives a breakdown. In our audio lessons, the hosts break down the dialogue by talking about the usage of key vocabulary and phrases. They also explain the grammar. After you listen to the breakdown, the dialogue is easier to understand. Make sure to re-listen to the lesson dialogues to review these important concepts. Another way to use our site for listening comprehension is by changing the flashcard settings. With our flashcards, you have the option to focus on building listening comprehension. If you choose this setting, the front of your flashcard will play an audio clip, and the back will show the answer. Additionally, if you're a Premium Plus member, you can practice listening with your native speaker teacher. You can request audio responses from your teacher instead of text. If you understand their message, you can respond with an audio file of your own, or with text. If you don't fully understand, you can ask your teacher for help. One more thing you can do is use TV shows to practice listening. You can choose a segment of a show to practice. Watch it once with subtitles, then once without subtitles. Determine how much you can comprehend. Then look up the words you don't know. Fifth, take vocabulary quizzes. There are many ways to test yourself with vocabulary quizzes. Each of our lessons includes a vocabulary slideshow and quizzes that you can use for review. We also have video vocab pathways, which introduce new vocabulary based on certain themes, and they include pictures. You can also try making your own written tests with our flashcard feature. Change the flashcard settings according to your preferences. You can choose between recognition, production, and listening comprehension card types. Based on the card type you chose, write down either the vocabulary word or its translation when the card appears. Check your answers and give yourself a score for your study session. Writing vocabulary by hand is another great way to work on memorizing words. Earlier, we talked about learning vocabulary with songs. A fun and effective way to test your vocabulary and writing skills is to fill in the blanks. Copy and paste the lyrics of a song into a document and replace some of the words with blanks. Test your knowledge of the lyrics by filling in the blanks with the correct words. You can make it a little easier by including a word box, a list of vocabulary to use somewhere in the song. You can also do this with dialogues you want to practice from TV shows. To make sure you get all of the tools mentioned in this video, subscribe to our premium plan. You'll get access to all of our resources, including the core word lists and the flashcard tool. So, to recap, in this video we talked about 5 tips for memorizing new words. They were: master our core word lists, create your own sentences, read every day, test your listening skills, and take vocabulary quizzes. These tips are fun and effective ways to help you reach your vocabulary goals a bit faster. If you want to go the extra mile, subscribe to Premium Plus to get access to your own native teacher. What are your vocabulary goals? How will you achieve them? Share your answers in the comment section below. And for even more tips on how to remember vocabulary fast, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Consistent hard work is one of the biggest factors that determine someone's success, and it's true for language learning too. While it's important to choose a course and study method that's right for you, at the end of the day, the results you see are a product of the effort you put in. However, the quantity of time spent studying a new language doesn't necessarily determine the quality of your study. Spending 3 hours a day watching movies doesn't help you learn much if you're not actively engaging with the language. In this video, we'll talk about how to actively engage your mind while studying. Number 1. Think of your brain as a muscle. You might be familiar with the phrase, feel the burn, or maybe no pain, no gain. If you've been to your local gym recently, there's a chance you might have heard one of these phrases or seen something similar on a poster on a wall. In the world of sports and workouts, there's a common idea that the discomfort you feel when running, lifting weights, or doing some other physical activity is what brings results. The discomfort you feel is your muscles being pushed to their limit. It's the limit pushing that strengthens your muscles so that over time your performance increases. In the context of language learning, it's helpful to think of your brain as a muscle being trained. Just as we need to push against our physical limits when exercising, we also need to push our mental ones when learning a foreign language. Have you ever studied or practiced your target language in a way that left you tired or even exhausted? If so, you've experienced what it's like to push your brain out of its linguistic comfort zone. Number 2, practice active listening. One of the easiest ways to push your language skills is to practice active listening. Active listening is when you listen to spoken language and do your best to understand what you hear. The best way to accomplish this is by using audio that you can't completely understand on the first listen. Preferably, you want to use audio that has subtitles or transcripts in your target language for you to double-check your understanding after you listen to it. You can use movies, YouTube clips, or our lessons. During this exercise, you might feel like you're able to pick out only a few words here and there. During this practice session, you should listen to the audio several times. The first time around, it's okay if no words or just a few words stick out to you. Simply make a mental note of any words or sounds you recognize. The second time you listen, you're likely to recognize a little more than you did the previous time. Expect similar results with your third or even fourth time listening. When you reach a point where you can't understand any more words, go ahead and look at the subtitles or transcripts. Listen to the audio again and read along with the text. Odds are that you'll see words in the text you know, but didn't hear correctly. You're also likely to encounter words that are new to you completely. As you play back the audio and read along, try to guess what these words mean from the context of the words around them. After you've read along a couple times, look up the unfamiliar words in a dictionary or translator app. This active listening exercise routine is a great way to increase your listening and comprehension skills, while picking up some new vocabulary along the way. It also allows you to learn new words in context, which itself is a powerful way to help you retain what you study. Number 3, practicing with native speakers. Practicing with native speakers is the best way to push your language skills. Using what you've studied to communicate in real time is how you'll really challenge yourself. Try to connect with a native speaker on a weekly basis. Remember, consistency is important when you're learning a foreign language.
If you live in a large metropolitan area, then there's a chance that there are some local native speakers nearby. Try visiting a local language exchange or meetup group to make the necessary connections. If you're unable to find a practice partner locally, then you can take your search online. There are a number of sites that help you find and connect with other language learners from around the world. For example, if you're a native English speaker learning a new language, you can find a native speaker of your target language who is learning English. There are tons of language learners around the world who have learned or are learning a second language. You're likely to find someone who knows your target language and is looking to improve his or her English. Learning a new language isn't always easy, but it's the discomfort that comes with pushing your ability in the language that produces results in your studies. Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. It's okay to move far outside of your native language. You'll expand your mind and your skills. Also remember that language learning is in every way a lot like an adventure. There will be fun times and times when it feels like you're swimming upstream. It's by keeping your head up through these ups and downs that you will experience the satisfaction that comes with learning a foreign language. Keep moving ahead. And for even more tips on how to engage better in your language learning, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye!
Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our free language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to a Restaurant Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to order food in your target language? You'll learn how with this PDF cheat sheet. You'll get the must-know restaurant phrases and vocabulary for common dishes. Second, the Daily Conversations PDF ebook. With this, you'll learn over 100 phrases for everyday conversations. Download and review the ebook on any device. Third, can you talk about grammar in your target language? If you're learning the language, you'll need to know how to say verb, adjective, and much more. And in this 1-minute lesson, you'll pick up over 25 grammar-related words. Fourth, how to talk about working from home. You'll learn how to say Wi-Fi, online meeting, work from home, 25 phrases in total with this 1-minute lesson. Fifth, must-know art vocabulary. Learn how to say canvas, brush, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Sixth, looking for a new language learning app? With the Innovative 101 app, you can learn fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 35% off with our Ready, Set, Speak sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Henrique. Hi Henrique. Henrique says, how do we use at, in, and on correctly? Thank you. Okay, very quickly, because there are videos on the channel about how to use prepositions, so please do a search and check them out. Very quickly to review, let's begin with at. We use at to mark specific locations in cities. That means like buildings. So for example, I'm at the bank or she's at the supermarket. We can also use at to refer to specific locations outside cities, like in the countryside, like we're at the river today. We also use at before times to mark specific times of day, like let's meet at 2 p.m. or she arrived at 3:30. We also use at with night, as in at night. Please note we do not use at with morning or afternoon or evening. Those are incorrect. We only use it with at night. Then let's talk about in. We use in before the names of cities and countries, like she lives in Switzerland, or he lives in Barcelona, or it's in Toronto. So we use it before city names and country names. We can also use in before a length of time to mark a duration, like let's meet in 10 minutes, or we finished the project in 1 hour. We also use in with months. For example, she moved in February, or I'm going to Europe in June. Finally, let's talk about on. We use on with days of the week and to talk about the weekend, as in something we did on the weekend. In some variations of English, you may hear people saying at the weekend, but this is not used in American English. We use on the weekend. So we use on before days of the week, as in, let's meet on Tuesday, or we had coffee together on Saturday. So this is a very quick introduction to different ways to use at, in, and on. As I said, please do a quick search of the channel for prepositions to find other videos with more details about this topic. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Nazanin. Hello, Nazanin. Nazanin says, hi, Alicia. What is the difference between park and garden? Thank you. A park is generally a big open area with lots of grass. You can come to a park and you can do like a variety of different activities. If you want to have a picnic or a barbecue, or you want to maybe play a sport or something like that, you can generally do that in a park. There's a lot of really big open space. So maybe we can show a picture on screen here so you can see what a park, a typical park, looks like. A garden, on the other hand, is something that's supposed to be enjoyed for its design. And when I say design, I mean like the landscape design, like maybe there are special flowers inside the garden, or there's maybe special decorations. There's some kind of like landscape that is special in the garden. So you might see parks and gardens like together. There might be a garden inside a park, but a garden is generally not a place that you go to do a specific activity. Like we don't go to a garden to have a barbecue, or we don't go to a garden to play a sport generally. We go to a garden to enjoy the scenery, to enjoy being in the garden, like walking along the paths in the garden. So parks are generally more open spaces where we can do a variety of activities. Gardens are spaces that we use for enjoyment of that natural space. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Sumitha Aaron. Hello, Sumitha. Sumitha says, I would like to know the difference between resume and curriculum vitae. Okay, they are very, very similar. A curriculum vitae, or CV, as it is often called, these are very, very similar documents. We use both of them to apply for jobs. So a CV is generally longer than a resume, maybe like 3 to 4 pages, and it includes everything you have ever done, all of your professional experience, so that's like your work experience, and your education experience, yes, so where you went to school, the degrees that you have, the topics that you studied, and so on. But we also, on a CV, include our credentials, our certification. So if you got some kind of special recognition, if you got a scholarship, a grant, if you've published anything, like a book or a paper, or if you have a thesis somewhere, if you've given a presentation, basically anything connected to your work and your professional experience will be listed on a CV. So a CV is like a very long list of all of your achievements, all of your professional and your educational achievements. These are kind of longer documents. A resume, on the other hand, is generally a little bit shorter. It's maybe like 1 to 2 pages long, and it's kind of more of a summary. So in addition to including like your contact information, you might have a short career objective. Like that means the thing that you are trying to do in your career. You might have that. And then generally with a resume, you have a series of summaries of your past work. So maybe you have 3 or 4 companies or 3 or 4 positions on your resume and you summarize your accomplishments and your role in each of those positions so that someone has a good idea, has like a good image of what kind of work you have done and therefore how it connects to your current objective. So again, a resume tends to be a bit shorter than a CV, maybe 1 to 2 pages, but a CV could be maybe 3 to 4 pages if you have a long work history. In the UK, you might find that nobody actually uses the word resume. So if you're speaking with a British English speaker, they might only use the word CV. CV generally refers to the same concept as a resume. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Siam. Hello, Siam. Siam says, what's the difference between not and no? I'll give a very general answer to this question. We use not and no to give negative responses to things. The grammar of the sentence is what's important here. So we use not before adjectives and verbs. For example, I am not hungry, or she's not sleeping, or they do not work on Saturdays. So this comes before adjectives or verbs. No, of course, is also used to respond to yes or no questions with the negative answer. You may also hear not used in kind of a sarcastic way to reply to someone's opinion or to respond to someone's opinion. For example, person A might say, "Oh, I really liked that movie," and person B might respond with, "Yeah, me too." Not. So this is kind of an old style humor. It's actually not very funny, but some people try to use this not to show contrast to the thing that they just said. So this really means, I'm going to pretend that I agree with you for a moment, but I don't really. So you might hear some people use not in this way too. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Arkan Git. Hello, Arkan. Arkan says, what's the difference between police station and police department? Nice question. Yeah, a police station is a building. It's a physical place that we can visit, so people work inside a police station. A police department, on the other hand, is a part of an organization. So the police department refers to a group of people working together to do police work. This is the same as like a marketing department in a company or as like a sales department in an online store. It refers to a group of people that are doing the same type of work, a police department. So a police department refers to that group of people. The police station refers to the physical building where police officers are located. So in sentences, you might say something like, I went to the police station to file a report about my lost wallet. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Mari. Hi Mari. Mari says, could you please explain how to know when I can separate a phrasal verb by putting a noun between the verb and the preposition? Great question. Let's think about this in 2 categories. Phrasal verbs that you can split are phrasal verbs that take a direct object. These are called transitive phrasal verbs. But please note that just because a phrasal verb takes a direct object does not necessarily mean that you can split it. Let's take a look at some examples. I wrote down her phone number. I wrote her phone number down. This is an example of a phrasal verb, write down or wrote down in past tense, that can be split. The direct object here is her phone number. We can put her phone number after wrote down in the past tense, or we can put it between wrote and down. This is one that we can split. Let's look at another example. He opened up the file and started working. He opened the file up and started working. In this sentence, the phrasal verb is open up, past tense opened up. We can move the file, the direct object, to the middle of the phrasal verb if we want to. Opened up the file is fine. Opened the file up is also fine. So this is another example of a phrasal verb that we can split, a transitive phrasal verb that is splittable. Let's take a look now at a transitive phrasal verb that we cannot split. We got in the car. This is an example of a phrasal verb that we cannot split. So to get in something means to put yourself into something. But we cannot move the car between get and in. We cannot say we get the car in. This is an example of a transitive phrasal verb that we cannot split. So how do we know which ones are splittable and which ones are not splittable, or separable and inseparable? Unfortunately, there isn't an easy rule for distinguishing the two. It just takes time and practice. Let's now talk about intransitive phrasal verbs. So phrasal verbs that do not take a direct object, which are intransitive phrasal verbs, cannot be split. We cannot move the noun after the phrasal verb to the middle of the phrasal verb. Some examples of this. I like to work out. My plan fell through. She loved her trip to France. She's planning to go back next year. The interviewee never showed up. So in each of these example sentences, the phrasal verb is in bold. In each of these examples as well, the phrasal verb does not take a direct object. That means that we cannot split the phrasal verb. So again, these are called intransitive phrasal verbs. In sum, intransitive phrasal verbs cannot be split. Some transitive phrasal verbs can be split. Please take a look at inseparable transitive phrasal verbs to get a list of vocabulary words that you can study so that you can remember which ones need to stay together. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Jose Elias. Hello, Jose. Jose says, hi, Alicia. I would like to know how to use wrap. For example, when people say, your life was a wrap, or you are a wrap, I would like to know other possible meanings, please. Generally, when we use the expression, it's a wrap, or that's a wrap, it means that something is finished, it's complete. We often use this word in like media, like film production, movie production, or TV production related work. When something has come to an end, we can say, it's a wrap, or that's a wrap, which means we're finished, or we're done. We might also hear this in business or professional settings to mean this is finished, as in this project is finished, or this meeting is finished. You might say, let's wrap up this meeting, which means let's finish this meeting, or let's conclude this meeting. So it tends to have this idea, this feeling of something being finished, something being completed. To look specifically at the examples that you provided here, while they're not sentences I would say, maybe not phrases I would say, perhaps those would be used in very specific situations, like he got in trouble with his parents and they said he couldn't go out for a month. His social life was a wrap, which means his social life is over as a result of something that happened. So that might be a situation where you'd hear something like his life was a wrap or her life was a wrap. If someone says you are a wrap, it sounds like maybe I'm finished with you, I suppose. Again, these are not expressions that I personally would say, but that might be how someone would use this. Okay, to end this question, let's talk about one more very common use of wrap. We have the expression to be wrapped up in something or to be wrapped up in someone, which means you are so involved or so interested in someone or something that you ignore things outside that or you don't pay enough attention to those things. So, for example, I'm so wrapped up in this TV show, I forgot my friend's birthday. Or, why are you so wrapped up in your new relationship? I never see you anymore. So it means that someone is too interested or too involved in something and they forget about the other things in their life. We also have this meaning associated with wrap. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Miriam Atef. Hi, Miriam. Miriam says, hey, Alicia, what is the difference between infectious and contagious? Good question. Something that is infectious is something that is capable of causing sickness. So an infectious disease is a disease that can cause someone to become sick. So that means that diseases are commonly called infectious diseases. Some examples. Prevent the spread of infectious disease by washing your hands. There was something infectious in my food and now I'm sick. Contagious, on the other hand, refers to something that can be passed to another person through contact. Some example sentences. I'm sneezing a lot, but don't worry, it's just allergies. I'm not contagious. There's a highly contagious cold going around this year. So, to think about the relationship between these two words, something that is contagious is always infectious. So, for example, a cold. A cold is a germ, it's a disease, and it can be passed between people. So, it is contagious and it is infectious. However, something that is infectious is not always contagious. I gave the example of allergies in an earlier example sentence. Allergies are an example of something that is infectious but not contagious. So we can't pass allergies from person to person. One person just has this unfortunate relationship with like dust or maybe like cats or dogs or something. Something causes this unfortunate reaction in a person, but it is not contagious. It's the same idea with something like food poisoning. If you eat something and there's an infectious germ in there, you can get sick, but you can't pass that to another person through contact. So again, something that is contagious is also infectious, but something that is infectious is not necessarily contagious. On a lighter note, we also use these words to talk about moods, feelings, and emotions. Like you might say, her laughter is infectious, or his energy is contagious. So we can use these words to talk about concepts as well. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. All right, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Raisa. Hi, Raisa. Raisa says, hi, Alicia. I'm trying to memorize some phrasal verbs, but sometimes I don't understand the need to use a preposition when the verb without the preposition means the same thing. For example, what's the difference between she called him and she called him up? Thanks. Yeah, this is a good question. In this example, the two have the same meaning, yes, as you said, but the one with up sounds a little more casual. So she called him and she called him up are the same, but she called him sounds a little more formal. I would use she called him in a more polite situation and she called him up in a more casual situation. If you're not sure, just use she called him. Another example of this might be something like close down. So for example, if we say the store. Hey everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Hamza. Hi Hamza. Hamza says, what's the difference between collaborate and cooperate? And how do we use these words in sentences? Okay, well, it depends a little bit on the situation. Let's talk about cooperate first. So to cooperate means to do something in accordance with rules, like to follow rules, to do something that's like in line with society's expectations. This is one use of cooperate. For example, you might have seen a sign in English that says, no smoking here. Thank you for your cooperation. So that's an example of cooperate used as a noun, as cooperation. But it means thank you for following the rules. Thank you for your cooperation. So it's like you're following some kind of societal guideline. So cooperate can have this meaning. We also see cooperate used to mean working together, especially when it's like two people or two groups that might not usually work together. For example, the two countries cooperated to reduce pollution in the ocean. In that example sentence, it sounds like the two countries might not otherwise work together. We use cooperate to express that both parties, both groups, get some kind of benefit from the situation. So cooperate has these two primary meanings of following rules and of working together with somebody for mutual benefit, usually somebody that you wouldn't work with. So let's compare this then to collaborate. Collaborate and the second meaning of cooperate share the meaning of working together with someone, yes, but when we use the word collaborate, it's like you're working together closely with someone to make something very intellectual, like creative or artistic. So this can be like music, it could be a research paper, it could be a movie. It's like two people or two groups combine their specialties to make something special, to make something unique. So for example, my two favorite musicians collaborated and made an amazing album. Let's all collaborate to make the event a success. Or researchers from the engineering department and the computer science department collaborated on this research paper. So those are situations in which collaborate is much more natural to use than cooperate. It also sounds, when we use collaborate, like it's kind of natural for those people to work together. If you use cooperate, it kind of sounds like it's not so natural, or they might not do those things. There's one other meaning of collaborate, which is like to help the enemy or to work for the enemy. So like if you imagine a spy from one country goes to another country and starts working for the other country, we can use collaborate to describe that relationship, as in the spy started collaborating with our enemies. Or we suspect that one of our employees may be collaborating with a competitor. So that means working together with someone, and it's usually used in a negative situation. So it's used to mean like someone is working for someone else to like reduce our credibility or to hurt us somehow and give someone else an advantage. So there is also this meaning of collaborate, but generally you'll hear it used to mean the first meaning that I described. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Andrea Oliveira. Hi, Andrea. Andrea says, hi, Alicia. I love your videos very much. Cool. Could you help me with the differences between warranty and guarantee? Yeah, sure. Nice question. As nouns, warranty and guarantee, these two mean the same thing. They both refer to a promise. It's some kind of promise about like a product or a service. So when you buy a product, like a new piece of equipment, or you buy some kind of like machine, for example, you might see it says like 2-year warranty or lifetime guarantee. So that refers to the length of time that the person who made the product promises it will be good. So if it breaks, you can get a refund or you can exchange it for free or something like that. So in this sense, warranty and guarantee have the same meaning, this kind of product promise. However, guarantee can be used as a verb, and in some of these verb uses, it has a little bit of a different meaning than just simply promise. So one of these is like to say something with confidence. One of the meanings of guarantee is like to say something or to share an opinion with confidence. For example, I guarantee you'll love this restaurant. So that's like someone saying, I know 100%, I am very confident that you will enjoy this restaurant. We can't use warranty to describe that. We can't use that in any way to describe that kind of confident opinion sharing. So guarantee has this meaning. We also have another meaning of guarantee, which is to secure against. So for example, the insurance company secured the house against storm damage. Another way to say that is the insurance company promised the house would be safe from storm damage. So to secure against is a special meaning of guarantee. And again, we cannot use warranty to have this meaning at all. So a good way to know which meaning of guarantee is being used is to look at the word that follows the verb. So guaranteed the house against storm damage. If you look after the word guarantee and you see against is somewhere after it, it's a pretty good chance that it's this secure against meaning. If, however, it's just someone kind of sharing an opinion, it's probably that asserting something with confidence, saying something with confidence meaning. And yes, we can also use guarantee as a verb to mean making a promise. So I hope that this helps you understand warranty and guarantee and the different ways that we can use the word guarantee as a verb. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Bianca. Hi, Bianca. Bianca says, hi, Alicia. I think the words to, also, likewise, even, and as well have similar meanings. What are their differences and in which situations do I use them? Yep, common question. Okay, so let's review. To, also, and as well have the same functions. So we use them in just different parts of the sentence. So to tends to fall at the end of a sentence, like I want to go to the movies too, or she bought a coffee too. As well typically falls at the end of a sentence, but it sounds a little bit more formal than to. In everyday speech, we tend to use to more often. You may see to used before a verb, like I too want to go to the movies, or she too bought a coffee. This use, however, sounds a little bit old-fashioned, and we tend not to use it seriously. If you hear this, it's probably being used for humor. So keep in mind, again, in some here, to and as well can go at the end of the sentence. That's typically where they go. Also, on the other hand, typically comes before a verb, like I also want to go to the movies, or she also bought a coffee. So we typically find it before the verb, You may see also at the beginning of a sentence. This happens when the speaker wants to add some information and they kind of just forgot it in the first sentence. So you might see it at the beginning of a sentence as well. Likewise, to move on to the next item in your list, tends to be used by itself. It's like a response to something someone else said. It's like saying me too. And it's kind of friendly, but a little bit polite. So for example, if speaker A says, I had a great time chatting with you, B might say, likewise, it was fun. So it's like saying me too, but it's a little more friendly and polite. And usually we just use it alone. Finally, even. So even is probably the most different of all of these words that you introduced. Before we talk about even, let's take a look at an example situation. I'm so excited for my friends to come over to my house this weekend. I deep cleaned my house, I bought a bunch of snacks and drinks, and I picked out some movies to watch. I even bought some games to play. So you'll notice that even comes before the last item in this situation. I even bought some games to play. So we use even in place of like and when we want to emphasize that we're doing something with all of our effort or that we're kind of really focused on something. So the speaker expresses this excitement and the speaker did thing A and B and C to prepare for her friends to come over. And then there's this other thing that's even more like intense. Or she's kind of expressing excitement by using even here instead of just and. So we tend to use even to express emphasis. This sounds like a lot more like excited than just saying, and I bought some games to play. If you say, I even bought some games to play, it's like showing your commitment, I guess, or like your intensity in the situation. So I hope that this is a good introduction to the differences between these words. Maybe I can make a whiteboard about this in the future. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Emma. Hi, Emma. Emma says, hi, Alicia. I'm wondering when we use the expression you guys. Can I use this in a formal situation? And can I use this with male and female friends? What about kids? When my kids are fighting, is it okay to say, you guys, stop fighting? Thanks. Yeah, nice question. Generally, when you say you guys, or even hi guys, or hey guys as a greeting, it means everyone or everybody. It refers to all people, whether they're men or women. So this is also like a very common way for people on YouTube to say hello to their viewers. They maybe start the video by saying hi guys or hey guys. It's very common to do. But it is important to note that especially over the last few years, people are considering carefully the words that they are choosing. And guys, in this expression, can for some people feel like it's a little too male-centric and like women are kind of getting left out of the expression. So because of this situation, some people are trying to use different ways to greet people or using different words instead of you guys, as in the expression that you introduced. So it's good to consider this. For example, I don't start videos by saying hi guys. I say hey everybody or hi everyone. That's what I prefer to use. So some other words that people have suggested are words like you all or y'all or folks or fam, or you can choose words that are specific to your group. Like in your case, if you are talking to your kids, you could say, kids, stop fighting. Or like in our case, if we want to talk to the people who watch our videos, or if I'm making something for like video or for audio content for the internet, I might say learners for the people who watch this channel, or I might say viewers, or I might say listeners. So instead of saying you guys, you can kind of pick a more specific word that's general for all genders. So yes, to answer your question directly, you can use you guys to refer to your kids or to refer to your friends, but I think it's maybe just good to consider that more and more people are being conscious and thinking carefully about the best words to use so that all genders can be covered in these everyday expressions. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Sergey. Hi, Sergey. Sergey says, hi, Alicia. You are a great teacher and a jolly girl. I really like it. I heard the phrase go big or go home. Could you please explain what it means? Yes. First, as an American English speaker, just a small side point, I strongly associate the word jolly with Santa Claus, so that's why your question made me laugh a little bit. Jolly usually is only used to describe Santa Claus, but just a funny little note there. Anyway, regarding your main question, go big or go home. Go big or go home is an expression that means do something with all your effort or your full intensity or don't do it at all. It's like saying do something. If you came all this way to do it, or if you've worked this hard to do it, you should do it, or you should just stay at home. So you would hear this maybe in like extreme sports or other kinds of like intense activities, or maybe if you go to a restaurant and there's some amazing food there and you have one chance to eat it. Your friend might say, go big or go home. It's a very casual, friendly, kind of rough expression. I used to use it a lot in videos. I guess I don't use it so much these days. But it's kind of like an encouragement phrase to say, like, you know, do it with all your effort or don't do it at all. So go big refers to doing something with your effort, like having big effort, or go home, like don't do it, just stay in your house. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you, as always, for sending your questions. Remember, you can send them to me at EnglishClass101.com/ask-Alicia. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this week's episode of Ask Alicia, and I will see you again next week. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between may and might. Let's get started. First, I want to begin this lesson with the word may. I want to talk about two ways that we use may in modern American English. First, we use may to request and give permission. So that means when we ask for permission, we can use may, and when we give permission, we can use may. Let's look at a common example. First, person A says, may I use your pen? May I use your pen? B says, yes, you may. Yes, you may. So in this question, may is used to request, to ask for permission. May I? And then B gives permission with may. Yes, you may. So this yes, you may means yes, you may use my pen, in other words. In many cases, however, native speakers drop this part. They just say yes, or sure, or okay. When you're making a question like this, make sure that may comes before your subject. So may I use your pen? Not I may use your pen. Don't use that pattern. Please use may I use your pen. May we use your pen, or use your computer, for example. So make sure may is coming before your I or we or he or she. You can choose to reply with yes, you may. The negative here would be no, you may not. No, you may not. Another common example with may, a common request is, may I use the restroom? May I use the restroom? I'm going to talk a little bit more about another expression we use, can, in this question, and similar questions a little bit later. For now, though, let's consider this point 1 for may. Let's go to point 2 for may. The second use of may is to express a low to moderate, moderate is like medium, a low to moderate level of possibility. So may has this meaning, yes. So does might, as I'll talk about later. But may is less commonly used than might in American English. So if you use may in a case like this, as we'll see in a moment, it's going to sound a little more formal, a little more polite in American English. We tend to use might more. But let's look at some examples. There's no communication problem here. It just sounds a little formal. First, a positive statement. I may visit a restaurant later today. I may visit a restaurant later today means there's a possibility, so kind of low to moderate level, maybe like 20 to 40, 50% chance I'll visit a restaurant later today. In the negative then, the next two sentences, we may not have time to finish our report today. We may not have time to finish our report today. So this may not means there's a possibility that we will not have time. So there's kind of this chance that this thing will not be done today. So same thing in the next one. She may not be able to make it to the meeting. So it might not is another way to say this, yes. But there's a low or moderate chance she will be able to make it. So we use may not, or as we'll see later, might not to express that. One more positive sentence. He may join us later. So again, positive, so that shows there is a chance that he's going to come later. So think about this. You can use may to talk about something in positive sentences that you think has a chance of happening, a chance of occurring, and may not to talk about something you think has a chance of not happening. So finally, I want to end this section with this note about may versus can for permission. So I mentioned that in this question here, may I use the restroom, for example. We use both may and can in modern English to ask for permission. So there's generally not a communication problem. However, some people prefer to use historical rules for these two words. Historically, may has been used for permission, so for this kind of thing. This is a situation where the speaker is asking for permission, like, is it okay if I do this? Can, however, historically, has been used to talk about abilities, so the things we are able to do. For example, I can speak English, I can speak French. So, if you're thinking historically, can I use the restroom? For some people who are very strict about rules think it means like, do I have the ability to use the restroom? Of course, in modern American English, we use them the same, so it's a permission question, but occasionally you will meet people who prefer to use this may rule, the historical may rule. So, if you want to be sure to be correct always, please use may when you're trying to ask for permission in a situation like this, or like this as well. So if you want to be very, very strict, you can use may, but many people use can. I think I probably use can most of the time because may does sound a little bit formal. But for your information, this is the historical difference between these two words. Okay, so with that in mind, let's continue to might. So we use might to express a low to moderate level of possibility, just as with may here. However, might is more commonly used than may in American English. So again, this point is about American English. We tend to use might more often than may in American English. It might be a little different for British English speakers. So we can make the same sentences that we made over here. We can substitute might in place of may. For example, I might visit a restaurant later today. I might here, so a positive sentence. And to me, an American English speaker, this sounds much more like friendly, much more commonly used. I might visit a restaurant later today. A negative, we might not have time to finish our report today. We might not have time. So again, there's a chance we won't have time to do this. Another negative, she might not be able to make it to the meeting. She might not be able to make it to the meeting. So again, this doesn't sound so formal. She may not sounds a little more polite. Finally, he might join us later. He might join us later, a positive expression. So again, it sounds friendly, it sounds like an everyday conversation. So if you want to sound a bit more polite, maybe you're using this at work, for example, you could use may to sound a little bit more polite. Otherwise, I would recommend using might to sound friendly and have kind of a more everyday feel to your conversation. One final point here is this old-fashioned point. So this is not used, might is not used in this way in modern American English, but you might hear it sometimes. So it's an old-fashioned use, but using might to make requests for permission. So like we talked about here. But like I said, this is not used in modern American English except for media. So this is why I chose to include this point in this lesson. So you might hear sentences like these, like, might I come in? Or might I help you? So these are like requests we're asking, is it okay to come in? Or like, is it okay if I help you? So it's kind of like making an offer. This is an old-fashioned or archaic use of might in American English. Perhaps you'll hear this in British English, but this is very rarely used in modern American English, unless you're watching a movie that's set in a time period a couple hundred years ago, perhaps. But this is not so commonly used. If you want to make a question, a permission question, use may instead. But you may hear this. Okay, so this is a quick introduction to the differences between may and might, and a quick discussion of may versus can for permission. So I hope that this helped you understand the differences between using these words. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between however, nevertheless, and despite. I'm also going to talk a little bit about the expression in spite of, too. So let's begin. The first one that I want to look at is the word however. However. Let's take a look at 3 different ways we can use however. First, however can mean on the other hand or but. It's like a more formal way of saying but, something kind of more polite than just but. So let's look at a couple of examples of however used in this way. First example, I wanted to go to a movie. However, I stayed home and studied. One more, sorry, we don't have tea. We do, however, have coffee. Okay, so these 2 examples show how we use however to mean but. Like in this first example, it has the feeling of but. And in this one, the second example, it's more like on the other hand. So it's like another option is available. We also see that kind of the positioning of however, or the use changes, can shift a little bit. Here, we see that it's connecting these 2 ideas. I wanted to go to a movie, A. However, so even though there was this thing, I wanted to go to a movie, but I stayed home and studied. So we're connecting those 2 ideas there. It can have kind of the feel of even though, but not as much as some of the other things we're going to talk about later. In this sentence, you might be surprised at the positioning of however here. Sorry, we don't have tea. That's 1 point. We do, however, have coffee. So this is a pattern you might hear native speakers use. First, we use this do, we do. We use this to contrast, to give like a strong opposite to this negative don't. We don't have tea. We do have coffee. So this, however, is like on the other hand. So you could put this here, as I've done. We do, however, have coffee. You could put this before this comment. However, we do have coffee. That's also okay. So you might hear in an expression like this, you might hear the position of however shift a little bit. But these uses are on the other hand or but. Let's move on to a totally different way of using however. We can use however to mean to whatever degree or no matter how much, no matter how much. So first let's look at some examples. However hard we tried, we couldn't stop him from smoking. And however badly we wanted to win, we couldn't beat the top team in our league. So these 2 uses of however could be replaced by this expression right here, no matter how much. So it doesn't matter how much something. For example, it doesn't matter how hard we tried, or in this case, past tense, it didn't matter how hard we tried, we couldn't stop him from smoking. So no matter what we did, it didn't matter how hard we tried, this was something we were unable to do. So this is a long expression. No matter how much is a long expression. However is much shorter. Same thing in the second sentence. However badly we wanted to win, again past tense, we couldn't beat the top team in our league. So no matter how much we wanted to win is another way to say this. So no matter how much might sound a little bit more casual. However, using however in this way sounds a little bit more formal. So if you want to express something in a more polite way, you could use however instead of no matter how much. So you'll see, however, you'll notice here, positioned at the beginning of these expressions. So it's like your no matter how much statement, however, comes at the beginning of that. We don't see it at the end. Okay, so with that then, let's continue on to the last use of however. We use however to express surprise or shock. Like you might know the expression, how on earth? So I have here a question mark and an exclamation point. We can informally, we can use these two together to show like surprise and a question at the same time. So this is kind of a formal expression and it's a little uncommon. We don't use this so much. So when we want to express shock, oftentimes about like a negative situation or like a really surprising situation, we could use this. For example, however are we going to get home tonight? The car has been stolen. So this is a really shocking situation. Using however here, though, makes the speaker's shock sound rather formal. So I would say this is probably not like this is not kind of the first thing and most native speakers would say. I think today most native speakers would say, how are we going to get home? However, there are some cases where however could be used to express shock like this, like a really formal shock. However are we going to get home? You can think of this like, how on earth are we going to get home? So it really kind of elevates, it levels up that shock and surprise feeling. One more example. However did you find the answer to this question? So again, surprise, kind of shock. We really want to know, how on earth did you find the answer to this question? I'm really surprised. However did you find? So we use these two for polite shock, but again, it's fairly uncommon. This is not a pattern that I use very much. You might see this perhaps in like movies or TV from time to time, but again, not so common in everyday speech. So these are 3 ways to use however. With that in mind, let's move on to nevertheless. Nevertheless. So nevertheless basically means even though something else. So even though A, B is kind of the feel. Let's look at some examples first. We got lost driving in a new city. Nevertheless, we made it to the airport on time. And many said her dream project couldn't be done. Nevertheless, she continued working to achieve it. So in both of these sentences, we see nevertheless comes at the beginning of the second sentence. When we use nevertheless in this way, it means even though the thing previously said. So even though this thing in sentence 1. So A, nevertheless, comma, B is a very common pattern with nevertheless. Same thing here. Many said her dream project couldn't be done is our A statement. Nevertheless, so nevertheless meaning even though many said her dream project couldn't be done, she continued working to achieve it. So what's the difference? Why should I use nevertheless instead of even though? Nevertheless sounds a bit more formal than even though. If you want something to sound a little bit more serious, less casual, you could use nevertheless in a pattern like these. So we essentially keep the meaning of even though, we just make kind of a different sentence structure there. Okay, so with this in mind then, I want to go to despite, and then we'll compare these two. So despite, just like nevertheless, means even though, actually, yes. But when we use despite, we need to build different sentence structures. So let's look at the examples. First, I ran out of time to style my hair before an important meeting. Despite that, my presentation went well. One more. Despite the fact that she arrived late at the airport, she made it to the conference on time. So you might notice here, I'm not using despite alone. In my first example sentence, I'm using despite that. My second sentence, despite the fact that. This is a key difference between despite and nevertheless. When we use despite, we have to connect it to a noun phrase. When we use nevertheless, we do not. So this is the key difference between these two. So when I say connect despite to a noun phrase, I mean patterns like these, despite that, where that is your A statement. So despite that means the statement that came before. That means despite the fact I ran out of time to style my hair before an important meeting, so even though this happened, my presentation went well. That's what it means. So we have to use that, or maybe this as well. That could be okay, depending on your situation. So we have to use that. We cannot use just despite. We can't do that. We must include that noun phrase. So some common examples of that, as I said, despite that, or despite the fact that, as I've done here, or just despite A, B. So I don't have an example sentence here, but we could change one of these sentences to use just despite at the beginning of the sentence. So for example, despite my favorite donut shop being open every day, I didn't go this morning, for example. So you could make an example sentence, or you could make a sentence, an A statement here, and attach it directly to despite. But essentially, it has to be some kind of noun phrase. We need to use something in direct connection to despite here. So this is a key difference with nevertheless. So we always follow nevertheless, or I'm sorry, we always introduce our A point and then introduce nevertheless. So it's like A, nevertheless, B. It will always follow that pattern. So one more point I want to mention here is the very closely related in spite of, in spite of. So in spite of, we can actually use this to replace despite. They have the same meaning, the same function. Just be careful. We use in spite of as a phrase, as a set phrase, to mean despite. So for example, in spite of that, or in spite of the fact that, or in spite of A, B. So if you want to use in spite of, you can replace despite with in spite of. So to summarize all of this over here, nevertheless, we can think of nevertheless like despite that. Then we can think of despite as equal to in spite of. And we can think of nevertheless as in spite of that. So these are kind of the equivalents, the things that are equal to each other when we're using these words. So yes, they all mean even though. They have the same meaning, but it's just that the way we make the sentence is a little bit different. So I hope that this helps. I'll say too that I feel despite is a little more commonly used, despite that, or despite the fact that is a little more commonly used than nevertheless or in spite of. But actually everything is common, but I think the most common perhaps is despite from this group. Okay, so this is a quick introduction to however, nevertheless, and despite, and in spite of. If you have any questions or comments, or if there's something else you would like to know about this topic, please let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about using just for the very recent past and for the near future. Let's get started. All right, I want to begin this lesson by talking about the very recent past. So I have two different patterns that we can use to talk about the very recent past with just. The first will be for actions that were completed very recently, and the second will be for actions that were planned for completion recently. So let's start with this first one here, number 1. I've marked it on this timeline here with a check mark. So on my timeline, this is the present, back here is the past. For actions then that were very recently completed, we can kind of imagine this check mark as like something that happened very, very recently. So just before now. So a simple statement pattern that we can use with just is this subject plus just plus a simple past tense verb. This is the most basic way to make a statement with just. Some examples are, I just finished work, or he just arrived, or they just left. So you see in each of these very simple example sentences, we have just followed by a simple past tense verb. In these cases, finished, arrived, and left. So if you want to make a basic statement about a finished action, something that has finished, it's done, in the very recent past, you can use a pattern like this. I want to include one note about this particular point, this number 1 point. You might also hear the present perfect used. By that I mean, instead of I just, or he just, or they just, sometimes people will use I've just, he's just, they've just. So this v and s here, this is I have just, he has just, they have just. You may hear present perfect used as well. It has this same meaning, like I've just finished work, or he's just arrived, or they've just left. The meaning is the same. For whatever reason, the speaker has chosen to use present perfect tense. Perhaps it sounds a little bit softer, but these two uses, or rather these two patterns, have the same purpose. It serves the same function. So you may hear these two. Let's look, however, at kind of the opposite of this. So point number 2 here is used to express an action that was planned for the very recent past, but that did not get finished. It's not done. It was not completed. It might get done in the future, we don't know, but it did not happen. So to imagine this like visually, we can use this X mark in the very recent past. So something just before the present time that did not happen, but we had a plan to do this. So some examples of this, actually I'll introduce in a second, but when we want to make a statement with this kind of grammar, we can use again the subject, but we'll use the past tense form of be. So by that I mean the be verb, so that means like was or were, plus just about to. So this is a key difference here between the regular completed action pattern. And then we'll use the present tense form of the verb. So here you'll already notice maybe there are a couple of different points between this and this. So some examples of this in action. I was just about to call you, or we were just about to leave, or she was just about to cancel the appointment. So in each of these example sentences, we see our subject plus the past tense form of the verb to be. In this case, I was, we were, she was. So here's our be verb. Then we include just about to. There's no change in these sentences, just about to, something. And then our verb is the present tense form of the verb. Call, leave, and cancel in these cases. So when you want to talk about something that was planned for the very recent past but that did not happen, you don't need to change the verb. You don't need to conjugate the verb to past tense. We conjugate the verb to past tense when we're talking about finished actions. So please keep these points in mind. So simple past tense for completed actions, present tense, simple present tense for actions that are not completed or were not completed. Okay, so with that in mind about the very recent past, I want to talk now about some patterns you can use with just for the very near future. So let's begin with this first one, number 1 here. This pattern is used to talk about an action in the very near future. So something we have planned. We are thinking about that action, or we're planning to do that action in the very near future. So here on this timeline, we're looking now into the future. So this is my now point. This number 1, I've represented with a check mark here. So this marks an action that I have planned. I want to do that, or I'm thinking about that action, and I'm going to do it soon. To make a basic sentence with this, a basic statement, we can say subject plus the present tense of the verb to be plus just about to and the present tense form of the verb. So you'll notice actually there's only one difference between this sentence and this sentence, and that's this part right here. In this part where we were talking about the very recent past, we use the past tense form of the verb to be. I was, you were. Here, we're using the present tense form of the verb be. I am, we are. So this is one hint that it's actually a future action. So this will tell you, is it a future action or is it a past action? It's a small point to listen for. Some examples, though, are I'm just about to finish work, or he's just about to arrive, or they're just about to leave. So here, I've reduced it in each of these example sentences, but my be verb is here. I'm is I am, he's is he is, and there is they are. So I'm just about to finish work. He's just about to arrive. They're just about to leave. These tell us something is going to happen very soon. Another point about this is that sometimes native speakers will drop just from this pattern. So I'm about to finish work. He's about to arrive. They're about to leave. These are all fine. They communicate the same thing. It's just the speaker's preference. So you can choose whichever you prefer. Okay, then I want to continue to point 2 for this part. Point 2, let's look at the pattern first, is subject plus the present tense be, again here, plus just, and then we see the progressive form of a verb. So this is something that we use for an action that's happening now, and it's like something that we expect is going to finish in the very near future. So we use just to emphasize this. To visualize this then on a timeline, we can imagine with this kind of wavy line here that something is happening now, and it will continue until the very, very near future. So maybe it stops or it finishes here. If you want to talk about an action like that, you can try using this pattern. So some examples are, I'm just finishing work, or he's just arriving, or they're just leaving. So these show like the action has already started. So I'm just finishing work means maybe I'm making my last steps in my day, or I'm taking the last, I don't know, bits of information from my day and putting them somewhere. I don't know, it depends on you. But we use these to talk about actions that started and that we expect will finish very soon. So you can try using one of these at the end of your workday, or maybe when you're leaving a location. Those are some common situations where we would use patterns like this. So please keep that in mind. When you're using the progressive form of the verb, it's going to sound like something is already happening now. It's begun. When you're using it when you're just using the present tense form of the verb here, it's something you are planning to do in the future. Okay, so that's a quick introduction to using just for the very recent past and for the near future. I hope that you found some patterns that you can use to talk about your recent past and to describe some of the things you're going to do in the near future. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. And also, please feel free to leave some example sentences if you want to practice using this grammar. Of course, if you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about pronunciation. I'm going to focus on beginning TH sounds. Let's get started. Okay, beginning TH sounds are broken into two categories. There are voiced TH sounds and unvoiced TH sounds. Let's start with the voiced TH sounds. So, a voiced sound means we use our vocal cords to make the sound. So one big tip for today's lesson especially is over here about voiced and unvoiced sounds. If you're not sure about the difference between a voiced sound and an unvoiced sound, you can practice by touching your throat right here when you make the sound. So for voiced sounds, if you touch your throat when you make the sound and you hear or you feel a vibration, that means the sound is voiced. So you're using your vocal cords to make the sound. So vibration means it's a voiced sound. If you touch your throat when you make the sound and there's no vibration, that means it's an unvoiced sound. So this is a quick way to test if you're making a voiced sound or an unvoiced sound. So you can use this for today's lesson. So I want to begin, as I said, with voiced TH sounds. So to make the voiced TH sound, you can practice by putting the tip of your tongue, that means like the top of your tongue, or not the top of your tongue, but like the part of your tongue that's like right here, that's right there. Put that against the back of your upper teeth. So your upper teeth, put that, the tip of your tongue, that part of the tongue I just pointed to, put that against. So if this is your tongue and this is your teeth, put that against your teeth to make that first position. Then, when you release that position, make the vowel sound that follows the word. So it's not just making the TH sound, but because this is a voiced sound, we're making this sound together with like another vowel sound. So when we release our tongue from this position, we continue on in our mouth to making the vowel sound next. So some great examples to practice with are words like these: this, that, these, those, the, and there. So you'll notice as well that the words that are voiced TH sounds, or the words that use voiced TH sounds, are kind of like these grammar words. They're really closely linked to the grammar of the sentence. It's not like the nouns or like the verbs in a sentence, but it's like those small words. So again, when we make these sounds, this, so the beginning position, my tongue is against my teeth, the, and I pair that, as I'm moving away from the back of my teeth with my tongue, I go to the vowel sound, this. I change the vowel sound and I change my mouth's position, that. So when I say I change my mouth's position, I mean I change the position that I move to. So this position, I always begin from this position, I always start there. But then I change the position of my mouth to make the next vowel sound. So this, that, so my mouth is kind of wide to make the that sound. These, so it's like I'm smiling when I'm making this sound. So my tongue begins against my teeth, and then I move to an E sound, these. I make the sound when I release my tongue from that position, these. When I make the O sound, those. This is a case where you might notice the tip of your tongue comes between your teeth a little bit. That's okay. Those. That's totally natural. So my mouth is making an O shape, those. But basically, the top of my tongue still begins against my upper teeth. I make an O sound. So I release my tongue from that position, those, and I make an O sound to follow it. With this one, the. This is another case where the tip of your tongue might move between your teeth a little bit. That's okay. The. Another one, there. there, there. So another example where the tip of your tongue might move a little more between your teeth to make the sound. So these are all voiced sounds. So to test, again, you can touch your throat when you make this sound. So this, my throat vibrates. That, these, those, the, there. So these should all make a vibrating, or a vibration rather, in your throat when you make the sound. So these are voiced TH sounds, beginning sounds with TH that are voiced. I want to compare this then to unvoiced sounds. So again, as I said, an unvoiced sound, or you might know a voiceless sound, is a sound in which no vocal cords are used to make the sound. So if we touch our throat when we make the sound, we won't feel any vibration. That's correct. So to practice making an unvoiced sound, you can begin by practicing this very slowly. So you can put the tip of your tongue between your teeth to make this sound. So that's the beginning position that you can slowly practice. So that means between your top teeth and your bottom teeth, put the tip of your tongue between those. That's the starting position. So some examples. A great example we can begin with is think, think. So you might think, why is this an unvoiced sound? I hear a vowel sound. When I touch my throat and say think, my throat vibrates. Yes, that's true, but we're focusing on the TH sound only. So make the TH sound in think. There's no voice, like there's no vibration in your vocal cords. The I sound in think is voiced, yes, but the TH sound is not voiced, so it's a sound. It's just the feeling, like you have the feeling of air passing through your mouth. There's no vibration in your vocal cords. So this is the correct way to make an unvoiced TH sound. So let's try this with another word. We practiced a little bit with think, think. Another example, thanks, thanks. So this is a word I often hear students make an S sound instead, like thanks, not correct. So make sure you use your tongue, thanks, thanks, to make the sound. Another one, thought, thought. So again, begins with no sound. So thought, thought. I open up into the next vowel sound, thought. Another one, thunder, thunder. So here I'm making a U sound after my unvoiced TH. Thunder, thunder. Another one, thigh, thigh. So you can hear, as I did with all of these, I'm like making the next vowel sound. So my mouth is already moving to the next vowel sound as I'm making my TH sound. So they're very closely connected. If you'd like to practice slowly by maybe breaking down the sounds like ink, it's okay, but try to put them together. So ink, maybe anks, ought. That's how we could perhaps break down these, but try to put them together. Practice making the sounds together to make your speech sound more natural. Let's look at some more examples. Three, three, three. So here maybe is a little tricky point, this R sound that comes after the TH. Three, three. So you can kind of imagine there's another E here, three. So that's the position, we don't say an E, but that's sort of the position of the mouth to make that R sound after the TH. Three, three. So I'm kind of dropping my jaw a little bit to make the sound. Three, three. Another example, 13, 13, 13. So when I make this sound, there's a little gap here, right here. 13, 13. So again, the TH is unvoiced. 13. So my voice does not begin until the I sound here. There's a little gap, 13. Okay, one more, thud, thud, thud. So again, TH makes no sound. My vowel sound is a voiced sound, thud, thud. So these are a few words that you can use to practice making these voiced and unvoiced sounds. So you can begin by practicing words like these individually by themselves. Then you can begin making sentences and trying tongue twisters that use these sounds too. So practice these words together in sentences as well. So don't focus just on like one word. You can of course put them together and try to say them quickly, like this, that, these, those, the, there. You could try to say it quickly like that. Or for unvoiced sounds, think, thanks, thought, thunder, thigh, 313 thud, if you want to practice making those sounds quickly. So you can kind of build your own tongue twisters in this way if you want. But this is a basic introduction to voiced and unvoiced TH sounds, especially at the beginning of words. That was the focus for today's lesson. So if you have any questions or comments, or if there's something else that you'd like to see on the channel, please feel free to leave us a comment below. Of course, if you know a good tongue twister that uses these sounds, please share that with us as well. If you enjoyed the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, the first tip is learn words through phrases. So learn words through phrases. What does this mean? This means instead of studying one vocabulary word at a time and having that be your only way to study vocabulary, it means study entire phrases, study a group of words at a time. So for example, don't study like morning only. Study good morning or how was your morning? Those kinds of expressions. So you're not just studying one word at a time and thinking about how you need to link that word to other words. Instead, set yourself up to know how to put those words together by studying a few phrases at a time. Okay, the next tip is to watch your favorite video with subtitles. So when you do this, choose a video or maybe a movie that you like and turn on the English subtitles for that movie. So while it might be difficult to catch everything that's happening in each scene, you can at least check the subtitles. You can check the information as it's being said. So if you can't catch everything by listening, you can at least read the words on the screen and understand these as kind of units or as sentences that you can study. So again, you're not looking just at one word or maybe even two words together, but you're studying things as a phrase or as a question or as a sentence. Okay, let's go to the next tip. The next tip is to think in the language you want to learn. Think in the language you want to learn. This is a really, really tough one, especially when you're starting out, and it will take time. So don't worry if you can't do this right away. But this means as you go about your day, as you wake up and eat food, go to school, go to work, whatever, try to think, spend some time thinking in English. Think in the language you're studying. So this can be really, really boring stuff, like thinking about what you're doing. How could I express that in English? So think about those sorts of everyday actions and activities and try to express them in English. You can do this out loud to work on improving your speaking skills. Okay, let's go to the next tip. Okay, the next tip is to use available learning applications. Use available learning applications. So that means if you have a favorite application, an app that you like to use to study, make sure you use that. So maybe you've downloaded our application, for example, thank you. You can use that to work on your speaking. You can do that by reading dialogues, by trying to shadow conversations that you hear. You can also just use your phone's recording function and record yourself and then listen to it later. That might sound like a really simple tip, but it can help you a lot. So we sound very different when we're talking, and we often don't hear that unless we kind of step outside our body a bit and listen to ourselves from outside. And recording your voice is a really, really good way to do that. So make sure you check out the apps and the functions that you have on your phone or your computer to do that. The next tip is to expand your vocabulary by reading. Expand your vocabulary by reading. So a common complaint from learners is they say, I don't feel like I have the vocabulary I need to express myself. I know lots of basic words, but I don't feel like I can say the things I want to say when the time comes in a conversation. So one way to do this is to work on building your vocabulary. Reading is a really great way to do that. So choose things to read that you have a connection to. They're related to your hobbies, to your work, to your studies, whatever. Choose things that are relevant, so like they're connected to your life, and read those things and find the key vocabulary words that people use within your daily life activities and try to remember those. Try to make those the vocabulary words that you study and practice so that you're able to use them when you speak in conversations. The next tip is to talk to yourself. Talk to yourself. Like, talking to yourself sounds a little bit crazy, sure, but this is a great way to practice speaking when there's nobody around. You can just practice making the sounds that you're working on. You can practice saying sentences and questions. You can practice talking about your day. So for those of you that maybe don't have somebody to practice with, this can be an excellent tip. And again, as you talk to yourself, you can also record yourself and listen back. And I know a lot of people say, I hate the sound of my own voice. I hate the sound of my own voice. It's only you. You're the only person who is going to listen to that recording, and it's to help you study. And it helps a lot, actually. This is something that I do when I need to improve my own speaking skills. So I highly recommend this tip if you want to work on speaking and improving your speaking. So talk to yourself. Sounds weird, but it helps. Okay, next tip is to listen to recordings and repeat. Listen to recordings and repeat. Another word for this is shadowing. So that means basically you listen to a lesson, for example, like if you want to listen to this video or you want to listen to one of our lessons, you can listen to it and then quickly try to say the same thing the speaker is saying right after them. So if you're using this video, for example, it just means you try to repeat the same things I say now in just a moment. So shadowing like this, the point of shadowing like this is to try to match the intonation and the rhythms of the speaker in addition to the pronunciation. So this can be helpful if you're having trouble like linking words together on your own. If you're having trouble building your own sentences, by shadowing after a native speaker, you can kind of get a better feel sometimes for the rhythm of how a language is supposed to sound and how you can produce that language yourself. The next tip is to prepare for daily routine situations. Prepare for daily routine situations. So that means like think about your day and think about the things you need to say in your day and how you would express those things in English. So for example, when you greet your coworkers or you greet your fellow like classmates or whatever, how do you greet them? How would you greet them in English? Prepare something for that. Or when you want to ask about dinner, how would you ask for dinner in English? So think about these things you know you're going to do in your day and just prepare them ahead of time. It will save you time and it will also make the other person feel more comfortable, right? Because they'll be ready for a natural question. The next tip is to try to practice your speaking with a native speaker. Try to practice your speaking with a native speaker. This is challenging for many people, I know, because they don't have a native speaker in their community or they don't have a native speaker to connect with online. It might take some time to find that person, but this is, of course, a hugely important thing to do. So a native speaker does not mean a teacher. So just because a person is a native speaker does not mean that they are a teacher. In fact, most native speakers probably don't know all of the rules of grammar and they're not prepared to answer all of your questions, which is fine. But a native speaker does know what feels and sounds natural. So they can help you to make more natural choices with your speaking. They can also help you to address any questions that you might have about pronunciation or maybe like vocabulary choices within a specific region. So it's important to remember that not every native speaker is a perfect speaker, but they can help you a lot in helping you sound more natural. The next tip is know your audience. Know your audience. So what does this mean? To know your audience means to think about the person to whom you are speaking. So that means don't just think about you. Think about the other person. Like when you're talking to someone else, what are they looking for in the conversation? Are they talking to you to get information? Are you study partners? Are you coworkers? Are you classmates? What are their needs? So how do you meet their needs? How do you match their manner of speaking? So please try to remember to think about the other person in the conversation as well. The next tip is to ask for feedback and reflect on it. Ask for feedback and reflect on it. So try to think of someone in your community that you can ask for feedback about your speaking skills. If you don't have a teacher, you can check out the online options that we offer, of course, or maybe you have an online exchange buddy that you can practice with, but make sure to ask for feedback. And when they give you feedback, don't take it as criticism. So if someone says, for example, oh, your pronunciation of this sound needs some work, don't feel offended. Like, that feedback is intended to help you improve. So when you receive feedback like that, think about how you can focus your energy on improving those points. So that means please reflect on that feedback and think about what you can do to integrate it. So to integrate it means how do you put that feedback into your mind and put your energies towards improving that point. All right, the next tip is to avoid reading directly and try to use an outline. Avoid reading directly and try to use an outline. So this tip is specifically if you need to give a presentation or if you need to share some information like a report in a classroom. So instead of just printing a piece of paper and reading directly from the piece of paper like this, in a classroom setting, or if you're giving a speech or a presentation, try to print just an outline of your main points and then practice talking about those things before your speaking presentation, before whatever presentation you need to do. This will help you sound a lot more natural. It's really unnatural and it's not very much fun and it's not very interesting to watch someone just read a report in front of a classroom or to read a report in a business presentation. So instead of doing that, try to refer to an outline throughout your presentation. So your outline might be something like introduction, main points I want to talk about, and then you move on to the detailed points you want to talk about. And just write a few words so that you can remember the things that you want to make sure you share with your audience. So again, this goes back to that point about knowing your audience in our earlier tip. Think about their perspective too. The next tip is shadow language CDs and then repeat what you heard. Shadow language CDs and repeat what you heard. So very, very similar to the earlier tip about repeating quickly after a native speaker, like when you're watching this kind of video. If you're not comfortable using a movie or using a video like this one, you can try using language learning audio. So maybe you have CDs or maybe you have podcasts or other lesson content that is at a slower pace and that is easier for you to understand. You can practice shadowing with these things too. You don't have to practice with a native speaker that's talking at fast pace. You can also use these slower practice CDs and practice audio files to do your shadowing exercises. So don't feel like you have to speak super, super quickly to practice your speaking efficiently. Practicing slowly is also okay. Keep practicing regularly, otherwise your hard work will be wasted. Keep practicing regularly, otherwise your hard work will be wasted. So this one I think is pretty clear, but it's important for all aspects, all parts of learning a language. Keep practicing regularly. So that means practice your speaking a little bit every day. If you just try to speak for like an hour 1 week, it's way too much. So try to practice speaking like 1 minute today and then 1 minute and 10 seconds tomorrow. So keep building, keep working on things every single day, and you'll see much better results in the long term. All right, let's go to our last tip. The last tip is don't give up and stay positive. Don't give up and stay positive. So that means please be kind to yourself. So if you make a mistake in a conversation, it's not the end of the world. If you forget a word or if you say something funny, that's fine. It's all part of the learning process. Please don't worry about those sorts of things. You'll get over them and you'll learn how to improve. So make sure that you always continue moving forward and you keep a positive attitude.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to make sure you keep going when your reason for learning language changes. Did you know that the reason most people start learning languages isn't why they continue with the language? Successful learners change up their reasons along the way in order to keep themselves motivated. So if you started learning for whatever reason but no longer feel motivated, then this episode is for you. You'll discover 1. Why your reason for learning a language can and will change, and 2. How to keep going with language learning when your initial reason no longer works. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to a Restaurant Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to order food in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll get the must-know restaurant phrases and vocabulary for common dishes. Second, the Daily Conversations PDF ebook. With this, you'll learn over 100 phrases for everyday conversations. Download and review the ebook on any device. Third, can you talk about grammar in your target language? If you're learning a language, you'll need to be able to say verb, adjective, and much more. And in this 1-minute lesson, you'll pick up over 25 grammar-related words. Fourth, how to talk about working from home. You'll learn how to say Wi-Fi, online meeting, work from home, 25 phrases in total with this 1-minute lesson. Fifth, must-know art vocabulary. Learn how to say canvas, brush, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to keep your motivation going even when your reason for learning a language changes. First, here's a question for you. What was your reason for starting this language? You might have started learning for travel, for the culture, to watch TV shows or understand music, or because someone you know speaks it and you want to try speaking with them. All of these reasons have something in common. They're external, meaning you're trying to get some outside reward or benefit, like a friendship, a personal relationship, travel, or living in the country. You can say they're also external motivations. All of these reasons are why most people start learning languages. They're exciting. All of us want to understand a TV show 100% or have a conversation with native speakers. But the problem with external reasons is that they may not last very long. Have you ever been motivated to start learning only to lose that motivation? And months later you realize you made no progress on a goal you wanted? It happens quite often. For example, you want to learn a language for travel, but then the pandemic happened and you weren't able to travel. Or you were learning to enjoy TV shows, but the shows are way too complicated and you find you're no longer enjoying them. Or you're learning for your partner, but then you break up. When that happens, all learners come to a crossroads: continue or quit. Most people quit because the reason they started is no longer motivating. So how do you keep going? In the first part, you learned that most reasons for starting are external reasons, like traveling, meeting new people, being able to watch TV shows and such, or external motivations. However, your reason for starting a language isn't often the reason why you continue learning. It's natural for your reasons to change. So what do you do when your initial reason for learning is no longer working? If your current motivator isn't working, switch to an internal reason. External reasons are about getting some outside benefit. Internal reasons have more to do with yourself. For example, you could say you're learning the language because you want to improve yourself. You want to achieve this goal. You've failed goals in the past, so now you're determined to make it work for once. You're the type of person that gets things done. All of these are examples of internal reasons, where you make it about yourself. External reasons can only last so long. Even external reasons like you want to live in that country, so you want to learn the language, aren't enough. There are plenty of people that move abroad to learn a language but end up losing their motivation anyway. And psychology studies show that internal reasons, internal motivation, doing it for yourself, is much more powerful than external. Doing it because you want to is much more powerful than doing it because you have to. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time we'll talk about the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Know any good tips for mastering conversations? Well, there are some words and phrases that tend to be used more often than others in everyday conversation. So if you know the most common questions, answers, and phrases, you'll be able to handle a lot. When you think about it, a lot of conversations are quite predictable. They're about topics we're already familiar with. So if we approach our studies to these conversations like we're working on remembering parts of a script, we can study efficiently. In this video, we'll cover one hack for improving your speaking skills. First, understand what you say. When you meet a new person, what do you say to them? Things like, "What's your name?" and "Where are you from?" Then you talk a little bit about yourself. And even if you know that person, there are common lines you use all the time, right? These lines you use all the time in your conversations are your scripts. These are your most commonly used questions, answers, and phrases. Targeting these expressions in your studies will help you be able to handle a lot of everyday conversations. So take some time to examine what you talk about most, or what you're interested in talking about. Next, where to find scripts for speaking. Luckily, we have hundreds of scripts that you can use. With our language learning program, you get the line-by-line scripts for all of our lessons. In fact, lessons like the top 25 questions you must know, the 3-minute lessons, and survival phrases are specifically designed to help you master the most commonly used questions, answers, and phrases. For example, the top 25 questions you must know focuses on the 25 most common questions you'll hear in a conversation. This includes basic questions like, "Where are you from?" "What's your name?" and "How old are you?" As a learner of another language, these are the questions you'll hear almost every time you meet someone new, and you'll use them every day. It goes like this. You hear the question, then we break down its meaning and teach you how to respond. That way you'll be ready to speak right after the lesson. You can listen to these lessons and read along with the lesson notes. With our dialogue study tool, you'll get line-by-line scripts of the conversation. So you can review each line as many times as you want. You can listen to the audio, read the script, and the translation. You can also do this with our 3-minute and survival phrases lessons. In these lessons, we give you line-by-line scripts for how to introduce yourself, how to make conversation, or even order food at a restaurant. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, you get the dialogue tool and line-by-line scripts for all of these lessons. Starting to speak in your target language might be scary, but this simple hack will help jumpstart your conversations. So if you're ready to speak better, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Do you want to have access to tons of language lessons, but you don't want to have to buy more textbooks? In this video, you'll learn 6 ways you can get language lessons for free. This video will cover ways to get our audio and video lessons on a regular basis, so you can work on improving your language skills. You can use these anywhere, anytime. All right, let's take a look at how to get access. First, right on our website. New lessons come out every single week. Mondays, Tuesdays, and video lessons on Fridays. Access them all in the Lessons drop-down menu on the site. Click on Newest Lessons. If you're on the go, you're going to work, driving, or running errands, you can easily learn with your mobile device. And that brings us to our next tip. Second, get lessons on the Innovative Language app. If you're an iPhone, iPad, or Android user, learn on the go with the Innovative Language 101 app. Download it for free. After you download the app, you can keep up with all the latest lessons. There is a Newest Lessons icon right on the home screen, and it gives you instant access to your free lessons anywhere, anytime. Just look for Innovative Language 101 on the App Store or Google Play. The third way is the Apple TV app. You can learn on the big screen. Turn on your TV and access all of your audio and video lessons. You can learn at home, keep the lessons playing, and immerse yourself all day long with the Innovative Language 101 app. Look for it on the Apple TV App Store. Now, this one is useful for only Apple TV subscribers, but if you're not an Apple TV subscriber, don't worry. The fourth way, get lessons with our iTunes feed. iTunes can download your lessons automatically and have them saved forever. You get every single lesson as it comes out. You'll never miss one. They're saved in your iTunes. Simply search for us on iTunes and subscribe. Fifth is the Daily Dose of Language app. This is for the iPhone, iPad, and Android. With this, you get bite-sized lessons sent to your device every day. Each day, you get a notification that your daily dose of language is here. Doing the lesson takes just a minute. These aren't our full-sized audio and video lessons, but these 1-minute lessons will help you build a habit of learning daily. Find the Daily Dose of Language app on the App Store or Google Play. The sixth way is with our brand new Alexa skill. If you own an Amazon Echo, Dot, or Show, or are planning to get one, you'll want the Daily Dose by Innovative Language. Find it in the Amazon Skill Store. With it, you get new audio lessons and vocab lessons every day across all 34 languages. If you're ready to start learning a new language, these 6 tips can help you get started learning with our language learning program. Just pick which way works best for you and get started learning today. There are so many ways to start learning for free. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your own home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus will teach you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. Sixth, free language learning audiobooks. Want free access to our huge library of beginner-level audiobooks? Then click the link below. Save the audiobooks to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 45% off our 6-month challenge sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between despite, in spite, and although. These 3 words or 3 phrases are very commonly used in similar ways, so I'm going to talk about the differences in using them in sentences. Let's get started. Okay, first I want to look at despite, and as I do, I want to make a special note about this first point here. I have here, despite means even though. We'll see in this lesson, actually all of these mean even though. So they all have this even though meaning. So that means even though A, B. This is kind of like a common pattern we'll see in the example sentences today. So even though there's this condition, there's another condition. So we'll see this a lot today. When we use despite, we need to position it before a noun phrase. It needs to come before a noun phrase. We'll see this with in spite as well. So this is commonly used with these 2 patterns. So first is the fact that. This means the expression despite the fact that, and then you describe your condition. This is one very common way to use despite. We can drop that here. So despite the fact, or despite the fact that, those are both very common ways to use despite. we can also use despite before a verb in the ing form. So here we're making it into a noun. So despite having, or despite studying, or despite walking, despite sleeping, so we're using that ing form. We can use both of those patterns with despite. It's very common. So let's take a look at how this appears in sentences then. First, despite the fact he had no money, he took an expensive vacation. Despite the fact, so here I have the fact, he had no money, he took an expensive vacation. So we have to use some kind of noun expression here when we're talking about, or rather when we're using despite. So this, despite he had no money, this is incorrect. This is an incorrect sentence. We need to use a noun here. So in this case, the fact. So here, the fact means this part, he had no money. This is the fact we're talking about here. So the fact means true information, 100% true information. So despite the fact, this 100% true information, he took an expensive vacation. So again, even though A, B. So we could change the sentence around. We could say, he took an expensive vacation despite the fact he had no money. That's also okay. It's up to you to choose that part. So let's look at another example using a different pattern with despite. Here, she took the day off work despite having a lot to do. So here, I've used this verb in the ing form. So despite having a lot to do. Not despite have, but despite having a lot to do. Again, if I remove this, it's not correct. Despite a lot to do, it's not correct. We need to use a noun there. So she took the day off work despite having a lot to do. Again, we could change the order of the sentence. Despite having a lot to do, she took the day off work. That's also okay. All right, one more example here. We were pickpocketed at the airport. Despite that, we had a great trip. This is another common way that we use despite. Here, my noun is that. In this case, that refers to the point in the previous sentence or in the previous clause. In this case, despite the fact we were pickpocketed at the airport, so despite this situation, despite this condition, we had a great trip. So you'll commonly hear despite that used to refer to the previous statement. Okay, so this is how we use despite. Now let's compare that with in spite. So in spite, again, means even though, just as all of these do in this lesson. And just like despite rather, it needs to be positioned before a noun phrase. So that means we can use the same patterns here as we used with despite. So for example, the fact that can be used with spite. And there's one more point here that's key. We have to use of when we use in spite. So not just in spite, but in spite of something. So in spite of the fact that, or another verb in the ing form pattern here. This is also okay with in spite of. So in spite of having or in spite of losing, these kinds of patterns are okay as well. So this is a key point with in spite. You must use of, in spite of some noun phrase. So let's take a look at a few examples of this. First, in spite of the fact we lost the game, the coach took the team out for pizza. So here is my noun phrase. Here I've used of. In spite of the fact we lost the game, so that's my A here, even though A, the coach took the team out for pizza, B. So even though A, B. In spite of A, B. So there was this condition, we lost the game, even though that was the situation, the coach took the team out for pizza. So we can use in spite of here. Another example, he didn't get the job he wanted. In spite of that, he was cheerful and optimistic. So again, here I've used that as my noun phrase, where that refers to
the previous sentence. So he didn't get the job he wanted, maybe a disappointing thing. Despite that, or in spite of that here, we can use to refer to that, to mean like even though this was the case, he was cheerful and optimistic. So you heard me just now use despite instead. That's a pretty good clue then, a pretty good hint that actually we can use in spite of and despite to mean exactly the same thing. They have exactly the same meaning. The only difference is this of here. We need to use of with in spite, and we do not use of with despite. So they are totally interchangeable. You can choose which you prefer. I think I tend to use despite more, which is why I used it just now. If you want to, you can use in spite of too. To me, in spite of feels a little bit more formal, but it could be just personal preference there. So we can use these two in exactly the same way. We just need to consider this of point before the noun phrase. Okay, finally, let's look at although. Although. So yes, although, again, means even though, as the others do. A key difference here, though, is although does not need to be positioned in front of a noun phrase. So we talked about using the fact or using a verb in the ing form. We do not do that with although. So let's look at some examples of how we do use it. Here, although good weather was expected, it rained on the day of the event. So here you'll notice there's no the fact, there's no that or anything here. We just continue right from although into the condition. So we describe the condition. Good weather was expected. This was the condition. It rained on the day of the event. So even though A, B. We follow the same pattern we followed here, but the structure of the sentence at this point is just a little bit different. There's no noun phrase there. If we said, although the fact that, it would not be correct. We do not use it this way. We do not say, although that. We do not use that either. We don't use this verb form too. Although having is not something we use either. Okay, let's look at another one. So again, we just begin describing the condition right after although. So although we spent a lot of time planning, we didn't finish the project on time. So here, although, even though we spent a lot of time planning, so here's my condition A, we didn't finish the project on time. So again, there's no like noun phrase we need to insert here. We just begin the situation, talking about the situation. Okay, one final example with although in the middle of the sentence. She was happy about her test score, although she looked disappointed. So here I've reversed it. This is like B, although A, or B, even though A. She was happy about her test score, although she looked disappointed. So we can use this in this way too. You'll also notice I haven't used although like with this. I used that with in spite of and despite. We don't use it in this way. We don't say like, although that, we don't use it in that way. If you want to refer back to the previous sentence, it might sound nicer to use despite or in spite of. So that's a case where maybe one of these would be better to use than although. So you can see that although, as a conjunction, does a nice job of connecting these ideas. And then we can use despite and in spite kind of like to refer back, to go back to another point. That's how I like to use these anyway. So maybe it's helpful for you. So these all follow kind of one pattern that I've mentioned many times in this lesson, which is this. Even though A, B. So lots of these example sentences followed this pattern. So even though A, B. And here I mentioned an opposite pattern. B, even though A. So these are both correct. You can just choose whichever you prefer. Like if you want to emphasize one point more than another point, you could start the sentence with that. So both patterns are fine, and you can use all of these to communicate very similar ideas. You just need to think about how you build the sentence.
So I hope that this introduction to these 3 expressions helps you. Of course, if you have questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a sentence with one of these, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions for talking to kids. I've prepared this lesson with parents in mind, but if you have kids in your life and you want to practice English with them, these are a few expressions that you can use to do that. Let's get started. I want to begin this lesson by talking about requests. So I've made a simple list of a few regular things you might need to ask children to do. These are kind of requests for maybe elementary school or maybe junior high school level students, but I think that the pattern that I'm using here is quite simple, so you can create your own request. Of course, depending on how you're feeling, you might use please before the request, but these are some very common examples, like I took from my childhood, for example. So, please clean your room, or please help me with dinner, or please help me make dinner. So this is one you would use if you're a parent or if you are just another person connected to the child and you want to ask for help. Of course, you could change this person, like please help your dad make dinner, or please help your mom make dinner, please help your grandpa make dinner. Others, please brush your teeth, brush your teeth. Another common one, please take off your shoes, and please take out the trash. So as you can see, these are all common household chores. This is a common theme for a lot of these points today, chores. So chores is the word that we use to mean small household tasks, everyday household tasks, like washing dishes or doing laundry. So these are tasks that, at least in the US, young children are expected to be able to do themselves. These are like kids' responsibilities, to take out the trash or to wash the dishes or to clean their rooms. So these are all examples of chores. Maybe brushing your teeth is a hygiene point, but these are some common chores. Then I want to move on to requests to stop a behavior. So these are requests to do something, but if you want to tell a child to stop something, we'll use a pattern like stop plus the verb in the ing form. So we do this because it's something that the child is doing now. It's something that's happening now. So we use the progressive or the continuous form. So common examples. Stop kicking, progressive, stop kicking your sister, stop kicking your brother, or stop hitting your sister, stop hitting your brother. Stop fighting is another one if you have a couple children involved. Stop shouting, stop screaming, stop yelling. You can use all of those, again, in the progressive form. Or stop running around, stop running around. So this is one that my parents would use if maybe we were going to like a polite event, we were going to something a little more formal. Usually they would make this request before we got to the event. So my brother and I were pretty well behaved, I think. They would usually say like, try to be quiet and calm, like, let's be polite, that kind of expression. So I've used that here, this let's be polite, as kind of the follow-up to this. So we'll often use these expressions when we're in a place where it's rude to be noisy, or it's just a problem for a kid to make a lot of noise or to cause a scene or something. So this is a good expression to use to follow up, like stop running around, let's be polite, let's be polite. So this here, this let's point, this leads into a larger topic I want to discuss. So I introduced these points for making requests, and I said these are kind of for like elementary or junior high school level students perhaps, but When talking with very young children, like they're just learning to speak, so maybe preschool or kindergarten, like very early elementary school, they're still learning their maybe native language and you want to practice in English with them, you can use patterns that parents use and other adults use for very young children, and that's to use let's with our, or let's with a third person. So by this I mean we're using let's to mean let's do something together, or I want you to participate with me. So for example, let's clean our room. So up here, I made a request, please clean your room. So this would be from a parent to a child who can understand the request. When we're talking to very young children though, and we're trying to do something together, we'll use a pattern like this. Let's clean our room. So maybe it's not your room, it's the child's room, but you want to do it together, or you want to show like this is a responsibility. Let's begin this together. We'll use this, let's clean our room, let's clean our room. Or let's help Grandpa with dinner. So this is how we would change this sentence. So I mentioned help me with dinner. We can change this person here to another person. And by adding let's, it sounds like together we're going to help Grandpa with dinner. So this is what I mean by this third person here. Let's help Grandpa with dinner. Or let's take off our shoes. So for example, if you arrive someplace and together you want to take off your shoes, you can say this, let's take off our shoes. So this sounds more gentle and like we're doing something together than please take off your shoes. So final example, let's brush our teeth. So maybe if you brush your teeth with your child, you can use an expression like this. So as I said, we tend to use these for very young children, and when the child gets older, we use more formal request patterns to ask about chores and things. Okay, let's continue on then to some information questions. So you'll notice I've used this have you pattern for a lot of these. So these are questions that you can use to follow up on your requests here. So relating to chores or to homework. For example, have you done or have you finished your homework? Have you done your homework? Have you finished your homework? You could say too, did you finish your homework? That's okay. That's fine as well. Have you done your homework is also okay to use. Parents use both of these. Another one, have you done your chores? Have you done your chores? This is a great example of a common question we use. You'll notice I've used chores here. So chores means not just one task, but all the tasks that are the child's responsibility. So for example, when my brother and I were growing up, we had to wash the dishes and like vacuum the house and like take out the trash, I think, something like that. Those were our chores. So those three things, those were our responsibilities. So when my parents asked us, have you done your chores? We had to answer about all of those responsibilities, chores. So if you want to be specific, you could say, have you washed the dishes? Or have you vacuumed the house? Or to ask about everything, you can ask, have you done your chores? Again, you could change this to finished. Have you finished your chores? Or did you do your chores is also okay. You can use a simple past tense there too. Another example, have you cleaned your room? Have you cleaned your room? Or again, did you clean your room? That's also fine to use. If you want to ask an information question about something maybe the child doesn't have a responsibility for, you can use something like this, like, what did you learn in school today? Or who did you hang out with last weekend? So you can use these WH patterns to ask very simple past tense questions. Or where are you going this weekend? So these are probably for older children, I think. Finally, I want to end this by introducing some encouragement expressions that we use. These four are great and clear, and I was always very happy to hear these expressions. So they are good job and great job, awesome, and that's cool, that's cool.
So if I made something, I drew a picture or I created something with, I don't know, I like to do kind of creative things. Then when my parents or when my relatives said like, wow, that's cool, I felt so happy. They would say, that's cool or awesome. Or if I finished my homework, my parents would say, good job or great job. So these 4 phrases just, they always made me feel so, so happy. So I would recommend these words if you want to give encouragement to kids. Also, if you do need to express disappointment in something, of course, you can use this pattern, like to stop doing something. If you want to express disappointment, so giving encouragement or expressing disappointment, you can use a couple of different expressions, yes, but the one that always made me feel the most, I guess, sad about my behavior was I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. So I would suggest if you want to use English with your child or with a child in your family, I would suggest using this expression sparingly. That means just a little bit, maybe only in serious times. So if my mother or father said, I'm disappointed or I'm disappointed in you, it was because I did something seriously wrong. I made a really bad mistake. So maybe like I broke something valuable, or I didn't take care of a very important responsibility, or like I did something and I did not tell them, or I told a lie or something. They would say, I'm disappointed in you. So, of course, that made me feel very sad and like I didn't want to do it again. In other situations, just using this stop pattern was enough, really. Stop doing that or stop touching me. So this was a pretty good one. I didn't like hearing that very much. So again, try to use it just in the serious times. I'm disappointed or I'm disappointed in you. Of course, you could change that to we're disappointed, meaning your mother and I or your father and I are disappointed in you. That one's also okay. All right, so I hope that this helps you get some expressions that you can use for talking to kids. Of course, if you have any questions or comments or want to practice making some sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section below this video. Also, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about using a little and a few and few. I'm going to talk about the little differences in using an article and not using an article with these words. So let's get started. Okay, first, I want to look at a little versus little. So before we talk about using this article, I want to mention we use little or a little with uncountable nouns, so nouns that we cannot count. If you're not sure about countable or uncountable nouns, please take a look at the videos on our channel. There are a few example videos, a few other videos you can check to learn more about countable and uncountable nouns. So we use little with uncountable nouns, nouns that we cannot count. We use a little to mean simply a small amount of the noun. So using a little has a very neutral feel. So neutral means it's not like positive, it's not negative, it's very neutral, very flat. Depending on the speaker's intonation, it could be a little bit positive. It could have a positive feel about it. So that you'll just have to listen to the person speaking or to think about the situation. You need to do that. But in most cases, it's just very neutral. There's nothing positive, nothing negative. Then little, so no article here, you'll notice. No article, little, means only a small amount of the noun, only a small amount. So here we have a negative feel. Oftentimes we have a very negative feel, like there's only a small amount of something and that's bad, and that makes a problem. So we use
no article to communicate this only feeling, like this only and that's too bad sort of idea. So let's look at an example of this. First, we have a little time. We have a little time. And we have little time. So first, time is an uncountable noun, so we're using little there. But we see we have a little time. Like we have a little time to finish this project, for example. So showing with a little here, or rather by using a little here, we're communicating a very neutral point, just a simple fact. We have a little time. Or maybe if I'm excited about something, I could say, oh, we have a little time. We can do something extra for the project. Then it feels a little bit more positive. However, in the second sentence, we have little time. That's usually the intonation we use. We have little time. So that sounds like there's very little time. There's only a little time. So that's another way to say that. But we have little time sounds like perhaps there's not enough time, or the deadline is quickly approaching. So there's not much time would be another way to say that. It has a negative feel about it. I'm going to save this example sentence, this pair, for a little bit later because there's another point I'd like to make. But let's keep in mind that this use of the article communicates a simple fact and no article communicates a negative. Okay, so let's look at this same idea with a few and few. So we talked about using little and a little with uncountable nouns. Few and a few are used with countable nouns, nouns that we can count with 1, 2, 3, and so on. So just as with a little and little, a few communicates a small number of the noun, and it's just a general, like, neutral kind of fact statement. There's no positive, no negative, unless the speaker chooses to create some feeling, like they use their voice to make the situation or to make the statement sound more positive. We can use a few to do that. Using no article creates this negative feeling. So using few means only a small number of the noun. So there's that negative feel again there. So only a small number, like there's not enough of something, or it's too bad. So something negative perhaps has happened. So let's take a look at an example that uses few and a few. First, he gave us a few ideas. He gave us a few ideas. So you'll notice, yes, a few with the article here. And don't forget your S. So this is a countable noun, idea. We need to use the plural form, a few ideas. So he gave us a few ideas, a general fact, just a simple statement. Or if I'm excited, I could say, he gave us a few ideas, like I sound happy, I sound positive about that. If, however, maybe I had some expectation, like this was a really creative person, I expected lots and lots and lots of ideas, but he didn't give us a lot of ideas. I want to communicate that. I can say, he gave us few ideas. He gave us few ideas. So we keep this ideas in the plural form. The only change is no article in front of few. He gave us few ideas. So this shows that like we maybe had some expectation or we hoped for something different. So he gave us few ideas and that's bad or that's a negative thing. So when we want to communicate this using few or little, we use an article or no article to change the feeling, to change the nuance of the sentence. Okay, so I want to continue by looking at these last pairs of example sentences here. So I explained in both of these cases that using no article creates a negative feel, like in most situations, I would say. However, if you're dealing with a situation where your noun is a bad thing, so I've made a note here. If the noun in your sentence refers to something bad or to something negative, then the feeling actually changes. The feeling becomes positive when you use no article. So let's look at this example sentence first.
or this pair rather. So in this case, my noun is pollution. Pollution means like a dirty environment, like dirty water, dirty air, some kind of environment-related problems. So pollution is a bad thing in most cases, I think. So pollution is a bad thing. If I want to make a sentence using little or a little, because pollution is an uncountable noun, I could say the city has a little pollution. So that's a statement of fact. The city has a little pollution, yes. If I use no article here though, the city has little pollution. Actually, that's a good thing. So we're saying there's only a little of this. So because pollution is a bad thing, using little shows there's not a large amount of this bad thing, and that means it's good. So if this noun is something that's negative or that's not good, then using no article is going to create a more positive meaning there. So let's look at one more example. Same idea, just a different noun and a different word here, few. So let's look at this countable noun, problem. So problem is a bad thing, a negative thing in many cases. So problem is something we don't want. First, we have a few problems. We have a few problems. So again, just a simple statement of fact. So I'm probably not happy about that. I would not say, we have a few problems. I would say, we have a few problems. So there's a negative feel with this, actually. Same thing over here as well. Second, though, we have few problems. So this means only a small number of this thing, this bad noun in this case. So because there are few, a small number of these problems, this sentence expresses a good situation. So we have few problems. That's a good thing. So in cases where your noun is referring to something that's not good, you can actually change the meaning if you do not use the article in front of little or few. So keep that in mind. That's just kind of an exception. In most cases, though, you'll see it used as I talked about in the beginning. In most cases, it follows this rule, this negative feel. But just pay attention to the noun that little or few is modifying, and you can kind of understand, should it be a negative feel or a positive feel? Okay, so this is an introduction or a quick lesson on the differences between a little and few and a few. So I hope that it was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences in the comment section, please feel free to do so. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to describe an object's dimensions. Dimensions means the size of an object, all of the different sizes of an object. I'm going to talk about a few key words that we need to describe these sizes, and I'm going to talk about how we make sentences that use this kind of information. So let's get started. First, I want to begin with this list of keywords for this lesson. So I want everybody to be careful about the grammar of the sentences when they build these sentences. So first, let's look at these words here. These words are all nouns. The words are length, length, width, width, height, height, and depth, depth. So each of these nouns, when we use them to talk about the size of an object, explains some kind of like question. So by that I mean with length, for example. Length tells us how long the object is. So length, you can connect it with the word long. Remember though, this is an adjective. How long is the item? Length is the noun form here. Similarly, width. Width tells us
how wide is the object? How wide is the object? So length is how long. Width is how wide the object is. Height tells us how tall the object is. How tall, if that's our question, we're looking for the height of the object. How tall is the object? My height is. That's what we would use to talk about it as a noun. Not tall, which is the adjective form, but height, that's the noun form. Finally, depth. Depth. We use depth to explain how deep an object is. So we might use this more for like things where we need to go under the ground, perhaps. In some cases, it's used for talking about buildings, like how far back something goes. We could also use this to talk about underwater measurements, or maybe like, as you'll see later, like a bathtub measurement, something that goes down. So depth tells us how deep something is. So to review, length is how long something is, width is how wide something is, height is how tall something is, and depth is how deep something is. So when we are talking about these points, we use measurements. So a measurement is the unit that we use to talk about these things. So there are two systems in the world that are used. The US is one of, I believe, only 2 countries that uses what's called the imperial system. In the imperial system, we use inches, which we write in a short way, an abbreviation as IN, inches, and feet, which we abbreviate as FT, feet, FT, inches, IN. So there are 12 inches in 1 foot. So an inch is a small unit, a foot is a larger unit. There are 12 inches inside 1 foot. This is the imperial system. Now there are larger measurements in the imperial system, yes, but for today's lesson I'm focusing on measurements of objects, so I'm not going to talk about the larger measurements. Okay, but let's compare this to the metric system. The metric system. Most of the world uses the metric system. In the United States, the imperial system is used, but most of the rest of the world uses the metric system. For today's lesson, I want to focus on these 3 key vocabulary words. They are millimeters, which we abbreviate, we make short as MM. We have centimeters, which we abbreviate as CM. And finally, we have meters, we abbreviate with M. So for reference, inside 1 meter, there are 100 centimeters, and there are 1,000 millimeters. So 1,000 millimeters, 100 centimeters inside a meter. So if you're interested, you can break down this centi and milli to learn more about the histories of these words. But that's a little bonus point for those of you who are interested. Let's look at how we use this then to describe an object's dimensions, to talk about the size of something with these words too. So I've drawn this object, a box, for this lesson, and I have marked here 20, 40, and 60. So I want to use these numbers to talk about the size of the object. So let's take a look at a very basic way to describe these dimensions. This box is 20 centimeters, in this case, x 40 centimeters, x 60 centimeters. So very commonly in English writing and in writing, I think maybe from other languages too, we see this x between our measurements. In English, we read this as by. So naturally, I would say 20 centimeters by 40 centimeters by 60 centimeters. And if it's understood, if this unit of measurement is understood, we might say just 20 by 40 by 60. or 20 by 40 by 60 centimeters is also okay. We often don't need to say centimeters, centimeters, centimeters after each one because everything should be in the same unit of measurement. So 20 by 40 by 60 is a very clear way to say that. If you're using inches, actually these are the same measurements, just in inches in the imperial system. You might see, for example, a dot in the number followed by a couple more numbers. So these are the same measurements actually, just in the imperial system in inches. So to describe the dimensions of this box, I would say this box is 7.84 inches by 15.74 inches by 23.62 inches. So again, we're using by here. We read this, the dot, as point. You'll also notice the number or numbers before the dot are read as regular. By that I mean 7 and 15 and 23. Those are read as regular numbers. The numbers after that are read individually. So 7.84, not 7.84, 7.84. We read it one at a time. Each number is read one at a time. 7.84 inches by 15.74 inches by 23.62 inches. So when you need to read these small numbers after the decimal point, this is called a decimal point here. We just read it as point. Make sure to read these individually, not together. So this is another small point about dimensions. Of course, you may see this in centimeters too, maybe 20.5 centimeters, for example. So this is how we read these portions of the sentence, and also a point about reading the numbers too. So how do we use the words long and length and so on? So there are a couple of different ways to describe this. So as I've said here, this is very common, using just the dimensions like this. We can do that. If you want to be very specific about your dimensions, you could say, for example, this box is 20 centimeters long. That means the length of the box. So in this case, maybe this is 20, for example. And also, maybe it's like the difference between width and length is sort of just up to the person who created the object, or maybe it's just for reference purposes. So sometimes there's not like necessarily always a rule for which is width and which is length, but length tends to be longer than width. So for this example, probably 40 we would say is the length and 20 is the width. But for this example sentence, this box is maybe 20 centimeters long. This is how I would use long in a sentence. However, if I want to use length, the noun form I talked about earlier, the length is 20 centimeters. So notice this sentence and this sentence are sharing the same information. The length of the box, that's the information. But the grammar of the sentence changes. This box is 20 centimeters long, adjective here. The length is 20 centimeters, or the length of this box is 20 centimeters. So note, noun form and adjective form, length and long, they require slightly different sentence structures. Let's look with wide and width then. So here, this box is 40 centimeters wide. This is my adjective form. The width is 40 centimeters. This is my noun form. We can do the same thing with tall and height. This box is 60 centimeters tall, or the height is 60 centimeters. So again, tall is my adjective, height is my noun. So depending on the word I use, I need to make sure my grammar, the structure of my sentence, is correct. I cannot say the tall is 60 centimeters. That is incorrect because tall is an adjective. I must use a noun here. I also cannot use height in this pattern. This box is 60 centimeters. Height is incorrect because height is a noun. I have to use an adjective here. It's 60 centimeters tall. This is correct. We use the same pattern when we're talking about people's height. So her height is 160 centimeters, or she is 160 centimeters tall. So please keep this in mind when you're talking about the object dimensions, the sizes of objects. Finally, I mentioned the word deep or the word depth too. So you might use this if you're talking about like your bathtub, for example. My bathtub is 80 centimeters deep. So here, deep, again, this is the adjective form. To use depth, we would make a pattern like this. The depth of my bathtub is 80 centimeters, for example. So this is how we introduce sizes in English. So important points to take away are this by and this point. This will help you sound more natural when you are reading dimensions for things. So when you're taking a measurement of something, you can use this number, 20 centimeters, and then as you're taking the next measurement, it's very common to say by, so 20 centimeters by 40 centimeters by 60 centimeters, as you're measuring something. That's a very common way to express that. So I hope that this is helpful for you in terms of the measurements of objects, but if you have any questions or comments, or if there's something you would like to practice, if you want to make an example measurement, for example, in the comment section, please feel free to do that as well. Of course, if there's something else you want to know about this topic, please let us know in the comments too. If you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and today we're going to talk about 10 words for persuading people. So let's go. Urge. The first word is urge. Urge. So to urge someone to do something. I urge you to blah, blah, blah. I urged him to blah, blah, blah. I urged her to blah, blah, blah. So you'll hear I'm using I urge you to, so we use urge plus the object, so him or her or them, whatever, to do something, to take an action. So I urge you to buy a new car. I urge you to get a new job. I urge you to talk to your boss. So to urge someone is to strongly recommend them to do something. I strongly recommend blah, blah, blah. We'll talk about the word recommend in just a moment, but I urge you to do something. Urge is not really such a common word for persuading, I think, in casual conversation. You might see this in like news reports from, for example, politicians, or maybe like policymakers or kind of people in influential positions. Like, I urge you to vote for such and such person. You might hear it in those cases, but in everyday conversation, we don't use urge so much. So in a sentence, I urge you to make a change. Recommend. The next word is recommend. Recommend is a very common, very simple way to make a suggestion based on your opinion. So I recommend you drink a lot of water, or I recommend you eat healthy, or I recommend he. So you'll notice I recommend you, I recommend he, I recommend she. Not I recommend to blah, 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 but I recommend you do something. I recommend you take a vacation. I recommend you get a new haircut. I recommend plus who are you recommending this to? You can do that. Also, you can follow the recommendation. You can follow the verb with like a noun phrase. Like, I recommend toothpaste. I recommend restaurant ABC for dinner tonight. So you can follow recommend with the item you are recommending. So I recommend product A for this. I recommend product B for that. Or you can follow it with a pronoun. So I, you, me. I recommend, well, not I recommend you, blah, blah, blah. Or I recommend noun. Okay. In a sentence, he recommended I see a doctor. Consider. The next word is consider. Consider. So consider, to consider something means to think about something. Consider is a little more formal than think about. So if this is think about, maybe consider is a step above think about. So please consider blah, blah, blah. So please consider
plus some noun phrase usually comes after the verb consider. So please consider my new plan, or please consider your mother's feelings. So again, use consider in formal situations. So please consider my proposal. Please consider a change in the department, for example. So use consider in more formal situations to ask someone to think about something. So please consider blah, blah, blah. In a sentence, please consider all the options. You should. The next word is you should, or the next expression is you should, blah, blah, blah. So you should is perhaps the most common way to try to persuade or to give a suggestion to someone. You should, blah, blah, blah. I think you should get a new apartment. I think you should find a new job. I think you should be dating a different person. I think you should ask for a refund. So you should is a very common way to give advice. What do you think I should do is a way to ask for it. You should blah, 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 to give your advice or to try to persuade someone of your opinion. In a sentence, I think you should find a new apartment. Suggest. Okay, next word. The next word is suggest, suggest. So be careful with your pronunciation with this word. There are two G's here. It is not suggest or suggest, or I don't even know. I've heard some very strange pronunciations of this word. It's suggest. So there's a G sound, G, and then it's followed by a J sound, suggest, G, J. Quickly happens there, suggest. What do you suggest? That's a tricky one, so practice slowly. Suggest, suggest, suggest. Fun. Okay, anyway, so to suggest something is to give a very soft recommendation for something. So I suggest you study every day. I suggest you see a doctor. He suggested, in the past tense, he suggested we take a vacation, or we suggest a new policy, or why don't you suggest this to your manager, for example. So suggest is to give a kind of soft recommendation, to just sort of share an opinion. It's a sort of soft persuasion. Okay, in another sentence, can I make a suggestion? Try. The next word is try, try. So try is commonly used just in the command form. Try something. So like try this food, try that drink, try something. So we can use try to kind of give these very direct recommendations. It's a more direct way to try to persuade someone of something. So it's probably best used in cases where you are fairly close to the other person. So try my new cake, or you should try, I've used you should try this pasta, for example, or try my new product if you're trying to sell something, or try out our new online course. So try is a very direct and quick and clear way to persuade someone. In a sentence, try new things. Why don't? The next expression is why don't? Why don't, blah, blah, blah. You can use why don't in the negative don't. Why don't? We use this negative form. Why don't you? Why doesn't he? Of course, if we change the sentence a little bit. Why doesn't he? Why doesn't she? Why don't you? Why don't we? Why don't they? So we use this as a very soft way to make a suggestion. Why don't we see a movie this weekend? Why doesn't he just talk to his girlfriend? Why don't you tell me more about your amazing plan? Why don't we go to bed? So why don't you, or why don't we, why doesn't he, why doesn't she? We can use these expressions to make a suggestion. Please be careful. There are, depending on your intonation, you can change the meaning of this sentence. For example, if I say, why don't you call me back? If I ask in like that complaining tone, like, why don't you call me back? It sounds very different from, why don't you call me back? Like, if my second sentence there, why don't you just call me back later, for example. Sounds like a suggestion. However, if I use a complaining tone of voice, why don't you call me back? it sounds like there's a problem I'm trying to communicate. So be careful here. Depending on your intonation, you might cause some miscommunication. So make sure you use a suggestion intonation. Why don't you blah blah blah? Upward intonation. Why don't you call me back later? Or why don't you meet me for dinner? For example, why don't you meet me for dinner? Sounds a lot different than why don't you meet me for dinner? So please be careful here. Okay, and another sentence, why don't you take a break? How about? The next expression is how about? How about? So you use how about to make a suggestion. How about we go hiking this weekend? How about we have dinner tonight? How about we get a coffee? How about a drink after work? How about is very casual, very simple, easy to use, friendly way to make a suggestion, to try to persuade someone in a very friendly manner. How about an activity? So in a sentence, how about a trip to the mountains this weekend? What do you think about? The next expression is what do you think about? What do you think about? So what do you think about? So not what do you think about, but what do you think about? What do you think about activity? So what do you think about going swimming? What do you think about going for drinks tonight? What do you think about studying for the test together tomorrow? So again, we use this as a soft persuasion expression. So what do you think about something? So asking the listener, what do you think, sounds like you're asking for their opinion. What do you think about doing this activity together? It's like you've made a suggestion, you want to persuade that person, and you're getting their opinion in return. So in another sentence, what do you think about Italian for dinner tonight? Let's. The next word is let's. Let's. So let's is very interesting. There's one common mistake I see a lot with the word let's. Let's, by default, let's on its own implies that you are going to do something with another person. Let's means let us. Let us is the expanded form of let's. Let's is the contracted form of let us. The key here being us. So let's implies, let's means therefore that it is the speaker plus the listener involved in the action. So for example, let's cook something together, or let's eat, or let's get a drink, or let's study. It sounds already like there's the listener and the speaker are involved. Sometimes I hear, let's study with us. Something like that. Not correct. Let's study. You don't need with in this case, unless you're talking about a third party. There's someone else. So let's study with Stevens. Or like, let's talk about this with Stevens. Let's talk about this with the boss. So let's means the people who are involved in the conversation. Let's blah, blah, blah. You can add with to talk about somebody who is not involved in the planning conversation right now. So don't use us here. This should be somebody not involved in the conversation. Let's is the people involved in the conversation. Be very careful here. So we use let's again as a very soft way to persuade someone. Just a suggestion, a more casual expression. Let's talk about this at the next meeting. Let's talk about this with our manager tomorrow. Let's talk about, I'm doing lots of talking. Let's go to bed, I'm tired, for example. So using let's shows that there are a couple of people, at least the immediate group, whoever can listen at that point in time, they're all involved there. So keep that in mind. Let's is a very interesting word. All right, in one more sentence, let's go to the movies. All right, those are 10 words and 10 expressions you can use when you're persuading people. I hope that those are useful for you. If you liked this video, please make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel if you have not done so already. Also, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for more good things. Thanks very much for watching this episode. If you have any questions or comments, please be sure to let us know in the comment section below this video. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again soon. Bye! This is how I persuade people. I just advance menacingly towards them until they agree.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia and today we're going to be talking about the top 20 useful phrases for a hair salon. Before we get to the main part of this lesson, make sure to check the link in the description to get PDF cheat sheets that you can use to build your vocabulary and your phrase knowledge. You might take a look at this conversational phrase cheat sheet. It includes some expressions that you can use when making a reservation or when making payments for things, as you'll need to do when you visit a hair salon. So make sure to check this out in the description. All right, let's get to the video. Okay, the first expression is, I would like a simple haircut. I would like a simple haircut. Okay, this is a very basic phrase that expresses that you want just a trim, essentially. You don't want to make any crazy new styles. You want your existing style, but just a little bit shorter. So you can use this, I'd like a simple haircut expression. Next is, can I have a shave? Can I have a shave? So, can I have a shave typically refers to shaving the hair on someone's face. So you probably don't want to ask for this if you're going into a hairdresser's to get the hair on your head cut. There are some styles that use razors and so on for like the back of the head or maybe the side of the head to create interesting designs. So you can ask for those things specifically, but generally when we say shave something, it refers to the hair on the face. Okay, let's head to the next expression. I have to visit the stylist. I have to visit the stylist. You can use this expression to tell someone else about your plans to visit your hairstylist. So stylist here means hairstylist. You can use either word, but stylist is just a little bit shorter. So I have to visit the stylist. I need a haircut. Okay, next is, I need to speak to the hairdresser. I need to speak to the hairdresser. All right, so hairdresser is a little bit of an old-fashioned word. You might hear hairstylist or stylist or maybe something else. But generally, when you need to speak to a hairdresser, it's because you have some idea for something you want to do with your hair. Maybe you want to make a new color, or maybe you want to create a new style for yourself or use some specific kind of technique. Either way, you need to consult with your hairdresser or your hairstylist. You can use this expression to do that. I want to try something different today. I want to try something different today. So when you come to the hair salon or your stylist's shop, you can express to them, I want to try something different today, to mean you want to be a little bit more adventurous with your haircut. This means you're open to their opinions and their ideas. So if you feel comfortable asking your hairstylist their opinion, you can say, I want to try something a little different today. Next is, can I request a different shampoo? Can I request a different shampoo? So when you go to the hair salon and it's time to shampoo your hair, you might have specific needs for your hair or your skin, or maybe you have an allergy to a certain ingredient, whatever. If you need to request something else be used from what the hairstylist typically uses, you can use this expression. Of course, you can change shampoo for conditioner or treatment or color or whatever it is you need. Next is, my hair is damaged. Can I have it fixed? My hair is damaged. Can I have it fixed? Okay, so if your hair has damage, that means maybe it's dry or there are split ends, maybe it has damage from the sun, whatever. If you want to make it clear to your hairstylist that your hair has some damage and you want a little bit of extra treatment for it, you can use this expression. My hair is damaged. Can I have it fixed? Next is, I'd just like a trim. I would just like a trim. Okay, the most basic request at a hair salon is just a trim. You don't even have to say, I would. You can just say, just a trim, please, or even a trim, please. That means I want just a little bit removed from my current hairstyle, just a tiny bit. So just a trim is the most basic and probably most common request you can have ready when you go to the hair salon. Okay, next expression is, could you cut a little bit more? Could you cut a little bit more? All right, at native speed, this could you cut a little bit more means could you please cut a little bit more of my hair? So use this when the hairstylist has already cut some of your hair and you want it a little bit shorter. You want a little bit more hair to be cut off. Could you cut a little bit more? Next expression is, could you straighten my hair? Could you straighten my hair? Okay, so to straighten your hair means to make your hair straight, to use a hair iron or use something to create straight hair from wavy or curly hair. If you want your stylist to finish your hair and make it look straight, you can use this expression. Could you straighten my hair? Make sure to say straighten, not straight, not straight, but could you straighten my hair? Okay, next expression is, I don't have an appointment. Do you have time today? I don't have an appointment. Do you have time today? So if you decide on the day that you need to go to the hairstylist, you can call them or maybe drop in and say, I don't have an appointment, but do you have some time today? You can try using this expression if you need to see someone urgently, like if you have a hair emergency. So use this, I don't have an appointment, but do you have some time? Okay, the next expression is, I would like to dye my hair. I would like to dye my hair. Okay, so if you want to change the color of your hair, you can use this expression. I'd like to dye my hair, or I want to dye my hair. To be specific about the color, you can say, I want to dye my hair black, or I want to dye my hair blue, or I want to dye my hair pink. Whatever the color is can come after this expression. You can also say, I'd like to change the color of my hair, or I want to color my hair. These expressions are also okay. All right, next expression is, what kind of hairstyle do you recommend? What kind of hairstyle do you recommend? So this is an expression that you can use to ask your hairstylist for some advice. Maybe they can look at your hair type, they can look at the shape of your face, consider your needs, and help you to choose a hairstyle that's right for you. What kind of hairstyle do you recommend? Okay, the next expression is, can you make it look like this picture? Can you make it look like this picture? Okay, so in lots of cases, if you find a new style in a magazine or online or something like that, you might think to yourself, I should bring this to the hair salon. When you do that, you can point to the picture and say, can you make it look like this picture? Or you can also just say, I'd like this haircut. Can you do that? So showing something is a really helpful way to indicate what kind of style you want. You can do that with this expression. Can you make it like this picture? Okay, the next expression is, I would like to change my hair color. I'd like to change my hair color. So we talked about this expression a little bit earlier in I would like to dye my hair. This is a very general expression. I would like to change my hair color. So you should expect a follow-up. What kind of color are you thinking about? Or what color do you want to change it to? So again, if you want to change the color of your hair, this is another expression that you can use. All right, next expression is, can you show me different hairstyles? Can you show me different hairstyles? So this is something you can use if maybe you're not very prepared when you come to the hairstylist. If you need some advice or if you need to see a few different pictures to help you make a decision, you can ask your stylist for a few different hairstyles with this expression. Can you show me some different hairstyles? Okay, next expression is, can I get a mohawk? Can I get a mohawk? So a mohawk is a very specific hairstyle. It's one strip of hair in the middle of the head usually, and it's kind of tall, or some people like to have extremely tall, extremely spiky mohawks. But you can use this pattern to talk about any hairstyle you want. You can say, can I get a hairstyle? Can I get a bob, or can I get a bowl cut? Whatever type of cut you want, you can use this pattern to express it. Okay, next is, I'd like a cut and blow dry. I'd like a cut and blow dry. You can use this expression when you make your appointment or when you arrive at the hair salon. So a cut means a haircut, and blow dry means you want them to blow dry your hair as well. So it depends on the salon you go to. Maybe at some salons there's just a cut and no hair washing or no hair treatment options, whatever. If you want to be specific that you just want a cut, maybe a wash and a dry, you can use this expression to do that. Okay, next is, around what time will we be finished? Around what time will we be finished? You can ask your hairstylist this question if you want to know about when your appointment will be done. So if you're a very busy person or you have somewhere to be, you can ask your hairstylist about how long they expect the appointment to take. You can say, about what time will we be finished? All right, next is, does this price include shampoo? Does this price include shampoo? If you have questions about the prices at your hair salon, you can ask something like this. Does this price include shampoo? Or maybe, does this price include a style? Does this price include treatment? Whatever it is that you're looking for, if you have a question about the price and what it includes, you can use this pattern to do that. All right, that brings us to the end of the top 20 useful phrases for a hair salon. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. And don't forget to click the link in the description to get your free PDF cheat sheets and learn even more useful English words and phrases. You can download them to any device or print them out. They're yours to keep, so click the link and get them for free. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye! Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and in this lesson we're going to talk about 10 phrases that you can use at the post office. Let's get started. Before we get to the video, a quick reminder that you can find some free PDF cheat sheets from the link below this video. Check out the YouTube description to find this. You can find conversational phrases and expressions that you can use in everyday life. So if you want to work on building some skills in your vocabulary and phrase knowledge, check them out. Okay, let's get to the video. Okay, first one. My home address is this. My home address is this. Okay, so if you bring something to the post office, you want to send it somewhere, and it's not clear which address is your address, the place you're sending something from, you can tell the post office staff, my home address is this, and you can point as you say it, or you can reverse it as well. This is my home address. You might also hear slightly different pronunciations. You might hear address or address. Both are fine. So my home address is this, or this is my home address. Both are fine. Okay, the next expression is, can I schedule a redelivery? Can I schedule a redelivery? This is something you can use on the phone if there's not like an online delivery option. Can I schedule a redelivery means you expect to receive a package and the package came, but you were not at home. So you need to reach out to the post office or to the delivery service and schedule another delivery time. You can do this on the phone. Can I schedule a redelivery? Okay, the next expression is, how much does the shipment cost? How much does the shipment cost? Another way to ask this question is, how much is shipping? You might hear that used. How much is shipping? How much does this shipment cost means how much will it cost me to send this package or to ship this package? You can use this when you're not sure how much something is going to cost. If you want to try to find a cheaper way to ship something, for example, you can confirm the price with this expression. Okay, let's go to the next expression. Can I have the package insured? Can I have the package insured? Okay, so if you're sending something valuable or maybe something that's breakable or something really, really important, you might want to buy insurance for your package or for your letter, whatever you're sending. You can ask, can I have this package insured? To mean I want to buy insurance for this package. So you can use this when you send something from the post office or the delivery service. Can I have this package insured? Okay, the next expression is, how long does the delivery take? How long does the delivery take? How long does the delivery take? Or how long does shipping take? You might hear something similar to that. This means how many days will it take for my package to reach the destination? How long will the delivery take? So they might say 2 business days or 5 business days or a week, but this will give you some idea of when the other person can expect to receive your package. Okay, the next expression is, will the recipient receive my package by the end of this week? Will the recipient receive my package by the end of this week? So you can use this expression if you have a specific deadline in mind, and you can change by the end of this week to your deadline. You can say something, for example, to change this a little bit, like, will the package arrive by tomorrow, or will the package be there by the end of the month? So you can change this expression, the by the time, to refer to your deadline. So if you want to confirm when something will arrive, you can use this to do so. All right, next expression is, will I be able to track the delivery? Will I be able to track the delivery? Another way to ask this might be, how do I track the delivery? Or can I track the delivery? If you want to use online tracking services, you can ask this question when you send your package. Will I be able to track the delivery? They might give you a website or perhaps some kind of mobile phone number that you can call. Depends on the delivery service. But if you want to track your package and see where it is, you can use this question. Okay, on to the next expression. How reliable is the delivery process? How reliable is the delivery process? This is a question you might ask if you're shipping something that's really easy to break or something that's really valuable, or maybe if you need to ship something to like a dangerous area or a place where maybe roads have been affected by something recently. So if you have some questions about how safely your package will arrive, you can use this question. How reliable is the delivery process? This might lead to asking some questions about insurance for your package as well. Okay, on to the next expression. I'd like to send it via first class. I'd like to send it via first class. You might also just hear, I'd like to send this first class, so you don't have to use via. But first class means the highest level, like a premium level of shipping. So it's more expensive, yes, but perhaps there's insurance, you might have faster shipping times, whatever. It depends on the delivery service that you're using. But if you want to get the best shipping service available, you can ask for first class. I'd like to send this first class, please. Okay, on to the next expression. I'd like to send several parcels at once. I'd like to send several parcels at once. So parcel is another way of saying package. You can, of course, replace parcel for package here. You can say, I'd like to send several packages, or maybe you have a few things you want to send. The point is, if you come to the post office or the delivery service with many things you want to send, you can express that to the person working there. You can say, I have a few things I want to send, or I have several parcels I'd like to send. So if you go to the post office and you have a few things you need to send, you can use an expression like this. You can say something like, I have several parcels I'd like to send, or more casually, I have a few things to send, or I'd like to send a few packages, please. You can use parcel or package, whatever sounds most comfortable to you, but this expression can help the other person understand your needs. You don't have just one thing to send, you have a few. All right, that brings us to the end. Those are 10 phrases that you can use at the post office. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. And don't forget to click the link in the description to get your free PDF cheat sheets to learn even more useful English words and phrases. You can download them to any device or print them out. They're yours to keep, so click the link and get them for free. Thanks very much for watching, and I will see you again in the next video. Bye!
Hi everybody, welcome back to Top Words. My name is Alicia, and in this lesson we're going to talk about 20 useful phrases you can use when talking to your doctor. Let's get started. Before we start, a quick reminder that you can find free PDF cheat sheets to download from the link in the description. You can find a bunch of different topics. You can use these to build your vocabulary. You can use them to find daily conversation expressions and a lot more. So have a look, check the link below the video. Okay, let's get to the lesson. I have an appointment today. I have an appointment today. When you arrive at the doctor's office, you can go to the reception desk or the person working there who's receiving people, and you can say, I have an appointment today. This means they should be expecting you. You can expect to give your name and maybe some other personal information after you say this. Okay, let's go to the next expression. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling today? This is a key question that your doctor will ask you. It's a question about your condition. They'll say, how are you feeling today? Or they might ask something like, what seems to be the problem? Or asking something else about your specific symptoms. So when your doctor says, how are you feeling today? You can explain you're feeling good or not so good, depending on what kind of checkup you're doing. You can express that something is painful or something doesn't feel quite right. There are many different ways to respond to this question, so that's up to you. Okay, on to the next phrase. Not very well. Not very well. So not very well is a very general way to respond to the question, how are you feeling today? When you say not very well, you should expect to provide more details. So why don't you feel very well? So this means that you just don't have a very good feeling about your body, about your condition. Okay, on to the next expression. I think I sprained my left ankle. I think I sprained my left ankle.
Okay, so this is an example of a more specific way of explaining your condition. So in this case, a sprain is a type of sports injury, and we tend to see it around the ankles or maybe around the wrists too. So if you think that you know what type of injury you're experiencing, you can express that with something like this. I think I sprained my ankle in this case. Okay, let's go to another way to express your feeling. I feel a sharp pain in my right knee. I feel a sharp pain in my right knee. Okay, so this is another way that you can describe something that you're experiencing. If you're not sure about the type of injury, for example, but you want to express you are feeling pain, you can do it with something like this. Sharp pain is a knife-like pain. So you can use I feel a sharp pain in my plus the body part. In this case, your right knee. Of course, you can change that to any other body part to express that you're feeling sharp knife-like pain in that place. Okay, let's go to another example. My knee is aching. My knee is aching. Okay, so here we have a knee as our example place again, but in this case we're using ache. So aching refers to a kind of dull, low pain generally that doesn't go away. So when you say that something aches, it's different from a sharp pain, which we saw in the previous example, because a sharp pain is like a very strong knife-like pain. An ache is something that's kind of constant and low. So you can say, my body part is aching to mean that that's the feeling that it has now. Okay, let's go to the next expression. My throat hurts a little. My throat hurts a little. Okay, so most people have experienced a sore throat. So you can say, I have a sore throat. Or another way to say that is, my throat hurts a little. Of course, you can change throat to any other body part. My finger hurts a little, or my stomach hurts a little, to express that there's a little pain or a little discomfort in that body part. Okay, on to the next one. I have a terrible stomach ache. I have a terrible stomach ache. Okay, so if you have pain in your stomach, so you feel sick to your stomach, you can express that with stomach ache. So we talked about the word ache earlier, that kind of low, constant pain. We have that in our stomach sometimes when we eat something that we disagree with or when we have some kind of bacteria in our stomachs. So if you have a really, really bad one, if it's very, very uncomfortable, you can express that with a terrible stomach ache. I have a terrible stomach ache. Okay, next expression. I've lost my appetite. I've lost my appetite. Okay, this expression means you no longer want to eat food. Your appetite is how hungry you feel when you see food. So usually we want to eat a few times a day, right? But if you lose your appetite, it means you're no longer interested in food. So if you have this experience, you can tell your doctor this. You can say, I've lost my appetite. Okay, next expression. I have a rash on my arm. I have a rash on my arm. Okay, so a rash is a part of your skin that turns red or maybe even another color and that's sometimes itchy or maybe kind of painful. So if you have one of these spots on your skin, you can express that with I have a rash on my plus the body part. So I have a rash on my arm, I have a rash on my neck, and so on. Okay, next expression. Do you have a cough? Do you have a cough? This is a question that will come from the doctor. So if they want to check your symptoms, they might ask, do you have a cough or do you have some other symptom? A cough refers to an uncomfortable feeling where you want to push the air out of your lungs, and this sound is called a cough. So your doctor might ask you, do you have a cough, to check your symptoms? Okay, next expression. I get tired very quickly. I get tired very quickly. Okay, so this expression refers to fatigue or a feeling of having no energy. If your doctor asks about your symptoms and you want to express that recently you don't have much energy, you can say, I feel tired very quickly. This helps the doctor understand that there's been a recent change in your energy levels. Okay, next expression. Does it hurt when I press here? Does it hurt when I press here? This is another question that will come from the doctor. During a physical examination, the doctor may touch parts of your body, and the doctor might ask you, does it hurt when I press here? Which means, do you feel pain when I press this spot on your body? So just answer yes or no to respond. Okay, next expression. Take this medicine and rest. Take this medicine and rest. This is an instruction from the doctor. After your examination, your doctor might tell you to take some medicine. So they might also tell you to get some rest. In this case, it's both. Take some medicine and rest. It means take the medicine the doctor is giving you and rest your body. Okay, next expression. You might need surgery. You might need surgery. Okay, so this is something that will come from the doctor after your physical examination. If your injury or your sickness cannot be treated just by using medicine, you might have to have an operation or surgery. So there are very simple surgeries and there are more complex surgeries. So it depends on your condition. But if the doctor thinks you may need something like this, they'll tell you with an expression like, you might need surgery. Okay, next expression. I need a medical certificate. I need a medical certificate. If you need a document that describes your health condition or your medical history, you can ask for one with this expression. I need a medical certificate. You might not have to ask your doctor specifically for this. In many cases, you can simply ask the reception desk for this information. Okay, next expression. I'd like to get a second opinion. I'd like to get a second opinion. Okay, this expression means I'd like to get a second doctor's opinion. So after your physical examination, if you're not sure about this doctor's conclusion, you might want to talk to another doctor and get their opinion about your condition. You can express that with, I'd like to get a second opinion. Okay, next expression. That's a relief. That's a relief. Okay, that's a relief is an expression that you can use when you feel relieved about the doctor's conclusion. If you thought you might have a serious illness, but the doctor says you just have a cold and it's no problem, you can express that feeling of relief with this expression. Oh, that's a relief, it's just a cold. Okay, next expression. Please come back next week for a checkup. Please come back next week for a checkup. This is an instruction you may receive from your doctor. So after your first examination, maybe you receive some medicine or you have some other kinds of care or treatment guidelines. Your doctor wants to check your condition again in a week. They will say something like this. Please come back next week for a checkup. Okay, next expression. Thank you, I will confirm the date of my visit. Thank you, I will confirm the date of my visit. All right, this is an expression that you would typically use if you are making a schedule for upcoming treatment or an upcoming doctor's appointment. You might say this on the phone or in person to someone if you need to check your schedule before you confirm something. Thanks, I need to confirm the date of my visit. All right, that brings us to the end of 20 useful phrases you can use when talking to your doctor. What did you think? You can let us know in the comments. And don't forget to click the link in the description to get your free PDF cheat sheets and learn even more useful English words and phrases. You can download them to any device or print them out. They're yours to keep, so click the link and get them for free. Thanks very much for watching this video, and I will see you again next time. Bye!
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet.
Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1, a life assessment. 2, a routine assessment. And 3, language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure. If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do two things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. One is hard enough. Trying to do two can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are two things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What's your reason for learning language? Is it a personal goal, a hobby, or do you have dreams of moving to a country where it's spoken? In this video, you'll learn why your reason is crucial for motivation and for your success in language learning. We'll look at the top 10 reasons for learning a language from language learners just like you. What's your number one reason for learning a language? Whatever your reason is, whether big or small, knowing it or knowing your why is crucial for success and motivation. Number 1. I love the culture and the people who speak the language. This is a popular answer. Learning a language can be a great way to learn more about the culture and open up new ways to experience it. Number 2. I want to understand my favorite songs, movies, and TV shows. That's right. Songs, movies, and shows are great ways to immerse yourself in the language. If you're spending your time learning and also immersing yourself, you'll learn faster. Number 3. It's a beautiful language. Sometimes the answer is as simple as that. You have a genuine interest in the language itself. Number 4. My family comes from a place where the language is spoken. This can be popular for students who have moved to a new country and might want to connect to their home country's culture. Learning a language lets them learn things about their heritage and communicate with people who can teach them more about their cultural history. If your grandmother speaks a different language from you, it can be pretty hard to connect. So a lot of people want to learn a language to connect to family members as well. Number 5. I want to speak to my partner's family in their language. Similar to the reason above, perhaps you want to speak to your partner's parents or grandparents, but they don't speak your language. Not only can learning their native language let you connect with them on a more personal level, but it's also likely to impress them. Number 6. I'm learning the language to impress someone. We have many students say that they want to learn a new language to impress someone in their life. This could be a teacher, a parent, a friend, or even someone they admire and look up to. It always feels good to accomplish something and have other people recognize and be proud of your achievement. And you see this very often in language learning. When you learn a new phrase or can make a longer conversation, the people around you are bound to be impressed. Number 7, a love of traveling. There's no surprise here. Many people want to learn a new language to be able to travel more. Because you can see new places and learn about different cultures, traveling is a popular hobby for many people. And what better way to connect with the people that you meet on your travels than by being able to speak with them in their native language? We have a lot of students who just want to learn some basic conversations to help them on their trips, but even this can help you day to day. Number 8, I want to live in a country that speaks the language. After traveling around, someone might discover a country that really appeals to them, and they might decide they want to move there.
but their language skills could use some work. Or maybe for a job or family reason, someone has to move to a new country. Not knowing the language can really make adjusting to a new home and even a new culture much more difficult. We have a lot of students who want to learn a language to help them when they move. Number 9, I just love learning languages. This is popular for people whose hobby is learning other languages. They fall in love with the process of actually studying and being able to speak in a new language. It's a huge feeling of accomplishment. Number 10, I want to open my mind and become more international. It's so important to expand your horizons and learn about more than your own culture. People around the world live their lives in different ways, and it's good to learn about them and how they interact. You never know what you could learn by opening your ears and mind to new things. Whatever your reason might be for learning a new language, as long as it keeps you motivated, it's a good one. Learning a new language is not an easy journey. It's one filled with lots of ups and downs. So keep in mind your reason and motivation for learning, whether it's so you can move to a new country or connect with a grandparent, and let it push you towards success. And if you're ready to achieve your language goals, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to know how to improve your listening and speaking skills, be able to save conversations, listen to them as many times as you want, and learn hundreds of practical everyday conversations? Well, there is an easy way to do this. In this video, we'll go over how to speak more using the dialogue track. So, what is the dialogue track? The dialogue track is an audio track with just the conversation from the lesson. It's only about 10 to 30 seconds long. Let's say you're looking at a 5-minute lesson about ordering food at a restaurant. First, you hear a conversation. Then our teachers explain every grammar rule and translate every word, so you know what it all means. That's where the dialogue track comes in. It gives you just the conversation. Here's what makes the dialogue track so powerful. First, you can quickly review the conversation without re-listening to the lesson. The dialogue track is just 10 to 30 seconds long, so it won't take you very long to cover both new and old information. This makes it perfect for a quick review of what you've just learned, and it helps keep it fresh in your brain. Second, you'll remember the conversations easier. Listen on repeat, like you would with a song, and the words, phrases, and grammar rules will stick better. And the more you come back to re-listen, the better it will all stick. Third, you'll speak more of your target language. So if you have 10, 20, or 100 dialogue tracks like that, then you have 10, 20, or 100 conversations that you'll know inside out and that you can use in real life. For example, conversations like catching up with friends, ordering at a restaurant, talking about your family, introducing yourself, and much, much more. Fourth, you improve your listening skills and can immerse yourself in the language. So imagine you've finished 20 lessons and you've downloaded 20 dialogue tracks to your phone. That's 20 conversations. You can create a playlist and play those 20 tracks and get used to the language and immerse yourself. To recap what we just learned, here's what you do to make the most of the dialogue tracks. First, after you finish a lesson, download the dialogue track. Save it to your computer or phone so you can listen to it on repeat whenever possible. Just replace 3 to 15 minutes of music listening for some language review. Next, if you've finished 20 lessons, you should have 20 dialogue tracks. Use those to create a playlist of these dialogue tracks so that you can listen to all kinds of conversations. And finally, try shadowing the conversations that you hear. This will become super easy once you've heard the conversation enough times. But if you're still struggling with a word or two, go back to the lesson and check the line-by-line breakdown of the conversation to find the words you need to practice. Boost your speaking skills with the dialogue track and check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to power up your language? You can do this by using practical lessons that you can use in everyday life. In this video, you'll find out what it takes to power up your language right now. Imagine you're speaking a language without stopping to think. You have all the words and grammar to express what you want to say. and they're all flowing out of you as if you were a native speaker. That's when language becomes powerful. So how do you power up your language skills like that? Books and software alone won't help, but actual practical daily conversation lessons will. Native speakers that explain the conversation and teach you how to respond will power your language up. And so will these tools to help you master vocabulary and pronunciation quickly. First, power up your language with Premium. This includes hundreds of audio and video lessons that will get you speaking. And you should know that we publish new lessons weekly. So on top of the current lesson library, there are even more lessons that you can learn along the way. And whatever your learning level is, we start you off with a lesson that's right for you. You can track your progress and see how much you've mastered with our site dashboard. Seeing your progress really helps you power up your language skills. It's really motivating to know that you're actually speaking and understanding a language that you couldn't before. Next, use the lesson notes. You don't get just the lessons. You also get detailed notes with each and every lesson. Meaning you get the complete lesson in writing and can easily follow along while you study. Plus, we've just recently upgraded them. The notes are brand new, easier to read, and work on any device, browser, or reader. Last, we have our premium study tools. As a premium member, you have unlimited website access, which means you also unlock our premium study tools. You'll get access to our 2,000-word core vocabulary list. These words are the most commonly used in everyday conversation, and they're essential to your conversational fluency. And you'll master them fast with our smart flashcard system and the word bank. You can perfect your pronunciation by reading from line-by-line transcripts. This means you'll have access to all the must-know words, and you'll be able to practice them with the correct pronunciation. Don't let your language learning slow down. If you're running low on motivation, power up your language learning with Premium. Get all of our premium tools for studying. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to make consistent language breakthroughs? Here's how you do it with our advanced language learning system. In this video, you'll learn about 4 simple steps to make breakthroughs with our lessons. First, by breakthrough, we mean finally understanding and speaking language that you simply couldn't before. You finally break through. So if you're stuck at a beginner level or just aren't making much progress, this is for you. Here are 4 simple steps, but the first one is the most important one. Step 1. Accept that you need new lessons, new real-life conversations, new words, and new phrases. So you're hearing something new and improving your language skills. Repeating phrases you already know won't help you move forward. That's a mistake most learners make. They stick to what they already know. But if you could start understanding more language in minutes and start making consistent breakthroughs, would you? Well, here's how you break through with our learning system. Remember, you need to have a source of new lessons and new conversations to expose yourself to language you don't yet know. So if you're listening to our new lessons, which we publish weekly on top of our existing lesson library, you're good to go. If not, start right now. These lessons get you speaking and understanding language in minutes. Here's how. Visit the site, choose a new series or learning level that you haven't done already, and start with the first lesson. Step 2. Listen to a new lesson and expose yourself to real-life conversations. Now, you might not understand it at first, but in time you will. All the real-life conversations you hear in lessons are broken down, explained, and translated right after by our instructors. Plus, you can also read along with lesson notes so you never miss a word. So now you can actually understand the entire conversation. As a listener, you'll get exposed to brand new conversations and start understanding real-life conversations. So what's the next step? Step 3. You'll need to start speaking and repeating what you hear. That's the best way to start speaking any language. Do it from day 1. With our voice recorder available inside the lessons, you can listen to each line of the conversation, and then repeat and record yourself to see how close you are to a native speaker. Finally, step 4. In case you missed anything, you can review with vocab lists, quizzes, and the line-by-line feature. The line-by-line breaks down the conversation, so you can hear and read each line again and again. So even if you can't catch something the first time, you can review what you heard and be able to hear it on the next listen.
But remember, the most important step is the first one. You must jump into new lessons and new conversations in order to make a language breakthrough. To make your language breakthrough, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye!
Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description.
Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Movies conversation cheat sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn to say phrases like, "Does this have subtitles? When does the movie start?" and much more. Second, the How to Talk About Your Feelings PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 words and phrases for feelings with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review it on any device. Third, 30 must-know opposite adjectives. Learn how to say young and old, hot and cold, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about people's appearances? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn to describe others with words like tall, short, muscular, and much more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 45% off our 6-month challenge sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Helicopter. 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 So a helicopter is similar to an airplane. It flies, but there's one propeller on top of it. The CEO travels to work by helicopter. The CEO travels to work by helicopter. The CEO travels to work by helicopter. Black. 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 Black is a color, or rather, black is the absence of color. It's the darkest color that we have. I have a black cat. I have a black cat. I have a black cat. Brown. 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 So brown is a very natural color. It's very common on hair color and an eye color. My hair color is brown, for example. My uncle has a new pair of brown shoes. My uncle has a new pair of brown shoes. My uncle has a new pair of brown shoes. Gray. 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 So gray is a very neutral color. It's between white and black. Gray is not a very flashy color. Gray is not a very flashy color. Gray is not a very flashy color. Rest. 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 So rest is a verb that means to take a break. You can use it anytime you need to stop what you're doing for a short period. I'm just resting. I'm just resting. I'm just resting. Here. 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 So the verb here is used for any time you need to use your ears to receive information. So this means you're not focusing your attention, but information can enter your ear. I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you. Want. 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 So the verb want is used to express a desire for something. We use it to talk about the things we would like to receive. I want to eat cherries. I want to eat cherries. I want to eat cherries. Disgusting. 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 Disgusting is an adjective. We'd use it to describe things that we think are really, really terrible, especially food or maybe even comments, things that we think are really unacceptable. Cockroaches are disgusting. Cockroaches are disgusting. Cockroaches are disgusting. 11. 11. 11. 11 is the number that comes after 10. This department store has 11 floors. This department store has 11 floors. This department store has 11 floors. 12. 12. 12. So 12 is the number that comes after 11. 12 can also be called a dozen. When we refer to a dozen of something, we mean 12 of something. It's 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. 13. 13. 13. 13 is the number that comes after 12. For many people, 13 is an unlucky number, so you might hear people having suspicions around this number. She's 13 years old. She's 13 years old. She is 13 years old. Email. 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 So email is a very common part of everyday life. Email comes from electronic and mail together. What's your email address? What's your email address? What's your email address? Cellular phone. Cellular phone. Cellular phone. So a cellular phone is a very common thing that many people have. We often shorten this expression to cell phone. With a cellular phone, you can make calls from almost anywhere. With a cellular phone, you can make calls from almost anywhere. With a cellular phone, you can make calls from almost anywhere. Text message. Text message. Text message. So a text message is any message that you send by writing text. We commonly shorten this expression to just text. She contacted me via text message. She contacted me via text message. She contacted me via text message. Mouth. 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 So the mouth is part of the body. It's this part. We use it for eating and for speaking. You may also hear mouth used to talk about the part of the river that connects to the ocean. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Cheek. 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 So the cheek, or cheeks, refers to this part of the body, this part of the face. So we have two cheeks. It's a countable noun. Her cheeks are very red. Her cheeks are very red. Her cheeks are very red. Nose. 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 So the nose is another part of the body. It's this part of the body right here, the nose. My nose is stuffy. My nose is stuffy. My nose is stuffy. Notebook. 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 So a notebook is usually a small book we carry around and we write notes in it, hence the name notebook. I have a separate notebook for each class. I have a separate notebook for each class.
I have a separate notebook for each class. Pencil, pencil, pencil. A pencil is something that we use to write. This is a common analog tool that we use to write. Lots of school children use these. The pencil broke in half. The pencil broke in half. The pencil broke in half. Eraser, eraser, eraser. So an eraser is a tool that we use to remove pencil marks. In some cases, you might find pens that also have erasers, which can remove pen marks. Can I use your eraser? Can I use your eraser? Can I use your eraser? White, white, white. So white is another very basic color. The color white is commonly associated with purity. It is difficult to keep white furniture clean. It is difficult to keep white furniture clean. It is difficult to keep white furniture clean. Red, red, red. Red is a very popular color. This color is associated with passion and also emergencies. A glass of red wine, please. A glass of red wine, please. A glass of red wine, please. Green, green, green. The color green is very commonly associated with nature and the environment. He painted the wall green. He painted the wall green. He painted the wall green. Finish, finish, finish. The verb finish means to do something to the end, to do something to completion. Did you finish your homework? Did you finish your homework? Did you finish your homework? Start, start, start. So the verb to start is the opposite of finish. It means to begin something. It means to do the first thing in a process. My new job starts tomorrow. My new job starts tomorrow. My new job starts tomorrow. Become, become, become. So the verb become is used to refer to one thing turning into another thing. Red mixed with yellow becomes orange. Red mixed with yellow becomes orange. Red mixed with yellow becomes orange. 14, 14, 14. The number 14 is the number after 13. I have 14 students. I have 14 students. I have 14 students. 15, 15, 15. The number 15 is the number that comes after 14. I will be in Thailand for 15 days. I will be in Thailand for 15 days. I will be in Thailand for 15 days. 16, 16, 16. The number 16 comes after 15. 16 is considered a special age in the USA because it's the age at which people can get their first driver's license. We have 16 minutes. We have 16 minutes. We have 16 minutes. Telephone, telephone, telephone. So the telephone is the machine that we use to call people. We commonly shorten this word to phone. The telephone is ringing. The telephone is ringing.
The telephone is ringing. I. So the eye, or our eyes, this is the part of the body that we use to see. This is a countable noun. We can talk about one eye or two eyes. My eyes are dry. My eyes are dry. My eyes are dry. Teeth. Teeth. So your teeth are the part of the body inside the mouth that we use to chew things. This is the plural version of tooth. One tooth, two or more teeth. Did you brush your teeth? Did you brush your teeth? Did you brush your teeth? Lip. So the lip is the part of the body that is at the edge of the mouth. Lips are very important for making proper pronunciation. You have something on your lip. You have something on your lip. You have something on your lip. Copy machine. Copy machine. Copy machine. So a copy machine is a very common machine that you have in an office. We use a copy machine to make copies of documents. Can I use the copy machine? Can I use the copy machine? Can I use the copy machine? Desk. A desk is a piece of furniture that most people have in their office or in their schools, and we use it for work. We use it for work or for study. The books are under the desk. The books are under the desk. The books are under the desk. Book. So a book is something that you read. It's a story or other kinds of topics on paper. You might also have many textbooks in your home. There are some old books on the table. There are some old books on the table. There are some old books on the table. Pen. A pen is something that we use to write. Unlike a pencil, a pen uses ink. It's a pen. It's a pen. It's a pen. Post office. The post office is the place where you go in your city or your community to send mail to someone else. The post office is open until 5 p.m. The post office is open until 5 p.m. The post office is open until 5 p.m. Library. A library is a place where you can rent books. Your library might also have DVDs or other media available to rent. The library is over there. The library is over there. The library is over there. Supermarket. The supermarket is the place you go to buy food. You might also be able to find other daily goods like cleaning goods at a supermarket. This supermarket is very cheap. This supermarket is very cheap. This supermarket is very cheap.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to introduce some spelling tips. These are a few tips that I hope can help you to improve your spelling. I prepared these tips with English in mind, but I think some of these tips could work for other languages that you're studying too. So let's get started. Okay, the first tip and the most important tip for improving your spelling is to read. Reading is really, really important because you can actually see the words on the page. So especially in English, there are many words that are pronounced differently from the way they are spelled. Reading can help you familiarize yourself, can help you better understand the correct way to spell a word, not just listening to the word, but actually looking at the word. So reading is very important. When you read, however, there's one thing that's good to keep in mind. There's one thing that's good to think about. So choose books or newspapers or magazines for reading, but what you should do is make sure you read and listen to things as well. I'll talk about this. Read things that have been edited. Edited means someone checked the text to make sure there are no errors, there are no mistakes. So make sure that you are reading things that have been checked. A lot of native speakers, especially on like social media such as Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, they'll post messages, sure, but they're not checked, like the English is not properly checked, or they're using very informal English. So when you read and when you're practicing your spelling, paying attention to the words when reading, make sure you're choosing things that have been edited so that you can be sure you're reading proper English. Sometimes when we're speaking casually or writing casually, we don't think very much about our grammar or our spelling. So please make sure to use materials that have been edited for your spelling studies. I mentioned also listening. If you like, another thing you can do as you read is choose a book that has an audio version. So that means as you read the book, you can listen to the pronunciation at the same time. Of course, if you're busy too, you can just listen to the audio and learn the story. But if you want to practice your pronunciation and listening skills in addition to your spelling and reading skills, you can consider trying an audio book. So you read along and listen at the same time. So this could be another interesting way to practice a few skills at the same time. But this is the most important tip for this lesson, is to read. Read lots. And this is something you can do every day as well. If you find an online magazine or a newspaper or something similar that you enjoy, you could read it on your way to work, for example, or maybe during lunch, for example. Just a few minutes here and there each day to practice your reading skills and to boost your spelling skills. Okay, let's move along to the next tip. The next tip here is to play word games or to do word puzzles. We have a lot of these in English. I've given a couple examples here. So word games and word puzzles are similar. I'll introduce first what's called a crossword puzzle. So this is what a crossword puzzle looks like. A blank crossword puzzle, this is a brand new one, a simple one I made, is made from boxes. The boxes go from left to right and from top to bottom. When you play a crossword puzzle or when you try to complete a crossword puzzle, your job is to read clues that are next to the puzzle. Each clue matches with a row or a column of boxes. So your job is to find the word that matches this clue. And you have to spell the word correctly to put the letters into the boxes. So I prepared a very simple one here. So I've numbered these as 1, 2, and 3 going down. So here I have hints 1, 2, and 3. Again, this is very simple. Usually crossword puzzles are very big and they have lots of clues. But just to show you how a crossword puzzle works. The first clue here, number 1, this says a yellow fruit. A yellow fruit. So a yellow fruit is a lemon. So we place each letter in the box, L-E-M-O-N. We know the spelling is correct, or we can have a pretty good guess, at least, that the spelling is correct because it fits in the box. Then we look at the next clue, number 2 down here. Number 2, oh sorry, I made a mistake. Number 2 should actually be here. Number 2 is eye accessories, eye accessories. So an accessory is a small piece of clothing or like jewelry, for example. In this case, it's for your eyes. So eye accessories, that's glasses. So we write glasses with one letter in each box, glasses, and it fits here. It also fits with the L from lemon from our first clue.
So glasses is here. Finally, the last clue down here, the clue is something that costs no money. Something that costs no money. So a word we can use to describe this is free. F-R-E-E. So this is a very simple example of a crossword puzzle, but your job is to fit the different vocabulary words together. Like I said, this is simple, but there are lots more challenging ones out there. If you're interested in crossword puzzles, you can do a quick Google search and you can find beginner crossword puzzles, more difficult ones, and there are some extremely challenging ones that you need to know a lot about, like history or science or pop culture, to find the answers. But this is a really fun way to improve your spelling because you have to make sure to have the spelling right in order to finish the puzzle. You can do this alone or with friends. It's fun. Another thing, you can play word games. So this is kind of a more general thing. I've listed a couple examples of word games. There's one very popular and very well-known word game called Scrabble. It looks similar to a crossword puzzle, but the difference is there are no clues, there are no hints. You play with a group of people and each person has to make words from the letters. So imagine you have a lot of little single letters and your job is to create words from those letters. You put the words on the board and your friends make new words from the words that you choose. So this is a fun way to practice spelling and to kind of think about other things that you can do with the letters that you have. So this is kind of a fun way to practice spelling, I think. If, however, it's difficult for you to get this game or to play this game, you could try this game, Words with Friends. This is a free application, so if you have a smartphone, you can find this online. It's called Words with Friends. It's basically Scrabble, but it's online and it's free. So you can find a partner somewhere in the world. You don't have to talk to that person, but you can play this game, building words from the words your partner makes and so on, and you try to compete, you try to get the top score in the game to win. So if you want to practice word games, you can try these. There are other word games as well. If you do a quick Google search, you can find some other examples of word games, but these are quite popular. Okay. Finally, there is spelling contests. I included spelling contests here because this is something that we do in the USA, at least. We have a spelling contest for kids that's called the Spelling Bee. So you might have something similar in your country, or you might be interested in participating in the Spelling Bee if you are a young person in the USA. So with spelling contests, each contestant has to spell a word correctly. However, the person has to rely on his or her knowledge of words. So that means maybe the root of the word's history, like where did the word originally come from, how the word is used in a sentence, the part of speech, and so on. So this could be an interesting way to practice your spelling and to practice the history of words. So spelling contests can be fun. Of course, if you don't have an official spelling contest, you can just create a spelling contest with your group of friends. Okay, let's move along to the next tip. The next tip I have here is to memorize some basic rules, some basic spelling rules. So I've included a few examples of just basic rules here. For example, words that end in a shun sound. We often use this T-I-O-N spelling to spell that sound, shun. Another example is words that end in G-H, like enough or rough. So this is an example where the spelling is different from the way it sounds. You might think we should use an F to spell this word, but enough actually ends with a GH. There are words that end in able or the similar I-B-L-E, like possible, for example, or capable. So remembering these kinds of word endings can help you because they're very, very commonly used. And if you understand how to spell the word roughly, like this, you at least have this sort of rule in your mind. It can help you when you're reading and when you're trying to spell the word. However, there are some cases where you need to remember that the rules are not perfect. So I marked it rules here because it's not like 100% a rule. So a great example is this really common expression. I learned this in school, but this is actually not 100% true. It's helpful sometimes.
This rule is I before E except after C. This is a very common spelling rule, which means we should always put I first, I before E. However, when you're spelling a word and C is in the word, we should not follow this rule. That's what this means. So it's kind of helpful in some cases, but there are some situations where this rule is not effective. It doesn't work. So examples where it is okay. Here, receipt. So here we have a C, and the E comes first, the I comes second, which is the opposite here. That's correct. In this word, fried, it's correct. There's no C. So the I is before E, I-E-D. We see the same thing in this word here, cried as well. So in these examples, it's correct. However, here are a few examples where this rule is not correct, like weird. The E comes first, the I comes second in this word. Weird means strange. Another example, the word height, referring to how tall something is. The E is first, the I is second. Here, the word science, there's a C here, but the I still comes before the E. So remember, if you hear a rule like this or some kind of, expression to help you with your spelling, try to remember that it's not always a perfect rule. They're very helpful sometimes, but you need to consider that there are some exceptions, some things that don't quite fit the rule. Okay, let's go on to the next spelling tip. The next spelling tip is to watch English media with subtitles. To watch English media with subtitles means like movies, TV, YouTube videos as well. So read and listen to the pronunciation at the same time. So the words appear at the bottom of the screen in English. That means not necessarily watching in your native language, but you're listening to the person speaking in English and you're reading the subtitles in English. So you can find a new word perhaps that way, or you can better understand the spelling that way too. So this can be a fun tip if you know a movie very well, for example, you've seen it many times, you might try to watch it with English subtitles to pick up some new things that you never noticed in the movie before. So this is another fun thing you can do, and you can enjoy media while you study. Okay, so those are a few spelling tips. Remember, the most important thing to do here is read. I really recommend reading. It's fun too. But those are just a few things that you can do to hopefully improve your spelling. If there's something else that you like to do that you think has helped you to be a better speller, please let us know in the comment section of this video. If you have questions or comments or just want to share something as well, please feel free to write it in the comment section too. If you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and we will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between must, have to, and should. I'm also going to talk quickly about the negative forms. I'm going to focus on comparing the very similar meanings of these words. So let's get started. First, let's talk about must. In the negative, we say must not. So must or must not. In British English, you may hear mustn't, but we don't really use this in American English. We usually use must not when we want to use this pattern. So we use must and must not first for official rules. Official rules means, for example, rules at a company or rules at a school, rules at the airport, police, so law-related rules, like things that are related to your society. So official rules. We use must and must not to explain these rules. For example, passengers must show passports at immigration. Passengers must show passports at immigration. This shows it's an official rule. All passengers must show. They have a responsibility. It's the rule. Must expresses this. It's a formal rule-like statement. Must not then. Visitors must not wear shoes inside. Visitors must not wear shoes inside. So that means visitors must take their shoes off
before coming inside. So must not wear shoes inside means not allowed. It is prohibited. You may not. It's not allowed. So may not means it's like less formal than must not. Must not is much stronger. I'm not going to cover may in this one. So must not is more formal. It sounds more rule-like, official rule-like. The second use of must and must not is for strong personal advice. Strong is the key here. I'm going to talk more about personal advice later in this lesson, but when you want to express strong personal advice, you can use must or must not. For example, like visiting a doctor's office or maybe some other kind of health-related issue or something that's very important to someone's life. You can use must and must not to express advice in those situations. For example, you must stop smoking. You must stop smoking. So this might be advice, strong personal advice for a very heavy smoker, someone who smokes a lot. You must stop smoking or you'll die, or you must stop smoking or you're going to get much more sick, for example. Another one, you must not forget to take this medicine. You must not forget to take this medicine. So that means you have a responsibility. It's very important to take this medicine. You must not forget to take this medicine. So we use this for strong personal advice. So strong is an important key word here. We don't use must for like everyday general advice. I will talk about that later. So official rules, strong personal advice. This is how we use must and must not. Let's continue to the second point for this lesson, which is have to. In the negative, don't have to. For different subjects, doesn't have to in the negative, and in the positive, has to. The same rules will apply to need to as well. Need to. Also have got to in British English. So let's look at how we use this. We use have to and the negative don't have to talk about responsibilities. Responsibilities. So this can mean school responsibilities, work responsibilities, like relationship responsibilities, family responsibilities, the things that we have some kind of obligation to do. So in many cases, we don't want to do these things, but there's some need, there's some responsibility. For example, I have to go to work. I have to go to work. Have to shows it's a responsibility. I have to go to work. She has to leave early. She has to leave early. She has a responsibility to leave early. She has to. So as I said, when she or he or it is the subject, we conjugate the verb. We change the verb from have to has. She has to leave early. These show a responsibility of some kind. So many learners ask, like, can I use must here? I must go to work. She must leave early. It's not grammatically incorrect to say must. I must go to work. But because we use must for official rules and for like strong personal advice, it sounds kind of strange to use must here. Like, I have to go to work. That's an everyday, regular responsibility. When we make like a sentence like, I must go to work, it sounds like there's a very like strong reason or there's a very official reason. I must go. So you might hear that in movies, like in epic, big scale, like fantasy stories. There's someone fighting a war, for example, or there's someone with a really big responsibility. They might say, I must go. In those cases, and when they're using like an old style of English, fine. But in everyday English, using I must before some of like your responsibilities sounds pretty strange, so I don't recommend it in most cases. If you want to sound funny, you can say something like, I must go to work. But in most cases, I would not recommend it. I have to go to work sounds much more natural. Or she must go, or she must leave early. It sounds way too formal. So please use has to or have to talk about your everyday responsibilities. Now, let's look at negatives. So, again, don't have to is like the I subject version. I don't have to, we don't have to, they don't have to. If your subject is he, she, or it becomes doesn't have to. He doesn't have to, she doesn't have to. So examples, he doesn't have to come. He doesn't have to come. This means he has no responsibility to come. It's okay. He doesn't have to come. No responsibility. He can, but he doesn't have to. That's what this communicates. He doesn't have to come. Same thing here. We don't have to leave yet. So yet shows it's okay now. We don't have to leave yet. Maybe later. We don't have to leave yet. Again, we can, but we don't have to. There's no responsibility there. So an important point about the negative with have to or need to is that when you make a negative with this pattern, make sure you're talking about a common or a regular responsibility. We use these patterns, we use this have to, this negative have to pattern, for things that we can reasonably be expected to have a responsibility to do. So an example I have heard from students, from learners, is something like this. I don't have to drink alcohol at work. I don't have to drink alcohol at work. So for grammar, this sentence is correct. The sentence is grammatically perfect. There's no communication problem. It's a great sentence. But this sounds strange because for most people, drinking alcohol at work is not a regular responsibility. I mean, unless you're like a bartender or you're someone who works with alcohol, like a wine sommelier, whatever. But for most people, in this example, drinking alcohol at work is not a regular responsibility. So it sounds a little strange to say, I don't have to drink alcohol at work. We often regularly use have to in the negative, I don't have to talk about our everyday responsibilities. So like, I don't have to get up early on the weekends. It means I have no responsibility to do that on the weekends. Or if you have a holiday, I don't have to go to work today. That's a much more common way of using don't have to. So please keep this point in mind. Make sure you're expressing a regular, like a reasonable expectation when you use the negative form here. Okay, so with that in mind, let's continue to the last point for this lesson. The last point is about should. In the negative, it's should not, and we reduce should not to shouldn't. Should, should not, and shouldn't. We use should and should not for general advice. General advice. This means everyday, just regular life advice. So compare this to must and must not, which we use for very strong personal advice. In most cases, in everyday life, we use should to talk about general advice, a suggestion, a recommendation. We use should to talk about that. We do not use must to talk about that, unless for some reason it's very, very strong. Examples. You should go home. You should go home. Maybe you look sick. You should go home. Or he should take a day off. He should take a day off. Maybe he looks stressed. So using must in these cases would sound strange because these are kind of everyday small suggestions like you must go home. That sounds very serious. Or he must take a day off. Again, sounds very serious. Why? Did something happen? So use should in these cases. Also, using have to in these cases kind of sounds a little strange too. If I use have to here, you have to go home. You have to go home. It's like, why? Do I have a responsibility to go home? It's kind of strange. Same thing here. He has to take a day off. Why? Like maybe there's some company rule. He has to take a day off. I don't know. But be careful. Make sure if you're giving just advice, your opinion, just use should. Of course, there are some cases where you can use have to in place of should to make a stronger recommendation. This is useful when you're giving like a restaurant recommendation. And it sounds like this. You have to try this restaurant. So that sounds more like excited than you should. You should try this restaurant, and you have to try this restaurant. Have to sounds stronger because it's like you're saying you have a responsibility to try this restaurant. You have to try this restaurant, or you have to try this recipe. It sounds a little stronger than you should. So you can use it in that way. But if you're giving advice, like based on something you can see, or if you're trying to give someone like career advice maybe, be careful with your use of should and have to. So have to shows like you're putting responsibility on that person. So should is more like general advice. Okay, let's look then at using shouldn't. So as I said, should not reduces to shouldn't. We shouldn't talk so loudly. We shouldn't talk so loudly. So in this case, we shouldn't. That's like advice for our group. Maybe we're talking very loudly and one person says, oh no, we shouldn't talk so loudly. So that's giving advice to the group. We should talk more quietly. So we shouldn't talk so loudly. Another one. She shouldn't worry so much. She shouldn't worry so much. So it's general advice. Don't worry so much is another way to say that. She shouldn't worry so much. So again, using something like must not sounds way too serious here. Like, we must not talk so loudly. It's for strong personal advice, so using must here sounds very strange. Same thing here. She must not worry so much. Again, very strange because this is a very strong sounding expression. She must not worry so much. Similarly, using have to here, we don't have to talk so loudly. That expresses lack of responsibility. We don't have to talk so loudly, but we can, is kind of the idea there. So this doesn't sound natural. Same here. She doesn't have to worry so much. This could be used, perhaps, she doesn't have to worry so much. Like, you could say in, for example, a work situation, you have a colleague, a coworker, and she worries a lot. And you want to express to your manager or to your team member, she doesn't have to worry so much. I can do it. Like, in that case, maybe it's natural. But if you're giving general advice, shouldn't sounds much better. So keep this in mind, should and should not for your general everyday advice for recommendations, have to and don't have to for your responsibilities, must and must not for official rules, and for very strong personal advice. So I hope that this introduction to these three expressions helps you understand the differences and the different feelings and situations in which we use these. So if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with these, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to describe large amounts in English. Let's get started. Okay, for this lesson, there are a couple of points that I want to remind everyone about. First is the difference between countable and uncountable nouns. In this lesson, most of the expressions I'm going to talk about can be used for either countable or uncountable nouns, but some of the expressions will need to be careful about. So I've marked those with a star. I'll come to these near the end of the lesson, but if you want to know more about countable and uncountable nouns, please take a look at the videos we have on the English Class 101 channel. Okay, with that in mind, let's get started. First, I want to talk about these very, very commonly used expressions, a lot of and lots of. A lot of and lots of, they have the same meaning. They communicate the same idea. You can choose whichever one you prefer.
We can use a lot of and lots of with countable and uncountable nouns. Remember, countable nouns take an S to make the plural form. Uncountable nouns are not used in this way to create the plural form. For example, uncountable nouns are words like money, air, time, beer, wine. We can't count these individually. We use counter words for those. So we can use a lot of and lots of with both countable and uncountable nouns. For example, she won a lot of money in Las Vegas. Money is an uncountable noun. I've used it with a lot of here. You can use this with with a countable noun too. You have lots of friends. You have lots of friends. So reminder, when you are using a countable noun, you need to use the plural form of the noun. In this case, friends. You have lots of friends. Don't forget that S. I could swap these if I wanted to. She won lots of money in Las Vegas is fine. Or you have a lot of friends. Also fine. These mean exactly the same thing. You can choose which you prefer. There's no difference in nuance, no difference in meaning, just whichever you prefer. They mean the same thing. Let's look at then the next pair. A ton of and tons of. Again, just like a lot of and lots of, these mean the same thing. The difference between these is the level. So if we imagine on a scale, a lot of is maybe here. Tons of is here. It's a lot more. It's a lot more. So tons of or a ton of is a lot more than lots of or a lot of. So on a scale, tons of is here, a lot of or lots of is down here. So this is for when we want to express a much higher amount of something. So if you need a hint, you can use ton. Ton is a measurement, a very large measurement. So remember that ton refers to very, very big, heavy things. Some examples. We have a ton of work to do. We have a ton of work to do. Work is an uncountable noun, no S. We have a ton of work to do. Or they have tons of pets. They have tons of pets. Pets is a countable noun. We need to use the plural form pets here. Again, I could swap these if I wanted to. We have tons of work to do is okay. And they have a ton of pets is also okay. So again, this pair and this pair follow the same rule. You can choose whichever one you prefer. Okay, let's continue on to this next group. There are actually 3 here because I feel that these expressions are all about the same level. So we have a lot of, a ton of, or tons of, and then a bunch of, or bunches of, or plenty of. For some people, it might come, this one might come between tons of and a lot of. For some people, it might be a little bit further down. It's kind of, you have to feel for yourself what this means. I like to imagine this expression, bunches of or a bunch of, like a bunch of flowers. We use the expression a bunch of flowers to talk about a bouquet of flowers, like that group of flowers we give as a present. So we can imagine there are lots of flowers inside a bunch. So in my mind, I imagine like a bunch of, kind of, that's sort of the image I have in terms of quantity, like how many flowers are in a bunch of flowers. That might be helpful for you. Plenty of sounds like a lot of something, and it's like there's a relaxed feeling about that. So let's look at some example sentences that use these. First, bunches of money were stolen from the store. Bunches of money were stolen from the store. So money is my uncountable noun. I've used bunches here. To compare this with a countable noun, a bunch of my coworkers went out for a drink. A bunch of my coworkers went out for a drink. So this means a lot of people, or maybe a group of people that had many people in it, went out for a drink. So the idea here is that there's some kind of group, I feel. That's kind of the image of a bunch. So plenty also has this feeling of a lot of something, yes, but there's also kind of this relaxed, casual feel. We tend to use bunch and bunches when there's a little bit of a casual feel too. You will often hear plenty of in this expression. We have plenty of time. We have plenty of time. You might hear lots of time too. We have lots of time.
Plenty of time sounds like don't worry, it's nothing to worry about. We have a lot of time to do this thing we need to do. There's plenty of time. That's often the voice that's used. So it has this idea behind it of like relaxation or being able to do something at an easy pace. We have plenty of time. So we do not have this form for plenty of. But again, we can use this with countable or uncountable nouns. Okay, so let's move along then to the next part. As I said, this next part will include some differences, some important differences between countable and uncountable nouns. The difference is in these words here, actually. First, I have this pair, a large amount of and a large number of something. So when should we use these? This word, amount, we use this when we're talking about uncountable nouns, a large amount of uncountable noun. We use number for countable nouns, a large number of countable nouns. So this is the difference between these two. Let's take a look at some examples. First, a large amount of the population got sick. A large amount of the population got sick. So here we're talking about a population. We're not talking about like one person. We're talking about the whole population of a city. So an entire group of people. So we use amount to do that. A large amount of the population got sick. We can compare this to a large number of students improved. A large number of students improved. So here I've used number because students is my countable noun in the plural form. A large number of students improved. So please keep this difference in mind. We'll see the same thing down here. A huge amount of or a huge number of follows this same pattern. The difference here is in this word, huge versus large. So large means big. So we don't say big, really, in this case. We use large, and it tends to sound a little more formal. These sound a bit more formal than these do. These expressions are fairly casual. Here, however, huge means very, 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 very big. So for like an animal, it would be an elephant is very big. That's a huge animal. Maybe a large animal would be a horse, for example. A huge animal is an elephant. So that's the difference in size here. So when you're thinking about concepts, you can kind of use that as like the guideline for your vocabulary decision making. So we follow the same uncountable, countable rule here. A huge amount of uncountable nouns and a huge number of countable nouns. So there was a huge amount of interest in our project. So interest is uncountable. We don't say one interest, two interest. There was a huge amount of interest, uncountable noun, in our project. On the other hand, a huge number of illnesses are treatable illnesses. So illness means a sickness, a type of disease. A huge number of illnesses are treatable. So here the plural form illnesses shows it's the plural of the countable noun illness. Illness. A huge number of illnesses are treatable, able to be treated or cured. Finally then is this word several. Several. This is special because several is used only for countable nouns. Only for countable nouns. We do not use several with uncountable nouns. So several is more than just 2 or 3 or 4. I think a good hint is here. Several sounds like 7, but it doesn't mean 7. It means like a good number of ideas in this case, or a good number of something. So it's not a small amount, but it's not quite a lot either. It's kind of near the middle, the bottom middle of a scale. So in this case, she has several ideas. Again, countable noun, so we need to use the plural form here. She has several ideas. So this is only for countable nouns. Please be careful with that. Okay, so this is an introduction to some common expressions we use to talk about large amounts. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Again, if you want to know more about countable and uncountable nouns, please search the English Class 101 channel for some information, for some videos about those topics. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making sentences with any of these points, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. If you enjoyed this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, the first tip is learn words through phrases. So learn words through phrases. What does this mean? This means instead of studying one vocabulary word at a time and having that be your only way to study vocabulary, it means study entire phrases, study a group of words at a time. So for example, don't study like morning only. Study good morning or how was your morning? Those kinds of expressions. So you're not just studying one word at a time and thinking about how you need to link that word to other words. Instead, set yourself up to know how to put those words together by studying a few phrases at a time. Okay, the next tip is to watch your favorite video with subtitles. So when you do this, choose a video or maybe a movie that you like and turn on the English subtitles for that movie. So while it might be difficult to catch everything that's happening in each scene, you can at least check the subtitles. You can check the information as it's being said. So if you can't catch everything by listening, you can at least read the words on the screen and understand these as kind of units or as sentences that you can study. So again, you're not looking just at one word or maybe even two words together, but you're studying things as a phrase or as a question or as a sentence. Okay, let's go to the next tip. The next tip is to think in the language you want to learn. Think in the language you want to learn. This is a really, really tough one, especially when you're starting out, and it will take time. So don't worry if you can't do this right away. But this means as you go about your day, as you wake up and eat food, go to school, go to work, whatever, try to think, spend some time thinking in English. Think in the language you're studying. So this can be really, really boring stuff, like thinking about what you're doing. How could I express that in English? So think about those sorts of everyday actions and activities and try to express them in English. You can do this out loud to work on improving your speaking skills. Okay, let's go to the next tip. Okay, the next tip is to use available learning applications. Use available learning applications. So that means if you have a favorite application, an app that you like to use to study, make sure you use that. So maybe you've downloaded our application, for example, thank you. You can use that to work on your speaking. You can do that by reading dialogues, by trying to shadow conversations that you hear. You can also just use your phone's recording function and record yourself and then listen to it later. That might sound like a really simple tip, but it can help you a lot. So we sound very different when we're talking, and we often don't hear that unless we kind of step outside our body a bit and listen to ourselves from outside. And recording your voice is a really, really good way to do that. So make sure you check out the apps and the functions that you have on your phone or your computer to do that. The next tip is to expand your vocabulary by reading. Expand your vocabulary by reading. So a common complaint from learners is they say, I don't feel like I have the vocabulary I need to express myself. I know lots of basic words, but I don't feel like I can say the things I want to say when the time comes in a conversation. So one way to do this is to work on building your vocabulary. Reading is a really great way to do that. So choose things to read that you have a connection to. They're related to your hobbies, to your work, to your studies, whatever. Choose things that are relevant, so like they're connected to your life, and read those things and find the key vocabulary words that people use within your daily life activities and try to remember those. Try to make those the vocabulary words that you study and practice so that you're able to use them when you speak in conversations. The next tip is to talk to yourself. Talk to yourself. Like, talking to yourself sounds a little bit crazy, sure, but this is a great way to practice speaking when there's nobody around. You can just practice making the sounds that you're working on. You can practice saying sentences and questions. You can practice talking about your day. So for those of you that maybe don't have somebody to practice with, this can be an excellent tip. And again, as you talk to yourself, you can also record yourself and listen back. And I know a lot of people say, I hate the sound of my own voice. I hate the sound of my own voice. It's only you. You're the only person who is going to listen to that recording, and it's to help you study. And it helps a lot, actually. This is something that I do when I need to improve my own speaking skills. So I highly recommend this tip if you want to work on speaking and improving your speaking. So talk to yourself. Sounds weird, but it helps. Okay, next tip is to listen to recordings and repeat. Listen to recordings and repeat. Another word for this is shadowing. So that means basically you listen to a lesson, for example, like if you want to listen to this video or you want to listen to one of our lessons, you can listen to it and then quickly try to say the same thing the speaker is saying right after them. So if you're using this video, for example, it just means you try to repeat the same things I say now in just a moment. So shadowing like this, the point of shadowing like this is to try to match the intonation and the rhythms of the speaker in addition to the pronunciation. So this can be helpful if you're having trouble like linking words together on your own, if you're having trouble building your own sentences. By shadowing after a native speaker, you can kind of get a better feel sometimes for the rhythm of how a language is supposed to sound and how you can produce that language yourself. The next tip is to prepare for daily routine situations. Prepare for daily routine situations. So that means like think about your day and think about the things you need to say in your day and how you would express those things in English. So for example, when you greet your coworkers or you greet your fellow like classmates or whatever, how do you greet them? How would you greet them in English? Prepare something for that. Or when you want to ask about dinner, how would you ask for dinner in English? So think about these things you know you're going to do in your day and just prepare them ahead of time. It will save you time and it will also make the other person feel more comfortable, right? Because they'll be ready for a natural question. The next tip is to try to practice your speaking with a native speaker. Try to practice your speaking with a native speaker. This is challenging for many people, I know, because they don't have a native speaker in their community or they don't have a native speaker to connect with online. It might take some time to find that person, but this is, of course, a hugely important thing to do. So a native speaker does not mean a teacher. So just because a person is a native speaker does not mean that they are a teacher. In fact, most native speakers probably don't know all of the rules of grammar and they're not prepared to answer all of your questions, which is fine. But a native speaker does know what feels and sounds natural. So they can help you to make more natural choices with your speaking. They can also help you to address any questions that you might have about pronunciation or maybe like vocabulary choices within a specific region. So it's important to remember that not every native speaker is a perfect speaker, but they can help you a lot in helping you sound more natural. The next tip is know your audience. Know your audience. So what does this mean? To know your audience means to think about the person to whom you are speaking. So that means don't just think about you. Think about the other person. Like when you're talking to someone else, what are they looking for in the conversation? Are they talking to you to get information? Are you study partners? Are you co-workers? Are you classmates? What are their needs? So how do you meet their needs? How do you match their manner of speaking? So please try to remember to think about the other person in the conversation as well. The next tip is to ask for feedback and reflect on it. Ask for feedback and reflect on it. So try to think of someone in your community that you can ask for feedback about your speaking skills. If you don't have a teacher, you can check out the online options that we offer, of course, or maybe you have an online exchange buddy that you can practice with, but make sure to ask for feedback. And when they give you feedback, don't take it as criticism. So if someone says, for example, oh, your pronunciation of this sound needs some work, don't feel offended. Like, that feedback is intended to help you improve. So when you receive feedback like that, think about how you can focus your energy on improving those points. So that means please reflect on that feedback and think about what you can do to integrate it. So to integrate it means, how do you put that feedback into your mind and put your energies towards improving that point? All right, the next tip is to avoid reading directly and try to use an outline. Avoid reading directly and try to use an outline. So this tip is specifically if you need to give a presentation, or if you need to share some information like a report in a classroom. So instead of just printing a piece of paper and reading directly from the piece of paper like this, in a classroom setting, or if you're giving a speech or a presentation, try to print just an outline of your main points and then practice talking about those things before your speaking presentation, before whatever presentation you need to do. This will help you sound a lot more natural. It's really unnatural, and it's not very much fun, and it's not very interesting to watch someone just read a report in front of a classroom, or to read a report in a business presentation. So instead of doing that, try to refer to an outline throughout your presentation. So your outline might be something like introduction, main points I want to talk about, and then you move on to the detailed points you want to talk about. And just write a few words so that you can remember the things that you want to make sure you share with your audience. So again, this goes back to that point about knowing your audience in our earlier tip. Think about their perspective too. The next tip is shadow language CDs and then repeat what you heard. Shadow language CDs and repeat what you heard. So very, very similar to the earlier tip about repeating quickly after a native speaker, like when you're watching this kind of video. If you're not comfortable using a movie or using a video like this one, you can try using language learning audio. So maybe you have CDs, or maybe you have podcasts or other lesson content that is at a slower pace and that is easier for you to understand. You can practice shadowing with these things too. You don't have to practice with a native speaker that's talking at fast pace. You can also use these slower practice CDs and practice audio files to do your shadowing exercises. So don't feel like you have to speak super, super quickly to practice your speaking efficiently. Practicing slowly is also okay. Keep practicing regularly, otherwise your hard work will be wasted. Keep practicing regularly, otherwise your hard work will be wasted. So this one I think is pretty clear, but it's important for all aspects, all parts of learning a language. Keep practicing regularly. So that means practice your speaking a little bit every day. If you just try to speak for like an hour 1 week, it's way too much. So try to practice speaking like 1 minute today, and then 1 minute and 10 seconds tomorrow. So keep building, keep working on things every single day, and you'll see much better results in the long term. All right, let's go to our last tip. The last tip is don't give up and stay positive. Don't give up and stay positive. So that means please be kind to yourself. So if you make a mistake in a conversation, it's not the end of the world. If you forget a word or if you say something funny, that's fine. It's all part of the learning process. Please don't worry about those sorts of things. You'll get over them and you'll learn how to improve. So make sure that you always continue moving forward and you keep a positive attitude.
10 pairs of commonly confused words. So let's go. Claim, complain. The first pair is claim and complain. First, let's talk about the word claim. To claim is like to accuse someone of something. To complain is to explain a problem in a negative manner. So, example sentences. He claimed he was harassed by the police. She complained about the food. Affect, effect. Next pair is affect and effect. So this is a pair that even native speakers make mistakes with. There are some deeper meanings to effect with an E when used as a verb. However, when used with an A, affect, although the pronunciation is the same, affect, when used with an A, it means a verb. It means to cause something to happen. Effect is a result. You can think of it as the outcome, the result of something. So, in sentences,
My job change is going to affect my salary. The weather has a big effect on my mood. Accept, accept. The next pair is accept and accept. So they have the same pronunciation. You can hear it, accept, accept. But the spelling is different. Accept, A-C-C-E-P-T and E-X-C-E-P-T. E-X-C-E-P-T, yes. So accept and accept. To accept as a verb means to allow something or to permit something. Accept, however, is a word we use to mean excluding something else. So please accept my apologies. So please allow me to apologize. He gave me everything except his wallet. So he gave me all of his things, but not his wallet. So everything but his wallet, everything except his wallet. So same pronunciation, different spelling. Lead, led, led. The next pair is actually 3 words that I want to talk about. I say 3 because the first word can be pronounced in 2 different ways. There's led, and then there's lead, and then led. So let's start with lead and led, L-E-A-D. We can read them, so we can read the word L-E-A-D in 2 different ways, the word that's spelled like that. First, let's talk about the noun. The noun form is pronounced led, led. So the noun form, so this led means it's like a type of soft metal. If you've ever used a pencil, that's the material that the pencil is made from. That's the writing material. That's called lead, a lead pencil. However, the same spelling is used for the present tense of the verb lead, as in like the word leader, for example. So leader has that word. We can also use it as a verb to lead something, like to lead a group, to lead a party, to lead an expedition into the mountains. I don't know. So lead as a verb in the present tense and led as a material have the same spelling. You need to pay attention to the sentence that you're reading and the grammar of the sentence to understand which is the true meaning in that sentence. Now, though, let's talk about L-E-D, led. This is the past tense of the verb lead. So please be careful. Lead, L-E-A-D, the verb, the past tense of that verb is led, L-E-D. L-E-D, led, has the same pronunciation as the noun form of L-E-A-D. Lead as a pencil material and led, past tense of the verb lead. It's very confusing, I'm very sorry, but that's just the way it is. So please be careful with led, lead, and led. Okay, example sentences now. My pencil is made from lead. He wants to lead the presentation. She led me to the restaurant. Scary, scared. Okay. All right, next pair. Actually, this is a very common issue that I want to talk about, but I'm going to explain it with 2 common words, scary and scared. So both of these refer to fear. Scary is a word that we use to describe something outside us. A ghost is scary, a movie is scary, a monster is scary. My next door neighbor's cooking is scary. I don't know. Something that is scary, something that causes fear outside of you is scary, with a Y at the end, scary. Scared, however, refers to a person's emotions. He is scared. She is scared. The dog looks scared. Scared is referring to an emotion. Scary refers to something's quality, its characteristics. So if you're trying to remember, like, which should I use, scary or scared? Go with the ED one. That ED is always going to refer to an emotion. So you'll see similar patterns with other words. So for example, like I don't know, like a word like shocking and shocked. So one of these 2 words ends in ED, shocked, in that case. So shocked should apply to you, your emotions. So if you're ever in that situation, which do I use? There's the scary, scared. Go with the ED one. So, example sentences. That movie was really scary. He looks really scared. Challenge, try. The next pair is challenge and try. Challenge and try. So we can use challenge both as a noun and as a verb. When we use challenge as a noun, We'll say it in a sentence like, I'm interested in a challenge this year, for example, something that is difficult but not impossible to do. The trouble with these two words comes when people try to use the word challenge to mean attempt. We don't have this meaning for challenge in English. So if you say like, I want to challenge this test, it sounds odd. We have a verb meaning of challenge, which means like to, it sounds like to initiate a fight with someone, like he challenged his boss. It sounds like a very aggressive situation, to challenge someone or to challenge a verdict in a court case, for example. It means like to make an appeal for something or to try to change the opinion of someone else, to challenge as a verb. To try, on the other hand, means to make an attempt. So it doesn't have the nuance really of a challenge necessarily. It might be a challenging task, it might be a challenging thing to attempt, but it doesn't necessarily mean challenge. The nuance of challenge isn't really always included in the word try. Try just means attempt. So let's look at some example sentences. This recipe is going to be a challenge. As a verb, challenge yourself. And then try, I'm excited to try making this cake. Every day, every day. Okay, the next pair of words is every day and every day. So the difference here is there's a word with no space, every day, and then there's two words with a space, every day. There is a difference between these two words. Every day with no space is used, this is an adjective, so it means something that is common, something that is a regular behavior or something that is kind of expected. An everyday behavior, an everyday activity, for example. Every day refers to something that happens regularly, but it is not an adjective. It's like we use it as an introduction to a phrase. Every day I brush my teeth. Every day I take a shower. Every day he goes to work. However, when we use every day, we use it as an adjective. So for example, going to work is an everyday activity. Taking a shower is an everyday activity. We can use these two words to describe the same things, to describe similar activities and similar actions. However, grammatically, they have different functions. So please be careful. Every day, adjective. Every day refers to a series of activities, each day. All right, example sentences. I study every day. It's an everyday task for me. Then, than. Next is a common spelling error, I think even for native speakers. It's then and than. T-H-E-N and T-H-A-N. Then is like a connecting word. We say first, next, then, after that, for example. Or then, meaning like it leads to or it connects to another idea in a sequence. Than, however, is used typically to make comparisons, like my hair is longer than her hair, for example, or my rent is cheaper than Donald Trump's. I don't know. I don't know. Why was that the first? I don't know. But than is used to make comparisons. Then is used to make connections. So please try to keep these two in mind. That vowel does make a difference. That sounds very similar, I know, but then, than, then, and than. Example sentences. I took a shower, then went to bed. He has more time than me. Borrow, lend. The next pair is borrow and lend. Borrow and lend are so confusing, I know, and actually I mix up these words in like other languages when I study them too. I don't know why they're so difficult to remember. I feel your pain. Okay, but let's review. So to borrow something from someone, when you yourself use the word borrow, it means you want to receive something. So let me borrow your book. I want to borrow your car. Can I borrow your dog? I don't know what I'm going to do if I borrow someone's dog. But to borrow something means you're going to receive something. When you make a request, can I borrow blah, blah, blah? Or my friend let me borrow his DVD player. I don't know. Borrowing. To borrow means to receive that thing. Lend, on the other hand, means to provide something, to give someone something. So the confusion, I think, comes in with an expression like, will you lend me your car? Because the speaker is asking the other person to take the action of giving something. But we use the word lend, like lend me your car. In American English, I think I tend to say, can I borrow? I'll put myself as the subject there. Can I borrow your pen, for example? Is it okay if I borrow your pen? I typically don't use the expression, lend me your pen. That's just not a word that I tend to use. However, I think it can cause confusion because I'm using the word lend. However, I want to receive that thing. So I'm using the command form for the other person. I'm telling them, lend me something. So I think that's where the confusion comes in. So if you use an expression, depending on the kind of English you'd like to use, of course, you can use borrow, you can use lend. Either of these patterns are fine. But just keep in mind, if you want to borrow something, you should say, can I borrow? If you want to use the verb lend, you should say, lend me. You can say, will you lend me something? But just keep in mind who the subject of the sentence is. Like, will you lend me this thing? Will you lend me your pen is correct. And can I borrow your pen is correct. Keep in mind who the subject of the sentence is. So if the other person is giving you a thing, you can use like, I want to, if I'm the subject, I want to borrow that thing. If the other person is the subject, it's lend me that thing. So quite confusing, I think. But I think in this case, this could be one of those times where it's better to try to think of it as a set phrase and focus less on the individual words. So maybe studying them as set questions, studying them as a pattern instead of focusing a lot on, is it lend or borrow? I think trying to repeat as a question or as a statement could be more useful if this is difficult for you. So let's look at some more example sentences. I borrowed a lot of money from the bank. Hey, can you lend me your car for the afternoon? Loose, lose. The last one is another spelling problem and pronunciation problem, I suppose. The last pair is loose and lose. Loose and lose. You can hear maybe the difference in vowel sound. Loose and lose. So loose is an adjective. So loose means something that is not the opposite of tight. So if your bag comes together, you pull a string, your bag becomes tight. The opening in the bag becomes tight. If you relax the string, the bag becomes loose, perhaps, and you can put items inside it. So loose is an adjective, which kind of means like relaxed or open. So the opposite of tight. Lose, however, is a verb. So to lose something, like I don't want to lose my wallet, or oh my gosh, I'm going to lose my job. Not true. But to lose something means it disappears, it goes away. So loose and lose have very different meanings. However, there's one O that is different there. Example sentences. Okay. I lost a lot of weight and now my pants are loose. Be careful not to lose your keys.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1, a life assessment. 2, a routine assessment. And 3, language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure.
If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do two things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. One is hard enough. Trying to do two can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are two things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye!
What are some surefire ways to stay motivated when you're learning a language? In this video, we're going to talk about 10 surefire ways to stay motivated and stay on track. All right, we asked our Premium and Premium Plus members for their tested techniques. You'll find out what worked for them. Number 1, you must see your progress. In other words, you have to see it to believe it. There's nothing better than seeing your results firsthand. It's like seeing muscles in the mirror after working out. How do you do this with language? In order to see it, you have to start measuring it first. And you can do that with the dashboard on our website. With the dashboard, you can see how many lessons and how much of the language you've mastered so far. So review the progress you've made with the dashboard on the site. Number 2, use the Daily Dose of Language app. With this, you get free daily mini lessons, but that's not all. This app keeps you on track because it actually sends you daily reminders. If you need that extra push or reminder, this app does it for you. And the Daily Dose lessons are quick and easy. They take just 1 minute of your time. Number 3, learn with somebody better than you. A tutor, a friend, and you can even learn with your own teacher with a Premium Plus subscription. Simply having someone better than you by your side is enough to help you improve and motivate you. It's like having a coach. Number 4, set a small, measurable goal. For example, finish 10 lessons in 1 week, or learn 20 words in a week. Most people give up because they have a vague goal, like I want to be fluent, that they don't know how to reach. But if you aim small and make it measurable, you'll have a much better chance of reaching it. Your goal is to learn 20 words, and you know 17 already. Because you know how close you are, you're more motivated to close the gap and reach your goal. Number 5, watch movies and shows in your target language. First of all, we recommend this because it's fun. But more importantly, when you understand what you hear, it's a clear sign of progress, and you'll feel good about it. Number 6, listen to music in your target language. Music is enjoyable, and if you make it part of your routine, you're giving yourself a nice break in between lessons. But you're still immersing yourself in the language. So if you enjoy this routine, you're more likely to stay motivated. Number 7, do the lessons that you enjoy. Just like with music, if you enjoy our audio and video lessons, then stick with them. If you have any favorite lessons, remember you can always download them to your device and review them as much as you want. They're yours to keep. Number 8, understand that language learning is a marathon. Learning a new language is not a sprint. Most people think they can study for hours and suddenly get better. But when they realize that it takes time, this can hurt their motivation. So understand that it's a marathon. Remember that it's better to study for a few minutes every day than pulling a 5-hour cram session that will burn you out. Number 9, keep the big goal in mind. Imagine yourself being fluent. Small, measurable goals are definitely important. But when you just don't feel like learning, which is completely natural, by the way, remember the big goal. Having the big picture in mind will remind you of what's important and put you back on track. Number 10, invest in the language. Make a commitment. Whether you buy a book or a subscription, enroll in a class, or join a study group, by investing and making a commitment, you're much more likely to go through with it. You've paid for it, so you value it more. You want to make sure you get your money's worth. Plus, other people expect you to show up. This can be extremely helpful when working towards your language goals. And that's it. There are so many ways to keep yourself motivated. Do you have a favorite way? Leave us a comment and let us know. So, to make sure you stay motivated in your studies, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speak and understand more of your target language? You'll need to know more words and phrases to really make new conversations and ultimately connections. In this video, you'll discover 6 ways to master new words and phrases fast. Number 1, use our free vocabulary lists. Here's what makes this study tool so powerful. This is your free library of vocab and phrase lessons. You can learn words and phrases for current events like Halloween or New Year's. There are also many useful topics, like the top 10 ways to say hello, conversational phrases, and more. In other words, you learn phrases that you wouldn't normally find in textbooks. And if you want to learn extra fast, you can use the slideshow tool. Just tap on or click on View Slideshow, then sit back and review the words and phrases. Find the vocabulary lists in the vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. And yes, these vocab lists are free for all users. Number 2, take the audio and video lessons. One of the best ways to learn new words is through conversations. You get to hear how the words are used. So in every lesson dialogue, you'll come across some words you don't know. But don't worry, because our teachers translate everything. So when you hear the conversation again at the end of the lesson, you'll know them all. Number 3, learn with our 2,000 most common words list. Here's a question for you. How many words do you think you need for conversational fluency? 3,000? 5,000? Actually, language experts say you need only about 1,500 to reach conversational fluency. And with this study tool, the 2,000 most common words list, you get the words you need for conversational fluency right up front. That's what makes this study tool so powerful. It's all here for you. And they're broken down into simple categories, such as adjectives, nouns, verbs, food, drinks, numbers, and months. Now, 2,000 is quite a lot to learn. Do you have to learn it all? Well, you don't have to learn it all at once. You can go category by category. You can also start with the top 100 words, then move on to the top 200, 300, and so on until you get to 2,000. So if you're an absolute beginner, you can start with the top 100 words. Once you've mastered those, you can move on to the next category. You can also use other study tools to learn these words faster, right? Such as number 4, study with spaced repetition flashcards. Now, we're not talking about paper flashcards. We're talking about the smart flashcards that you can find in our premium study tools. Picture this. Think of these as a teacher inside of your computer who quizzes you and sorts the words for you. So words that you struggle with, you'll be quizzed on more and more, and words that you know, you'll see less and less. So they display the words as needed, so you never forget them. In every session, they'll refresh your memory on the words you learned last time and introduce new ones. That's exactly how our smart flashcards work. And because you get drilled on the words you struggle with, you have no choice but to master them and improve. You have no choice but to succeed. You can also study the words from your lessons and vocab lists with the very same flashcard tool. Number 5, create printable word lists with the word bank. The word bank is a study tool that lets you save words and phrases from lessons and vocab lists. Think of it as your extended brain. If you come across a new word that you want to review later, you can save it to the word bank. But the word bank also lets you print out your word lists. So click on the printer-friendly option inside Word Bank and print out your collection of words. You can use that sheet for writing practice. Number 6, use the words. After you learn a new word, using it right away is crucial to remembering it. So when you're done with a lesson or a vocab list, leave a comment. Make up a sample sentence and post it in the comment section. Write it down in a notebook, or shadow it, meaning listen to the audio pronunciation and say it out loud. You should do this because it's the actual practice that gets you to remember it. So say it, write it, listen to it again. Doing this will help lock the words into your memory. So if you want to take advantage of any of these tools for yourself, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you studying a language but starting to lose motivation? In this video, we're going to talk about the halfway point and how to keep going with language learning. After 6 months to a year of studying a language, you might be feeling like you're losing a little bit of steam. Maybe you started out strong and now you're feeling a bit low. Maybe you aren't seeing the results you wanted, or you think your efforts aren't paying off. But the reason for that might not have anything to do with your studies. It might be more an issue about your reviewing and your goal setting. 1. Why you should review your past language goals. When you set goals, do you ever go back to review your progress? It can be a reminder of how far you've come and help you keep your motivation up. Let's say you started learning a language and you've been at it for a few months. In month 1, you're excited and motivated. In month 2, you're still going at it, but maybe the motivation is not as strong, and you want to make sure that you don't fall off, unfortunately, as most people do. So you work hard to keep at it. By month 3, you're kind of on autopilot and learning with whatever has been working for you. That sounds like a good place to be, cruising on autopilot. Well, it may seem like a good place to be, but the problem is by month 4, 5, or 6, if you've been coasting along for too long and haven't had any significant improvements, you may start wondering if you're actually learning or if you'll ever master the language. You might start losing motivation, and worse, you might even quit. If you're learning by yourself, it's hard, and if you're not tracking your progress, by month 4 or 5, you might realize that the textbook you've been using isn't helping you increase your fluency. You might think you're going nowhere. So the reason to review is to check your progress. Maybe you can speak none of your target language in month 1, but at the end of month 3, you can speak 3 minutes. So that's some progress. And if you're at 8 minutes now, for example, then you can definitely say that you've improved since the start. It's good for motivation, just knowing that you got a return on your time investment. So reviewing is good for progress and motivation. Also, it's natural to lose motivation with anything you're trying to learn or do. So it's something you need to keep up, something you need to keep in mind. What do you do when your motivation dips? You can stop, take some time to review and reflect. Is your motivation dipping? Are you studying less? Do you feel like you're not making progress? And if you say yes to these questions, then you can work on boosting your motivation to help you keep going. How do you boost your motivation? Well, do you remember anchor points? Anchor points are things that connect you or anchor you to your goal, such as a language class or program. It could even be relatives or friends who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, or an upcoming trip to the target country. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you're watching a TV show in your target language, then it's natural for you to want to understand it better, and your desire to learn goes up. If you're taking language classes where a teacher expects homework from you, that's another connection to the language. So you do the homework, you attend classes, you learn more. Ultimately, if you want to boost your motivation and keep going, you should get more anchor points. But how do you do that? Let's jump into the second part. 2. How to review your progress and maintain motivation. How do you review your progress? First, you always set small, measurable goals and always track results. The study resource you're using can be used for your review as well. It's easy to get demotivated and think that you have learned nothing. But if you're using a textbook, for example, you can set a number of pages, and that can be a really good motivator, something to reach for. Making sure you're getting through and then testing yourself on material is a little harder if you're not actually using your textbook though, so make sure that you actually stick to the plan you set for yourself. Again, the tool you're using is not so important, but just make sure whatever you use, you measure it and track your progress. Reviewing is as simple as looking at your past goals and results. You can also do it the old school way and look through your notebooks, see how much you've written out. In fact, we have something called the Dean's Date with our Premium Plus plan, where our Premium Plus users send in all of the work they've completed with their teacher. The writings, the recordings, the assignments, and you can see it all, everything that you've done. Then you can see your actual results of your 3 months of work. Everything you've accomplished is in one place. Do you ever run out of motivation? Of course you do occasionally, and it's natural for everyone's motivation to dip after some time. Then if you lose motivation, how do you keep going? Just as we talked about earlier, add more anchor points, more connections to the language, whether that means enrolling in in-person classes at a real language school, planning trips, or signing up for a test. Those anchor points help you stay motivated. Your main ones need to be things that will keep you interested in your target language or the people in your life connected to it. These are the things that will keep you motivated. But it's also important to remember, whether you're struggling or you're progressing rapidly, that you have to keep your learning adaptive. As humans, we are adaptive. We adapt to environments, and this is the same thing. Your language learning path has to adapt as you progress. If you're progressing faster, there's a way to adapt. If you're progressing slower, there's also a way to adapt. 3. How you can keep going past the halfway point. If you've been studying the language for a few months, it's normal to start losing steam. If you're not losing steam and you're progressing, then great job, and maybe you can share some of your tips with us, because it's one of the hardest things ever to stay motivated long term. If you are starting to lose steam, remember that this happens with any goal. It can happen to anyone at any time, so you need to learn how to adapt to it. By being aware that these dips are natural and that they happen, you can expect them. So when one does come around, you'll know how to boost your motivation and know how to keep yourself going. Here's what you do when a dip does come around. 1. Review your learning progress. If you've been setting small, measurable goals every month, then this won't be a problem. The goal here is to see how far you've come, and this will help you maintain motivation. If you can see that you learned 50 words in January, 50 in February, 100 in March, and so on, then you have measurable progress, and this lets you know that you're improving, even when you don't feel like you are. Second, if you're a Premium Plus student, you can also participate in the Dean's Date and submit your work on the deadline. Be sure to ask your Premium Plus teacher about it. Third, if you're a Premium or Premium Plus user, you can also check your dashboard and see how many flashcards you've studied and how many lessons you've completed. We track your progress for you. But of course, it's best to set goals like learn 50 words or speak 1 minute of conversation, because completing a lesson may not mean that you've mastered everything inside. So if you've not been setting goals and tracking them, now is the time to start. Otherwise, do you know how much of the language you can speak? Or how many words you've learned? If you don't know, then you'll feel like you're floating around and not learning anything. So be sure to set small, measurable monthly goals. Fourth, create more anchor points to boost your motivation. Anchor points are connections to the language that keep you anchored to the language and your goal. It could be friends or relatives who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, an upcoming trip to the target country, language classes, or language programs. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you started learning a language because your relative speaks it, that motivation may not last forever. It may help you in month 1 or month 2, but by month 4, 5, or 6, your motivation might wear off. But you can decide to enroll in a class or start watching a TV show in that language. That will give you some new reasons to keep going to the language. In a way, you give yourself more reasons to learn. A lot of the time, the reasons why we start something are not often the reasons why we continue them. So don't be afraid to adjust your motivations as you go along. If you've reached a language milestone and are starting to feel a little less motivated, just take a look at these tips. Thorough review, setting anchor points, and reviewing your study methods will all help you keep going in your studies. For more strategies on how to keep studying, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet.
Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fifth, free audiobooks for our members only. If you're not a member yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Power Up sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. We've found that the best way to learn a language is to speak it from day one. And the best way to start speaking is to learn phrases that you'll use in real conversations. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when talking on the phone. After watching this video, you'll be able to ask for someone on the phone and to put someone on hold. And if you want to learn more vocabulary, phrases, and example sentences you can use in real-life situations, click the link in the description to download your Making a Phone Call PDF cheat sheet for free. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue. Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge. Okay, just a moment. Listen to it again. Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge. Okay, just a moment. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say hello on the phone. That's hello. Hello. Then, you'll need to learn how to say, I'd like to speak with person. The pattern is, I'd like to speak with person. For example, hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge. Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge. Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge. Now, how do you answer this question? Okay, just a moment. Listen to it again. Okay, just a moment. Okay, just a moment. Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to talk on the phone. The person in charge. The person in charge. The person in charge. A sales representative. A sales representative. A sales representative. The manager. The manager. The manager. Customer service. Customer service. Customer service. Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers. I'd like to speak with a sales representative. Okay, just a moment. I'd like to speak with the manager. Okay, just a moment. I'd like to speak with customer service. Okay, just a moment. Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, I'd like to speak with person? I'd like to speak with person. And how do you answer it? Okay, just a moment. Imagine you want to talk to a sales representative. Do you remember how to say a sales representative? A sales representative. A sales representative. Say, I'd like to speak with a sales representative. I'd like to speak with a sales representative. Now say you want to talk to a sales representative and answer it. I'd like to speak with a sales representative. Okay, just a moment. Now, imagine you want to talk to the manager. Do you remember how to say the manager? The manager. The manager. Say, I'd like to speak with the manager. I'd like to speak with the manager. Now say you want to talk to the manager and answer it. I'd like to speak with the manager. Okay, just a moment. Now imagine you want to talk to customer service. Do you remember how to say customer service? Customer service. Customer service. Say, I'd like to speak with customer service. I'd like to speak with customer service. Now say you want to talk to customer service and answer it. I'd like to speak with customer service. Okay, just a moment.
Help. 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 We use the verb help in emergency situations, and we also use it when someone gives us their assistance. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your help. Learn. 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 We use the verb learn to describe our studies. Keep in mind when we use this in past tense, it refers to something we have completed. Learn something new. Learn something new. Learn something new. Move. 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 So the verb move refers to any kind of action that's moving from one direction to another. We also use this verb to talk about moving from one house to another house. The alligators are slowly moving through the water. The alligators are slowly moving through the water. The alligators are slowly moving through the water. 17. 17. 17. 17 is the number that comes after 16. His daughter is 17 years old. His daughter is 17 years old. His daughter is 17 years old. 18. 18. 18. 18 is the number after 17. This number has special importance in the USA because it's the age at which people get the right to vote. He's 18 years old. He's 18 years old. He's 18 years old. 19. 19. 19. 19 is the number after 18 and before 20. There are 19 books here. There are 19 books here. There are 19 books here. 20. 20. 20. So 20 is the number after 19. He's been my friend for 20 years. He has been my friend for 20 years. He has been my friend for 20 years. Neck, neck, neck. So your neck is this part of the body, the part of the body between your head and your shoulders. I've got a pain in my neck. I've got a pain in my neck. I've got a pain in my neck. Face, face, face. So the face is this part of the body. Your face includes your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your cheeks. This is all your face. Can you show me your funniest face? Can you show me your funniest face? Can you show me your funniest face? Ear, ear, ear. The ear is the part of the body that we use to hear. We have 2 ears. I have 2 ears. I have 2 ears. I have 2 ears. Hair, hair, hair. So hair is anything on the body that's similar to this. It can be long hair, it can be short hair. We also use the same word to talk about hair on an animal. The woman has black hair. The woman has black hair. The woman has black hair. Mountain, mountain, mountain. Mountain is a large part of the landscape, often that has snow at the top. Keep in mind when you pronounce this word in fast speech, it sounds like mountain. The T sound is reduced. The little town was nestled in the mountains. The little town was nestled in the mountains. The little town was nestled in the mountains. Beach, beach, beach. So the beach is the area where the land meets the ocean. You might hear people talking about doing activities at the beach, which refers to the general location, or on the beach, which refers to activities on the surface of the beach. There's a lifeguard at the beach. There's a lifeguard at the beach. There's a lifeguard at the beach. Rainforest, rainforest, rainforest. So a rainforest is different from just a forest because a rainforest is a forest in a very humid or a very tropical location. Thailand has many rainforests. Thailand has many rainforests. Thailand has many rainforests. Island, island, island. An island is a portion of land or a piece of land that is completely surrounded by water. So like Japan is an island. An island is surrounded by water. An island is surrounded by water. An island is surrounded by water. Dictionary, dictionary, dictionary. A dictionary is a very large book or online. It's a resource that you can use to check the meanings of words. I bought this dictionary for you. I bought this dictionary for you. I bought this dictionary for you. Blue, blue, blue. The color blue is a very basic color. We commonly associate the color blue with things that are cold or cool. The sky is bright blue. The sky is bright blue. The sky is bright blue. Yellow, yellow, yellow. The color yellow is very bright, and we associate this with cheerful feelings. Hannah has a yellow hat. Hannah has a yellow hat. Hannah has a yellow hat. Orange. 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 So the color orange is another very bright color. You may also know the fruit called an orange. It is orange in color. Red mixed with yellow becomes orange. Red mixed with yellow becomes orange. Red mixed with yellow becomes orange. Color. 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 So color can be used as a noun and as a verb. In this case, we're going to talk about it as a noun, which refers to any type of color. I got the wrong color. I got the wrong color. I got the wrong color. Boring. 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 Boring is an adjective, which means not interesting. My job is boring. My job is boring. My job is boring. Exciting. 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 Something that is exciting is something that is very interesting. So, like roller coasters are very exciting for many people. The movie was very exciting. The movie was very exciting. The movie was very exciting. Important. 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 So the word important means something that we need to consider carefully, yes. The pronunciation of this word, that first T, is actually reduced. It sounds more like a D in fast speech. Water is important to our body. Water is important to our body. Water is important to our body. Credit card. Credit card. Credit card. So a credit card is a very useful method to pay for things. We use a credit card to pay for something at the moment, and then we repay our credit card company later. Do you take credit card? Do you take credit card? Do you take credit card? Key. 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 So a key is the object that we use to unlock doors or to unlock other things. I lost my car key. I lost my car key. I lost my car key. Driver's license. Driver's license. Driver's license. A driver's license is a certification we receive that explains that we are able to drive a car legally. Do you have a driver's license? Do you have a driver's license? Do you have a driver's license? Forest. 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 A forest is a very large natural area. It's filled with trees, plants, animals, and everything is wild. The raccoon is eating peanuts in the forest. The raccoon is eating peanuts in the forest. The raccoon is eating peanuts in the forest. River. 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 So a river is another natural feature. A river refers to water, often that comes from a mountaintop or another natural source, and moves down into lower elevations. The grizzly bear is running in the river. The grizzly bear is running in the river. The grizzly bear is running in the river. Ocean. 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 So the ocean is that very, very large body of water that covers most of the planet Earth. The sun sets behind the blue ocean. The sun sets behind the blue ocean. The sun sets behind the blue ocean. Lake. 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 A lake is a smaller body of water, though it can be very large. Lakes can be very large. They are surrounded by land. The swan is swimming in the lake. The swan is swimming in the lake. The swan is swimming in the lake. Document. 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 Document can be used as both a noun and a verb. As a noun, it means paperwork. As a verb, we use it to mean make a record of information. She signed the document and returned it. She signed the document and returned it. She signed the document and returned it. Computer. 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 So a computer is a very common machine. Most of the time when we say computer, we mean like our personal computer, like our laptop or something similar, but we also have small computers in things like our smartphones as well. I have a new computer. I have a new computer. I have a new computer. Fax machine. Fax machine. Fax machine. A fax machine is kind of an older type of machine. We use these kinds of machines to send faxes. So we send copies of documents, of paperwork, to other fax machines in other locations. Do you have a fax machine? Do you have a fax machine? Do you have a fax machine? Printer. 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 A printer is a very common machine. We use printers to create physical versions of digital documents, images, and other things. The printer at the office is broken. The printer at the office is broken. The printer at the office is broken. Mechanical pencil. Mechanical pencil. Mechanical pencil. A mechanical pencil is a type of pencil that you can push on to get more lead. Lead is the material that we use with pencils. A mechanical one does not require sharpening at all. The red mechanical pencil has a green eraser. The red mechanical pencil has a green eraser. The red mechanical pencil has a green eraser. Ruler. 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 A ruler is a tool we use to measure things. These are very stiff pieces of plastic, or perhaps metal sometimes, that we use to make straight lines and to see how long or how wide things are. I use a ruler to draw lines. I use a ruler to draw lines. I use a ruler to draw lines. Marker. 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 A marker is something we use to write on surfaces like a whiteboard. So a marker can be erased. You might also see kids using markers to color things in coloring books. The marker is running low on ink. The marker is running low on ink. The marker is running low on ink. Bank. 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 A bank is a place where your money is managed. You can open an account, you can transfer money, you can do many things with money at a bank. Is there a bank near here? Is there a bank near here? Is there a bank near here? Convenience store. Convenience store. Convenience store. A convenience store is usually a small store, often in a very easy to access part of the neighborhood, and they have daily goods, snacks, and other small things that you might need. Go to the convenience store and buy some milk. Go to the convenience store and buy some milk. Go to the convenience store and buy some milk. Hospital. Hospital. Hospital.
A hospital is a place that you go to receive medical care. She works in a hospital. She works in a hospital. She works in a hospital. Wallet. 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 A wallet is something that you use to store money. You can keep bills, you can keep coins, receipts, credit cards, and other things inside a wallet. My wallet is full of receipts. My wallet is full of receipts. My wallet is full of receipts. Purse. 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 So purse is used to refer to the bag that we use to carry around the things we need for the day. We tend to use purse to refer to women's bags. This is a big purse. This is a big purse. This is a big purse. Order. 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 We use the verb order to talk about asking for food, usually food or drinks, at a restaurant, at a cafe, or a bar. Confirm the order. Confirm the order. Confirm the order. Field. 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 A field is a large open area of grass. This can be in nature, but we also use this word to talk about sports fields. Those are large open areas of grass for football or soccer or other sports. The horse is running in the field. The horse is running in the field. The horse is running in the field. Desert. 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 A desert is a very dry place. The image of a desert is a place that has a lot of sand and where it becomes very, very hot. The sun is heating the hot desert. The sun is heating the hot desert. The sun is heating the hot desert. Boss. 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 So the word boss is used to refer to the person in charge at your workplace. Your boss is often your manager or the person above your manager. Our boss allows us to leave earlier on Wednesdays. Our boss allows us to leave earlier on Wednesdays. Our boss allows us to leave earlier on Wednesdays. Office. 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 So office refers to a place of work. You can use it to talk about the place that you go for work. You can also talk about places where other people work with this word. The office opens at 8 o'clock. The office opens at 8 o'clock. The office opens at 8 o'clock. Coworker. 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 Your coworker or your coworkers are the people that you work together with. So these are the people that you share information with, that you meet or communicate with every day. I go out to eat with my coworker every Thursday. I go out to eat with my coworker every Thursday. I go out to eat with my coworker every Thursday. Meeting. 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 A meeting is a period of time for which you and perhaps your boss and some of your coworkers gather together to discuss some topic. I forgot that the meeting was today. I forgot that the meeting was today. I forgot that the meeting was today. Police station. Police station. Police station. A police station is a place where lots and lots of police officers stay. It's kind of like an office, but for the police. The police cars are parked outside the police station. The police cars are parked outside the police station. The police cars are parked outside the police station. Pharmacy. 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 A pharmacy is a place you go to receive medication. So if you've gotten medical treatment from a hospital or a clinic, you can go to a pharmacy to receive the medicine you need. Is there a pharmacy nearby? Is there a pharmacy nearby? Is there a pharmacy nearby? Bakery. 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 A bakery is a place that bakes fresh breads, cookies, and perhaps other kinds of sweets. She goes to the bakery every Sunday with her kids. She goes to the bakery every Sunday with her kids. She goes to the bakery every Sunday with her kids. Movie theater. Movie theater. Movie theater. A movie theater is a place you can go to watch movies on a big screen. You might also hear this called a cinema. This movie theater is so crowded. This movie theater is so crowded. This movie theater is so crowded. Negotiation. 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 A negotiation is a discussion, usually between two groups of people, and they want different things, so they discuss a topic and work together to find an agreement. That process is called a negotiation. After 2 years of negotiation, the two countries were finally able to come to an agreement. After 2 years of negotiation, the two countries were finally able to come to an agreement. After 2 years of negotiation, the two countries were finally able to come to an agreement. Contract. 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 A contract is a written agreement. It's very common to sign a contract before getting something like a mobile phone or getting a loan for something from a bank or other things. Could you come to our office to sign the contract? Could you come to our office to sign the contract? Could you come to our office to sign the contract? Business. 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 So a business is a place of work. We also use the word business to talk generally about the professional world sometimes. My dad owns a business. My dad owns a business. My dad owns a business. Deal. 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 So deal is kind of like a more casual word for agreement. After you've negotiated or discussed something with another person or another group for a while, you might reach an agreement and proclaim it or decide that it's a deal. We have a deal. We have a deal. We have a deal. Busy. 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 Busy is an adjective. It refers to having many things to do or not having very much free time. I'm busy tonight. I'm busy tonight. I'm busy tonight. Serious. 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 Serious can mean something that is not at all like a light topic. So maybe there's some very heavy topics that are considered serious. We can also use the word serious to talk about someone's personality. Someone who is serious doesn't laugh or smile very much. Depression is a very serious mental illness. Depression is a very serious mental illness. Depression is a very serious mental illness. Tired. 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 Tired is an adjective. It means someone doesn't have a lot of energy. Maybe they're ready to go to sleep or ready to just relax. Thanks, but I'm really tired. Thanks, but I'm really tired. Thanks, but I'm really tired.
Superior. 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 The word superior can refer to something that's better than something else. We can also use it to talk about the person above us in a work or school situation. My superior is very calm. My superior is very calm. My superior is very calm. Company. 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 So company refers to a place where you work. What do you know about this company? What do you know about this company? What do you know about this company? Salary. 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 So salary refers to the money you receive from doing a job. What are your salary requirements? What are your salary requirements? What are your salary requirements? Radio. 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 So a radio used to refer to a machine we use so that we could receive music and listen to music at home or in the car. And we still have these today, but we also have internet versions of this. I like listening to the radio. I like listening to the radio. I like listening to the radio. Television. 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 So a television is a machine that we use to receive images. We can use it to watch videos. The family is watching television. The family is watching television. The family is watching television. Internet. 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 So the internet is something that we use to receive information on a computer or on our smartphones or on other devices. I gather information from the internet. I gather information from the internet. I gather information from the internet. Newspaper. 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 A newspaper is something that we use to receive the news, and it's on paper. So it's quite literal, a newspaper, a paper that we use to read the news. I read the newspaper every morning. I read the newspaper every morning. I read the newspaper every morning. News channel. News channel. News channel. So a news channel is one channel on TV or perhaps on a web TV that only plays the news. So that's the only thing that is broadcast on that channel, the news. I turn on the news channel in the evening. I turn on the news channel in the evening. I turn on the news channel in the evening. Musical instrument. Musical instrument. Musical instrument. A musical instrument is something that we use to create sounds, to create music. There are string instruments, and there are wind instruments, and there are percussion instruments. Can you play a musical instrument? Can you play a musical instrument? Can you play a musical instrument? Painting. 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 So a painting refers to a work of art that's done by using paint and a paintbrush. This painting is very artistic. This painting is very artistic. This painting is very artistic. Theater. 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 A theater is a place where you can watch a movie or you can see a play or a musical. Where is the theater? Where is the theater? Where is the theater? Musical. 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 So a musical is a type of live show. It's a live show where the actors and the actresses sing the story. I got tickets to a musical. I got tickets to a musical.
I got tickets to a musical. Opera. 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 So an opera is different from a musical. A musical is generally kind of a more contemporary story. Operas are a bit more old-fashioned, I guess, and there's a specific type of singing that's known in the opera. My grandparents love going to the opera. My grandparents love going to the opera. My grandparents love going to the opera. Relax. 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 So to relax means to not worry so much. It means to relieve yourself of stress, to do something that you feel like good about. Relax, everything will be fine. Relax, everything will be fine. Relax, everything will be fine. Whiteboard. 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 A whiteboard is a specific type of board. It's usually white in color. We can write on it with markers, and we can also erase it. A whiteboard is a perfect means to demonstrate something visually. A whiteboard is a perfect means to demonstrate something visually. A whiteboard is a perfect means to demonstrate something visually. Blackboard. 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 So a blackboard is a board that is black in color, but we cannot use like markers to write on it and erase. We have to use chalk. The teacher writes on the blackboard. The teacher writes on the blackboard. The teacher writes on the blackboard. Test. 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 Test can be used as both a noun and as a verb. As a noun, it means an examination or some kind of written information used to check someone's knowledge. As a verb, it means to check someone's knowledge. The test is on next Tuesday. The test is on next Tuesday. The test is on next Tuesday. Textbook. 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 So a textbook is something that you use to study a topic. During the year, we will cover the entire textbook. During the year, we'll cover the entire textbook. During the year, we will cover the entire textbook. Front. 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 So front is the opposite of behind. It's something that faces you. He is in front of me. He is in front of me. He is in front of me. Job. 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 So someone's job is the thing that they do for a living. That's the thing that they do to receive money to live their life. I have a busy job. I have a busy job. I have a busy job.
President. 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 So the president of a company is the person at the top of the company. We also use president for the leader of a country. He is the president. He is the president. He is the president. Industry. 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 So an industry is like a type or a category of work. Industries need to reduce their wastes. Industries need to reduce their wastes. Industries need to reduce their wastes. Belt. 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 A belt is an accessory. It goes around the waist and it's used to hold pants in place. It can also be used to hold dresses in place. The girl is wearing a red color belt. The girl is wearing a red color belt. The girl is wearing a red color belt. Coin. 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 So a coin is usually a small round-shaped object. It's money, but not the paper kind. It's metal. I don't have coins. I don't have coins. I don't have coins. Money.
money. Money. So money is what we use to pay for goods and to pay for services. We have paper money and we have metal money, coins. We also have digital money too. You're just wasting your money. You're just wasting your money. You're just wasting your money. Debit card. Debit card. Debit card. A debit card is similar to a credit card, but a debit card is connected directly to your bank account. So when you use a debit card, money comes directly from your bank account to pay for something. I lost my debit card and had to go to the police. I lost my debit card and had to go to the police. I lost my debit card and had to go to the police. Bill. 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 There are a couple of different ways to use the word bill. So a bill can refer to paper money. We also use bill to refer to like an invoice, kind of. It's when you receive a paper document, some kind of document for like your utilities, for like the electricity or the water or the internet in your home. He finally managed to pay all his bills. He finally managed to pay all his bills. He finally managed to pay all his bills. Photography. 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 Photography is a noun. It refers to the act of taking pictures. Are you studying photography? Are you studying photography? Are you studying photography? Take off. Take off. Take off. This phrasal verb can have a couple of different meanings. We can use it to mean to remove something, as in removing clothing. It can also refer to a plane leaving the ground. The plane will take off in 20 minutes. The plane will take off in 20 minutes. The plane will take off in 20 minutes. Bedroom. 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 So the bedroom is the place where you sleep. This word is easy to remember because it has bed and room. So the room where your bed is the room where you sleep. The view from the bedroom is beautiful. The view from the bedroom is beautiful. The view from the bedroom is beautiful. Kitchen. 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 So the kitchen is the room in a house where you prepare food. Many people also have a table in their kitchen where they eat as well. The chef cooks in the kitchen. The chef cooks in the kitchen. The chef cooks in the kitchen. Bathroom. 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 So the bathroom is the room in which there's usually a bathtub, and that's the room that we use for bathing and also where we use toilets as well and to wash our hands. The bathroom has a tiny window. The bathroom has a tiny window. The bathroom has a tiny window. Graduation. 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 Graduation is a noun. It refers to the ceremony in which students finish school and are recognized for their academic achievements. You are invited to my sister's graduation. You're invited to my sister's graduation. You are invited to my sister's graduation. Promotion. 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 So promotion can have two different meanings. It can mean advertisement. We use it just the same as we use advertisement. It also refers to situations in which someone receives the opportunity to move up a level in their job. He earned this promotion. He earned this promotion. He earned this promotion. Anniversary. 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 An anniversary is a celebration of a significant day. So usually we have wedding anniversaries, or perhaps there's like an anniversary for a shop or a company opening. Best wishes for your anniversary. Best wishes for your anniversary. Best wishes for your anniversary. funeral, funeral, funeral. A funeral is a ceremony where people gather to remember a person who has passed away. A funeral is a time to grieve and remember. A funeral is a time to grieve and remember. A funeral is a time to grieve and remember. Wedding, wedding, wedding. A wedding is a ceremony in which two people come together and agree to a partnership for life. When is the wedding? When is the wedding? When is the wedding? Explain, explain, explain. To explain means to describe something, usually in detail. Can you explain that to me once more? Can you explain that to me once more? Can you explain that to me once more? Back, back, back. So one's back can refer to this part of the body, the part that is not the front of the body. It can also refer to the rear side of something. At the back of our house, we have a garden. At the back of our house, we have a garden. At the back of our house, we have a garden. East, east, east. So east is the opposite of west. The sun rises in the east. The sun rises in the east. The sun rises in the east.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use would for unreal situations in the past and in the future. I'm going to talk about making statements and making some information questions. Let's get started. Okay, I want to begin by talking about using would for past situations. So for past and future situations, we use would to describe unreal situations. So unreal means something that did not happen. In this case, in the past, it's something that did not happen. But we want to talk about maybe something we think, in our case, we might have done if it were us in the past, or we might not have done. So we maybe want to talk about changes to actions in the past. So these are for situations that are not real, so they did not happen. Let's look at the positive expression then. So when we make a positive statement using would in the past, we're talking about a plan or an opinion or something similar about an unreal past situation. So we make a statement with a pattern like this. We begin with subject, would have, and the past participle form of the verb. So again, this is for the past use of would. So for example, I would have called you earlier, or he would have given you more time, for example. So this have plus the past participle verb creates a past tense structure. So this part, this is a key difference between past and future uses of would. So here is how we make a positive statement. I'll show some examples in just a moment, some more examples. First, let's look at how to make a negative statement here. So a negative would express an alternate plan or opinion for an unreal past situation. So this means, for example, something happened. Maybe, for example, I called someone. If I use the negative form of would to talk about that situation and I say, I would not have called that person, I'm giving an alternate plan. So this happened, I called someone. But when I'm talking about the situation later, I might want to say that it could have been a good idea to change that action. I would not have called that person. So we're talking about an alternate plan, something different. So some change to a past action. So the change did not happen, but it's an unreal situation. It's not true, it's not real, but we want to describe maybe something we might have done differently in the past. So I'll show some examples in just a moment. We make this by using, again, the subject followed by would. To make it negative, we add not. Subject would not, and we use this same have plus the past participle verb. Would not have past participle verb. So in my example just now, I said, I would not have called you, or he would not have come, for example. When we're using the negative form, there's often some kind of other information. So we're talking about some maybe condition, often with if. So again, I'll show that in just a moment. Finally, a simple pattern that you can use to make information questions for past would situations is this. Our WH question begins the question. So who, what, where, when, why, how. So our WH question begins, followed by would, the subject, have, again, and the past participle verb. For example, what would you have done in that situation? Or where would he have gone, for example? So we can build very basic would questions about the past with this kind of pattern. Now I want to look at a couple of pronunciation points that deal with these two sentence patterns. First, when you're using this positive pattern, the pronunciation becomes something like this. Subject plus this d sound and v sound. So what does this mean? Here, the subject remains the same. I or he or she or we, for example. This D right here, this D sound is the would. So we reduce the would sound to d. So this means I'd, he'd, she'd, we'd, they'd. So it's a d sound, a very quick d sound. Then this VE portion, v sound, comes from have, have. So would have becomes dv, dv in very fast speech. I'd've, he'd've, she'd've, they'd've, we'd've, you'd've, for example, div, div. So this is one big point to listen for. Another thing that will tell you if this is a past situation, a past statement, is the type of verb that's used here. So if you're listening to this verb as well, you can hear if the person uses a past participle verb in connection with this kind of pronunciation, you know that it's a past would statement, not, for example, a future would statement. So there are a few hints to listen for here. Would've, so there's this v sound, and then there's this past participle verb sound. So this is when you're making a situation, this is when it's connecting directly to a subject, like I'd've, he'd've, she'd've. So when you're making this is for positive statements as well. When you're making a negative, however, it becomes something like this. I've written here wouldna, wouldna. So I don't have the subject here, but we would include the subject here again. So I wouldna, he wouldna, she wouldna. So we can imagine the subject remains here. I did not include it in this section because the pronunciation of the subject part doesn't really connect so much as it does with the positive. In positive sentence structures, this subject, would, and have closely connect. In negative structures, this connection is not quite as strong. So I wouldna, perhaps there's a little bit of a connection, but not as strong. I want to focus instead here on this n part. So would, we can see, remains the same. So for the negative sentence, would remains the same. Subject would. But here, this n is the not part. This is the not part. Wouldn't, wouldn't. So for example, maybe you know wouldn't, which I'll talk about later. So this n sound is the not part. This A sound is the have part. I wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't have come. We wouldn't have called, for example. So this part right here actually means not have, not have. I wouldn't have, she wouldn't have, they wouldn't have, we wouldn't have. So this is another key difference between the negative form and the positive form in your pronunciation. So you can hear it's quite different. This is one thing to practice, of course, and to listen carefully for. So with this in mind, let's look at a few example sentences. First, a positive sentence. I would have come, but I had to work. I would have come, but I had to work. So here, I could reduce this. I've made this a very clear sentence. I would have come. So I'd have come would probably be the way a native speaker would pronounce this, just as I've introduced here. My subject is I reduce would to d, and I make the v sound for have. So I would have come becomes I'd have come, but I had to work. I'd have come is how it sounds. Let's look at another example with a different subject. He would have helped, but he was cooking. He would have helped, but he was cooking. Again, my subject, he, connects to the would word, which is reduced to d, and have becomes v. So he'd have helped, but he was cooking. He'd have helped, but he was cooking, is how a native speaker would say this. So what do these sentences mean? I would have come, but I had to work. So in this case, maybe come to an event, for example. I would have come, but I had to work. So that means a past situation, maybe I wanted to come to the party, I wanted to come to the event, but I had to work. So this communicates maybe the speaker had a desire or had a plan of some kind to do something in the past, but it did not happen. In this case, the reason is the speaker had to work. I would have come, but I had to work. So we use would to express that. You could say, I wanted to come, but I had to work. That would communicate pretty much the same idea. In this sentence, he would have helped, but he was cooking. So for example, maybe would have helped cleaning, maybe cleaning a house, but he was cooking. So again, in the past, he, in this situation, maybe could have, it was possible, or maybe he wanted to help, but he was cooking. There was some other responsibility. So these are common patterns. Like we want to express a past action we might have changed, but that we were not able to do because of some other reason. Let's continue on to a couple of negative examples now. First, she wouldn't have left early if she had known you needed help. She wouldn't have left early if she had known you needed help. So here we have our subject, she, which I talked about here, and then I have here wouldn't. So I reduced would not together. You might see this as well. Wouldn't, wouldn't. This is would and not. Wouldn't have, to make it even more natural, we would say she wouldn't, she wouldn't. She wouldn't have left early if she had known you needed help. So in this case, she, in this situation, left early. She did leave early. That was the situation, the true situation. But the speaker, in this case, wants to explain that she, this person, would not have. She would have changed this action if she had known this other person needed help. So perhaps this is a communication-related issue. So she maybe would have stayed. So that was the change in the action. She perhaps might have stayed if the she here knew this third party needed some help. So wouldn't have, this means this person did leave, she did leave. So again, this is an unreal situation. So let's continue on to see another example of this then. We wouldn't have called the police if we hadn't thought the situation was dangerous. Again, we wouldn't or wouldna, we wouldn't have called the police if we hadn't thought the situation was dangerous. Here, we wouldn't have called the police. This means the speaker did call the police. The speaker did call the police. So we wouldn't have called the police means is attached here because the speaker is saying they thought the situation was dangerous. So we would not have called the police. So in other words, we might not have, or that would not have been our plan if we hadn't thought the situation was dangerous. This is a past tense part too. This part is all in past tense. So that means the speaker felt some past situation was dangerous. And they're saying that's why we called the police. If we had not thought that situation was dangerous, we would not have called the police. So this is kind of, it may seem to be a sort of confusing way to communicate this idea, but you may hear patterns like this from time to time to reinforce maybe someone's plan or someone's actions. Okay, so let's continue with this in mind then. Let's continue on to looking at how to use it for future unreal situations. When we use would for a future unreal situation, we're expressing like a potential, so it's something that could happen. There's a possibility, a potential action for an unreal situation in the future. So a potential action, or this can mean potentially no action. So I'll explain with some examples here. Another point about this usage, we often, or usually I have here, use these in response to an if question. So if you were, if he were, for example, or we pair it with an if clause. So we saw this actually in these negative example sentences here. This is quite common when we're using it to talk about future unreal situations. So first, let's look at how to make these. To make a positive statement, we use subject plus would plus the present tense form of the verb. So here we see a key difference. When we're using the future form, we're not using have. In the past, we used have and the past participle form of the verb. Here, we're using no have, there's nothing here, and the present tense form of the verb. When we make a negative sentence then, it's the same. We drop have and we're using the present tense. So there's no change to the verb here. In the negative form, we simply add not. Then, when we're making questions, we follow a similar pattern. We use our WH question, who, what, where, when, why, how, plus would, plus our subject, and again, a present tense verb. So, as we did over here with the past form, let's look at the pronunciation points here. This is a little bit simpler. When we use a positive statement, we can use the subject plus this apostrophe D. So, I'd, he'd, she'd, we'd. When we use the negative form, we use wouldn't. I wouldn't, he wouldn't, she wouldn't. So there are only these two to consider. Let's see how we would use these to make some questions and answers. I included a couple of example questions that are fairly common patterns, I think, so you can see how to make some common questions with would. For example, what would you do if you won the lottery? What would you do if you won the lottery? The lottery is a cash, a money prize. So you buy a ticket and there's a chance you win a big cash prize. That's called a lottery. What would you do? So here we see if you won the lottery. Here we have this if part. So this is a future unreal situation. It's possible, there's maybe a low chance of it happening, but we're talking about your future actions or maybe your future plans or opinions here. So, what would you do if you won the lottery? The speaker's response in this case, I would buy my parents a house. I would buy my parents a house. So, You'll notice here, I'm not saying, if I won the lottery, I would buy my parents a house. It's okay to say that, but it's also okay to drop it. When we understand the question, we don't have to repeat the question. You can if you want to practice, but a native speaker would respond like this, and a native speaker would probably reduce this to I'd. I'd buy my parents a house. So I'd shows it's a future unreal decision, a future unreal situation. Another person, you might say, he would take a long vacation. So if he won the lottery, he would take a long vacation. So this is the speaker's idea about someone else's future plan, future unreal plan. So we don't know that it's going to happen. It's kind of an idea or a guess about someone's choice. Let's look at another question. What would you do if you lost your job? So you can see there's these common what would you do if type patterns. And then here we have the unreal situation in the future. These answers use the negative form though. What would you do if you lost your job? The speaker says, I wouldn't spend a lot of money. I wouldn't spend a lot of money. So the speaker's saying, if I lost my job in the future, it's not a real situation. If it happened, my future action would be to not spend a lot of money. I would not spend a lot of money in that situation, which is unreal right now. But if it happened, that's what I would do. We use would to talk about that possible situation. Another example, she wouldn't be happy. She wouldn't be happy. So if she lost her job, she wouldn't be happy. So that's talking about her condition, actually. So we don't only have to describe like our behaviors, our actions, we can also talk about our conditions, our emotional or our mental states. She wouldn't be happy. She would be upset, for example. So we can use something like this to respond to these if questions. If and would are commonly paired together. So this is a quick introduction to actually a kind of complex grammar point, but I hope that it helps you understand how to use would for past and future unreal situations. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please be sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and please check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about using should. I'm going to explain using should for the past and for the future. So I'm going to introduce how you make statements and questions for past tense use of should, and I'm going to talk about the same thing for future tense uses of should. So let's begin. I want to start this lesson by talking about the past tense version. When we use should in the past, in a positive statement, we do it to express regret. So regret means a sorry feeling or a sad feeling. So it expresses regret for something that did not happen. So this is a key point here. Yes, it's a positive statement, but we're talking about something that did not happen and we feel sad about it. So to visualize this, I've created a timeline here with the past over here, now the present, our conversation, and future. So if you can imagine, when we make positive statements with should in the past tense, we can imagine it's something that did not happen. So it's before the present, before now, did not happen, and we feel sad about it. So when we want to make a sentence like this, we can use a pattern such as this one. This is a very basic pattern. We can use subject plus should plus have, and then the past participle form of a verb. So this part right here, this makes it a past tense statement. We'll see this is quite different when we're making future tense statements. So I'll show some examples of this in just a moment. let's compare this then to the negative form. When we make a negative statement using should in the past, it expresses regret, again that sad feeling. It expresses regret for something that happened. So yes, it's a negative sentence, but this action happened. It was real. So again, to imagine this visually, in the past, something actually did happen. So I used a check mark here. This is a true event, a real event. And we regret, or there's some kind of sad feeling about that thing. So when we make sentences in the negative with this grammar point, we can use subject again, plus should. Here we'll use should not, and then complete this pattern with have and the past participle verb. So the only change here is using not when we make the negative. There's nothing here. So this is the basic kind of statement structure for past tense statements with should. Then I've added here a simple question structure, a simple information question structure here. We can use a WH question. WH means who, what, when, where, why, how, those kinds of things. So we use a WH question with should plus our subject, have, and the past participle verb. So I'll explain a few examples of this in just a moment. With this, I want to continue to the next part over here, which is pronunciation tips. So you've noticed perhaps that should and have and should not have, when people are speaking, these become reduced or these become much shorter. So you'll hear these two used most commonly. We don't really say should have or should not have so clearly. When we're making positive sentences, the most common reduction is this should've, should've. So should've, this is should apostrophe V-E, should've, should've. This should comes from should have. So this have, it's like we drop the ha part and just use the v sound. So should've, should've. To make it even shorter, you'll often hear people use shoulda, shoulda. So this sound is like taking only this a here in have, but it just becomes very short. I shoulda, I shouldna is the negative form of this. So let's continue on. As I've just said, shouldn't have, we contract this should not here. Should not contracts to shouldn't, shouldn't, shouldn't have. But to make it even shorter, we often say shouldna, shouldna. So positive shoulda, negative shouldna, shouldna, shouldna. So let's take a look at some examples that use these patterns. First, let's look at two positive statements. I should have studied more. I should have studied more. And we should have gone to the store. We should have gone to the store. So here we see should is followed by have and then the past participle form of the verb, in this case studied and gone. So this shows us that we have a past tense statement. These statements express regret. So when we're speaking quickly, we probably won't say I should have studied more or we should have gone to the store. I would say I should have studied more, and we should have gone to the store. So as I explained, this pronunciation is the most common one, shoulda. I should have studied more. We should have gone to the store. Let's compare this to two negative statements then. She shouldn't have done that. So here I've already reduced this, shouldn't. She shouldn't have done that. And you shouldn't have had so much to drink. So again, these two express regret for something that did happen. So in both of these sentences, that something, whatever this is, this was a bad thing. The speaker thinks this was bad. In the second sentence as well, the speaker thinks this was a bad choice. So expressing regret about something that happened. Then, again, as I talked about here, I would reduce this even more. I've got shouldn't in both of these sentences, but in everyday speech, we would probably say, she shouldn't have done that, and you shouldn't have had so much to drink. You shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have had so much to drink. So this shouldna and shoulda, these are key pronunciation points that will help you kind of in your listening and also to help you sound a little more natural. Okay, let's finish this part by looking at two questions then. First, what should we have done differently? What should we have done differently? And where should we have gone? Where should we have gone? So both of these, they keep that feeling of regret. When you're using a question like this, you're asking about something it would have been better to do in the past. So it's a question. That means an action happened, yes. And these questions are about improvements to that action. So here, for example, what should we have done differently? What should we have done differently means, for example, the speaker or a group here speaking made a decision, but perhaps it was not the right decision or it was a bad decision. So the speaker is asking, what choice, what should we have done differently is like saying, what do you think would have been better in the past? What should we have done differently? Same thing in the second sentence. Where should we have gone? Where should we have gone? So maybe the speaker went to the wrong location and they're asking for advice in the past. Of course, we cannot change this, but this is actually a common way that we ask for like future advice. So it's recognizing, oh, I made a mistake in the past, so maybe next time I have a similar situation, what do you recommend? But we use this kind of grammar to ask these sorts of questions. Like, okay, in this case, where should I have gone? What should we have done differently? So that you can think about that for the future. So these are situations where you might use questions like these. Okay, with that then, with past tense, let's move on to looking at future uses of should. So let's begin again with positive statements. So when we make a positive statement with should, we're expressing advice actually. So we don't have that regret feeling here. We're expressing advice and the speaker thinks this advice is a good idea. So again, to visualize it, here we're looking at a different point in time. With the past, we were talking about something that finished or something that did not happen. Here, we're talking about an action in the future. So here is my conversation now. When we make a positive statement with should, we're talking about something the speaker thinks is a good idea in the future, an upcoming thing. So I've marked it with a check. To make a positive statement, a simple pattern is your subject plus should, and here the present tense form of your verb. So in past tense, we use this past participle form. Here we're using the present tense form of the verb, so no verb change is necessary here. Now, let's compare this to a negative statement. So a negative statement with should also expresses advice, yes, but the speaker thinks it's a bad idea. This is a bad idea. So positive, good idea, negative, bad idea with should. Then to make a negative statement, an advice statement about the future, we use subject plus should not, and again, the present tense form of the verb. So you'll notice, again, this is very similar to the past tense form. Just keep in mind, we also don't use have. There's no have in present or rather future forms of this. Okay, then again, let's finish with a simple question pattern too. When we make a question, like an information question, we can begin with this WH question word plus should, our subject, and then the present tense form of the verb. So this is a key point for the difference between these two. We're using different verb forms for future and past tenses. Okay, let's move along then to some pronunciation points here. This one is much shorter than the past tense version, but when we're using should to make a positive statement, there's not really a change, should. Here though, I would recommend definitely use the reduced shouldn't. It's going to sound more natural than should not. So just a quick point here, try to use this shouldn't sound. Okay, so let's look at some examples that use this. Let's start with some positive expressions. First, you should find a new job. You should find a new job. And he should work harder. He should work harder. So you'll notice here again we have should plus our present tense verb form. So find and work are both present tense verbs. You should find a new job. He should work harder. So the speaker thinks these are good ideas. So these are positive statements, positive advice bits, I guess. Let's compare this to some negative statements then. She shouldn't give up. She shouldn't give up. And you shouldn't eat so much junk food. You shouldn't eat so much junk food. So these two are expressing something the speaker thinks is a bad idea. So in the first sentence, she shouldn't give up. In other words, to give up is bad, or giving up is a bad idea. In the second sentence, you shouldn't eat so much junk food is saying eating a lot of junk food is a bad idea. So here you'll notice maybe too, I've called this future. These are just kind of general life recommendations. I call it the future here because it's like saying from now on, from this conversation on, this is my advice for you. So maybe, especially in a sentence like this, you shouldn't eat so much junk food. Maybe the speaker is looking at someone eating a lot of junk food and they give this advice. You shouldn't eat so much junk food. Okay, so let's finish then with a couple of questions. So common questions. First one, what should I do? What should I do? A very common advice question. And second, when should we leave? When should we leave? So in native pace, I would say, what should I do? And when should we leave? So these are common questions. These are asking for advice in the future, here. So asking, what do you think? In other words, what's your opinion? What should I do? In other words, what do you think is a good idea for me for the future? And in the second sentence, when should we leave? What time do you think is a good time to leave in the future? So we can make these kinds of questions as well, giving, or rather asking for future advice. Okay, so that's a quick introduction to using should for past tense statements and questions and for future tense statements and questions. I hope that it helped you. Of course, if you have any other questions or if there's something else you'd like to know about this grammar point, please feel free to let us know in the comments of this video. Also, if you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between the verb listen and hear. I'm going to talk about two ways that we use these verbs, and we're going to compare a few grammar points and usage points. So let's get started. Okay, let's begin with the verb hear. We'll start with this meaning. So the basic meaning of the verb hear is to have sound enter the ear. So that's it. It's just sound coming into the ear, anyone's ear, an animal's ear even. So to hear just refers to this motion, if you can imagine it visually, of sound coming into the ear. So some example sentences that use this meaning. First, I can hear kids playing. So this is a common way that we use the verb hear, along with can. So I am able to hear kids playing. So the sound of kids playing can enter my ear is what this means. We can also use it in past tense, like we heard a loud noise. Keep in mind that this is an irregular verb, so we don't use heared, but we use heard. Heard is the past tense form of this verb. We heard a loud noise, so that means the sound of a loud noise entered our ears. One more example in a question this time. Have you ever heard a traditional song? So this is the past participle form of the verb. Have you ever heard a traditional song? So in other words, has a traditional song, the sound of a traditional song, ever entered your ear? So this is the most basic meaning of the verb hear. Another very common meaning of the verb hear is this, to receive communication. So to receive communication can mean something spoken, something we use our words, speech, to do, or it can mean written communication, like emails or letters. So we use hear to talk about receiving that information. Some examples of this. First, past tense again. He heard the bad news this morning. He heard the bad news. This could mean actually receiving information with the ear, like in this case. It could also mean receiving the information in an email. But either way, the key communication point is something like information, some kind of information was passed to this person. So he learned the information. He received some kind of communication, in this case, bad news. Let's look at a question now. This is a common question. Did you hear? Did you hear? And then we follow it with like the information we want to ask about. Did you hear? The meeting time changed. So this means, did you receive communication about this point? The meeting time changed. Did you hear? This is a really common question we use to ask about communication sharing. Okay, one more example. She hears everything from her boss. She hears everything from her boss. This means she receives all her communication from her boss. So these are kind of the two most common meanings of the verb hear. There's one key point. You'll notice I haven't used the progressive form or the continuous form in these example sentences. So the progressive form is quite rarely used with this verb. We rarely use the ing form hearing in the progressive. I've included a couple examples though in cases where you might hear it in the progressive. So with this first meaning, I talked about how hear can mean to have sound enter the ear. So in a question like this, are you hearing this? We might use hearing in this progressive form to mean like, is this something else that you are currently in the state of being able to hear? That's a really strange way to say that. But this is something that you might hear in like a movie. So if you imagine, for example, there are police officers and they are listening, I'll talk in a moment, they're listening to like some kind of audio feed, like they're listening to something in another room. They hear something suspicious. And if one person wants to confirm the other person can hear the same thing, they might use, are you hearing this? So that means there's a sound that's continuing and one person wants to confirm the other person can hear the same sound. So the sound is continuing. That's why this progressive form is used. Like, are you hearing this? So that's one case where you might hear the verb hear used in the progressive tense. Then this second meaning I talked about, to receive communication. This is an example of when you might use hearing, the progressive form for this one. In a statement like, I'm hearing a lot about something. Like I'm hearing a lot about some policy changes, or I'm hearing a lot about the weather lately. So hearing, I'm hearing a lot about something means I'm receiving a lot of communication recently about something. So these are a couple situations where you might use hear in the progressive tense, but in most cases we use them not in the progressive tense. So with that in mind, I already started using the verb listen, but I want to move on to showing the differences with this verb and hear. So let's begin with this first meaning. The first meaning of listen is to focus attention on a sound, to focus your attention on a sound. So this is a key difference with this meaning of hear. So with hear, we're just, sound is coming into the ear. We're not really focusing on it, it's just there. With listen, however, we are focusing our attention. So examples of this. Let's listen to some music. So here I'm focusing my attention on music, or I want to. I'm suggesting we focus attention on music. In this example, listen to me. So listen to the speaker. Please focus your attention on the things the speaker is saying. Third, What are you listening to? So here we see in the progressive tense, common for this verb, what are you listening to? What are you focusing your sound attention on? So you'll notice in each of these example sentences, I'm using the preposition to. So when you're using this verb, we'll use it with to describe or to indicate the thing we are focusing our attention on. So in this case, to music, to me. And what are you listening to? This is a common question. We end with this preposition. You could say, to what are you listening? But it's not so natural. It sounds a little too formal. A more common question is, what are you listening to? You could ask this to someone who is wearing headphones, for example. So this is the first meaning and the most basic meaning of listen. So if you want to talk about music, if you want to talk about like a video you're watching, for example, you can use listen. So focusing your attention on something you can hear. Okay, with that in mind, let's go on to the second use or another use of listen. This one is also very common. This use of listen means to obey, or like to follow a rule, or to follow advice, to follow instructions. So it's a little bit different from this meaning of listen. Example, first example. He never listens to our advice. He never listens to our advice. So this use of listen, it means that this person maybe actually focuses their attention on hearing something, yes, but in this meaning, it means he doesn't follow what we say he should do. Like he does not obey our advice. So if we say, for example, you should get up early every day, and he does not do that, we could say he never listens to our advice to get up early, for example. So listen in this way means obey, to obey something. Here in the second example sentence, I always listened to my parents when I was a kid. Here I have past tense, listened. You'll notice this is a regular verb, so we use ed at the end of the verb to make the past tense form. I always listened to my parents when I was a kid. So this shows a repeated action, a regular action, when the speaker was a kid. So this use of listen means followed advice or followed instructions from parents here. So I always listened to. It would be kind of strange to say this, like, I always focused my attention on the things that my parents said. Like, it could be something that's real, I suppose, but in this use, it means followed instructions from someone's parents. One more example. You should listen to your manager. This one probably means to obey, yes. There are some cases where perhaps the manager is giving a speech, for example, and someone might say, hey, you should listen to your manager, like the manager is speaking now. But in most cases, this probably means to obey or to follow the instructions of one's manager. So you'll notice there are a couple of differences, a couple of different kind of feelings that we see in these. So again, to focus attention on a sound and to obey or to follow instructions. So you'll notice again here we're using the preposition to as well. So this is a quick introduction to the differences between the verbs listen and hear. I hope that it was helpful for you, but if you have any questions or if you want to practice making example sentences or if you have any other comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the power of textbooks and digital detox. In this digital age where we're all using apps and smartphones to learn languages, you might not think of a textbook as the first resource to turn to, right? But if you're avoiding textbooks, then you're missing out on some powerful language learning benefits. So today you'll learn why textbooks are still a powerful resource in the digital age, why some, but not all, digital resources might hurt your ability to learn, and how to do a digital detox and learn off-screen with our program. And we're giving away a brand new conversation cheat sheet, so keep watching. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up more than 30 words with this vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The power of textbooks and digital detox. You probably have some language learning apps on your phone, right? But do you have any textbooks? Let us know in the comment section. Digital resources like apps and physical resources like books have their pros and cons. But if you're learning with digital resources only, you might be missing out on some benefits that come with physical resources. What are they? First, a digital detox. This is a basic one. A textbook gives you a break from the screen. You're not sitting in front of so much blue light all day, which can have an impact on your sleep. That's just for your overall health. Second, the ability to focus and improve your focus. Here's a question for you. How long is your attention span? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? The thing is, attention and the ability to focus are crucial for learning and succeeding with any goal in life. But if you're learning on a device, you'll get pop-ups and notifications. If you're on YouTube, well, the algorithm will have you watching cat videos soon enough. These things are designed to keep you jumping from one thing to the next, and all of this hurts your attention span and your ability to learn. With a book, it's much easier to focus, and consistently learning with one can help improve your focus. Third, if the book has a really good story to follow, it makes it more fun to learn. This may not be something you can find in every textbook, but you can find it in textbook resources like bilingual storybooks. Fourth, you get a clear path to follow. Textbooks give you a linear path from page 1 to 100. You know where to go next, how far you are from the end, and what you have left to learn. With an app, you'll be forever swiping and not really knowing if you're getting anywhere. Fifth, textbooks have gone through academic rigor, meaning they've been made by teachers or checked by teachers. So you're learning the correct forms, the correct language, and you can rely on it to be accurate. If you Google for blogs about phrases to learn, there's a chance the information is not completely accurate. Sixth, textbook lessons are curated and organized so that what you learn on page 1 helps you understand page 2, and so on. It builds you up and teaches you crucial language skills that beginners need to know, like how to introduce yourself first, then how to grow that conversation. As an added bonus, you can write in them. What about the downsides of textbooks? There are a few. The content gets old fast. Language always changes. There's new slang. So that's where digital lessons do well. Also, books can get boring and overwhelming. An approach you can consider for a textbook is to put in a certain amount of time, say 20 or 30 minutes a day, and then walk away, so you're not overwhelmed. But by providing a digital detox, allowing us a framework for focus, offering reduced distractions, being easy to follow and accurate, textbooks are powerful in a digital world. So, should you go for digital detox and get a textbook? If you can handle a bit of change to your routine, then why not? If you're worried about learning the same thing from 2 sources, don't worry. Learning something like a grammar rule from multiple angles will only help you understand it better and reinforce your memory. A book will give you a clear direction of where to go, what to learn, and challenge your mind in ways that digital lessons might not. So, how do you do a digital detox and learn with our program? First, you can print out our extensive reading books. Extensive reading is a learning tactic where you read books that are appropriate for your level, and the goal is quantity over quality. You should read a lot and skip over the words you don't know. To access these, just visit the lesson library to find our extensive reading books. Second, download our PDF lesson notes and print them out. The lesson notes give you the lesson in writing, the dialogue, the vocab, grammar explanation, sample sentences, and cultural insights. Find the lesson notes in every one of your lessons. Third, use our printable visual flashcards. With these, you'll learn over 1,500 of the most common words. If you want the link to the visual flashcards, just leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Fourth, you can also use our printable conversation cheat sheets. With these, you'll learn words and phrases for the most common conversation topics. If you want the link to our collection of cheat sheets, again, leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Remember, the ultimate goal here is to go for a digital detox, challenge your brain in a new way, and try new resources. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye!
Have you ever started learning a language but just couldn't continue? Why does this happen, and what do successful language learners do differently? In this video, we're going to talk about why you should put your language learning on autopilot. We asked you, and the #1 reason people don't continue is time. Either you don't make the time for learning or you're just too busy. But a lot of the time, this is caused by the resources you're using. If you've downloaded 5 language apps and bought 2 books, you'll get overwhelmed about where to start and what to do next. So what do successful language learners do? Successful learners don't overwhelm themselves thinking, what should I do today? They put their learning on autopilot. Imagine this. Let's say you have a favorite TV show. A new episode comes out every Tuesday. So you know what you're doing on Tuesday night. You don't have to think about it. You don't need a reminder. It's automatic. Every Tuesday, you watch an episode. You make it into a habit. Now, how do we apply that to language learning? First, habits. If you have a habit of learning, then you're already on autopilot. So, set a small, measurable monthly goal with a deadline, like learn 100 words or do 30 lessons by the end of the month. Once you know your goal, you can backtrack. So, for example, divide 100 words by 30 days in a month, and you get 3.33. So you should learn about 3 words a day. Now you know what to do. 3 words a day. There's no confusion. Do those 3 words and you're done. You don't need to think about what you should be doing because you already know what you're doing. It becomes a habit. The second way to stay on autopilot is with language textbooks. This is basically just because books are sequential. You just follow the pages from 1 until the end. You don't have to think about where to go next, so it's easy to stay on track with what you need to do. Third, the word of the day. Every day, you get a new word in your email inbox automatically. You don't have to think about it. Simply check your email, learn a word, and you're done. The fourth way is with our progress tracking tools. They spoon-feed you lessons one by one. So let's say you finished lesson 1 where you learned greetings, then you automatically load up lesson 2 where you learn a basic conversation that uses the greetings you learned in lesson 1. Then you have lesson 3 and 4 and so on. You don't have to worry about what to do next because our dashboard will keep you on track. It'll even build upon what you learned in your previous lessons so you won't forget it. The point is to put your learning on autopilot. You need something that guides you from A to B to C, whether it's your own habits or a book that takes you from 1 to 100 or a learning program that feeds you lessons. So take one of these tips and apply it today. So, to put your learning on autopilot, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you focused on active language learning or passive language learning? And which is the best way to learn? In this video, you'll learn the difference between active and passive learning and some methods for each. Do you know the difference between active and passive learning? You'll find out the differences between these two. First, the difference between active and passive learning. Here's the difference. Active learning means you're actively engaging with learning material and focusing on it. For example, you're reading in your target language, you're looking up words, you're translating, you're memorizing phrases, or you're speaking out loud. So you're focused on what you're learning and you're really into it. Now, passive learning is different. It requires less concentration. It's usually done when you're doing something else. For example, doing chores, driving to work, or taking the train. You could be listening to an audio lesson or watching a video lesson. But the difference is you're not focused on picking apart every word. You're just passively taking the language in. What about you? How do you usually learn? Do you have a lot of active practice? A lot of passive practice? Do you have a combination? Let us know in the comments. Second, how you can learn both ways with our lessons. If you do a lot of passive learning, say because you're always on the go, then here are 4 simple tactics you can apply right now. 1. Press play on a lesson and just listen or watch, just like you would with YouTube. So if you're at home with your computer on, press play on a lesson and take it in. 2. Now, if you're outside, if you're going to the store or commuting, you can learn with our free Innovative Language 101 app for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. Again, open a lesson, press play, and that's it. If you want to passively review words and phrases, then check out the Vocabulary Slideshow tool. This premium study tool is available on every lesson and vocab list. Just press play, and with every slide, you'll get the word, the audio pronunciation, the translation, and sample sentences. You can even put the slideshow on loop and immerse yourself that way. And third, if you have an Amazon Echo device, then you can immerse yourself with daily audio lessons, or you can learn with the quick word of the day. You can just play a lesson and keep it in the background while you're at home. Just look for Daily Dose by Innovative Language on the Amazon Skill Store and download it for free. Now, if you're looking for some active learning practice and you have some time to concentrate, here are 5 tactics you can use right now. Number 1. Listen or watch a lesson and read along with the translations. You'll get complete translations in the lesson notes and the line-by-line dialogue. This will make your reading and listening skills skyrocket. The best part is you'll understand every single word. The translations are right in front of you. Number 2. Repeat the lesson dialogue as you hear it. This is called shadowing, and it will boost your speaking skills. Just repeat the lines that you hear until you can speak with confidence. To make it even easier, you can also get the lines in the dialogue study tool and in the lesson notes, so you can read them out loud as you hear them in the lesson. Number 3. Record yourself with our voice recorder in the dialogue study tool to perfect your pronunciation and see how close you are to a native speaker. Number 4. If you want to boost your vocabulary, study words with our smart flashcards. They sort the words for you, so you get the harder words more often until you master them, and the easy ones show up now and then to refresh your memory. And number 5, ask questions and practice. Leave a comment in the comment section. If you're a Premium Plus user, you get your very own teacher, and you can ask them to review and correct your writing and speaking. You can also ask for learning advice and get all of your questions answered. Both are great ways to learn, but which one is best? Well, that depends on you. If you have some quiet time to focus, active learning is best. But if you're on the train and you're multitasking, then passive learning is the better option. Whichever you choose, you can apply both with our language learning program. So, to test out active and passive learning, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Every language learner wants to speak with confidence, without struggling, and without stopping to think of words. So how do you do this? In this video, you'll learn 5 tactics to perfect your speaking. Above all, every learner wants to speak in their target language with confidence. We've run survey after survey, year after year, and the results are the same. Listening, reading, and writing are all important, but people want to improve their speaking the most. So how do you perfect your speaking skills?
First, shadow the dialogues you hear in the lessons. What is shadowing? It's a learning technique where you mimic native speakers. In other words, you listen and then you repeat what they say. This is a fast and easy way to start practicing speaking. You can do this with any one of our audio or video lessons. And even easier, if you have access to the dialogue section, you can read along out loud as you listen. So shadow as much as possible to perfect your speaking and try harder lessons to take yourself to the next level. Second, read the dialogue out loud. We just mentioned this in tip 1, but this tactic deserves its own special mention. Reading out loud is another easy way to practice your speaking. Simply read the lesson dialogue that's available in the dialogue section, the lesson notes, or the lesson transcript. By reading out loud, you're practicing your speaking skills. And here's a trick. If you can get yourself to read faster, you'll be able to speak faster too. Natives tend to speak quickly, and if you can too, that's a sign that you're improving. Third, record yourself speaking to perfect your pronunciation. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, look for the voice recorder in the dialogue section. With this tool, you can record yourself and compare your speaking to a native speaker. This is powerful because you instantly hear the difference between your speech and the authentic native pronunciation. And then you can easily perfect your speaking and pronunciation. If you don't have a premium account, record yourself with your smartphone. And while you can't really compare, you can spot where you struggle or stutter. This tactic is used by professional speakers, public speakers, just about anyone that has to give a presentation. Fourth, if you're a Premium Plus member, record yourself and send it to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Here, you're getting instant feedback from a native speaker. They'll point out your mistakes, they'll tell you what to improve and how, and record themselves and work with you until you reach perfection. That's the power of having a native speaker give you feedback. So what do people usually record? Here's an easy one. Record a one-paragraph self-intro. In fact, we ask all of our new members to do this. Give your name, your age, where you're from, why you're learning, and that's it. It's a great way to get started. Our more advanced students talk about their day. They send 3 recordings, in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. For example, I woke up at 7 a.m. and brushed my teeth. I got ready for work. My train was a little late, and so on. This can dramatically improve your speaking because you're practicing conversations that people have all the time. The 5th way to perfect your speaking, Premium Plus assignments. With this feature, you get weekly assignments based on your needs and goals, whether they're reading, writing, listening, or speaking. If you want to improve your speaking, your Premium Plus teacher will send you speaking assignments non-stop every week and provide you with constant feedback. This is all part of your personalized learning experience. So take advantage of our tools and put these tactics to use. And remember, if you want to master your language with our complete language learning program, now's your chance. So to test out these tips and start speaking now, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye!
Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Renting an Apartment Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn how to say, how much is the rent? How many bedrooms are there? And much more with this new PDF cheat sheet. Second, printable visual flashcards that'll improve your vocabulary. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll easily master over 1,500 words. Just download and print these flashcards out. Third, the top 50 marine animals and fish. How well do you know animal names in your target language? With this lesson, you'll learn how to say shark, whale, dolphin, and much more. Fourth, how to talk about your day in 20 phrases. If you can't talk about your day yet, this 1-minute lesson will get you speaking. You'll learn 20 must-know phrases, from talking about waking up and brushing your teeth to dinner and going to sleep. Fifth, looking for a new language learning app?
With the Innovative 101 app, you learn language fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Basic, Premium, or Premium Plus with the summer sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire. Can we have a bottle of wine with the meal? Can we have a bottle of wine with the meal? So if you go to a restaurant and you want to order a bottle of wine to go with your dinner, you can ask this question. Can we order a bottle of wine to go with the meal? Another really common way to do this is just to ask for the wine list. If you want to order a glass of wine, you can do this. Or if you want to order a bottle of wine, you can do this. You can just ask the staff person, can I see the wine list, please? Or can I have the wine list, please? If there's one available, they will bring it to you and you can choose a glass or a bottle to go along with your meal. Okay, next is, can I have a glass of water, please? Can I have a glass of water, please? Okay, so depending on the country and depending on the restaurant that you go to, staff might not automatically provide water at the restaurant you visit. If you need to ask the staff for water, you can say, can I have a glass of water, please? Or you might just say, can I have some water, please? Or just water, please. Something simple like that is the best way to ask for water at your table. Okay, next expression. Can I get one more serving, please? Can I get one more serving, please? So this is a very polite way to say, one more of this, please. If you have one dish and you ate it at your table and you want another one, you can say, can I have one more serving of this if you want to be really polite? I would probably say something like, can I have another one of these? Or can we have one more of these? Or you could even name the dish, like, could we have one more of this appetizer? You can ask for one more or one more serving when you want another one of something you've already ordered. What's the special for today? What's the special for today? Some restaurants might have what's called a special. That means it's one dish or maybe a couple of dishes on the menu that are not part of the regular menu. So the restaurant has prepared some new special dish with some ingredients they have in the kitchen that day. So if you want to ask about this dish, you can say, what's the special today? Keep in mind, not all restaurants have specials. Usually the waiter or waitress will let you know about the special when you arrive, but if you want to check, you can say, what's the special for today? Or do you have a special? Okay, next expression. Do you have any desserts? Do you have any desserts? So when you get to the end of your meal, if you want to ask about dessert options at the restaurant, you can say, do you have any desserts? Or you could also ask, do you have a dessert menu? Or you can ask something like, what sounds good for dessert to the person that you're at the restaurant with? There are lots of kind of sneaky ways to ask about desserts at the end of the meal, but this is a good, polite question to know. Okay, next expression. Could I see the wine list, please? Could I see the wine list, please? Okay, I talked about this a little bit earlier. If you want to have wine with your meal, you can ask for the wine list. So depending on the restaurant that you go to, the wine list might be very short or it might be a whole book of wines. If you want to check out all of the information they have available, you should request the wine list. Can I have the wine list, please? Okay, next is, what is the soup of the day? What's the soup of the day? This question refers to a soup that is available on that day. So that means it might not be part of the restaurant's regular menu. Maybe they have a seasonal soup or a kind of special soup, and you want to ask about that. You can say, what's the soup of the day? Or even just, what's the soup today? Both are fine. Okay, next expression. I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. So this is maybe an expression you wouldn't say to the staff at the restaurant. You might say this to the person that you're having a dinner with or having lunch with. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about your food choice for the day. You might say, I'm on a diet. I'm going to eat something healthy. Or you might say this to the staff if you are looking for a healthy recommendation. You might say something like, I'm on a diet. I don't want to eat a lot of bread, so can you recommend something for me? In those cases, you might need to use this expression. I'm on a diet. Okay, next is, what does this dish contain? What does this dish contain? This is a very polite way of saying, what is in this dish? Or what are the ingredients in this dish? Generally, in casual situations, we just say, what's in this? Or what's in this dish? If you want to sound more polite, you can use this question. What does this dish contain? This could be really important if you have an allergy or some other kind of food reaction that the staff needs to know about. You can say, what does this dish contain? To make sure everything is clear before you order. Okay, next expression. I am allergic to nuts. I'm allergic to nuts. Okay, a very important question pattern if you have a food allergy. You can replace nuts for any other food in this sentence. I'm allergic to bread, for example, or I'm allergic to something something. Whatever food you're allergic to, whichever food causes an allergic reaction, you can use this expression to describe that. Another very common one is shellfish. I'm allergic to shellfish. So make sure to tell the staff before you order so that they can make sure that they don't give you anything that might contain that ingredient.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between seems, sounds, and looks, especially when using the word like, as in seems like or sounds like or looks like. So let's get started. All right, I first want to talk about seems like. Seems or seems like. We use these in slightly different ways. First, we use seems to make general guesses about things we cannot confirm or things we cannot check. So when I say we cannot confirm, it's like something that we can't test quickly. We can't check our guess right away. So we use seems to make guesses about these kinds of things. Second, we can use seems directly before an adjective or an adverb. Third, we use seems like before a noun phrase. So please keep in mind, seems, no like, comes before an adjective or an adverb. Seems like comes before a noun phrase. So this is a key difference, and we'll see this same pattern with the other words in this lesson too. So let's look at a few examples. First, you seem tired. You seem tired. And she seems nice. She seems nice. These are examples where we use seems with an adjective. So tired and nice are adjectives. We just use seem or seems because we conjugate for this subject here. So when we use it in this way before an adjective or an adverb, we do not use like. Let's look at this other example sentence though. This seems like a nice place to stop for lunch. A nice place to stop for lunch. So here we have this noun phrase. Yes, the word nice is in this noun phrase. There's an adjective in here. But this right here, this is a nice place. So we're talking about the place actually. It's not just the adjective that this is modifying. So we need to use seems like to talk about it. So that place seems like a nice place. We could say it seems nice, sure, but if we're talking about the place, the actual noun, we need to use seems like to describe that. So it seems like a nice place. Okay. So with this in mind, with seems in mind, which we use for general guesses, let's continue on to the next part, which focuses on sounds. Sounds. So we use sounds and sounds like to make guesses about things based on information we get with our ears. So that means we hear something and we make a guess based on the thing that we heard. So I hear something like from another room, or I hear a sound from outside. I make a guess about the situation based on that sound. So I got the information with my ears. Second point, which is the same as seems, we use sounds directly before an adjective or an adverb again. And here also, sounds without the word like. We don't use like here, just sounds or sound. Third, as we talked about with seems, we use sounds like before a noun phrase. So, some examples of sounds. First, she sounds sick. She sounds sick. So, sick is an adjective. We're using sounds here because our subject is she. She sounds sick. You sound sick is how we would use this. So, sick, we use this adjective here because maybe the guess is based on like hearing someone coughing, like that sound. You might think, that person sounds sick. Or maybe they're sneezing, or maybe they just are making some kind of awful sound, and you think, that person sounds sick. So that's based on information we get with our ears. Second example sentence, that sounds great. That sounds great. This is a very useful and very common response to an idea or a suggestion. Like, for example, do you want to see a movie tonight? That sounds great. So it's like you heard the suggestion. You got that suggestion with your ears. And your response is, that sounds great. So that's a good idea, in other words. So this is a very common way that we use sounds in this pattern to respond positively to a suggestion. That sounds great. Third, that sounds like a bad idea. That sounds like a bad idea. So this is a good negative response to a suggestion. If someone tells you, like, let's stay up all night drinking energy drinks, you could say, that sounds like a bad idea. So again, this is for information we got with our ears. And in this case, it's a noun phrase, a bad idea. So again, there is an adjective here. The adjective is modifying the noun idea. So that sounds like a bad idea. A bad idea is the noun phrase. Therefore, we have to use sounds like. In this sentence, we use like here. That sounds like a bad idea. So you'll notice sounds like and seems like, or just seems and sounds, follow a similar pattern. But sounds is used for information we get with our ears. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go to the last word for this lesson, looks, or looks like. Looks like is a little different from seems and sounds because there are two different ways that we use the look pattern or the looks like pattern. First, in the same way as we use the other two words, we can use looks for guesses about things based on information we get with our eyes. So sounds is specifically for information we get with our ears. Looks is used for information we get with our eyes. So again, we use this before an adjective or an adverb, just look or looks. And we use looks like before a noun phrase. Some examples of this. First, this hiking trail looks difficult. So here's my adjective, difficult. I've used looks here. So this hiking trail is my subject. It looks difficult. So no like here. So I want to express, like I'm making a guess, I think this is difficult. It looks difficult based on like my visual understanding of it. So if you're standing in front of the hiking trail and you look at the hiking trail and it seems really hard, like I just said seems, that's okay too. If it seems difficult, you can say, wow, this looks difficult. So another key point for this lesson, so I just used seems to talk about using like the word looks. So I mentioned that seems is used for like general guesses about things, yes, and it's okay to use it. There's not a communication problem to use it for something you get with your information you get with your eyes or information you get with your ears. But if you can use looks or sounds to describe that thing or to make your guess, it's probably going to sound a little more natural to use that. So I just said, this hiking trail seems difficult. So that sounds quite general. But if I use this hiking trail looks difficult, it sounds better because the listener understands I can see the trail. So I'm making a guess based on like the information in my eyes, kind of. So I can see it, so that's why I'm saying this. That's the reason for this comment. So if you can, try to use looks or sounds to make your guess. Seems does sound more general. Okay. Another example with looks. So it looks like it's gonna rain. It looks like it's gonna rain. This is a very common, actually, way to express like a weather prediction. So it looks like it's gonna rain, or it looks like it's gonna snow, or it looks like it's gonna clear up. So clear up means become clear. So we use it to talk about the weather, but it looks like it is gonna rain. So it really here is our noun phrase. So looks like is the expression we use. We use like here. But as I mentioned, there are actually two different ways of using looks like. And so this second one you need to be careful of. The pattern that we use here is A looks like B. So this means A is visually similar to B, or that means A has an appearance similar to B. So these two things share an appearance. A looks like B. They look the same. Examples. That cloud looks like a rabbit. So that cloud, A, looks like a rabbit. So that means the two things have the same appearance, or a similar appearance. Another example, your house looks like a mansion. Your house, A, looks like a mansion, B. So the two things have similar appearances. So you can pretty, I think, clearly tell, you can pretty clearly understand which meaning of looks like is intended based on the situation. Is the speaker comparing appearances, or is the speaker making a guess? Depending on the sentence, you can usually pretty clearly understand which one the speaker wants to say. Okay, so finally, a couple points here. I did mention, yes, if you can use looks or sounds to describe your guess, please do that. It's very clear. And second, just a general point about the word seem is that we use seem for like very general feelings and experiences. So in my example sentences, I was talking about people's emotions, or maybe like my opinion about a place. So it's kind of a very general situation where we use seem. So this is a quick introduction to how to use these words. I hope that it was helpful for you, but if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a sentence with one of these, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Outside. 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 Outside refers to something not in a building. It's getting cloudy outside. It's getting cloudy outside. It's getting cloudy outside. Inside. 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 The word inside refers to something within a building. It's the opposite of outside. We are inside the hotel. We are inside the hotel. We are inside the hotel. Left. 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 Left is the opposite of right. It refers to this side, or if you're watching in this video, this side, I suppose. It's on the left side. It's on the left side. It's on the left side. Right. 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 In terms of direction, right is the opposite of left. We can also use this word to mean correct, but for this lesson, let's focus on meaning the opposite of left. There's a park on the right side of the building. There's a park on the right side of the building. There's a park on the right side of the building. First. 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 First refers to the number one of something. We use this word in competitions, in tournaments, in things to talk about the number one rank of something. They had their first child early. They had their first child early. They had their first child early. Second. 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 Second is what comes after first. It refers to the number two rank of something. Again, we use this in tournaments, in races, and so on. My office is on the second floor. My office is on the second floor. My office is on the second floor. Third. 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 Third refers to the number three of something. While again we can use this word in tournaments and races, we can also use it to refer to the number three of something. My credit card bill is due on the 3rd of every month. My credit card bill is due on the 3rd of every month. My credit card bill is due on the 3rd of every month. Soap. 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 Soap is what we use to wash our hands, to wash our clothes, to wash our dishes. We can refer to all of these as soap. Bathe with soap and water every day. Bathe with soap and water every day. Bathe with soap and water every day. Toothbrush. 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 A toothbrush is the thing that we use to clean our teeth. So please keep in mind we do not say teeth brush. No, we use toothbrush. Toothbrush here. Can you give me that toothbrush? Can you give me that toothbrush? Can you give me that toothbrush? Toothpaste. 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 So we use toothpaste together with our toothbrush. It's like the paste that we use to clean our teeth. We're out of toothpaste. We're out of toothpaste. We're out of toothpaste. Shampoo. 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 Shampoo refers to the kind of soap that we use to clean our hair. The woman is shampooing her hair. The woman is shampooing her hair. The woman is shampooing her hair. Information. 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 Information can refer to anything that we hear or that we read. It can refer to something written. It can refer to something that we hear in sound. Many different things can be information. Can you send me the information? Can you send me the information? Can you send me the information? Farmer. 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 A farmer is someone who grows food or they raise cattle. Cattle, for example, is sheep, pigs, cows, and so on. A farmer can be a man or a woman. The farmer is in the wheat field. The farmer is in the wheat field. The farmer is in the wheat field. Secretary. 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 A secretary is like an assistant. They usually work in an office, and their responsibilities are schedules, answering phones, helping customers, and so on. The secretary is on the phone. The secretary is on the phone. The secretary is on the phone. Banker. 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 A banker is a person who works in a bank. They're someone that deals with money, they might help their clients, but they work inside a bank. My brother is a banker. My brother is a banker. My brother is a banker. Writer. 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 A writer is someone who writes. This can be a person that writes books, maybe they write articles, maybe they write for a newspaper or a magazine, someone who writes. The writer is outlining a story on paper. The writer is outlining a story on paper. The writer is outlining a story on paper. Try. 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 To try something is like trying to test something, or rather we are aiming to test something. It's something maybe we don't know how to do yet, or we're not good at doing yet, but we want to. I'm trying to get up at 6 every day. I'm trying to get up at 6 every day. I'm trying to get up at 6 every day. Measure. 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 Measure is a verb and it refers to finding the length or finding the width of something. We can also use it to measure, to find the weight of something. More or less is fine. You don't have to measure every millimeter. More or less is fine. You don't have to measure every millimeter. More or less is fine. You don't have to measure every millimeter. Keep. 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 So the verb keep can refer to holding something, often in your house sometimes, for a long time. We can also use the word keep with another verb to mean continue. It's not so easy to keep creating new ideas. It's not so easy to keep creating new ideas. It's not so easy to keep creating new ideas. Wait. 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 The verb wait refers to stopping activity, usually for a short period of time, in order to do something else. Maybe you are going to meet another person, for example. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. How do you start a conversation in a language that you're learning? Believe it or not, it's actually very easy to do. And in this lesson, we'll give you tips and resources to get you speaking more of your target language. You'll discover 1. Talking points for language learners, 2. The top 5 ways to start a conversation, and 3. Resources to help you master these talking points. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Renting an Apartment Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn how to say, how much is the rent? How many bedrooms are there? And much more with this new PDF cheat sheet. Second, visual flashcards that'll improve your vocabulary. Want to speak more of the target language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll easily master over 1,500 words. Just download and print these visual flashcards out. Third, the top 50 marine animals and fish. How well do you know animal names in your target language? With this quick lesson, you'll learn how to say shark, whale, dolphin, and much more. Fourth, how to talk about your day in 20 phrases. If you can't talk about your day yet, this 1-minute lesson will get you speaking. You'll learn 20 must-know phrases, from talking about waking up and brushing your teeth to dinner and going to sleep. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to start conversations. Talking points for language learners. Starting a conversation can be intimidating for most people, even in their own native language. So it's understandable if you feel even more intimidated starting a conversation in another language. But if you do want to speak more of your target language and get more practice, that's exactly what you'll need to do. Have conversations with native speakers. Part 1. Talking points for language learners. The good news is starting a conversation in another language is much easier because 1. Native speakers will realize that you're learning and will go easy on you. And 2. You don't know enough of the language to worry about saying something clever, and that's totally fine. So you can easily start with basic phrases. So, how exactly do you start a conversation? You'll need something called a talking point. A talking point is simply a topic or a thing to talk about. For example, weather's a very common talking point. You can say, "Nice weather today," to someone and start a conversation from that. And after that, you can ask them where they're from or talk about the city, like, "Wow, this is a great city," which is another basic talking point. And now you have a conversation going, all from a simple talking point and a simple comment about the weather. So, what are some common talking points? Let's get into part 2. Part 2. The top 5 ways to start a conversation. Again, a good thing about having conversations in another language is that it's okay and natural to focus on simple topics for a while. So, here are 5 easy ways to start conversations in your target language. And if you're already learning with our language program, then you've already learned some of these within your first few lessons. 1. Introduce yourself in your target language. Sometimes, starting a conversation or continuing one is as simple as introducing yourself. You can also use this if you've started with a different topic, like the weather. Then it makes sense to say, "By the way, my name is..." You'll learn how to introduce yourself in the very first lesson of our program. 2. The weather. People talk about the weather all over the world, so you should learn weather phrases in your target language. Just saying, "It's really nice today," is enough to start a conversation. If you want to talk about the weather, check out our Can Talk About Weather learning pathway. This series of lessons teaches you how to talk about the weather in your target language. 3. Compliments. Compliments are a great way to start a conversation. You can compliment something about their city, their country, or something about their culture. 4. Ask for help. So, for example, you can ask for directions about the price of something and let the conversation go from there. These are very basic phrases that you learn in our survival phrases lessons. And 5, learn phrases for transactions, like getting a room at a hotel or telling the taxi driver where to go. These are very easy ways to start a dialogue, and you can easily move into other topics. Again, you learn all of these with our survival phrases lessons. Of course, these are not the only talking points or icebreakers you can use. If you can think of more, go ahead and use them. Which one would you use? Leave us a comment. Now, how do you actually learn the language around these talking points? Part 3. Resources to help you master these talking points. First, take our lessons. If you haven't yet signed up for a free lifetime account to our learning program, you can do so now. In every lesson, you learn a basic conversation, like the weather, introducing yourself, asking for directions, and more. And this gives you all the lines you'll need to start and continue a conversation in real life. And if you want to find lessons related to a specific talking point, like the weather, you can find them in our lesson library. Second, use our conversation PDF cheat sheets. These cheat sheets are a quick summary of our actual lessons and give you the must-know phrases and vocabulary for topics like family, weather, travel, getting directions, and much more. Third, come up with a list of phrases and questions you'd want to use in a conversation, and then ask your Premium Plus teacher for translations. Or use an online translation tool, although that may not always be perfect. Either way, you'll have lines that you can use to start conversations. Fourth, use our free vocabulary and phrase lists. There, you'll find hundreds of vocabulary and phrase lists across all kinds of topics: holidays, common phrases, phrases for weather, phrases for restaurants, and much more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! You're learning a language, but here's a question. Do you actually remember what you've learned? Or do you forget everything a day later? If you're forgetting everything and not making any real progress, it might be because you're missing a crucial part of the learning process, the actual practice and assessment. For that, you'll want the assessments inside our learning program. And in this video, you'll discover 1. How to access the assessments and start practicing. 2. How you'll learn faster and remember everything. And 3. How you can get your language assessed by native teachers. Let's jump in. 1. How to access the assessments and start practicing. First, what are assessments? These are multiple choice and teacher-graded exercises that test you on what you've learned so far and give you a chance to practice your language so that you don't forget what you learn. If you're learning with our language program, then you automatically get an assessment after every couple of lessons. This is to make sure you're practicing and retaining the language. If you haven't tried the study tool yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and get access right now. You'll find the assessments inside our recommended learning pathway. 2. How you'll learn faster and remember everything. So after you've completed a few lessons, you'll get a quick multiple-choice assessment that tests you on all the words and grammar rules you learned. Answer the questions the best you can, and you'll get instant results showing you what you got right and wrong. That way, you'll know if you've remembered anything, and you'll know what your weak points are. But there's more. Just by taking these assessments, you're improving your memory. That's because you're using a science-backed learning method called active recall. Active recall is where you try to recall or remember without looking at the answer, and in doing so, you strengthen your memory. Plus, you get to practice and use the language that you've learned, instead of letting it fade away from your memory. 3. How you can get your language assessed by native teachers. You also get hand-graded assessment exercises on speaking and writing, which are graded by our team of native teachers. With these assessments, you can submit a recording of yourself speaking or submit a piece of writing, and our teachers will assess your skills and give you feedback. Getting feedback from a native is one of the fastest ways to improve your language skills. Remember, you'll find our assessment exercises peppered throughout our recommended learning pathway. So, if you want to start learning the language with our learning program and make sure you remember everything with these assessments, sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn and speak more of your target language? You'll need to learn more words, and you can do that with printable visual flashcards. So here's how you can learn over 1,500 words easily with a free printable resource that boosts your retention, keeps you focused on one word at a time, and makes learning fun. In this video, you'll discover 1. How to get our printable visual flashcards for free. 2. How you'll learn words and phrases even faster. And 3. 5 ways to learn with the flashcards. First, what are visual flashcards? Visual flashcards are our printable flashcards that teach you 1,500 words across 60 topics. All words come with images and translations for easy retention, and they're an easy way for beginners to boost their vocabulary. So, how do you get them? How to get our printable visual flashcards for free. Just click the link and sign up for a free lifetime account to our learning program. Our learning program teaches you the language through audio and video lessons, study tools, and one-on-one access to a teacher. These visual flashcards are a free supplemental resource for anyone interested in learning. Once you've signed up, check your email to confirm your account and download the free visual flashcards. Then, print out the PDF files, cut out the cards, and start learning. How you'll learn words and phrases even faster. Learning words can be difficult. If you're learning on your phone or computer, you have tons of notifications and distractions competing for your attention.
You can also overwhelm yourself by learning too many words at once and forgetting them all. So, how can you learn faster? Our visual flashcards are a physical resource, which means there are no distractions, and they're right in front of you, unlike an app that's buried somewhere in your phone, so you can easily start learning. You get one word per card, so you can focus on one word at a time. No distractions, no giant word lists, just one word at a time, which takes a second to learn. All cards include the word in the target language, the translation, and a picture to help the meaning stick better. And you can easily run through the cards and test yourself until you remember each and every word. With visual flashcards, you learn 1,500 of the most common words, which means you don't waste time learning words that aren't useful for beginners. 5 ways to learn with the flashcards. Once you've downloaded and printed the flashcards, how do you learn? 1. Set aside 5 to 10 minutes and pick out 20 cards. Spend the first half reviewing the cards and the second half testing yourself on the meanings. 2. For the words that you struggle with, keep them in a separate pile. That way, you can focus on just the hard words and skip the ones you know. 3. Since the words are separated across 60 topics, you can focus on one topic at a time and keep at it until you're done with all 60 topics. 4. Place the cards on the objects they represent around your home. Or 5. Turn it into a game with your friends. Have them quiz you on the words. Pick which way works best for you and learn with our visual flashcards. So, if you want to boost your vocabulary and speak more of your target language, download our visual flashcards for free right now. Just click the link and sign up for a free lifetime account to our learning program. Since you're learning the language, do you also learn while you're on the go, like on the way to work or on a walk? Do you put small blocks of time to productive use? If not, here's how. In this video, you'll discover how to learn a language anywhere, anytime with our free app. Second, you'll find out how to learn 2 times faster with study tools. Third, how to test your language skills. Fourth, how to learn with your own teacher. And fifth, how to get free bonus language lessons just for watching this video. So let's jump in. 1. How to learn a language in minutes, anywhere you are. First, download our innovative 101 app for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Just click the link in the description to download it and sign up for your free lifetime account. Once you're in, we give you one clear pathway of lessons to follow. Just press play on a lesson and you'll absorb a practical conversation. You'll also learn all of the words and grammar rules in minutes. Yes, in minutes, because lessons are just a few minutes long, which means you can easily learn the language while you're commuting to work, going to the store, or while out on a walk. You can put that time to productive use. 2. How to learn 2 times faster with study tools. If you're a serious learner and want to succeed with the language, check out our study tools to help you master words, grammar rules, and conversations even faster. Just scroll down in the lesson to access the tools. You can understand the conversation in full with the line-by-line audio and the translations. Review the key lesson vocabulary with the vocab list. And master the grammar with our in-depth lesson notes. 3. How to test and practice your language skills. You also get assessments after every few lessons to test you on what you've learned and give you the chance to practice the language. You'll find assessments peppered throughout the learning pathway, and they'll only take a few minutes to complete, which means you can easily do them while you're out and about. You get results instantly so that you know what you've mastered and what your weak points are. 4. How to learn with your own teacher on the go. If you're a Premium Plus member, you can also learn with your own teacher. Just visit My Teacher inside the app. There, you can interact with your teacher, practice writing, ask questions about the language, send audio and video recordings of yourself speaking the language, and get corrections and feedback. All of this through the app. 5. How to get free bonus language lessons. Since you've watched this far, here's a free bonus that many users don't know about. We release 3 to 5 new lessons a week, every week, non-stop, and they're free for 3 weeks before going into our lesson library, which means you can learn the language for free and get new lessons every week with our innovative 101 app. How? Just open up the menu inside the app and tap on Newest Lessons to unlock them. So if you're not yet learning a language while you're on the go,
Here's your chance to turn those small blocks of time into something productive. Download the Innovative 101 app for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Just click the link in the description. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You can learn how. This new cheat sheet teaches you must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket? How much is the train pass? And much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 40% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Epic sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between amid, among, and between. I'm also going to talk a little bit about some old-fashioned uses of these words too. Let's get started. All right, I want to begin this lesson by talking about the word amid. So amid refers to being surrounded by something, and it refers to being in a condition. So when we use the word amid, it's not like we're talking about many different objects, but rather we're talking about being in a condition or being in a situation. So you can imagine yourself surrounded by a condition or being inside a condition. That's when we use this word. The second point is that amid is a rather formal word. From these words I'm going to talk about today, amid is the most formal. You may also know the word amidst. This is quite formal and we really don't use it that much. It sounds kind of archaic, which means old-fashioned or like old-style English. You might see this word in like poems or in maybe books that were written a long time ago. We don't use this word very much today, but amid generally does sound more formal, more polite. We use amid then with uncountable nouns, and these uncountable nouns are often like abstract nouns. So they're often like an idea or a concept instead of an object specifically. So let's take a look at a few examples of this. First one, I lost my keys amid the confusion at the end of the party. So here, amid comes before the noun, the confusion. So confusion, this is not an object, this is an abstract noun. This is an idea, confusion, a confused condition. So we imagine being inside this confusing situation or this condition of confusion, I lost my keys. So we use it in this way. So it's like an abstract kind of concept. We're not talking about being inside like a physical thing, but we're inside like a concept. Let's look at one more example. Her nervousness disappeared amid the excitement of the party. So here, my noun is excitement, the excitement of the party. So we imagine being at a party and it's an exciting condition. So we can say excitement. So amid the excitement means being inside the condition of like an exciting situation. Her nervousness disappeared. So that means she was nervous before the party, maybe, but because she was inside this condition of excitement, amid the excitement, her nervous feelings disappeared. Her nervousness disappeared because she was in this condition. Okay, one more example. They chose to cancel our project amid growing concern about the company budget. Here, my noun is concern, growing concern. So we can use concern as both a singular and as a plural form, like in the singular and in the plural form. But here, I'm using concern as like an abstract idea. So that doesn't mean like a specific person's concern or a specific person's like problem, but I'm talking specifically, or rather non-specifically, about like everybody's, like the whole company's idea or the whole company's like worry about a situation. So we can use concern in this way. Here, I've added this modifying word too, growing concern. So I'm showing that the concern in the company is getting bigger. So inside this situation, inside like increasing or growing concern, in this situation, our project was canceled, or they chose to cancel our project. So because of this growing concern about the company budget in this case. So you'll notice in each of these, I'm using this very abstract idea. So confusion, excitement, or concern. I'm not talking about like an object here. So you'll notice amid usually follows something similar. We're using these very conceptual nouns with amid. Okay, so with that in mind, with our very formal word in mind, I want to continue to the next word for this lesson, which is among, among. So I have 2 points here because there are kind of 2 common ways that we use among, a couple patterns that are common. First, we use among when we want to refer to being surrounded by things. So this is different from amid. Remember, we used amid to talk about a condition or a situation. Here, among is more used for objects or maybe other people. So these are actual, like tangible. We can touch these things. They're not abstract. Second, we use among when we're like talking about having many options. So when we refer to having many options or refer to having many choices. So when there are many different things to choose from, we often use the word among to kind of make our question. I'll show you an example of this. Okay, among is less formal than amid. So you will probably see this more commonly, or you'll see this more often than the word amid. Like amid, as we talked about with amidst, this kind of old-fashioned, archaic word, among also has one. The word is amongst, but just like with amidst, this word is not used very much and it can sound quite old-fashioned. So it's going to sound like contemporary, modern, regular English today if you use among. So don't worry about using amongst. You may see it from time to time, but it has an older feel about it. Okay, when we're using the word among then, we use it with countable nouns in the plural form. This is how you'll see it used. So let's take a look at some examples of this. First, he spent a year living among monks at a temple. So here I have among. My noun is monks, monks. So these are people who live at temples in this case. And we see here with the S, I'm using the plural form. So monk is a countable noun, and the plural form takes an S here. So he spent a year living among. So this means he was one person and he was surrounded by monks at a temple. So among tells us this. Among tells us this situation. We would not say amid here because amid plus this countable noun that's like people sounds unnatural. It doesn't sound right. We use amid to talk about conditions. So among sounds much better because we're talking about people or objects, and he, in this case, is one from those people that he's surrounded by. Let's look at another example. We saw a dog among the people in the crowd. So a dog among, in this case, my noun is the people, the people. So we can use among to refer to like groups of people. We can use it to talk about like a class or a crowd or a team, for example. So we understand that that's a group, yes, but it's made up of individuals. So it sounds quite natural to use that. Here we have the people. In this case, it's a crowd of people. So we know that there are many people, and the dog is one object or one creature that's inside this group. So a dog among people. Again, we would not use amid here, amid the people. It sounds better to use among because we want to emphasize the individuals there in the group. Okay. Finally, I want to end with an example that shows us point 2 that I talked about when we have many options or choices. So here I've made a simple sentence, a simple question. From among these classes, which do you think is the most useful? From among these classes. So imagine in this case, maybe you're showing someone a book or some kind of guide from your university or a school, and you're asking for a recommendation, and you point from these classes. Maybe you're looking at a group of classes, and you say from these, specifically, like this group, which do you think is the most useful? So we use among in this case when we're talking about many choices. So we're not talking about two, actually. We use between for two, which I will talk about in just a moment. But when you have a group of things to choose from, you can use among to ask someone a question, like from among these classes or from among these flavors, which do you like the best? So if you have a large number of something, like more than two, or like 3, 4, 5, that's fine. You can use among. I've also put from in parentheses here. Sometimes native speakers will drop the from here. You'll hear among these classes, or well, as we'll talk about later, we see the same thing with between. But you might hear this part either very short, like from, or you might hear it dropped completely, like from among these classes, which do you think is the most useful? So we can use this when we're asking for recommendations, we're asking for preferences. So this is how we use among. All right, let's continue on to the last word for this lesson, which is between. So between also has 2 points I want to talk about today. The first is it refers to being in the middle of two other things. So if I imagine like I want to make a sentence about the blue marker, I can say the blue marker is between the red markers. So this refers to being in the middle of two other objects. So this is point 1. Second, we use it when we're making decisions from two options. So I mentioned when we talked about among that we use among when we have like a group of options. We have many options. If, however, you have two options, you can use between to make the question, to ask about a preference or to ask for a recommendation. So between can be casual or it can be formal. It just depends on the situation. It depends on the conversation. And something special about between, we can use between with this pattern, this two plus a plural noun. I'll show you an example of this. So first, I want to talk about point 1 here, some examples with point 1. First, I dropped my wallet between the desk and the wall, between the desk and the wall. So here there are two things, two nouns, the desk and the wall. So that means the wallet is in the middle of those two objects. If my desk is here and the wall is here, my wallet is in the middle of those two. So I dropped my wallet between A and B in this case. So that shows us something is in the middle of something else. Second, this uses this kind of to pattern I mentioned. We parked our car between two Ferraris. So here, this follows a different pattern. Between two and Ferraris, this is in the plural form. So a Ferrari is an expensive car, a sports car. So here I'm using two Ferraris. So this shows that on both sides of our car, there was a Ferrari. So one on this side and one on this side. So it sounds better to say two Ferraris than we parked our car between a Ferrari and a Ferrari. That sounds a little bit unnatural. Instead, we would say, I parked my car between two Ferraris. So if they are the same thing, if both sides are the same thing, you can use this to plus the plural noun pattern. Okay. Finally, about point number 2 here, when you're making a decision or you're trying to ask for a recommendation or something, we can use this between pattern, very similar to among. So the sentence is, from between these two colors, which do you think is better for the room? So imagine you're choosing paint for a room. From between these two colors, which do you think is better? So we use between when there are two options. So like from between these, which do you like best? Or from between these flavors, which do you think is spicier? So we use this between for two choices, and we use among more for like many choices, 3 or more. So again, with between, you'll often hear people drop this from and just begin by saying, between these two, which do you like? So you can choose to include from or not. It's quite casual to drop the from at the beginning of a sentence like this. So if you have two choices, it sounds really nice to use between to offer those choices, to introduce them. Okay, so I hope that that helps you understand the differences between amid and among and between. If you have any questions, or if you have comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence with these words, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between make and do. I'm going to talk about the key points when we should choose which verb. So I want to start by looking at the verb make. Let's look over here. First, the most important point I think about this verb is that we use make to talk about creating something. So when we use make, it's to talk about something that was not there before. So we are like creating something new. So when we use the verb make, it's not just an action, but there's something new happening. There's some kind of creation-related activity happening. So I want to look at a couple of very common examples of the ways that we use the verb make. First, we commonly use it when we're talking about cooking. So we can use this before like meal titles. For example, make breakfast, make lunch, or make dinner, make coffee as well. We are creating something new. So we are making that thing. That's why we use make, referring to creation. You can also use a specific food name here, like make pasta or make a cake, make cookies. So we use make a lot to talk about creating food or creating drinks, like make a cocktail or make a smoothie as well. So something new is happening through our actions. Another common one is the expression make an appointment. Make an appointment. So when we call or we maybe make a reservation or make an appointment online, we are creating something new. So before that action, there was no appointment. Now there is an appointment. Now there is a reservation as well. So we make an appointment. We create an appointment. The next one, Make a video. So for kind of creative related jobs, like for example now, I am making a video, I'm creating something. So when you write things or maybe post things online, you could say, I'm going to like make some content, or I'm going to make a video, or maybe I'm going to make a photo gallery, for example. So you're creating something new. If you want to talk about your writing, it does sound a little more natural to say, for example, write a blog post or like write an essay. So if you can be very specific about your verb choice, it's good to use that, like write something. But in general, in these cases, like making like photos or making a photo gallery rather, you can use the verb make to talk about that, to make a video. Okay. On to the next one, another common one, to make a friend, to make a friend. So this really means to make like a friendship, but we use the expression make a friend, make a friend. So when you meet a new person, you can say, I made a friend. Another one, make an outline. So I included this one because I was thinking about work-related expressions. So an outline is like a rough idea of something, the rough idea of like a presentation or a new project, to make an outline, to create an outline. You could use this same kind of phrasing with like presentations, like to make a presentation. You will also hear give a presentation, but you might hear make a presentation. So make a presentation, make an outline, make a design for something, make a template. So again, all of these refer to creating something that was not there before. So you're creating something new. We use the verb make. Next one is make time, to make time. This is an interesting and very common expression. So actually this means, yes, we're creating time, but not like time in space. We're creating time in our schedule. So that means if I have maybe a lot of things in my schedule, I have a lot of appointments, I made a lot of appointments, I made a lot of reservations, I cancel something, or I find some time in my schedule to do an activity. So that's called making time. I want to make time. So I'm not actually creating time itself, but I'm creating time in my schedule. So opening some time in my schedule. We use the expression make time to talk about that. Next one is make preparations for. Make preparations for. This is kind of a formal expression, but we use this to talk about like periods before events or periods before like big projects. Like we're making preparations for a party. We're making preparations for a presentation. So to make preparations for means like you're getting everything ready to do something else. So this is kind of a useful one, a useful expression when you have lots of little things to take care of and you don't want to express everything individually. You can just say make preparations for, or more casually, get ready for. But this is nice for business, I feel. Okay, the second point I want to talk about inside this make point is about how we use the verb make to talk about actions caused by something else. So you can kind of think of this again as like something is being created, yes. In this case, it's going to be like someone else's action is being created or someone else's emotion is being created. So the pattern that we see here, in this case, I'm using someone, to make someone cry here with the verb, or to make someone work. So we can use a verb in this pattern, like to make someone cry or to make someone work means to cause that person to cry or to cause a person to work, to force someone. So these are kind of like, you can think of these as like actions that have been created. So one person caused another person to cry. It's like that was created. That's kind of how you can imagine make is being used here. We can also use adjectives here, like to make someone happy, or to make someone sad, or to make someone angry. Another way to say this is to cause someone to be sad, to cause someone to be happy, to cause someone to be angry. So again, we're creating an emotion in another person. So all of these examples relate to creating something. That's really a key point with this verb, with make. Okay, so let's compare this then to the verb do. The verb do is used to talk about an action or an activity, but we're not actually creating anything. It's like we're going through a motion. We're just taking a simple action, but maybe nothing new is coming from the action. Let's look at some common examples. Very useful for students and maybe for people working. Do homework, or like do reports. I have to do some reports, or I have to do some grading if you're a teacher. To do homework. Homework, maybe you can think, well, aren't I creating something? It's more like we're completing something. So do homework is kind of a very general set expression that's like just a task I have to do for school. So to do homework or to do a report, it's just like a set task. I need to complete this task. So maybe it's not like I'm creating anything. Maybe if like inside your homework you have to make something, you can say that. Like, oh, I need to do my homework. I have to make a model. You could be specific about your homework, but if you want to talk generally about your homework, just use do homework. Okay, another common one is do the dishes. To do the dishes just means to wash the dishes. You can choose do the dishes or wash the dishes. We do not use make the dishes here because to make dishes would mean to create the actual dish, which is not the case. Here we're just washing dishes. So to do the dishes is a very common one. We use do a lot for household chores actually, like do the vacuuming, or like do the washing for clothes, as we'll see a little bit later. So you'll hear this for some everyday household tasks as well. Another one, do a presentation. I'm going to do a presentation about something. You might also hear give a presentation. I also mentioned over here, like make an outline. I mentioned make a presentation too. When we use make a presentation, it sounds more like creating the content for the presentation. Like if you use the verb make, it sounds maybe like you're talking about creating the things you're going to say, or like the pictures, imagery, data. You're making your presentation content. And then when you have finished that, you can say, I'm doing a presentation tomorrow, or I'm giving a presentation tomorrow about this thing. So maybe make a presentation comes first, do the presentation or give the presentation comes next, like actually speaking. So you might hear do or give a presentation at work. Another one is for sports, do exercises, do exercises. You'll also hear, I've used exercises, yes. You'll also hear do used with sports, like sports that don't use like a ball. So for example, like to do yoga. Yoga is like not a ball sport. It's kind of an activity-related sport, so we use do to talk about that. We do not use do basketball or do soccer or do tennis. We use play for those. So if you want to talk about those kinds of sports that maybe don't use a ball, or it's not like a team sport, but it's just like activity-related, like do exercises or do aerobics is another one, you can use do to talk about that. Okay, another one, I've got two here actually, is to do one's hair or to do one's nails. So to do in this case means to style one's hair, like to do your hair. But we imagine when we use do for hair that it's like your everyday style. Like you wake up, brush your teeth, and do your hair. So it just means you fix your hair to make it nice for the day. So it doesn't always mean like a big fancy style, but it can just mean like your everyday hairstyle, to do your hair. For nails then, to do your nails means to paint your nails usually. So do your nails is quite common. We don't really say style your nails actually. You can also use the verb have, like I'm going to have a manicure, or get, I'm going to get a manicure. So you can use that for your fingernails or your toenails as well. To do your nails usually means color. To get a manicure can mean color or no color. So this is common in beauty then too. So to do your hair, to do your nails. Okay, Another one is to do a puzzle. So we might see this in like games and other kind of activities related to that. To do a puzzle, you might think that a puzzle would use make, like make a puzzle because we're creating a picture, kind of. But we use do because it's like the puzzle has already been created. We're just putting the pieces together. So we are doing a puzzle. You can also use this for other like word games, like to do a crossword puzzle. That's something else that we use this with, another game. So if you like to do that kind of thing, you can use do to talk about it. I mentioned then do the laundry. So I mentioned that this is commonly used with household chores. So do the laundry is another example. So I think maybe British English uses do the washing. In American English, we use do the laundry, which means wash clothes. So to do the laundry is another do expression. I want to end then with this point to say that this is just as like an example of how sometimes do could be used in a way that seems confusing. So I talked over here about the expression like make breakfast, make lunch, make dinner. But another common expression is do breakfast or do lunch or do dinner. So what does that mean? So here, this question, the answer is it means to go to a restaurant. So the speaker is not actually creating the food there. It's usually used for a meeting. So like you go to a restaurant or you go to a coffee shop and you have a meeting there and you can informally, casually invite someone to the meeting with you by saying, do lunch. Like, let's do lunch, let's do coffee, let's do dinner. It often sounds like some kind of informal meeting. So using do in this way kind of creates a casual feel and there's no like feeling of creating anything. It's more like an activity. So you can kind of imagine that do is more for activities, make is for creating things. Okay, so this is an introduction to the key ways in which do and make are different. As I said, keep in mind make is used to talk about creating things. There are other ways to use these verbs, yes, but I wanted to introduce some common examples of the ways that they're used in everyday life. So I hope that this was helpful, but if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences in the comment section of this video, please feel free to do so. Of course, if you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and please check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the adjective bad, and I'm going to talk about some adjectives that are like leveled up versions of the word bad. So I'm going to introduce a lot of adjectives that have like deeper meanings of bad, and I'm going to share some example sentences. So first, I want to introduce the way I've presented this material. So this is what's called an adjective wheel. So inside this wheel, this circle, there are lots of adjectives. I separated them into groups, and so we're going to see how all of the groups mean similar things, but we're going to explore the small differences in meaning. So I want to start with this part of the wheel. So at the center is the word bad, our focus word. I want to begin with this part. We're going to focus on these three words to begin. So from the center, the next word out is the word decayed. This is an adjective. All of these are adjectives. And outside of decayed, there are two more words. So here in this group, we have decayed, rotten, and spoiled. So this is R-O-T-T-E-N, rotten. But in American English, we usually pronounce it as rotten, rotten. Spoiled is pronounced as it is spelled, spoiled. You may also hear this word pronounced in British English and perhaps Australian English as spoilt, spoilt, with a T sound at the end. So, decayed. The root here is decay, which means that something is very old, or maybe it's dead, and it's becoming like in a worse state than originally.
Spoiled and rotten share a meaning, which means that something is like maybe growing mold, like in your refrigerator, or it's no longer safe to eat, as with food. We can also use this word to talk about like children who have had like too much good stuff, like too much candy or too much money or too much fun. They expect too many fun things. So it's something that was maybe good before, but now is not good. So these are things that are spoiled or rotten. Let's look at how we use these words in sentences. You'll notice a theme here. First, let's look at the word decayed. We found a decayed animal next to the road. So a decayed animal, this means that the animal is dead, and that means the body is decomposing. So to decompose means it's not like an animal shape anymore. The body is slowly breaking into small pieces. So it has like this really disgusting image, a decayed animal. Another word, rotten. So in this sentence, I've used this ew. Ew is a way that we express disgust casually. Ew. So ew, there's rotten food in your fridge. So rotten food means the food is not safe to eat. The food smells bad. Something is rotten. There's rotten food in your fridge. And I think this milk is spoiled. I think this milk is spoiled. So these two words, when you're talking about food, you can use them in the same way. Like, I think this milk is rotten, or, ew, there's spoiled food in your fridge. You can use both of those in the same way. So we use these a lot to talk about food and drinks. Decay tends to sound a little more serious, like maybe it's maybe after like a natural disaster, like a person maybe, or like an animal, something that maybe sounds a little more severe. We might use decay for that. So this is our first group in this adjective wheel. Let's move on to this next part over here, these three words. The words are stressful, unpleasant, and troubling. Stressful, unpleasant, and troubling. So stressful, we see inside this word is stress, stress. So something that causes us to feel stress is stressful. In this word, unpleasant, we see un meaning not and pleasant. So pleasant means a good thing, something we enjoy, but unpleasant means not enjoyable, something we do not enjoy. And finally, troubling. Something is troubling. So trouble is here in this word. So that means it causes us to sense trouble. So maybe we don't feel trouble, but maybe we feel concerned or we feel worried. So let's look at how we use these words in sentences. First, let's look at stressful. Moving to a new house is so stressful. So it causes us stress. Now let's look at unpleasant. Here, that meeting was really unpleasant. So it was not enjoyable. Maybe someone had an argument or there was a big disagreement. That meeting was really unpleasant, so not good, and causing stress as well. Third, troubling. There was troubling information in the company report. So troubling means like we have a sense that trouble is happening or there's some trouble somewhere. So it's trouble and like stress. It causes us stress and we sense trouble. So troubling and unpleasant are not necessarily the same thing. So the meeting was maybe unpleasant, but it might not have been troubling. Maybe there was no sense of like trouble or a problem. It was just not a good meeting. Maybe people were unhappy. So these are kind of related, similar adjectives, but not quite the same. Okay. Let's continue on to this group at the bottom of the wheel. This group here of three, the base kind of here for this group is poor quality, poor quality. So poor quality means not good quality. So for example, things that are maybe very cheap are sometimes poor quality, or things that we make very quickly are poor quality. The other two words in this group are the very casual crappy. Some people might consider crappy a curse word, so please be careful. You might hear crappy or crummy. Crummy is good to use if you're worried about this sounding like a swear word. Crummy is spelled C-R-U-M-M-Y, crummy. Or you might hear cheap also.
A more polite word to use, especially at work, is unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory. So let's look at how to use these words. First, poor quality. For example, my phone case is really poor quality, So that means maybe it breaks easily, or it doesn't protect my phone, or it scratches really easily, for example. So my phone case is really poor quality. Let's move on then to crappy. So crappy, as I said, has like a very casual meaning about it. So something that's crappy sounds really, really low. We can also use it to describe our feelings, like I feel really crappy today. Here, in my example sentence, I bought a super crappy pair of shoes online. So here I've also used the modifier super. So super also indicates it's a very casual situation. So we use this word mostly among close friends, and we don't use it in polite situations. So crappy means extremely poor quality, very low quality. Finally, let's look at this word, unsatisfactory, unsatisfactory. And if we break this word down, we see the prefix here, un, combined with satisfactory. The root here is the word satisfy. So satisfy, to satisfy, means like to be pleased with something, to be happy about something. So this means not satisfied with something, not happy about something, in relationship to quality as well. Okay, so in an example sentence, your sales performance this quarter was unsatisfactory. It was unsatisfactory, so that means your performance was of poor quality, but that means that it's like something that we were not satisfied by. So it was not good, but this is a polite way to say, like, we wish you had done better, for example. Okay, so that's this bottom group here that relates to poor quality, a poor quality meaning. Let's move on to the next group then, this group here. So the base word in this group is mean, mean. So mean is very commonly used among kids for someone who is being unkind. Someone is unkind, we can say that person is mean. After mean, I have these two words, which are evil and corrupt. So evil often refers to like characters in stories. So someone who is, we could say, very bad, like the bad guy, or like the villain in a story is often considered evil. So someone who is evil is like 100% bad. So they want to do mean things or unkind things or terrible things. Corrupt is a bit different. Corrupt is used a lot in the real world to talk about real world people and real world situations, not just characters and stories. Corrupt means that someone is influenced in a negative way. So often like they're taking money or they're taking favors in exchange for a service, exchange for something. So let's look at how we use these adjectives. First, with mean, a common example is something like this. Kids might say, why are you being so mean? So why are you being so unkind? So maybe a child would say this to like their parent when told they can't do something. Why are you being so mean? Here, with the use of evil, a question. Do you think Darth Vader was truly an evil character? So evil means, do you really think that he was 100% bad? So evil here, as I said, relates a lot to like stories and storytelling. Finally, the word corrupt. In this example sentence, many people think politicians are corrupt. So that means, again, exchanging something like money or favors in exchange for another favor, in this case in politics. So these all kind of relate to unkindness, being unkind or being mean as an extension of bad. Okay, finally then, this last group here, these three words, the base here is harmful, harmful, so causing harm. Here we see full at the end of harm, as we saw with stressful here. So these words refer to causing that thing, causing stress and causing harm here. So harmful means something that causes us like to feel maybe in danger, or it causes harm, as I said. So within that idea, there are two adjectives. First is dangerous. So the root here is danger.
So something that could be like potentially unsafe for people's health or to their body. And the other word is detrimental, detrimental. So here we have detriment inside this word, which means like it causes a loss in some way. So it causes like a reduction of some kind, a decrease of some kind in something. So let's look at how we use these in sentences. First is harmful. Secondhand smoke is harmful to people's health. So again, it causes harm, it causes damage to people's health. Second is the word dangerous. In this example, don't drive so fast. It's dangerous. It's unsafe to drive so fast. And finally, detrimental. He gave a terrible speech last year. It was detrimental to his career. This is a common way that we use detrimental. So we follow detrimental with your preposition to. So detrimental to what? This shows us it was detrimental, meaning it caused a loss. And this part here, after the adjective, explains what was reduced or what decreased because of this other thing. So in this case, his career kind of decreased, or he lost maybe something good about his career. It caused damage to his career. So we use this pattern, detrimental to something, to explain that. Okay, so that's the final group there. But this is a quick introduction to just actually a few words that mean bad. There are a lot more words, but you can check a thesaurus to see some more examples and to get a few more example sentences as well. So you can check out a lot more words that mean bad, but these are some good ways, I think, to start leveling up your use of this adjective. So if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence with one of these words, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about a way to level up your adjectives. This lesson, I'm going to focus on the word good. So with good as the base adjective for this lesson, I'm going to talk about some other adjectives that share the meaning of the word good, but that have kind of a deeper or a more specific meaning of this word. So let's get started. For this lesson, I'm going to use what's called an adjective wheel. So the layout for this is our base adjective is in the middle of the wheel, in this case, good. And in the next layer, there are kind of these additional adjectives that have a slightly deeper meaning than just good. Finally, on the outermost layer, on this outside layer of the wheel, there are even more specific adjectives. So the aim of this lesson is to help you understand some differences between these kinds of adjectives and to give you some example situations where you might use these words. So I want to begin with this part of the wheel here. So the first sort of more specific adjective, the first deeper adjective is the word pleasant. Pleasant. This is the pronunciation. Something that is pleasant is good, is nice, is favorable. We have a good feeling about it. It's used for situations, and it kind of sounds a little bit formal. Within pleasant, I have these two adjectives. They are superb, superb, and wonderful, wonderful. So something that is superb, maybe you can see here, the root here, we have the word super in the middle. Super plus B, superb, superb. So superb sounds much more formal than super, and we use it for something that is really good, that is very pleasant, and it also sounds a little bit formal. The other word here, wonderful. If we break this word down, we can imagine this means wonder plus full, meaning full of wonder, or causing us to feel full of wonder. So this expresses something happy, something positive, again, something pleasant. This is less formal than pleasant or superb. So let's look at some example sentences that use these adjectives. Okay, first one.
Have a pleasant stay. Have a pleasant stay. This is something you would hear at a hotel or another kind of accommodations place. Have a pleasant stay. Like I said, this word is a little bit more formal, so it sounds quite natural to use in polite situations or in like customer-staff relationships. The next example sentence, dinner last night was superb. Dinner last night was superb. So we want to express kind of formally that dinner was good, but a better word than good is superb. Using superb here suggests that the dinner was very, very good and maybe kind of expensive, maybe somewhat formal. So we use superb in more formal situations. Finally, I'm happy to have lots of wonderful friends. So here, we're using this in kind of a more casual situation. We're talking about friendship. So our wonderful friends. So that means they're great people. They're really, really good people. We can use wonderful to express that naturally, yes, and it sounds better than just good friends. So wonderful like shows that they're amazing, they're fantastic. Also words that mean wonderful. Okay, let's move on to the next section of this wheel. Let's move on to this part right here, these three adjectives. The first word, the base word here is useful, useful. So again, we can kind of take the same approach we took to wonderful and break this word down. Useful means something that is full of uses. So that means we can use it for something, and that's a good thing. The next word here is talented, talented. So someone who has a talent. We use this adjective for people. Someone who has a talent or who has a skill, and we tend to use this to mean that that person therefore is useful. So it's a good thing to be talented. Finally, in this section, the word reliable, reliable. So here we see this able, or the pronunciation in this case is able, meaning able to do something, like it's possible to do something. And the base here, the spelling is a bit different, but the base here is rely, to rely, like the verb to rely. So someone who it is possible to rely on, or we can trust that person. We do not say trustable, we say reliable, or we could say trustworthy if you want. But reliable, so someone or something we can rely on. Let's look at some examples with these words then. First, useful. I hope this lesson is useful. I hope this lesson is useful, meaning I hope that inside this lesson you find something you can use. You find something useful. This lesson is useful. The second example sentence, I heard that guy isn't very reliable. I heard that guy isn't very reliable. So here I'm using the negative. He isn't very reliable. That means maybe we can't rely on him. So it's not a good idea to rely on him. So reliable is typically a good thing. So if you or something in your life is not reliable, that's a negative thing. Finally, we have a talented team. We have a talented team. So here, team refers to a team of people. A talented team means a lot of people or a group of people who have talents. So this could be multiple talents, it could be the same talent, whatever. A talented team. So a very positive comment. Okay, let's move along to this part, the bottom part of the wheel here. This part, the base is the word beneficial, beneficial. So here, the root here is benefit, benefit. So it's like we receive something good. We get a benefit. When we want to express this in the adjective form, we call something beneficial, beneficial. The other two words here are advantageous, advantageous, and profitable, profitable. The first word here, advantageous, this is kind of interesting because the pronunciation changes a little bit. We have the noun advantage, advantage. When we pronounce this adjective though, we say advantageous, advantageous. So the emphasis comes on this advantage syllable, advantageous, instead of advantage. as in the noun form. So please be careful of this. So an advantageous thing is something that gives us an advantage. So we get like a higher position somehow. We get a good position or a better position than someone else or than something else. This word here, profitable, the root here we have profit, and then again we see able here at the end, so possible to. So profit plus able means something that will maybe possibly give us profit. So profit is money. So we get money from something. So let's take a look at some example sentences that use these. Let's start with the word beneficial. Here, our new healthcare plan will be beneficial for millions of people. So beneficial for millions of people means millions of people will get a benefit. They will get something good because of this healthcare plan. So this will be beneficial for millions of people. The second example sentence, this contract is advantageous for both of our companies. This means, in this case, this contract, this document or this agreement gives this company, company A, and company B an advantage. It's good for both companies. Finally, the third example sentence, we expect our new product line to be quite profitable, quite profitable. So here I've used quite to modify profitable. This means very. Quite means very. Be careful, it is not quiet or quit, but quite profitable. So this means we expect our new product line will help us get lots of money. So profitable means it's going to bring in money in some way. You may notice too that these example sentences are in like business situations or more formal situations. So these words here might be very useful in more business English settings. So these words all sound a little bit more formal. We don't use these so much in everyday conversation, though they're common in the news and other kind of like meeting and planning related discussions. Okay, let's move on to this next group here. The next part, the base is perfect, the word perfect. So perfect means there's no problems with it, or it's just right. So just right means it fits a situation or it suits a situation. So it's exactly as needed. Inside perfect then, there are these two words, pure and flawless. So pure means that it is untainted, something that is untainted. So untainted means like it's not dirty, or there's never been a problem with it, or it's exactly as it was when it was created. We'll see an example of this in a moment. Flawless, we can break this word down into flaw and less. So less means having none of something, no of something, zero of something. So no flaws. So a flaw means a problem or like some kind of damage or some issue, something negative. So no flaws in something. So let's see some examples of how to use these words. First, wow, this cake is perfect. This cake is perfect. So you might use this at like a children's birthday party, for example. Oh, this cake is perfect. That means like it's great for the party. It's exactly what we need for the party. Or maybe the cake is very well made. So the flavor is perfect, you could say. This cake is perfect can have a few different meanings, but you can be specific about what you want to say by maybe changing this part here. Wow, this cake tastes perfect, or this cake is perfect for the party. But more generally, you could just say this cake is perfect. So perfect just shows you feel like it's just right. It's exactly as needed. Okay, the second example sentence is a question, actually. Is this pure fruit juice? Is this pure fruit juice? So this means, is this 100% fruit juice? Is this natural, 100% natural fruit juice? So maybe you've seen at supermarkets, sometimes there's fruit juice that's like 20% fruit juice or 30% fruit juice. So that's not pure fruit juice. If you want to express something that is pure, so nothing is added to it, nothing has been changed, you can use pure to talk about that. Like many people will say like, oh, children are so pure, you know, like they're unchanged, so they're still learning. There's no like damage, nothing has been added to children. So like children are so pure, for example. Finally, this one with flawless. He did a flawless backflip. So a backflip means jumping in the air and flipping backwards. So a flawless backflip means he did this trick perfectly. So that means there was no problem with it. It was exactly correct. It was flawless. We would not say a pure backflip. We wouldn't say that because a backflip is like kind of a skill. So we tend to use pure more for things that are like maybe like for people or for things that are naturally created. We use flawless for things related to like our skills or our abilities. So we would not use that pure here, and we would not use flawless in front of fruit juice. So kind of try to remember pure is more for natural things, flawless is for skills and abilities. Okay. Let's move on to the final group here. The final three, the base is the word real, real. So of course there's the word real, which means like true, like something in reality, in the real world, in the actual world. So we can use real more specifically with these two words. First is legitimate, legitimate. We often shorten this word to legit. Legit. This is a very casual word, but it's very commonly used. So legitimate means true or correct or real, yes, but it's often used in like business or in like people's relationships to mean sincere or like legal or correct. I'll show an example of this in a moment. Finally, this adjective is proper. So proper also means correct, but it means like as expected. So something that is real is true, yes, and then proper means like it's as it should be. It's supposed to be that way. Okay, so let's look at some example sentences. First, have you ever seen a real dinosaur skeleton? So this means, because we have real included here, it's like saying not a fake skeleton, so not a plastic skeleton, but a true skeleton, a real one. So this was actually a dinosaur in the past. Have you ever seen a real dinosaur skeleton? The second example sentence uses legitimate, or we could say legit as well. I'm not sure he's running a legitimate business. This means I'm not sure this person is running means operating. So I'm not sure this person is running a legit business, means I don't think like his business is legal. So when you see legitimate or legit used to talk about business, it's a question of legality. Is the business legal, or is there maybe something that's going on maybe behind closed doors that we can't see? So legitimate with business is often talking about this kind of uncertainty. So we can use legit or legitimate to express that. Finally then, proper. It's important to eat 3 proper meals a day. So here, a proper meal refers to a like well-balanced, nutritious meal. So something that we expect, something that is like supposed to be a meal. We should eat that thing. So that means a proper meal is not like junk food, is not something unhealthy. It's lots of like fresh vegetables or fresh fruits or something. So that's a proper meal, something correct, something that is as it is expected to be. That's proper. Okay, so this is just an introduction to a few more words that mean good. So there are actually quite a few words that mean good, but I hope that this gives you kind of a good basis for some of the different ways that we can use this word and like some more specific adjectives that you can choose to better describe yourself and to describe your situations.
So I hope that this was helpful. Of course, if you have questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a sentence with any of these words, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some expressions that you can use when you feel tired. Let's get started. Okay, the first expression is the basic expression, the most basic expression, I'm tired. I'm tired. So tired here is an adjective, and we therefore need to use I am tired. Here I have the contracted I'm tired. I notice sometimes learners say, I tired, or I see it sometimes in writing, like in comments on YouTube, I tired or I sleepy. Please make sure to use I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired. So we use I'm tired. It's kind of our basic expression we use usually at the end of the day. So we finished work, or we finished school, we finished some kind of activity, and it's nighttime, it's evening. So we use it maybe after playing sports or some kind of strenuous. So strenuous means it requires a lot of physical effort. So we use this at the end of activities. We use it after work, after school, just after a long day. I'm tired. It's a casual expression. Very common. It means like just your body is tired or your mind is tired also. So you could use it after a test, like, oh, I'm tired, maybe mentally tired. So mentally refers to your mind. Okay, let's move on to the next expression then. Next is I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. So the pronunciation of this word, this EXH makes an ex. So this EX sounds like egg, actually. It's making like a G sound almost. So not exhausted, but exhausted, exhausted. I'm exhausted. Exhausted means very tired. Exhausted means very tired. I'm exhausted. So this expression is stronger than I'm tired. Oops, I have a mistake there. I'm tired. So I'm tired is like the basic level. I'm exhausted means like I am extremely tired. I'm very tired. Maybe I had a very long day or a very busy day. I'm exhausted. So we would use this after maybe a particularly difficult day, or maybe like we've just run a marathon or done some really strenuous activity. So I'm exhausted is another very common word that we use. You can also use this to talk about someone else if they seem like they had a long day. You can say, you look exhausted, for example. That's going to sound really, really strong though. So you look tired and you look exhausted are a little bit different, but exhausted shows like there's a lot of like effort that went into your day perhaps. Okay, so I'm tired and I'm exhausted are two good words to know, good phrases. Let's move on to this one. I'm beat. I'm beat. I'm beat is a very casual way to say I'm tired. So beat. This comes from the verb to beat. So to hit something is what to beat can mean. So for example, like to beat a drum means to hit a drum. So when we say I'm beat, it's like saying I have been hit, like something hit me. Not physically, but it's like today, like there were so many things to do today, or I had so many activities to do. I feel like my body or my mind has been hit, has been beaten. So we use this expression, I'm beat, to mean I'm very tired. But it's a very casual expression. So when we say I'm beat, it's like a rough, kind of friendly version of I'm exhausted. But I'm beat, we might say like after after like a day of happy activities, like maybe after snowboarding or skiing, or maybe we're spending lots of time with friends, but we feel tired, we could say, I'm beat. I'm beat. So it means the same thing as I'm tired, really, or I'm exhausted. It means I'm very tired, or I'm quite tired, but it sounds friendly, it sounds rough, it sounds casual. So I'm beat, I'm tired, I'm exhausted are great expressions to know. Let's move on to the next one then. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. So you can see here, sleep is inside this word sleepy. So this word is more specific than these three. I'm tired, I'm exhausted, and I'm beat. These are kind of general words. They can mean, like, I'm sleepy, I feel a little sleepy. But this word, sleepy, is specifically related to sleep. So I'm sleepy means not just that you want to relax, which is like with tired, but I'm sleepy specifically means you want to sleep. I'm sleepy. So as a result, this is something I've heard learners use the words I'm sleepy in lessons. So we tend to use I'm sleepy more like at the end of the day as we're preparing to go to bed. Like I'm a little sleepy, maybe at the end of the day, or perhaps at the very beginning of the day. Like when you get to the office or you get to school, you might say, I'm a little sleepy today, or I feel sleepy today. But sometimes I would ask my students, like, how are you in lessons? And they would say, I'm sleepy. And that's okay. I mean, like, there's no communication error, but I think in the middle of the day, we might say, I'm a little tired, or maybe I'm a little sleepy, to make it a little bit softer. I feel like we tend to use this more at the very beginning or at the very end of the day, like just after we wake up or just before we go to bed. So try to use it in a softer way, like I'm a little bit sleepy. Maybe after lunch, you could use this if you had a big lunch. But sleepy, it tends to sound like you are ready to go to sleep. So as a result, we don't use this so much in like work settings, like in a meeting, for example, or when you're speaking with your colleagues, you might say tired instead of sleepy, because we can't go to sleep in the office in most cases. So sleepy refers specifically to wanting to go to sleep. I'm ready for sleep is what it means. Okay, so let's move on to a related phrase then, which is this. I'm ready for bed. I'm ready for bed. So this is a less direct way to say I'm sleepy. I have it written here as well. This is less direct than I'm sleepy. So you can use this to show you are tired or to show you are sleepy and you are preparing to go to bed. So this, I'm ready for bed, or I'm ready to go to bed. You could use that as well. I feel I'm ready for bed is a little more common. So that means I'm ready to go to sleep. That means I'm tired, I'm sleepy, I'm ready. I'm at that point in the day when it's time. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm ready to sleep, in other words. So we use this instead. I'm ready for bed, or I'm ready for sleep. I feel I'm ready for bed is a little more common though. So I'm sleepy, I'm ready for bed. You could put those two together if you like. So again, a little bit less direct, just I'm ready for bed at the end of the day. Okay, let's move on to the next expression. Next, actually, this is an idiom, a very common idiom. There are two variations I want to introduce here. First, I'm gonna hit the hay, and second, I'm gonna hit the sack. So these two right here, these are the idioms. Hit the hay or hit the sack. Hit the hay or hit the sack. So here we see hit. The verb hit is in both of these expressions. Hit here means like your body physically hitting, physically contacting another object. So what is hay? What is sack here? These two things have kind of like historical references to the way that we slept in the past, or rather the materials we slept on in the past. So in the past, hay was used inside of things like we use mattresses today, but maybe mattresses today don't have hay inside them. Hay is used to feed like cows and horses and other farm animals. So it's like long, kind of rough pieces of fiber. So hay was used inside cloth to make softer sleeping surfaces. So this was used to create something like a big sack. So a sack is like a bag, a rough bag. So to hitch the hay refers to putting your body on top of hay or hay inside a cloth that made a soft sleeping surface. Or this one, hit the sack, refers to that mattress-like object that our bodies land on to go to sleep. So that's where these expressions come from, hit the hay and hit the sack. And this I'm gonna is just I'm going to. So this means I'm going to go to bed. That's all that this means. I'm going to go to bed. Both of these mean the same thing. So to refresh, these are both idioms that just mean go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna hit the hay, I'm gonna hit the sack. That's what this refers to. These have a couple of interesting historical points behind them. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next one and an alternative. It is I've gotta call it a day. Call it a day. So I want to focus on this one. Call it a day. So I have here I've gotta. This is I have got to. I have got to. Or you might hear native speakers say I gotta. We often drop this v sound, but we should use it. I've gotta call it a day. Or I have to call it a day. Another way we use this expression is I'm gonna call it a day. So again, I'm gonna means I'm going to. I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to call it a day, or I have to call it a day. I've gotta call it a day. So what does this call it a day mean? So call it a day is used to mean to decide the day is finished. So to call it a day means at this point in my day, usually in the evening, we say this phrase, we decide I'm done. Today is finished, I'm done, I feel tired. So I'm going to decide today is finished here. So we can say to decide the day is finished for this phrase, or just to end the day. So we use this when we are finishing our activities for the day and we feel tired. So this means we use this expression when we are finishing work or when we're finishing like homework, school activities, or sports. We sometimes use this before bed, a little bit before bed, I suppose, but this is more commonly used when we are completing our activities for the day. So that's why we say call it a day. Like today's work or today's progress is finished right here. I'm going to call this point one day. So I'm going to call this activity that I did today one day. So I'm going to call it a day, or I have to call it a day. We would use I have to call it a day more often when like there's something else we have to do. So like maybe you have a dinner appointment. So you could say, sorry, I have to call it a day. Like that means I have to finish here, maybe because I have another appointment. I have to call it a day. That sounds maybe more like there's some other thing you need to do. Otherwise, you can say, I'm going to call it a day. So I'm going to finish today here. So these are a few expressions that you can use when you are tired, or when you're sleepy, or when you're finishing your activities for the day. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Of course, if you have questions or comments, or if you want to practice these, or if you have an interesting idiom or expression in your language that you use when you feel tired, please share it with everyone in the comment section. Also, if you liked this video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Remember to subscribe to our channel if you have not subscribed already. We really appreciate it. And check us out for more things at EnglishClass101.com that can hopefully help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Kettle. 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 A kettle is something that you use to heat up water. You might also hear this called a teapot. The kettle is on the stove. The kettle is on the stove. The kettle is on the stove. Pot. 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 A pot is something we use in the kitchen. It's usually big and round, and we use it for soups and stews. That pot is 10 years old. That pot is 10 years old. That pot is 10 years old. Frog. 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 A frog is a small creature. They're typically green, and we can see them around lakes and rivers. The green frog is in the water. The green frog is in the water. The green frog is in the water. Pigeon. 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 A pigeon is a very common bird. They're very well known in big cities and in town centers as kind of a nuisance or a pest. Don't feed the pigeons. Don't feed the pigeons. Don't feed the pigeons. Guidebook. 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 A guidebook is a book that is intended to be used as a guide. We can use guidebooks for restaurants, for travel, for many different topics. A guidebook will give you helpful information for your trip. A guidebook will give you helpful information for your trip. A guidebook will give you helpful information for your trip. Entrance. 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 An entrance is a place usually in a building where you can enter the space. Where's the entrance? Where's the entrance? Where's the entrance? Tour guide. Tour guide. Tour guide. A tour guide is someone who leads a tour. They are the person responsible for guiding the people on the tour. Meet your tour guide at the entrance to the hotel. Meet your tour guide at the entrance to the hotel. Meet your tour guide at the entrance to the hotel. Reservation. 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 A reservation is an appointment. We use the word reservation when we're talking about restaurants, hotels, and flight tickets as well. Do you have a reservation? Do you have a reservation? Do you have a reservation? Passport. 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 A passport is a special document given by your country that allows you to travel internationally. It's ID. The passport has expired. The passport has expired. The passport has expired. Computer science. Computer science. Computer science. Computer science is a topic of study. It's the use of computers and science together. Computer science classes are on Mondays. Computer science classes are on Mondays. Computer science classes are on Mondays. Math. 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 Math is the short form of the word mathematics. It can refer to very simple mathematics or complicated mathematics. My favorite subject in school is math. My favorite subject in school is math. My favorite subject in school is math. Feel. 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 The verb feel can be used to talk about the sensation of touching something, or it can be used to express our emotions. I feel wonderful tonight. I feel wonderful tonight. I feel wonderful tonight. Draw. 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 The verb draw is the verb that we use to refer to making a picture. So we use a pen or a pencil or something else to create a picture. The artist draws a picture. The artist draws a picture. The artist draws a picture. Plan. 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 Plan can be used as a verb or as a noun. As a verb, it means to create a schedule for something. We'll plan the holiday to Europe. We'll plan the holiday to Europe. We'll plan the holiday to Europe. Sail. 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 Sale is a noun. It refers to a discount. It's often used when shopping to refer to a place where you can receive a discount. There's a big sale in the shoe department. There's a big sale in the shoe department. There's a big sale in the shoe department. Shopping. 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 Shopping can be used as a noun. It can also be a verb in the progressive form. It refers to going out to a mall or a department store to look for something to buy. I love shopping for clothes. I love shopping for clothes. I love shopping for clothes. Fourth. 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 Fourth comes after third, which is after second and first. It refers to the number 4 of something. For my 4th birthday, my mother gave me a book. For my 4th birthday, my mother gave me a book. For my 4th birthday, my mother gave me a book. Fifth. 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 Fifth refers to the number 5 of something. It comes after 4th. You live on the 5th floor, don't you? You live on the 5th floor, don't you? You live on the 5th floor, don't you? Sixth. 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 So sixth refers to the number 6 of something. This is a really good word to practice some pronunciation. Slow down that sixth, that middle part there. The 6th book from the left. The 6th book from the left. The 6th book from the left. Seventh. 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 Seventh refers to the number 7 of something. This is just like the word 7, but with th at the end. Please read the 7th paragraph of the contract. Please read the 7th paragraph of the contract. Please read the 7th paragraph of the contract. Conditioner. 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 Conditioner is something we use for hair care. We usually use it after shampoo. This makes our hair shiny and soft. Rinse with conditioner. Rinse with conditioner. Rinse with conditioner. Deodorant. 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 Deodorant is something that we use to help prevent unpleasant smells coming from our body. He bought a new deodorant. He bought a new deodorant. He bought a new deodorant. Liquid soap. Liquid soap. Liquid soap. So liquid soap refers to soap that is in liquid form. This is different from something like bar soap, which is solid. Do you have liquid soap? Do you have liquid soap? Do you have liquid soap? Duck. 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 Duck, as a noun, refers to a very common bird. Usually you'll find them at parks, ponds, lakes, and so on. The ducklings follow the mother duck. The ducklings follow the mother duck. The ducklings follow the mother duck. Crow, crow, crow. A crow is a very common bird. It's all black and it's often very noisy. Crows are among the smartest birds. Crows are among the smartest birds. Crows are among the smartest birds. Cockroach, cockroach, cockroach. A cockroach is a very small creature. It's a dirty pest, and usually people don't want them in their house. A cockroach has 6 legs, wings, and antenna. A cockroach has 6 legs, wings, and antenna. A cockroach has 6 legs, wings, and antenna. Mosquito, mosquito, mosquito. A mosquito is a very small bug. Most people know them because they'll land on you, bite you, and it becomes very itchy afterwards. Dragonflies eat mosquitoes. Dragonflies eat mosquitoes. Dragonflies eat mosquitoes. Construction worker, construction worker, construction worker. A construction worker is someone who works on a construction site, which means a place where a building is being made or some kind of maintenance is happening. The construction worker is measuring wood. The construction worker is measuring wood. The construction worker is measuring wood. Homemaker, homemaker, homemaker. A homemaker is a person who usually stays in the home to take care of kids, to take care of the home, to prepare meals, and so on. Men and women can be homemakers. The hardest worker anywhere is the homemaker. The hardest worker anywhere is the homemaker. The hardest worker anywhere is the homemaker. Ice, ice, ice. Ice is frozen water. We usually like to drink it in summer to make our drinks cold. Ice has formed on the window. Ice has formed on the window. Ice has formed on the window. History, history, history. History refers to the past. It's a topic of study in school. We learn all about the things that happened in the past. You can learn a lot from history, as things tend to repeat themselves. You can learn a lot from history, as things tend to repeat themselves. You can learn a lot from history, as things tend to repeat themselves. Geography, geography, geography. Geography refers to the study of the world. This means memorizing the names of countries and the positions of countries, or even cities, states, regions, and so on. She did not like to study geography. She did not like to study geography. She did not like to study geography. Store, store, store. A store refers to any place that sells something. There are many different types of stores, like supermarkets or shoe stores and so on. A store is the general word. I'm going to the store to buy some milk and eggs. I'm going to the store to buy some milk and eggs. I'm going to the store to buy some milk and eggs. Market, market, market. A market is a place, often outdoors, where individual sellers can sell things to their customers. We buy our fruits and vegetables at the local market. We buy our fruits and vegetables at the local market. We buy our fruits and vegetables at the local market. Price, price, price. Price is a noun. It refers to the cost of something in a store. What is the price? What is the price? What is the price? Coupon. 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 A coupon is something on paper or in some cases digital that you can use to get a discount for a product. I have a coupon for 50% off, so let's eat there. I have a coupon for 50% off, so let's eat there. I have a coupon for 50% off, so let's eat there. Aisle. 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 An aisle is the open space between two rows of things. For example, like rows of seats on an airplane or between shelves in a supermarket. The open space is the aisle. I would like to sit in an aisle seat in case there is an emergency. I would like to sit in an aisle seat in case there is an emergency. I would like to sit in an aisle seat in case there is an emergency. Bag. 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 A bag refers to something that we use to carry things. It can be big or small. My bag is too heavy. My bag is too heavy. My bag is too heavy. Photograph. 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 A photograph is a picture. This word is a noun. Photograph and picture generally refer to the same thing. Photograph might sound a little more formal. This photograph doesn't look good. This photograph doesn't look good. This photograph doesn't look good. Soda. 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 Soda refers to a drink that has bubbles in it. It is a non-alcoholic drink. You might also hear it called pop. Soda contains a lot of sugar. Soda contains a lot of sugar. Soda contains a lot of sugar. Ninth. 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 Ninth refers to the number 9 of something. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Muslim year. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Muslim year. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Muslim year. 10th. 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 10th refers to the number 10 of something. We can use this in schedules, in tournaments, whatever. I finally made a goal on my 10th attempt. I finally made a goal on my 10th attempt. I finally made a goal on my 10th attempt. 8th. 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 8th refers to the number 8 of something. The pronunciation might be a little tricky, so be careful with this one. I live on the 8th floor. I live on the 8th floor. I live on the 8th floor. Shaving razor. Shaving razor. Shaving razor. A shaving razor is a razor used specifically for shaving hair. This could be on the face or on other parts of the body. Disposable shaving razor. Disposable shaving razor. Disposable shaving razor. Washcloth. 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 A washcloth is a noun, and it refers to a cloth we specifically use for washing the body. The boy is washing his face with a washcloth. The boy is washing his face with a washcloth. The boy is washing his face with a washcloth. Towel. 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 A towel is a cloth that we use to dry things usually. These can be very large, like to take to the beach, or very small, like for drying our hands. This towel is too small for me. This towel is too small for me. This towel is too small for me. Spoon. 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 A spoon is something we use to eat. It's a curved eating utensil, and we usually use it to eat soups or stews or ice cream, those kinds of things. Forks, spoons, and knives are eating utensils. Forks, spoons, and knives are eating utensils. Forks, spoons, and knives are eating utensils. Fork. 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 A fork is a utensil we use that has prongs at the end. So this is useful for picking things up, like stabbing things and picking things up. The fork is made of plastic. The fork is made of plastic. The fork is made of plastic. Knife. 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 A knife is a utensil we use to cut food. It's usually very sharp. Could you pass me the knife? Could you pass me the knife? Could you pass me the knife? Plate. 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 A plate is something that we use to hold our food. It's a flat object. After we finish cooking food, we put it on a plate. This plate is different from that one. This plate is different from that one. This plate is different from that one. Bee. 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 A bee is a very common creature. Lots of people are afraid of them. Some people have allergies to them. Bees make honey. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. Ant. 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 An ant is a very common creature. They are very, very small and they live in the ground. Usually you see ants in big groups. Ants have 6 legs. Ants have 6 legs. Ants have 6 legs. Snake. 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 Snakes are creatures that we typically don't see in cities. You might see them out in forests, maybe in desert areas. Lots of people are afraid of snakes. The rattlesnake is coiled and ready to strike. The rattlesnake is coiled and ready to strike. The rattlesnake is coiled and ready to strike. Milk. 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 Milk is a very common and very popular drink. There are many different types of milk. Traditionally, milk came from cows or perhaps goats or sheep, but now there are types that come from nuts or soy and so on. Milk is an important source of calcium for kids and adults. Milk is an important source of calcium for kids and adults. Milk is an important source of calcium for kids and adults. Designer. 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 A designer is someone who has a design-related job. This could be a graphic designer, it could be an interior designer, it could be a fashion designer, someone who creates designs. She wants to become a fashion designer. She wants to become a fashion designer. She wants to become a fashion designer. Artist. 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 An artist is a person who creates art. Art can mean many different things. It could be music, it could be movies, it could be paintings, something you experience in a museum, many different things. Many artists struggle for a long time before achieving success. Many artists struggle for a long time before achieving success. Many artists struggle for a long time before achieving success. Soldier, soldier, soldier. A soldier is someone who is employed by the military. So their job is to participate in the military and work for the military. Sometimes this means fighting. The soldiers are moving into position. The soldiers are moving into position. The soldiers are moving into position. Entrepreneur, entrepreneur, entrepreneur. An entrepreneur refers to someone who starts a business. They usually have a big idea that's kind of unique. They have maybe very innovative ways to approach their work sometimes. Entrepreneurs change the world with their ideas. Entrepreneurs change the world with their ideas. Entrepreneurs change the world with their ideas. Short story, short story, short story. A short story is different from a novel, for example, because it has very few pages. It's easy to read and understand quickly. I read only short stories. I read only short stories. I read only short stories. Folder, folder, folder. A folder is something that we use to keep documents. This can be a physical folder, or it can be a digital folder. I'm sure you have many of these on your computer. I put the documents in a folder. I put the documents in a folder. I put the documents in a folder. Frying pan, frying pan, frying pan. A frying pan is a very common item to have in a kitchen. It's usually quite large and it has a handle on it. We use it to make eggs, pancakes, many different things. This frying pan is very cheap. This frying pan is very cheap. This frying pan is very cheap. Cutting board, cutting board, cutting board. A cutting board is as it sounds. It's a board that can be wood or plastic or maybe another material that we use to cut on. This is to keep our counters clean and safe. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. Sink, sink, sink. A sink is a place where you wash your hands, or in the kitchen, a place where you wash your dishes. The sink is almost full. The sink is almost full. The sink is almost full. Bowl, bowl, bowl. A bowl is something that we use to eat soup or stew or perhaps ice cream, anything that is kind of liquid-like. The bowl is empty. The bowl is empty. The bowl is empty. Exit, exit, exit. The exit is the opposite of the entrance. An exit is a way out of somewhere. Where is the exit? Where is the exit? Where is the exit? Map, map, map. A map can be a physical item or a digital item. It's a guide to the area around us, or it can be a guide to a larger region, like a state, a city, or even the world. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Suitcase, suitcase, suitcase. A suitcase is something that we use to keep our belongings in when we travel. A suitcase can be very small or it can be very large. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Tourist, tourist, tourist. A tourist is someone who visits a city or a country just to see the sights. They don't live there, they're just there temporarily for a short time to enjoy famous places. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. Politics, politics, politics. Politics refers to the government of a country or to the government of a world. It's a popular discussion topic. People like to talk about policies, about people, and about ideas relating to world governments. The politician is talking politics. The politician is talking politics. The politician is talking politics. Biology, biology. Biology. Biology is a subject of study. It's a subject in science. Biology refers to living things, to organisms, plants, animals, and creatures. Biology is the study of living organisms. Biology is the study of living organisms. Biology is the study of living organisms. Chemistry. 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 Chemistry is another subject of study, also a science. Chemistry looks at very, very small-scale reactions between chemicals, gases, many different kinds of things. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. Physics. 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 Physics is another topic in the science category. Physics looks at how we understand the world in terms of things like time and space and gravity. I know the basics of physics. I know the basics of physics. I know the basics of physics. Economics. 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 Economics is the study of the economy, so this refers to the money that comes and goes and moves around inside a country, or around the world as well. Economics is a good background for many fields. Economics is a good background for many fields. Economics is a good background for many fields. Put. 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 Put is a verb. We can understand it as meaning to place, so it sounds a little bit less formal than place. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Remember. 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 Remember is a verb. It means to recall information, to be able to think of something that you saw or heard or learned about in the past. I'll try to remember. I will try to remember. I will try to remember. Hold. 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 Hold is a verb which refers to keeping something, usually in your hand. Hold on to the handrail. Hold on to the handrail. Hold on to the handrail. Shopping cart. Shopping cart. Shopping cart. A shopping cart is something we use in the supermarket. They're generally kind of large. We can push them around the store and we put our items inside. The shopping cart is empty. The shopping cart is empty. The shopping cart is empty. Plastic bag. Plastic bag. Plastic bag. A plastic bag is the bag that we get from many stores like supermarkets or convenience stores or maybe other retail stores. We get a plastic bag after we purchase items. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. Comedy. 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 Comedy is an art form. It's the art of making people laugh. Comedy is also a movie genre. They're watching a comedy and laughing. They're watching a comedy and laughing. They're watching a comedy and laughing. Novel. 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 A novel is a type of book. It's a long story. So there are many different kinds of books. Books that are novels refer to these long stories, often with complex plots and interesting characters. I like suspense novels. I like suspense novels. I like suspense novels.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is, are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Are you the type of language learner that focuses on only one skill, like only speaking or only doing translation exercises? Then you may eventually realize that your language isn't progressing as fast as you'd like. So in today's episode, you'll learn 1. Why most language learners plateau, 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery, and 3. How to practice the 7 skills with our program. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You'll be able to. This new cheat sheet teaches you the must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket? How much is the train pass? And much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. Are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Part 1. Why most language learners plateau. If you observe other language learners, you'll notice that many learners just want to speak and understand the language. And as a result, they focus only on speaking and nothing else. Then you have learners who like to start with reading, so they spend most of their time there. And then there are learners who do translation games and spend most of their time there. All of these are good ways to approach a language, but what happens is learners that focus on speaking seem to speak well, but if you go outside of a topic they've practiced, they'll start struggling. Learners that spend most of their time reading are only good at reading and then wonder why they can't speak. And learners that have been playing translation games are good at translating, but don't understand real-life speech. The point is, you'll be unbalanced. If you focus on one skill and skip out on the rest, you'll never become truly fluent. Or you'll be able to speak on a few topics you know about, but that's it. But that's not enough for conversational fluency. So, if you want to avoid this trap and become truly fluent, you should focus on 7 language skills: speaking, listening, reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, and culture. Part 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Now, someone might ask, what's the point of reading if I just want to speak the language? The fact is, all skills complement and improve one another. For example, if you're practicing reading, you naturally pick up new words and grammar rules along the way, which will help you with speaking, because if you want to speak more, you'll need to know more words and grammar rules. Also, reading out loud can help with speaking. If you're learning grammar, this will help you with speaking, listening, reading, and writing, because you'll need to be able to speak and use those grammar rules, understand them in written information and in speech, and use it in writing. With writing, again, you're reinforcing words and grammar rules that you'll also need for listening, speaking, and reading. With listening, there can be speaking involved if you shadow what you hear. You can also pick up words and reinforce grammar points as you listen. Then, you can use those same words and grammar rules later on, during speaking practice. All skills feed into each other. And with culture? With culture, you need things to talk about with native speakers, and culture is a great topic. Plus, in certain languages and cultures, you'll need to speak more politely to people who are older or more senior to you, so this involves learning vocabulary and grammar. There's also one more bonus to practicing all 7 language skills. Learning all 7 skills will actually help you learn the language much faster. Mixing up skills like this is called interleaving. Interleaving is a proven learning tactic where you use different forms of practice to master something. For example, if you're learning vocabulary, you can read it, then say it, write it out, study with flashcards, listen to a native speaker say it, and doing so will help you remember better, instead of just reading the word 5 times and hoping it sticks. It probably won't. So, let's recap. You should focus on the 7 skills of language learning because 1, you avoid being imbalanced, 2, all of these skills feed into each other and improve your overall language, and 3, it'll help you learn faster. Part 3, how you practice the 7 skills with our program. Now, if you want to take your language to the next level, you'll need to incorporate all 7 skills in your study routine: speaking, reading, writing, listening, vocab, grammar, and culture. So, here's how you can practice each skill with our learning program. One of the most unique things about our program is that you can actually practice all 7 skills with it. First, for speaking, shadow the conversations in our lesson dialogues. And if that's too hard, read the dialogues out loud and go slowly, at your own pace. Use our voice recording tool to practice saying each line of the conversation. And you can send recordings of yourself to your Premium Plus teacher. For listening, simply take our lessons and listen to the conversations. You can also download the dialogue tracks and review the conversations without the translations. Also, be sure to take our listening comprehension lessons. For reading, listen to the audio and follow along with the lesson notes or transcript so that you don't miss a single word. You can also practice reading with our extensive reading books. For writing, write out the lesson dialogues and write out the words, phrases, and grammar rules that you come across. You can also try and create your own sample sentences, and you can send them to your Premium Plus teacher for corrections. For grammar, you'll come across grammar rules in our lessons. Write the rules down, try and create your own sentences, and keep taking the lessons and keep on reading. For vocabulary, use our spaced repetition flashcards to master the words. And of course, write them down in a notebook, say them out loud, and save them in the word bank so you can come back to them to review later. And for culture, take our lessons. You'll pick up culture tips along the way. Check out our culture class lessons as well. You can do 1 skill a day, or you can also try all of them in one study session. Listen to the lesson. Repeat what you hear for speaking practice. Write out the dialogue. Review the vocabulary with the slideshow. Practice the grammar rules and note down the cultural tips. Or focus on 2 skills a day. Pair up listening and speaking. The next day, do reading and writing, and then vocabulary and grammar, and then culture. And again, you can study all 7 of these skills with our program. So if you haven't done so yet, be sure to click the link below and sign up for a free lifetime account. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to write 1,000 words of your target language in 5 minutes a day with the Daily Dose Diary. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! One of the best ways to learn a language is with a native speaker. But what if you can't afford to take a class? Or what if you're too busy to learn on someone else's schedule? That's why with our program, you get access to your own teacher with a study tool called My Teacher, so you can learn with your own teacher at your own pace, anywhere, anytime. How does My Teacher work? You'll discover more in just a second. But first, to get access to our learning program and your very own teacher, click the link in the description and sign up for a Premium Plus account right now. What is My Teacher? My Teacher is a messenger tool that gives you access to your very own on-site teacher. You'll find it in the bottom right corner of your screen. And if you're on the app, just tap on the My Teacher icon at the bottom. So, how do you take advantage of this powerful language tool? 1. Get your language assessed. With language schools, you take a level check test on the first day, and the same thing happens here. The moment you become a Premium Plus member, you'll take an assessment test so that your teacher can determine your level, understand your weak points, and design a personalized learning plan. You'll find the link to the test inside My Teacher. Once you're done with the test, 2. Interact with your teacher, ask questions, and get feedback. Getting feedback and corrections is one of the fastest ways to improve. So open My Teacher and start interacting with your teacher. The first thing we ask you to do is to send a self-introduction in your target language as a way to get started. And if you're not sure how, just ask your teacher. You can also ask them language questions, send your writing, practice conversations, and they'll also send you feedback and corrections. You can do this all at your own pace on any device. You can also 3. Send recordings of yourself speaking the language. Just record yourself and send an audio file or video over, and get feedback from your teacher on your accent, pronunciation, and how to express yourself naturally, like a native speaker. You can also take a picture of your writing for feedback. 4. Improve your language skills non-stop with weekly assignments. Your teacher will also send you weekly assignments to test you on what you've learned and improve your language skills. Assignments cover speaking, listening, reading, and writing. So if you want to learn with your very own teacher at your own pace, then click the link in the description to sign up now and become a Premium Plus plan member today. You unlock our complete learning program, plus your very own teacher. Click the link in the description to sign up now.
Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description.
Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like "here's my passport," "boarding pass," and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get a big 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Monster Sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some differences between the present perfect and the past perfect.
These are two commonly confused grammar points. So in this lesson, I'm going to compare the uses of these two tenses, and I'm going to give some example sentences that I hope show the different ways that they are applied. So let's get started. I want to begin this lesson by talking about present perfect tense. I made a diagram here. This diagram shows the primarily two uses I want to talk about in this lesson of present perfect. First though, let's read the explanation here. We use the present perfect tense to express actions that started in the past and continue to the present. So present means now. Or the effects of the action continue to the present. So this explanation shown visually might look something like this, these two lines that continue from the past to the present. So here is a timeline. This star represents now, this direction is the future, back here is the past. So we use present perfect tense to describe actions that start, if this is my starting point, that start in the past and continue to the present. We can also use it to describe actions that start in the past and the effects of that action continue to the present. This is the first point. We can also use this grammar point with the progressive form or the continuous form of a verb. Remember, this is the ing, the ing form of a verb, for emphasis on the continuing action. So if you really want to show that something has been continuing and will continue perhaps after your conversation, so this helps show the action will continue into the future, you can use that ing form of a verb. We also use the present perfect tense for life experience at an unspecified point in the past. So unspecified means it's not clear when the action happened, or it's not important when the action happened. We just want to express life experience. On a timeline, this might look something like this. The dotted lines represent some time in the past. We don't know exactly when, but there was life experience. Something happened. We use this for like travel, job experience, and so on. We can also make a negative here to show no life experience in the past at some point or at any point in the past. So, with these points in mind, let's look at some example sentences that show us how present perfect tense is used. First example sentence, I have been to France. I have been to France. This is a very basic present perfect tense sentence. This is actually a simple life experience statement. So I mentioned we use the present perfect tense for life experience. I have been to France shows us that at some point in the past, the speaker had the experience of visiting France. So as I said, this is a very basic sentence that uses present perfect. To refresh, when we make present perfect sentences, we use have or has, depending on the subject, like I have or she has, he has, plus the past participle verb form. Here, we're using I as our subject, have, my verb is be, so the past participle form is been. I have been, in this case, to France. So this refers to a simple life experience. Let's take a look at another example. She has been studying English for 3 years. She has been studying English for 3 years. Here, we see a verb is used in the progressive form. So this shows it's an action that is continuing. In this case, we have some more information. So this action has continued for 3 years. This means at the point in time at which this conversation happened here, she, in the situation, this other person, she has been studying continuously for 3 years. So let's imagine this point in time in the past
is her start point, her study start point. She has been studying for 3 years. So this time period is 3 years. That's what this sentence tells us. She has been studying. Here you'll also notice that this pattern follows this pattern I mentioned earlier, has been, and then the continuing action, or the progressive verb here, follows this past participle verb form. So this shows us the continuing action. We can use for or we can use since in patterns like these. Okay, let's move on to another one. Here, he has been sick for a week. He has been sick for a week. So here, we're talking about a condition. So we can't use sick as a verb. We can't say sicking. That doesn't work. He has been sick. So sick is describing a person's condition, the status of their body. It's not talking about an action. He's not doing something. It's his condition. We want to express that this condition started in the past, in this case, for a week. So this point in the past is a week ago. He has been sick. So maybe we could say like he was very sick here and then he got a little bit better, but we wouldn't really be so specific in everyday conversation about that. We would probably use something like this. He has been sick for a week. So this shows us maybe there were some effects of his sickness perhaps that continued. We can guess based on our own experiences what this means. So he has been sick for a week shows us someone began the sick condition here and it continued for this period of time. It may continue, but we just talk about this point in time here. And because it's not an action, just using this simple phrase is perfectly natural. Okay, let's move on to one more example sentence that uses present perfect. This one, it's a negative. I've never written a book. I've never written a book. This I've is I have. I have. I'll come back to this in a moment. I mentioned that we use the present perfect tense to talk about life experience and no life experience. This is a situation that describes no life experience. I have never written a book. So when we include never before a past participle verb in this pattern, it means no life experience at any time in the past. I've never written a book. This sentence, I've written a book, means at some point in the past, I had the experience of writing a book. This, however, means no experience. I mentioned this point right here, this I've. One pronunciation point for present perfect tense is about this reduction, this shortening of sounds. When we're using have, as in I have or we have, we make a v sound in fast speech. I have becomes I've. We have becomes we've. When the subject, however, is he or she or it, for example, he has or she has is reduced to he's, she's. So there's this z sound that happens here. In this case, I've used I've. So please keep this point in mind. We'll see something different with the past perfect tense. So this is a refresher on present perfect tense. If you'd like to know more about present perfect tense, there are some other videos on the English Class 101 channel that you can check for some more example sentences and some more detailed explanations. So let's compare this to past perfect tense. Again, I have a diagram here of the present, now, the future, and the past. One key difference that you can maybe see quickly is that here, all of the situations involved, everything in the situation is in the past. So we're not talking about the present here. Everything happened in the past. Here, we're talking about the relationship between the past and now.
So keep this in mind. These sentences can be used to talk about things that happened in the past, continued, and then stopped at a certain point in time. So let's look at the explanation. We use past perfect tense to express actions that started in the past and continued to a specific point in the past. So this is an action, yes, or it can be a condition. So for example, we talked about a person being sick. That's a condition. That's a good example of a condition or a state. So started in the past, continued to a specific point in the past. Maybe something happened, something changed it, or we just want to note that this is an important point in the past. I'll show some examples in a moment. We can use past perfect with the progressive, again, the ing form of a verb. We tend to use this with when plus a past tense verb, like a clause that uses a past tense verb. And we do this to show an interrupted action. So the image here is an action is continuing, 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 and we use past perfect to describe that action. Something happens, we use when to mark that point, and then we add a past tense verb clause to show the thing that happened. So again, I'll show an example of this in a moment. Finally, we can use this for life experience that was true in the past. So maybe something has changed, but we want to talk about something that was true in the past, or that happened in the past, or a condition in the past that maybe is different or kind of is important to talk about in relationship to experience now. It's a complex point. So let's look at some examples that use this. First, I had been to 10 countries by my 25th birthday. So let's break down this sentence. Here, I begin the sentence with my past perfect phrase. I had been. So here, we see a similar pattern with the present perfect tense. We're using the verb have, yes, but because it's past tense, past perfect tense, we need to conjugate, we need to change this verb to past tense. So to make past perfect tense, we use had plus the past participle verb form. In this case, I had been. Okay, so I had been to 10 countries. This is reflecting a past condition, past life experience, by my 25th birthday. So by can mark a point in time. It's like up until this point in time. So here, let's look at this in terms of our timeline. We know by my 25th birthday is the key point in time in this sentence. And we see past perfect tense is used to explain this condition. I had been to 10 countries, so this is my life experience. So we can imagine this is the speaker's 25th birthday here. Before this time, or rather by this point in time in this person's life experience, he or she visited, had been to 10 countries. So we use past perfect to show that. So this is useful if you want to tell a story or you're talking about gradually gaining life experience. So the speaker is talking about their 25th birthday. This suggests this is a past point in time. So this is how we might explain these kinds of life experiences and gradually learning and growing and doing other things. Let's look at another example. Here, an interrupted action. We had been working on the project for 3 weeks when it was suddenly canceled. We had been working on the project for 3 weeks when it was suddenly canceled. So here we see one of the big hint words I mentioned, this when, as I talked about here. When comes before a simple past tense statement, in this case passive. It was suddenly canceled. So here's my past tense portion. Here, I'm using we had been working. Here's my past perfect portion, again with progressive. So this shows an action that was continuing. We had been working on the project for 3 weeks
when it was suddenly canceled. So when marks the point of change in a continuing action. So this is something maybe our team was working continuously on. Here, the project was suddenly canceled. We use when to mark that interruption or that stop point. So we use this with the progressive tense because there's an actual action happening. We wouldn't use this like I had been traveling to 10 countries. That sounds like a person was continuously moving from country to country, and it doesn't sound natural at all. We just want to talk about life experience here. This sentence, however, shows us that the action was continuing, like non-stop. We had been working. This was a continuing thing, but it was interrupted. Our interruption is marked with when and a past tense clause. Okay, let's go to one more kind of complex one. Again, this uses a negative. I talked about this negative over here. I've never written a book. Let's look at how we might use a negative with past perfect. I'd never eaten sushi before I visited Japan. So here, another pronunciation point. I mentioned we use v and s when we reduce the I have, he has patterns in present perfect tense. When we use past perfect tense, we have a similar reduction, but because we only use had, we just make a d sound. I had becomes I'd. We had becomes we'd. There's a small d sound. So, I'd never eaten sushi before I visited Japan. I'd never eaten sushi before I visited Japan. So here we have, right here, a good hint, past tense situation, a past tense clause. So before I visited Japan, so here's a key point in time. So the speaker has had the experience of visiting Japan. So here, visited Japan. Before that, the speaker did not have the experience of eating sushi. So we express that with I'd never eaten sushi before I visited Japan. You might hear some people say I'd never eaten sushi before visiting Japan. That's also okay. But the key point here, we're communicating lack of experience in the past before this more recent experience. So we use past perfect to do this, to show these relationships between past situations, between past actions, past conditions, and so on. So when we want to be very specific about our timeline, we can use past perfect and simple past tense to do that. So a really good rule is if you're telling a story, a past tense story, something that happened in the past, and you want to show the sequence of events, use simple past for the most recent action. Use past perfect for the action further in the past. And try not to put too much information in one sentence. 2 items is great. So if you want to do it like this, it's very clear. But if you have too many actions in one sentence, it can get very confusing. So again, that hint is use past perfect for actions farther in the past, like the furthest action in the past, past perfect. The more recent action, use simple past tense to talk about that. So this is a quick introduction to the differences between past perfect and present perfect tense. I hope that you found something you can use, and I hope that it helps you in telling your stories more clearly. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences or stories, feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and please check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about but and yet. And I'm going to focus on 2 parts of speech. We can use but and yet for both of these parts of speech, but we need to keep in mind the different meanings that result. So let's get started.
The first part of speech I want to talk about is using but and yet as a conjunction. So a reminder, when I say part of speech, I mean the function of the word in the sentence. So that means grammatically, what is the word's purpose? What is that word's job in the sentence? So a conjunction is a word that is used to make two ideas come together. We connect our ideas with conjunctions. So for example, like and, but, or for, so, those kinds of things. So conjunctions, there are quite a few of them and some kind of like phrases we can use as well. But we can use but and yet as conjunctions. When using these as conjunctions, they mean the same thing. So we can connect our ideas and they have the meaning of however. So they have the same meaning, same function as conjunctions. Yet sounds more formal than but. So we tend to use it in more formal situations. In most everyday situations, we use but to connect our ideas. It would sound too formal, too polite to use yet in most everyday conversations. Let's look at some examples. First, we wanted to go shopping, but we were out of time. Here, but connects this idea with this idea. We wanted to go shopping and we were out of time. So out of time means we used all our time. We had no time remaining. So we connect these ideas with the conjunction but. Another example. You said dinner would be $20, but it's actually $50. Here again, two ideas being connected. In this case, you said dinner would be $20, this past tense statement. But it's actually 50, so here is a present tense statement. We connect these ideas with but. Now let's see some examples where we might use yet as a conjunction. They gave their best effort at the championship match, yet were defeated. So here we're showing probably a team working hard at a championship match, that's point A, yet B, they were defeated. So yes, we could use the word but here. They gave their best, but were defeated. That's also okay. Using yet here shows it's kind of a more formal situation. Maybe this championship match was very important to this team, or it was like a very important match in the sporting world overall. So yet kind of elevates. It brings the level up of formality. One more example. She said she wasn't interested in the job. Yet, she sent an application. So here, point A, she said she wasn't interested, yet she sent an application. So here again, this is probably like a work-related situation, so using yet shows it's a bit more formal, it's perhaps a bit more polite. So using yet is going to make your sentence sound more formal. Connecting your ideas with yet will increase your politeness level a bit. So, this is how we use but and yet as conjunctions. Let's compare this then to using these words as adverbs. As adverbs, these two words are very different in meaning. When we use yet as an adverb, it means up to this point in time. So for example, many students probably know a sentence like, I haven't finished my homework yet, or I haven't done the laundry yet. So there's that feeling of expectation with yet, meaning up until this point in time, this thing has not, in many cases, been finished, but there's some expectation there. We can kind of see this in this, like the same way when we're using yet in these example sentences I'll show you. Compare this to but. When we use but as an adverb, as you'll see in some examples, it means just or only. I also want to note with these speech patterns that I'm going to introduce, these are formal speech patterns. We don't use these so often in everyday speech. The yet patterns you might hear in business English, in more formal situations, work situations. These sound a little formal and in some cases maybe a little old-fashioned.
But from time to time, you may hear patterns similar to these, so I would like to explain them. First, let's look at using yet. As I said, yet as an adverb means up to this point in time. Here, they have yet to reply to our offer. They have yet to reply to our offer. So another way to say this would be they haven't replied to our offer yet. That's another way to say it. That's probably the more common way to say it. They haven't replied to our offer yet. It sounds a little more casual. That sounds like an everyday speech pattern. This sounds more formal. They have yet to reply to our offer. So if you want your speech to sound a little more formal, or if you're writing something, you can use this pattern. They have yet to reply to our offer, or they haven't replied to our offer yet. Means the same thing. Either way, there's some expectation. You're expecting that there's going to be a reply. It just means up until this point, there hasn't been one. So we use yet to communicate that. Another example, I have not yet finished my proposal. I have not yet finished my proposal. So here, yet is being used to talk about someone's expectations for themselves. So I have not yet finished my proposal shows up until now, my proposal has not been completed, but I expect to complete it. So another way to say this that would be more like casual, everyday speech would be, I haven't finished my proposal yet. So using yet sounds quite natural and much more casual when we use it at the end of the sentence. But when we use it in this position, it makes the sentence sound more formal. Okay, also you'll notice maybe one other grammatical point in case you have a question about this. In this sentence, I have not yet finished, and here was they have yet to reply. So you'll notice that here I've used I have not yet finished. So these two sentences are both expressing lack of something. So not finishing and not receiving a reply. But there are these two patterns that we can use. So yes, they have yet to reply, means they haven't replied yet. That's okay to use. So you could say, for example, they have not yet replied to our offer. That's also okay to use. It's up to you. To me, this one sounds a little more formal, using this infinitive form. But you can use both of these patterns to express that lack of something. Okay, let's go on then to talking about but. As I said, these are fairly kind of formal, maybe a little old-fashioned, so you might not hear them as much. Let's look at this example. Don't quit. We're at but the first stage of our project. So this but, I know it seems probably a little weird, but this is how we would use this as an adverb. So as I said, but means like just or only. So think of it as that. So if we use only here, for example, only would be modifying the first stage. So like first stage or like the first step of a project. We're at just the first stage. We're at only the first stage. But has that meaning. We're at but the first stage, but using but instead of just or only sounds more formal. We're at but the first stage of our project, so don't quit. It's only the first stage. Let's look at one more example. This is but a small error. Don't worry. So here again, if we replace but with just or only, we can see, maybe more naturally, the meaning. This is just a small error. Don't worry. Or this is only a small error. Don't worry. But makes it sound more formal. So again, we don't use this speech pattern so much in everyday speech, but you may hear it from time to time, especially in kind of more old-fashioned media that uses this style of English. So this is what it means. But it means just or only when used as an adverb. Okay, so this is a quick intro to how to use but and yet as adverbs and to use them as conjunctions. There are other uses of these words, but I wanted to compare these two, especially conjunctions, because there are many questions about the differences between these two words. So I hope that this was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a sentence with these words, please feel free to do so in the comment section. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some ways to politely excuse yourself. I'm going to talk about expressions you can use when you make a mistake and expressions that you can use to ask permission to leave somewhere. So let's get started. Okay, the first expression I want to talk about is excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me can be used when you need to ask for something and you have to interrupt someone else. It can also be used when you need to apologize for something small, and we usually use excuse me for apologies with strangers. So for example, if you're walking down the street and you bump someone's shoulder, you might say, excuse me, oh, excuse me. You might hear some native speakers drop this E sound. It might sound more like excuse me, excuse me. So this X might sound like an S sound, excuse me, instead of excuse me. So you can use this as an apology to say, I'm sorry, with strangers or to strangers, or you can use it when you need to ask for something, as in this example sentence. Excuse me, I'm looking for the restroom. Excuse me, I'm looking for the restroom. Again, excuse me is used more commonly with strangers, people that we're not close to. This is a sentence you might use in like a department store or a shopping mall, for example. So you don't know the other person. Excuse me. This is a nice introduction to your question. So excuse me or excuse me. Okay, let's compare this with I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry is better than I am sorry. I am sorry sounds very stiff and unnatural. I'm sorry or just sorry. So I'm sorry sounds a little bit more formal, a little bit more polite than just sorry. So we use sorry when we make a mistake, and we use it when we're close to the other person. Or we use it maybe with strangers sometimes for a very small problem. So again, in like a shopping situation, maybe you touch the person next to you, or you do some small motion that's maybe like a mistake, or it's some small motion that might bother the other person. Some people might say sorry. Sorry is more casual than excuse me in this situation. Oh, sorry. So that sounds a little bit more friendly there. Excuse me sounds a little bit more polite. So I'm sorry or sorry. In this example sentence, I've used I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So we tend to use so sorry a lot as an emphasis word. You could say I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to me sounds a little bit more formal than I'm so sorry. So sounds a little more casual. So for example, I'm so sorry. I forgot to send you the file. So here this is a mistake, and we use I'm sorry here instead of excuse me, because in this case, I forgot to send you the file. It's like the speaker has some relationship with the listener. It's not a stranger in this case. Here, this is probably a stranger. In this case, the speaker has some relationship, so this I'm sorry and I'm so sorry is quite natural. Okay, so let's compare this then to this sorry. A key here is my question mark, this question mark punctuation point, because I'm sorry and sorry have different meanings. So you can hear the intonation is different. When I want to apologize, I made a mistake, I say, I'm sorry, or just sorry. When I have a question though, I say, sorry, my intonation goes up. So we use this, sorry, when we didn't hear something
another person said or when we don't understand that thing that they just said. So in a situation like this, sorry, I couldn't hear you. So sorry is similar to what? But we use sorry to mean like maybe, oh, sorry, I was being noisy. I couldn't hear you. Or maybe, sorry, I couldn't understand, and that might be a problem for you. So sorry to me feels a little bit softer than just what? If someone like says something and you can't hear them. So sorry. So please note, I'm sorry and sorry have different intonations. So we don't use I'm sorry with an apology. We use this if we didn't hear something another person said. Okay, now let's go on to a couple of permission-related questions. I have for both of these two options in the sentence, or two options in the question, and they are can I and may I. So these are both used in situations where we need to ask someone else. In these cases, I was thinking a teacher or perhaps a colleague. We're asking permission to leave a location. This is one that's very common for students. So we can say, can I use the restroom? Can I use the restroom? Or can I go to the restroom is also okay. Can I go to the restroom? Also, may I use the restroom? May I use the restroom, or may I go to the restroom? So in everyday, at least American English speech, both can I and may I are acceptable. Some teachers, however, are very, very strict about the words that they use, and they prefer students use may I. The reason for this is historically, may I has been used to ask for permission. Can I is used to talk about abilities. So this is the historical difference between these words. But today, in today's English, we use both of them to ask for permission. So can I go to the restroom or can I use the restroom are both okay. So we can change that to may I go to the restroom, may I use the restroom. Both of those are fine. But just every once in a while, I remember this from my school days, my teacher would sometimes say, in response to a student that said, can I use the restroom? The student said, can I use the restroom? The teacher responded, I don't know, can you? So it's kind of a joke, like, is it possible for you to use the restroom? Can you use the restroom? So this sort of joke, this kind of strict English grammar joke, it's not very funny, but it's referring to can's historical use as like an ability-related word. So in most cases, it's not a problem. Most teachers and most people in your life are not going to use this sort of joke. But if you're worried or if you want to avoid this, you can use may I. So the same thing goes for this sentence. The same thing is true here. Can I or may I leave early? So this is something you can use at work if you like. Like, can I leave, or class as well. Can I leave early today? Or can I leave early tomorrow? And you should share a reason for this, a reason for excusing yourself for leaving the situation. So again, may I is more historically accurate in terms of asking for permission. Can I is related more to abilities, but they are both used today. So for example, I would say if I have an appointment, may I leave early tomorrow? I have a dentist's appointment. So you can include some time point here. May I leave early today? May I leave early tomorrow? I'm not feeling well. If you use that one, may I leave early today? Make sure it's like, and you're using a feeling, like you're feeling sick, make sure it's the same day. Like, may I leave early tomorrow? I'm not feeling well. That sounds very strange, like you're planning on being sick the next day. That doesn't work. So please use this. I recommend using this with your upcoming appointments and on the same day if you're not feeling well. You could use this expression. May I leave early today? I'm not feeling well. Okay, let's continue then to the next pair. The next pair, actually all of these are a little more formal and not as commonly used in everyday speech. The first one is pardon me. Pardon me. So pardon me is like excuse me, but pardon me is not used, at least in American English, very often in everyday speech. We don't use pardon. It sounds very formal in American English, so we don't use it unless we want to sound very polite for some reason. Even in business, we don't really use this so much. We use excuse me more often in American English. So pardon me can be used, again, if you meet a stranger and there's a small problem, like you brush against them or you maybe accidentally push your body into a person on the elevator. You could say, oh, pardon me. You can also use this to interrupt someone, as I talked about here, like you're looking for information. Pardon me, I'm looking for the restroom. So again, it does sound quite formal. We don't use this so much in American English, but this is how it is sometimes used. The same point then applies here for this pardon, pardon as a question. So as a question, it means this as a question. Sorry, what? What did you say? So pardon, I didn't catch that. What was that? I couldn't hear you. So again, your intonation should go up when you say this pardon. It's different from pardon me, pardon me. refers to the activities of the speaker. So in our case, we couldn't do it without you means we could not make the channel without our viewers. Like the viewers are important for us so that we can get your feedback and so that we can try to make informative videos that help people. So in this case, that's our it. So you means the people around the person speaking. So it just refers to the activities there. So other companies might say, like, we couldn't do it without you, like we couldn't make our products without our customers. That's a very common one. Or maybe an athlete could say it, I couldn't do it without the fans. Maybe an entertainer or an athlete would say something like that. So it's to express their appreciation and to say, like, my job would not be possible without you. That's what this really means. And that's a breakdown of the sentence. Okay, let's move on to the next expression, which is thank you to everyone on our team. Thank you to everyone on our team. This is very general. Some other variations are like thank you to our wonderful team members, thank you to our amazing team, and so on. So this can be used for your work. You can use this in sports. You can use this at school if you're working in a group project. You could change team to group. Thank you to everyone in our group, though. We change the preposition on our team or in our group. We do not use on a group. We use in a group. So this is really great for talking about your colleagues and your coworkers. So for example, if I want to use this expression to talk about our team here, I could say thank you to everyone on our team for their hard work. Something like that is a good way to express appreciation for your teammates. Okay, onward to the next set of expressions. This one, I made this one about family. This I thought was a nice follow-up to the award-related expressions we talked about earlier. So you receive an award. For example, I am honored to accept this reward. I greatly appreciate your consideration. Thank you to everyone on our team for their hard work. I would also like to thank my family for their support. So this is something you might hear at an awards speech. I have here, I would like. This is one situation where it's natural not to reduce to I'd like to thank. I would like to thank my family. This sounds more formal, and in this situation, accepting an award, it sounds more natural to be more formal, so it's okay here. I would like to thank my family for their support. Of course, you can change this. I would like to thank my wife. I would like to thank my husband. I would like to thank my partner for his or her or their support. So you can change this as well too, but generally support is a nice word to use that's kind of open. Okay, onward. This one is good for like a community-related event, like a volunteer event or something organized in your town or city. Thank you to all the community members who volunteered their time and effort. Their time and effort. This is, I think, a good expression to include here. You could say, thank you to all the community members who volunteered. That's great. But showing that you recognize the other people gave you their time and their effort. So effort means like their energy. They took action to do something. So they participated and they gave time and effort for something that you put together is a really important thing to notice, I think. It's an important thing to recognize. So this is a good one for a community event. Of course, you could use just people. Thank you to all the people who volunteered their time and effort too. But if this is like a city or a town event, it might be good to consider your local community by using a word such as this. Okay, so I want to finish this lesson with just a couple very small points. We commonly use a few expressions when responding to compliments. So a reminder, a compliment is when someone gives you nice feedback, gives you a nice comment about something. And you want to express humility, like, oh, it's not so great, or no, that feeling. So these are a few very common ways we do that. Let's imagine we get a compliment. Someone says, I like your shirt. You can respond by saying, you're too kind, you're too kind. You could also say, it's nothing.
we'll often say something like, it's nothing, like this is old, or this was so cheap. So we kind of put ourselves down sometimes in this way, sometimes. It depends a little bit on the person. You could say, oh, that's so nice of you to say. That's so nice of you to say. Or you could just say, aw, thanks, as well, too. Aw, so AWW here means aw, thanks. So it depends on the person. If you compliment someone and they say, like, it's nothing, that's a fairly natural response. Some people, when you compliment, will just say, thank you. I bought it at such and such store. That's also very natural. But if you would like to express humility, you can use one of these expressions. I tend to use something like this. Not it's nothing, but I will use a specific adjective in the moment. Like if someone compliments my shirt, I'll say, oh, this is so old. Like, it was so cheap. I usually choose a specific adjective related to the compliment. Or if someone says, like, I like your new haircut, I would say, oh, me too, but I can't style it perfectly. Like, I tend to choose like a specific point that I can kind of make myself sound a little bit lower in that moment. So that's kind of up to you. You can kind of listen to the compliment and choose how you want to respond. If you're not sure, you don't know how to use this, you can just say, thank you, I appreciate it. So these are just a couple ways that we respond to compliments, everyday small points in daily life. So I hope that this lesson was helpful. I hope you learned some good ways to express humility, and I hope that you have many reasons to use these expressions. It's very positive, I think. So if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video. Also, you can feel free to practice making a speech if you want, like an award acceptance speech. That might be interesting. If you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to our channel if you have not already. And check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Cocoa. 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 Cocoa is a very popular drink. It is chocolatey, and we often mix it with milk to create hot cocoa. A warm cup of cocoa is comforting on a cold winter night. A warm cup of cocoa is comforting on a cold winter night. A warm cup of cocoa is comforting on a cold winter night. Soft drink. Soft drink. Soft drink. A soft drink is any kind of drink that does not have alcohol in it. This could be soda, it could be juice, it could be tea. These are all soft drinks. Soft drinks don't contain alcohol and are usually carbonated and served cold. Soft drinks don't contain alcohol and are usually carbonated and served cold. Soft drinks don't contain alcohol and are usually carbonated and served cold. Juice. 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 Juice is a drink that comes from a fruit or a vegetable. Juice is generally quite healthy and it tastes pretty good. Fresh fruit juice is a great way to start any day. Fresh fruit juice is a great way to start any day. Fresh fruit juice is a great way to start any day. Bookshelf. 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 A bookshelf is a piece of furniture. Typically, we use it to keep our books. It is a shelf for our books, but many people use it for other storage too. The bookshelf is full of books. The bookshelf is full of books. The bookshelf is full of books. Bed. 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 A bed is a piece of furniture. A bed is the place where we sleep. There are many different sizes. I bought a new bed. I bought a new bed. I bought a new bed. Mirror. 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 A mirror is an object that is reflective. That means that we can see our faces when we look into it. We typically have mirrors in our bathroom, and we can refer to small mirrors as hand mirrors. The mirror is hanging on the wall. The mirror is hanging on the wall. The mirror is hanging on the wall. Dresser. 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 A dresser is something that we have in our house to store our clothes. This might be inside the closet. It might be inside a room. It can be very big, very small. There are many different styles of dresser. In my house, I don't have a dresser. In my house, I don't have a dresser. In my house, I don't have a dresser. Sweep. 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 Sweep is a verb. We use the word sweep when we talk about cleaning house with a broom. So this motion is called sweeping. So when we want to clean things off the floor, we sweep the floor. It's so dusty. Sweep the floor. It's so dusty. Sweep the floor. It's so dusty. Sweep the floor. Put away. Put away. Put away. To put something away or to put away something means to replace something. So after we use an item in our kitchen, somewhere else in our house, after we use it and we're finished using it, we need to put it away to replace that item in its correct position. I put away the dishes. I put away the dishes. I put away the dishes. Mop. 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 Mop is interesting. A mop, as a noun, refers to the tool we use to clean our floors. It's something that we use with water and soap. We also use this word as a verb to mean to clean the floors with soap and with this scrubbing motion. I spilled the juice, so I'll mop the floor. I spilled the juice, so I'll mop the floor. I spilled the juice, so I'll mop the floor. Waitress. 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 A waitress is staff at a restaurant. A waitress is a female staff member who takes orders and delivers them to the kitchen and also brings food to the table. The waitress is holding a tray with glasses. The waitress is holding a tray with glasses. The waitress is holding a tray with glasses. Fahrenheit. 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 So Fahrenheit refers to the scale that is used in the USA to measure temperature. Water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Temperature. 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 Temperature refers to how hot or how cold something is. Temperature is increasing. Temperature is increasing. Temperature is increasing. Humid. 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 Humid refers to a weather condition or to an air condition where there is a lot of water in the air. The air feels kind of sticky or heavy. In this country, the climate is humid. In this country, the climate is humid. In this country, the climate is humid. Windy. 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 Windy is an adjective that refers to a weather condition where there's a lot of wind. It's windy outside. It's windy outside. It's windy outside. Playground. 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 A playground is a special feature in a park. They're often brightly colored. The goal of a playground is to give children a place to play. Is there also a slide on the playground? Is there also a slide on the playground? Is there also a slide on the playground? Pool. 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 You can think of a pool kind of like a really, really big bathtub. They're places where we can swim in our cities. The lifeguard is watching the pool. The lifeguard is watching the pool. The lifeguard is watching the pool. Tennis. 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 Tennis is a very popular sport. It's played with 2 people, sometimes with 4 people as well, and the players pass a ball, or rather hit a ball, back and forth across a net. Shall we play tennis? Shall we play tennis? Shall we play tennis? Basketball. 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 Basketball is a very popular sport where 2 teams compete against each other to score the most points by throwing a ball through a basket. Most basketball players are tall. Most basketball players are tall. Most basketball players are tall. Leader. Leader. Liter. A liter is a unit of measurement, but this unit of measurement is used for liquid. How many liters of milk did you buy? How many liters of milk did you buy? How many liters of milk did you buy? Rice. 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 Rice is a very common food. We eat rice with meals, usually as a side dish, but you might also see it used as a main dish. Today, I should buy a lot of rice. Today, I should buy a lot of rice. Today, I should buy a lot of rice. Bread. 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 Bread is another very popular carbohydrate. We often eat bread in the mornings, especially warmed up as toast. I buy my bread at the bakery. I buy my bread at the bakery. I buy my bread at the bakery. Egg. 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 So an egg refers to the raw form of an egg, usually as it comes from a chicken. We can also use the same word to refer to an egg after we cook it. I boil an egg. I boil an egg. I boil an egg. Noodle. 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 So noodle is a countable noun. The plural form is noodles. We typically have noodles in soup or in pasta dishes. Instant noodles are a popular light meal. Instant noodles are a popular light meal. Instant noodles are a popular light meal. Alarm clock. Alarm clock. Alarm clock. So an alarm clock is a clock that has an alarm function. Many of us use our phones as alarm clocks these days. The alarm clock is set for 5 a.m. The alarm clock is set for 5 a.m. The alarm clock is set for 5 a.m. Door. 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 So a door is the thing that we use to enter or exit a room. You can open or close a door, or in some cases, you can slide open or slide a door closed. Can you close the door? Can you close the door? Can you close the door? Remote control. Remote control. Remote control. A remote control is something we can hold in our hands, so we can remotely control something else. That means from a distance, we are able to control something, like a TV or air conditioner or something like that. Please pass me the remote control. Please pass me the remote control. Please pass me the remote control. Wipe. 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 So to wipe as a verb refers to this motion. We use the verb wipe often when we talk about cleaning something, like wiping windows or maybe wiping a table, wiping some kind of surface, usually to clean it. Don't forget to wipe the floor. Don't forget to wipe the floor. Don't forget to wipe the floor. Menu. 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 A menu is like a list of choices. We usually think of menus when we visit restaurants, but you can have menus in other situations too. For example, maybe you have menus on your computer or menus on your TV. It's a list of things you can choose from. The customer is looking at the menu. The customer is looking at the menu. The customer is looking at the menu. Magazine. 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 A magazine is a group of articles generally, though you might also see groups of photographs put together. Magazines are generally provided to people once a month or maybe 4 times a year, something like that. So you can usually find magazines about specific topics. Would you like to read some magazines? Would you like to read some magazines? Would you like to read some magazines? Audiobook. Audiobook. Audio-book. So an audiobook is a book that you can listen to. This is different from a regular book because we read regular books. With an audiobook, you can listen and read at the same time if you like. I listen to audiobooks during my commute to work. I listen to audiobooks during my commute to work. I listen to audiobooks during my commute to work. Video game. Video game. Video game. So a video game refers to a game that you can play on your TV or these days also on your computer or your smartphone. We say video game, but it's kind of any game that has a video component to it, something that we can see as we play the game. I'm going to buy a new video game this weekend. I'm going to buy a new video game this weekend. I'm going to buy a new video game this weekend. Cheap. 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 Cheap is the opposite of expensive. When something is cheap, that means it's available for us to buy at a low price, especially at a price lower than we expect. I'm looking for a cheap pair of shoes. I'm looking for a cheap pair of shoes. I'm looking for a cheap pair of shoes. Expensive. 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 So expensive is the opposite of cheap, which we just talked about. Expensive refers to something that has a high price, especially for things that maybe are higher priced than usual. It's too expensive. It's too expensive. It is too expensive. Kind. 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 So the word kind, when used as an adjective, refers to someone who is nice. They are good to other people. She is a kind person with a big smile. She is a kind person with a big smile. She is a kind person with a big smile. Scary. 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 So the adjective scary refers to something that causes us to feel fear. So something outside us is scary. Please keep in mind that when you want to talk about your own emotions, you should describe that as scared. Dark streets are scary. Dark streets are scary. Dark streets are scary. Relaxing. 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 Something that is relaxing is something that causes us to feel relaxed. So again, this is something outside of us. We might hear a relaxing sound like water. We might listen to relaxing music, or we might smell something relaxing. It's something outside of us. We describe our feeling with relaxed. Massages are very relaxing. Massages are very relaxing. Massages are very relaxing. Pound. 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 So in American English, we use the word pound typically to refer to a unit of measurement. In the US, we use pounds to measure weight. 1 pound is 16 ounces. 1 pound is 16 ounces. 1 pound is 16 ounces. Mile. 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 So mile is another word that we use in American English to talk about the distances between things. We typically use mile to describe the distances between two cities. So you might hear kilometer used in other countries and in other types of English. In American English, because of the measurement system we use miles. 1 mile is roughly 1.6 kilometers. 1 mile is roughly 1.6 kilometers. 1 mile is roughly 1.6 kilometers. Foot. 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 So this use of foot refers to another measurement system that is used in the USA. Foot, yes, does refer to the part of your body, but when you see foot used to talk about measurement, it's referring to a size about this big. There are 12 inches in a foot. There are 12 inches in a foot. There are 12 inches in a foot. Illness. 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 So illness refers to a type of disease or like a type of sickness. We don't really say, I have an illness. It sounds a little bit too formal, but we use illness to describe the level of seriousness of something. For example, he has a cold. It's only a minor illness. He has a cold. It's only a minor illness. He has a cold. It's only a minor illness. Cold. 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 So this use of cold looks at the use that we have to describe a very, very minor sickness. So yes, we can use cold as an adjective to describe low temperatures, but when you see cold used to talk about sickness, it refers to usually something like a runny nose or a sore throat or feeling tired. I think I caught a cold. I think I caught a cold. I think I caught a cold. Injury. 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 Injury is a noun, and it's different from illness or from cold because an injury is something that happens to the body. For example, you have an accident playing sports. That is an injury. And illness refers to some small germs that get into the body and that cause us to be sick. So an injury is something that happens outside you. He suffered a knee injury. He suffered a knee injury. He suffered a knee injury. Medicine. 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 Medicine is what we take to improve our condition. We can use medicine to kill bad germs or to help our body fight bad germs. We can also use medicine to reduce pain in the body. He was given a lot of medicine. He was given a lot of medicine. He was given a lot of medicine. Pain. 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 So pain is a noun. Pain refers to the uncomfortable, the unpleasant feeling in the body we have after an injury. Please keep in mind, pain and hurt are very, very different. Pain is a noun, hurt is a verb. So when you want to talk about your body feeling uncomfortable, you can say, I have pain, or it hurts. This pain is unbearable. This pain is unbearable. This pain is unbearable. Fever. 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 Fever is a noun, and it refers to the body temperature being higher than normal. So most people have a body temperature that's around 98.6 degrees if we use Fahrenheit, or maybe about 37 degrees or so in Celsius. A fever refers to body temperature that's higher than that. And this is used to indicate whether we are sick or not. She's in bed with a fever. She's in bed with a fever. She's in bed with a fever. Window. 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 So a window is a fixture, a feature in a building. It's usually made of glass, though sometimes it's just open, and it allows us to look out beyond the building. Open the window, please. Open the window, please. Open the window, please. Alcohol. 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 Alcohol in everyday conversation usually refers to something that we drink for fun or maybe because we feel sad in some cases. So it's usually, in many countries, an adults-only drink. We can also use alcohol to talk about an ingredient in cleaning products, though. Like we might use an alcohol sanitizing solution to clean our hands. Whiskey is an alcohol. Whiskey is an alcohol. Whiskey is an alcohol. Meal. 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 So meal refers to the type of food that we eat at the beginning, middle, and end of the day. We call those times when we eat meals. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Fog. 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 Fog is a noun, though you may also hear the word foggy, adjective, used to talk about this weather condition. You can imagine fog as like a lot of clouds very, very low to the ground. The city is covered in fog. The city is covered in fog. The city is covered in fog. Hail. 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 So hail, when used to talk about weather conditions, refers to tiny or sometimes large balls of ice that fall from the sky. It can be quite dangerous. Hail is dangerous. Hail is dangerous. Hail is dangerous. Thunderstorm. 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 A thunderstorm refers to a type of storm that's not just rain and clouds. It's those things plus the sound of thunder. Please keep in mind when we talk about thunder and lightning in a storm, thunder is the sound and lightning is the cracks of light. A thunderstorm is approaching. A thunderstorm is approaching. A thunderstorm is approaching. Aquarium. 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 An aquarium keeps fish and other things that like to live in water. So you can have a small aquarium in your house, or you can visit a larger aquarium that keeps big fish and other exotic creatures. You might have an aquarium in your city. When are we going to the aquarium? When are we going to the aquarium? When are we going to the aquarium? Soccer. 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 Soccer is the word that we use in American English to talk about the sport that many other countries call football. It's fun to play soccer. It's fun to play soccer. It's fun to play soccer. Zoo. 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 A zoo is a park for exotic animals. So many big cities have zoos. You can go there, look at the animals, learn something about them, and in some places you can actually touch some of the animals. Tomorrow we're going to the zoo. Tomorrow we're going to the zoo. Tomorrow we're going to the zoo. Fair. 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 So fare, when used to talk about transportation, refers to how much it costs to take a mode of transportation, or how much it costs to go from one place to another. How much is the bus fare? How much is the bus fare? How much is the bus fare? Bus stop. Bus stop. Bus stop. A bus stop is a place along the route of a bus. So there are typically many bus stops on a bus route. It's a location where you can get on the bus or get off the bus. Let's meet at the bus stop. Let's meet at the bus stop. Let's meet at the bus stop. Gram. 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 A gram is a unit of measurement. You may not hear this word used so much to talk about weights in American English. You might hear this more commonly used in British English, where the metric system is used. When he was born, he weighed 3 kilos and 200 grams. When he was born, he weighed 3 kilos and 200 grams. When he was born, he weighed 3 kilos and 200 grams. Meter. 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 So, like the previous vocabulary word, meter tends to be used more often in countries that use the metric system for measurement. A meter is often used to talk about distances between locations, usually within walking distance. There are 100 centimeters in a meter. There are 100 centimeters in a meter. There are 100 centimeters in a meter. Kilometer. 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 A kilometer is another unit of distance. Again, like the previous two vocabulary words, this is more commonly used in countries that have the metric system or that use the metric system. We use kilometers to measure usually distances between cities. He walked 10 kilometers. He walked 10 kilometers. He walked 10 kilometers. Headache. 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 A headache is a pain in your head. So when we say, I have a headache, it refers to a pain that's specifically maybe around this area, or for many people, perhaps in the back of the head. My headache is getting worse. My headache is getting worse. My headache is getting worse. Diarrhea. 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 Diarrhea is a very, very unpleasant condition where your body has trouble processing food and drinks correctly. Maybe you have a germ, or maybe you ate something that was not good for your stomach, and so you have to use the bathroom a lot, or the way that your body produces waste changes a bit. This medicine will stop the diarrhea. This medicine will stop the diarrhea. This medicine will stop the diarrhea. Symptom. 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 So a symptom is something that you notice that gives you a clue about your sickness. So common symptoms are like fever, or a runny nose, or a sore throat. These are like the parts of an illness. What are your symptoms? What are your symptoms? What are your symptoms? Stomachache. 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 So a stomachache refers to, again, an unpleasant feeling in the body, maybe because you ate something bad or maybe because of an illness. But a stomach ache refers to the pain in your body. The earlier word that we talked about that also refers to a pain or an unpleasant feeling in the stomach refers to the waste the body produces. This one is very, very common, especially among kids, stomach aches. Yesterday, I had a bad stomach ache. Yesterday, I had a bad stomachache. Yesterday, I had a bad stomachache. Clean. 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 So clean can be used as both an adjective and as a verb. When we use it as a verb, it means to make something tidy, or to organize something, or to sanitize something. As in, did you clean your room? Did you clean your room? Did you clean your room? Dry. 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 So dry can be used as a verb and as an adjective. When we use it as a verb, it can mean to remove the moisture from something, like when you dry your hair. It can also mean to leave something alone and allow the moisture to leave that thing. For example, I'm waiting for the paint to dry. I'm waiting for the paint to dry. I'm waiting for the paint to dry. Dust. 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 Dust can be used as both a noun and a verb. When we use dust as a noun, it refers to the very, very small pieces of dirt that we find usually in the corners of our homes, or maybe we find it on tops of shelves and so on. I am allergic to dust. I am allergic to dust. I am allergic to dust. Vacuum. 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 Vacuum is both a noun and a verb. When we use vacuum as a verb, it means to use a vacuum cleaner, so a machinery specifically for picking up dust, to clean our house. I have to vacuum the hallway before the guests come. I have to vacuum the hallway before the guests come. I have to vacuum the hallway before the guests come. Intersection. 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 So an intersection refers to a place where two roads meet, the two roads cross. We talk about the middle point of those roads as the intersection. There is traffic in the intersection. There is traffic in the intersection. There is traffic in the intersection. Highway. 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 A highway is a road that sometimes is actually higher than other roads, though not always. Sometimes it's at a regular level. But a highway is generally a place where cars can travel very quickly. Highways are generally outside of cities or they're above cities. Traffic conditions on the highway are normal this morning. Traffic conditions on the highway are normal this morning. Traffic conditions on the highway are normal this morning. Road. 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 So road is a very general word that we can apply to many different situations. A highway is a type of road. You can imagine a path in the park is kind of like a small road. Your everyday city streets we can call roads as well. So basically anything that you use to travel, usually with a car or maybe with a bicycle, is something we can call a road. There is ice on the road. There is ice on the road. There is ice on the road. Street. 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 So we use streets as a way to organize our cities. So we often use street and road interchangeably. So we tend to use street when we're talking maybe about cities or in neighborhood situations. Let's cross the street. Let's cross the street. Let's cross the street. Interesting. 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 Interesting is an adjective. We use interesting to describe something that we find cool or something that sparks our curiosity, something that is exciting to us. The title of the book seemed interesting. The title of the book seemed interesting. The title of the book seemed interesting. Mean. 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 We use the word mean to describe someone who is unkind. Someone who is mean is not nice to other people. Some people are just mean and don't want others to be happy. Some people are just mean and don't want others to be happy. Some people are just mean and don't want others to be happy. Bored. 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 So bored is used to talk about your own feelings. When there's nothing to do, or you don't feel excited, or you don't feel interested in something, you can describe that feeling with bored. Remember, when you want to talk about something outside you that doesn't cause you to feel interested, you describe that thing as boring. Your emotions, bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. 700. 700. 700. When you're counting numbers by hundreds, just put the base number before 100. In this case, 7 plus 100 makes 700. This statue is 700 years old. This statue is 700 years old. This statue is 700 years old. 800. 800. 800. So just like the last example, 800 refers to 8 hundredths of something. The field is 800 hectares. The field is 800 hectares. The field is 800 hectares. 200. 200. 200. So again, when you're counting by hundreds, simply put the number before the word hundred. So 200 refers to 2 100ths of something. We have over 200 books here. We have over 200 books here. We have over 200 books here. 300. 300. 300. Again, the latest example, 3 plus 100 refers to 3 100ths of something. You can see that in English, we don't make a change to the number that comes before 100. In some languages, your number that you use to count hundreds may change according to the sound or according to the spelling of the word. In English, we do not need to change this base number. This school has 300 students. This school has 300 students. This school has 300 students. 600. 600. 600. Our final example of hundreds today is 600. So again, 6 comes before the word 100 to refer to 6 100ths of something. 6 times 100 equals 600. 6 times 100 equals 600. 6 times 100 equals 600. Take out. Take out. Take out. So the verb take out means to remove something from a location. We often use take out when we're talking about removing something from our house or removing something from a closet. We can also use it to talk about removing food from a restaurant when we take out our order. Can you take out the trash, please? Can you take out the trash, please? Can you take out the trash, please? Waiter. 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 A waiter is a person at a restaurant or perhaps a cafe that takes your order. We typically use the word waiter to talk about staff who are male. I'll call the waiter. I'll call the waiter. I'll call the waiter. Weather report. Weather report. Weather report. A weather report is the part of the news, or maybe the part of the newspaper, that gives you information about the weather. It usually tells you about a week in advance about what the weather is going to be like. Check the weather report before going sailing. Check the weather report before going sailing. Check the weather report before going sailing. Celsius. 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 Celsius is the system that is used to measure temperature, typically in countries that use the metric system. You might see it shortened as C when you're seeing measurements in degrees. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. TV show. TV show. TV show. A TV show is some kind of program on your TV. You can see on your TV, or these days we can watch on our computers as well. It's usually a series. There are several episodes in a show. So we don't use TV show to talk about movies. We use TV show to talk about things that have episodes, many different episodes. I always watch this TV show. I always watch this TV show. I always watch this TV show. Jogging. 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 Jogging is the name of a very popular form of exercise. As a verb, it's to jog, but jogging, the noun form, expresses the name of the activity, which is just light running. Jogging is fun. Jogging is fun. Jogging is fun. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food is food that you can receive quickly. Generally, we imagine very, very big companies like McDonald's or Burger King or maybe Taco Bell or whatever your country has, some kind of place where you can go to get food very quickly. Generally, fast food is not so healthy, but there may be some healthy options out there. I crave fast food every once in a while. I crave fast food every once in a while. I crave fast food every once in a while. Park. 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 A park is a place in your city or in your community that's usually big and open and green. There might be places to sit or places for kids to play. It's a public space that the community can use to enjoy some fresh air and get some exercise. Let's go to the park. Let's go to the park. Let's go to the park. Traffic light. Traffic light. Traffic light. A traffic light is the light that you see above a street when you're using a car or when you're walking around your city. In many US cities and most US cities, the lights are green, yellow, and red. You may also hear these called traffic signals. For your safety, check the traffic lights. For your safety, check the traffic lights. For your safety, check the traffic lights. Sign. 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 A sign is something you see on the side of the road or next to the road that gives you some information about something coming up, or it gives you an action to do, a command. For example, stop when you see the stop sign. Stop when you see the stop sign. Stop when you see the stop sign. Subway. 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 A subway is an underground transportation system. So this is different from a train. A train is above the ground. A subway is usually below the ground. Maybe in some cases the subway comes up out of the ground or comes outside for a short period of time, but usually subways are all underground transportation systems. I take the subway to the office. I take the subway to the office. I take the subway to the office. Train station. Train station. Train station. A train station is a transportation hub. It's a place where a train stops. You can get on and get off the train there. I can't find the train station. I can't find the train station. I can't find the train station. 500. 500. 500. When you count by hundreds, use a base number plus the word hundred. This one means 5 100ths of something. My house is 500 meters from here. My house is 500 meters from here. My house is 500 meters from here. 999. 999. 999. So this number is special because it is the last number that we use with the 100 counting pattern. After this number, we typically use the 1,000 word to count numbers. We bought 999 chairs for the event. We bought 999 chairs for the event. We bought 999 chairs for the event. 101. 101. 101. When you're counting 3-digit numbers, typically it will follow a pattern like this. Number, 100, and another number. It's also extremely common to see 101, so an and before the final number. My score was 101. My score was 101. My score was 101. 400. 400. 400. So again, when you're using the 100 counting pattern, simply use the base number plus the word 100. There is no change to the base number when you're using it with 100. One lap in the stadium is 400 meters long. One lap in the stadium is 400 meters long. One lap in the stadium is 400 meters long. 900. 900. 900. So another example in the 100 counting pattern, we use 9 plus 100 to mean 9 100ths of something. The antique spoon was 900 years old. The antique spoon was 900 years old. The antique spoon was 900 years old. Inch. 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 So an inch is a small unit of measurement. We use this in the USA. It's not used so much in countries that use the metric system. We use it to measure everyday objects, the dimensions of everyday objects, and also on like construction sites and in places where we are building things. I just bought a 40-inch flat screen television. I just bought a 40-inch flat screen television. I just bought a 40-inch flat screen television. Kilogram. 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 A kilogram is a unit of measurement. We use kilograms to measure weight. You will typically see this used in countries that use the metric system. Kilogram is not so commonly used in the US. 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. Centimeter. 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 A centimeter is a small unit of measurement that we use to measure the dimensions of everyday objects and to use when we're planning construction projects and so on. I need a 10 centimeter thick mattress. I need a 10 centimeter thick mattress. I need a 10 centimeter thick mattress.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get a return on your language learning investment. Language learning is an investment, but what if you're learning but not seeing any returns or results? And do you even know if you're getting any results at all? In this episode, you'll discover 1. Why language learners fail to see results and why they fail. 2. Why you need to track your language learning sessions. And 3. How to track your results. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like here's my passport, boarding pass, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get a return on your language learning investment. Part 1. One of the biggest reasons why people fail. The first big reason people fail with language learning is because they set big, vague goals, like I want to be fluent. The problem with these goals is you don't know how you'll ever go from where you are now to achieving fluency. It's too vague of a goal. But the second big reason is lack of time.
People fail with language learning because they don't put in the time. And language learning is a function of time. The more you put in, the better you get. You can also think of learning a language like a gym. You get out what you put in. If you buy a dumbbell and do nothing, nothing happens. It can do great things for you, but it won't work for you until you pick it up and curl it a few times. If you put in 1 hour a day, you get results. If you put in 10 minutes a day, you get results. But if you put in 0, you get 0 results. And you can't learn a language that way. So here's a question for you. How much time do you put into your language learning on a daily basis? Leave a comment. If you start putting in consistent time, you can also start expecting a return on your time. And this brings us to the second part. Part 2, why you need to track your language learning sessions. In the first part, we talked about just putting in enough time. That's the first important step to take. But where should you put in your time? For example, you can put in 10 minutes and use an app to do translation exercises. You can put in 10 minutes and read a textbook, or review a word list for 10 minutes. In all these examples, you can put in an equal amount of time, but the results you get will be different. And that's because different methods give you different results and benefits. Using an app may help you remember a few words. Reading a textbook can boost your vocabulary, grammar, and reading skills. And reviewing a word list will just help you with the words. So the second lesson is you need to know what kind of results you get. You need to measure the return on your time so that you can be confident that you're making progress. In the case of our audio and video lessons, 3 or 4 lessons will help you understand and speak roughly 1 minute of conversation, as well as learn all words and grammar rules inside. This is the return on our lessons. How is this possible? The dialogue tracks are about 20 seconds, and so 3 lessons, that's 3 conversations at 20 seconds apiece, which is 60 seconds or 1 minute of conversation. So if you know the 3 lessons get you to 1 minute of conversation, you can know what results to expect. If you do 20 lessons, you're at about 5 minutes of conversation. 40 lessons, that's around 10 minutes or so of conversation. That's the power of measuring the results. If you track your results, you know what to expect in the future, and you can hit your language learning goals. So how can you start measuring your return? Let's jump into the third part. Part 3, how to track your results and hit goals. If you're able to consistently put in time towards learning and maintaining your routine, then it's time to start tracking your time and effort. Why? At the basic level, language learning is simply putting in the time. You don't need a high IQ. You don't need to be talented at languages. You don't need the best possible app. You just need time. The more time you put in, the more results you get out. And aside from setting unrealistic goals, the other reason why people fail at languages is they just don't put in the time. So, how can you track your results? Let's look at 2 ways, an easy way and an advanced way of tracking your time and results. Let's start with the easy way first. Simply track the time you put in. So if you do a 10-minute audio lesson today and then spend 5 minutes with flashcards, note this as 15 minutes for the day and write down what you did. Then do the same thing tomorrow. That's it. The goal here is to track the time and your effort. You'll want to track it and actually have measurable proof of your work. And also, so you can review what you've been doing and see your progress. So if one day you realize you don't know enough words, or maybe you don't speak as much as you'd like, you can look at your notes and review your work. If you see that you've been just watching video lessons, you can spot the problem, which is you've done no actual vocab study or speaking practice. And now you can start doing it. Problem solved. You're on your way to fluency. Another way you can track your time and effort is with the dashboard on our site. So if you visit the dashboard, you can see the lessons you've completed, the number of flashcards reviewed, and hours studied. This is the second tactic, and it's an advanced one because not only do you need to track your time, you also need to track your results, which is a bit trickier. So how can you do that? With our conversational audio lessons, check the length of the dialogue track. If the dialogue track is about 20 seconds, then that's the amount of conversation you can expect to master. By the way, these tracks are anywhere from 10 to 40 seconds long. Now, if you're studying words with flashcards, take note of how many words you already know. So if you studied for 5 minutes and can easily remember 7 out of 10 words, then that's your return. If you know this, you know what to expect when you learn new words. You can expect to remember about 7 out of 10 with a 5-minute drill. Another thing you can do is boost that number to 10 out of 10. Next, if you're practicing your listening skills, try to gauge how much you understand. If you understood about 20% of a 3-minute conversational lesson, then that's your return for now. Again, by knowing this, you can now start asking questions like, what can I do to understand 50% of this conversation? Will doubling my time double my results as well? Will I understand 40%? Will reviewing this lesson for a few minutes a day, every day, work better than trying to memorize it all now? So then, you put these questions to the test and try them out. And because you know your return, you can see if it really works. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye!
Want to perfect your pronunciation and speak like a native? The best way to do this is 1. Listen to a native speaker, 2. Repeat what they say, and 3. The most important part, compare yourself against their pronunciation. In fact, mimicking a native speaker like this, which is called shadowing, is a powerful way to master your speaking. And you can do this all with the voice recorder inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. So, what makes the voice recorder so powerful? First, you can instantly spot the differences between yourself and the native speaker. How? The voice recorder records you and then compares your speaking to the native speaker. Just record and listen. Once you know what you need to change to sound perfect, you can adjust your speaking and your pitch until you match the native speaker. Second, you get to practice speaking the most common words and phrases. In other words, you won't be learning to say random words and phrases. Our lessons teach you practical, everyday conversations, like introducing yourself, ordering food at a restaurant, talking about where you're from, and more. The kind of conversations you'll have with native speakers. And our vocabulary lists teach you the must-know words and phrases for all kinds of topics. Holidays, slang, the many ways to say hello, and more. So, how do you use the voice recorder? You'll find the voice recorder in our lessons and vocabulary lists. Just look for the microphone icon. With our lessons, scroll down to the dialogue section. The dialogue section is a line-by-line breakdown of the lesson conversation. Next to each line, click on the microphone icon to open the voice recorder for that line. First, listen to the native speaker's pronunciation. Then, click on the round record icon to record yourself. And finally, play the 2 tracks to compare. Successful learners practice one line 3 to 4 times to fully master the pronunciation. Now, if you're using our free vocabulary phrase lists, you'll find the microphone icon next to each word or phrase. Again, click on the icon to record and compare yourself to the native pronunciation. So, if you want to speak like a native with perfect pronunciation, take advantage of this voice recorder, which is available in every lesson and vocabulary list. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to sign up. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Making Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words like actor, screenwriter, director, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and more. Third, can you talk about fishing in your target language? Learn how to say words like fishing rod, bait, and fishing net with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, must-know online shopping vocabulary. If you like shopping, then you'll want to be able to talk about it in your target language. With this 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know words like sale, add to cart, and much more. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 51% off all basic, premium, and premium plus plans with our special Black Friday deal. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some differences between the words just and only. I'm going to look at these words in two ways that they are used. I'm going to focus on their adverb use in this lesson. Let's get started. I want to begin by talking about the word just. So I have two meanings here for just. The first meaning for just is one that shares a meaning with only. So we're going to see this is the same kind of sentence pattern, the same usage. So just or only in this way, it emphasizes a small degree or a small amount of something. So when we want to make something seem smaller or perhaps less important, we can use the word just or we can use only to do this. Some examples. I ate just one cookie here. So the point that I want to make smaller, I want to emphasize this one cookie, I use just to show. So not two, not three, one. I want to emphasize the small number there. Second, we had just 3 days for our vacation. So here I want to emphasize 3 days was a small amount of time. So just 3 days shows that the speaker feels it was not a large degree, like it was not a large amount of time for vacation. So we use this for emphasis. If we remove just from the sentence, it remains grammatically correct. I ate one cookie is okay. We had 3 days for our vacation is okay. But using just emphasizes a small degree or a small amount of something. So we'll see this with only as well. Okay, let's take a look at the second use of just for this lesson. We can use just for very recently completed actions or for actions happening in the very near future. When we use just to talk about near future actions, we use it with about to. Also, you may hear some speakers use just with the ing form of a verb. So that means something is happening like now. It's beginning right now. So it's extremely near future. You might hear that. So with about to, that means it has not started yet, but it's going to be very soon. So let's look at some examples. First, I just finished my homework. I just finished my homework. So finished is past tense here. This refers to a very recently completed action. Did you just call me? This is a question. So here, call is in present tense, yes, but we have did, past tense here. Did you call me? Did you just call me means in the very recent past, did you call? So using just shows that. Then these are near future situations. I was just about to go to lunch. I was just about to go to lunch. So here you can use was. You may hear some speakers using I am. I'm just about to go to lunch. Do you want to come? We often use this past tense pattern when something changed our plans. Like I was just about to go to lunch, but this urgent task came up. So sometimes we do that. You can hear both. It kind of depends on the speaker's feeling a little bit. Okay, this one, we're just about to leave. So this uses that present tense I was talking about. We are. We're just about to leave. So that shows that it's an upcoming plan for the very near future. Again, just appears before the verb here in the past tense examples. So keep this in mind because for this lesson, for this content in general, the word order is very important here. So when you're using just with this meaning, with meaning one, to emphasize a small degree, we need to use just before the word it modifies. So here, the emphasis, the word I want to emphasize is one, or three. So just comes before that word. A mistake that many people make, and even native speakers make, is using just before the verb here. I just ate one cookie, or we just had 3 days for our vacation. So they want to emphasize this, but they position just before the verb, and this is incorrect because we use just in this position for this kind of pattern, for a recently finished action. I just ate one cookie. Sounds like I very recently ate one cookie, which is correct. That could be a grammatically correct sentence, yes. But if you want to emphasize a small amount of something, you need to put it before that word that you want to modify. We'll see the same thing with only, actually. So when we're using only, again, it shares this meaning with just for the first meaning here. So we're emphasizing that small degree of something. And the same word order rule applies. We have to use only before the word it modifies. So we can use the same example sentences. I ate only one cookie, or we had only 3 days for our vacation. So again, we can remove only from the sentence, and the sentence remains grammatically correct. We're just emphasizing one or 3 in this case. And using only shows the speaker feels it was a small amount or a small degree. If we position only somewhere else in the sentence, like I only ate one cookie, or we only had 3 days for our vacation, then it modifies the verb and it changes the sentence. For example, if I said, I only ate one cookie, it means I did not do anything else to that one cookie. So I only ate one cookie. I did not look at the cookie. I did not smell the cookie. I did not bake the cookie. I only ate one cookie. So we're modifying the verb there. Here, it comes before one. So I ate only one cookie. So not 2, not 3, not 4. I ate only one. So keep this in mind. This is a key point that many native speakers have trouble with too. Okay, let's take a look then at the second use. For this lesson, I want to talk about one more common use of the word only, and that is when it's used in conditionals. We use this in conditionals, if sentences, in if questions, to place a restriction on some action. So this is when we want to say that one thing is not possible without another thing. So maybe some of you have studied like if, only if, as long as, and unless, and so on. So this is like the kind of situations that we use these. For example, we can take a long vacation this summer only if we start saving now. So using only if shows that this situation, taking a long vacation this summer, is possible, yes, but there's a condition, there's a restriction. So only if we start saving now means if we do not start saving now, we cannot go on vacation. So we could say, yes, if we start saving now, sure, that would be okay. But this is emphasizing the restriction. This is possible only if we start saving now. We must start saving now. If we do not start saving now, it is not going to be possible. Let's look at one more example. For example, in this case, I was thinking like a mother or a father speaking to their child. So yes, you can go to your friend's party, but only if you finish your homework. So again, we see a condition, like some situation that we're interested in, desiring, going to the friend's party, and then we see the restriction. Only if you finish your homework. Only if you finish your homework can you go to the party. So that means homework must be completed. The child must complete his or her homework. If that is done, the child can go to the party. So this only shows that restriction more clearly than just if. So you need to use only to emphasize that restriction. So we can do this. You might hear some native speakers split the only and the if into so they have a lot of distance in the sentence. Sometimes I hear, for example, we can only take a long vacation this summer if we start saving now. So in most cases, that doesn't cause a communication problem, but for the sake of clarity, I would recommend you try to keep your only and if together so that you can clearly see the conditions and the restrictions. So again, word order does matter here. Put this before the condition. This is the thing that must happen. It must be completed. It must be fulfilled in order for this other thing to happen. So your word order does matter here. So from this lesson, a big point, meaning one for only and just, they are the same. You can use them in the same way. So don't worry about choosing between these two. The thing to worry about is the position of the word in the sentence. Make sure to put it before the word you're modifying. If you would like some more information about these points, specifically the word only, there is a lesson about positioning of the word only in sentences. So please check the YouTube channel for that video. Of course, if you have other questions or other comments, please feel free to let us know in the comment section of this video, or try making some example sentences of your own with these words. Of course, if you liked the video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 ways to use the word of. This will not cover all uses of the word of, but we'll focus in on 3 very common and very useful ways to use this word. Let's get started. Okay, the first use of I want to talk about is use to show connection or relationship between part or parts and whole. So this means when we want to show that 2 or more things have some kind of relationship, they fit together, or they have some kind of connection, or we want to talk about things within a larger group. So like, for example, pieces of things that are inside a whole of something, we use this meaning of. Let's take a look at some examples. First example, I ate a piece of cake. Here, we're showing parts inside a whole. In this case, we're looking at one part. Here, my part is a piece, and the whole, in this case, is a cake. So when I want to talk about one part, in this case, a piece, I connect the part to the whole with the word of. I ate a piece of cake. I could make this a plural word if I wanted to. I ate pieces of cake. So I'm still showing a relationship between parts and whole with these words. So you'll see of used in this way very commonly with these counter words and uncountable nouns. Let's take a look at the next example sentence. He broke part of my table. He broke part of my table. So again, we see of is connecting, in this case, quite literally, a part to a whole. In this case, my table. My table represents the whole we're talking about here. So he broke part of my table could mean, like, for example, one leg of the table, or a corner of the table, one piece, one portion of the table. So he broke part of my table shows that only one piece was affected. We show part and the relationship to the whole by connecting them with of. He broke part my table is not correct. Part of my table is correct. Okay, let's move on to the next sentence. One of the kids cried. One of the kids cried. Here,
we have the kids, referring to a specific group of kids. The part here is one. This means one child, one kid in the group of kids cried. So you'll often see this kind of pattern used when we're talking about people, groups of people, like students or workers, and so on. So one of the kids cried. We could change this to the plural form as well. Two of the kids cried. It shows parts, or a small number, inside a larger group. So in this example sentence, we don't know the total number here, but because the kids in the plural form is used, we know that it refers to a specific group of kids. And we want to talk about one of those kids. We show the relationship between this one kid and the group of kids with of. One of the kids cried. So this is the first way to use of for this lesson. I want to talk about one more important and related use of, which is to show a portion inside something. To show a portion inside something means to talk about more than one of something inside a group, for example. So in these cases, I focused on just one part inside a larger group, but if you want to talk about larger numbers, for example, the majority or the minority, inside a group, we can use of to show that relationship. Let's look at some examples. First, most of the students passed the test. Most of the students passed the test. So here, I'm talking again about people. We see a very similar sentence here. The kids was in my previous example sentence. Here, the students. So I'm talking about a specific group of students. I'm showing, though, most of the students passed the test. So not just one or two or three students passed the test, but most of the students passed the test. So I connect this most with the larger whole. So this could be the students in the class or the students in the school, whatever. I connect this part, even though it's a majority, even though it's most, I connect this with of. Most of the students passed the test. You might also hear the pattern, most students passed the test. That is also okay. If you're including this the, though, you need to include of, because this the students is referring to a specific group. So the, our definite article, is showing us that we're talking about a specific group of students. So this could be most of the students in this class or in my class. Something specific is happening there, so we use the. We connect it with of. If you don't use a specific definite article, for example, most students pass the test. That's okay, but the statement becomes less specific. You're just talking about maybe students across the country, for example. We don't know. It's not so clear there. So if you're using the definite article, make sure to use of to connect it. Okay, let's look at another example. The majority of people at the event were rich. The majority of people at the event were rich. Okay, so here I'm using majority, the majority, the majority. So majority is another way to say most, the largest number of people, in other words. So majority, for example, could mean like 80% of people. Basically, more than 50% is a majority. So the majority of people at the event were rich. So this is an example sentence where I could choose to use the definite article or not. The majority of the people at the event were rich. That would also be okay because I'm making it very clear in the sentence which people I mean. So people at the event, this specific group of people. So I could say the majority of the people at the event were rich. That's also okay. I've chosen not to include it here because this extra information tells me which people. So the majority of people at the event were rich. Here, my part is this percentage of people, so 50% or more of this group, people at the event, were rich. I show the connection by using of. So this is my part, my portion, and this is my total group, my whole here. Okay, one more example of this. None of us had any idea what to do. None of us had any idea what to do. So here, we're showing 0, none of us. So us, because we're using us, it refers to a group. That means nobody inside our group, no people, 0 people inside our group had any idea what to do. So we connect this with none of us. So we wouldn't really say 0 of us. It wouldn't sound so natural. We would say none of us. You could also say nobody had any idea what to do. But we're using of here because we're showing a portion, in this case none, and we're showing a whole. So when you want to show this relationship between something inside the whole and the larger group, the larger whole, you connect the two with of. Okay, let's continue on to the second point for this lesson. The second point for this lesson is using of to talk about the materials or parts something is made with, or to talk about an object's contents. So contents means the things inside something else. This is a bit different from what we've talked about over here. Let's look at a few example sentences. First, let's focus on these two. A cup made of silver. A cup made of silver. This use of here is showing us the materials that the cup is made of. So a cup made of silver. Silver is the material. Cup is the object. You'll notice too, made is in parentheses. Sometimes native speakers will drop this part when we're talking about the materials or the parts something is made with. A cup of silver. This can sound a little bit more formal, but sometimes we do choose to use made of silver. I like to include it for this lesson just to make it a little bit more clear which kind of we're talking about. So a cup of silver is also okay to use. To me, it sounds a little bit more polite. So this of is showing us a material, silver, for a cup. Let's go on to the next sentence, also a material sentence. Her earrings were made of gold. Her earrings were made of gold. So again, you see our material comes after our connecting word of, and the object it's connecting to is earrings. Her earrings were made of gold. So these two sentences show us how we use of to indicate a material or a part that something can be made with. I want to look at the next two sentences though. These two sentences refer to using of for objects' contents. First example sentence. I'd like a glass of wine, please. I'd like a glass of wine, please. So you'll notice, as we talked about in this part, we have a counter word and an uncountable noun. So wine is an uncountable noun. Glass is a way to count portions of wine, a way to count servings of wine. Here, however, it's referring to the contents of the glass. So I'd like a glass of wine, please, means one glass full of wine. So inside the glass is just wine, a glass of wine. We could say a pint of beer or a cup of juice, for example. Those are all counter words plus uncountable noun connected with of patterns. So here, this part is referring to the counter word. This is the uncountable noun that's completely inside it. We connect the two with of. One more example of this. The box was full of old letters. The box was full of old letters. This one does not use an uncountable noun. Here, we're talking about a box. In this case, this box, the contents of this box was, or were rather, the contents were old letters. Old letters. So we're using of here because this is a good hint word. Full. Full means like 100% of the inside of the box was old letters. So we're showing the contents there with, we're connecting the item, the object, to its contents with the word of. We could change this. We could add other things too. The box was full of old letters and pens and pencils. Or the box was full of old pictures. We could change that. We could add other things to this sentence if we want. But we're showing here the contents of the box, full of something. So you may see that empty is used in a pattern like this, like the box was, for example, empty of money. Empty of money. So this may seem a little bit strange. Why would you say that? But it means there was no money inside the box. Empty means there's nothing inside. So the box was full of means it's 100% things inside something. Empty means nothing, 0%. So the box was empty of money is correct. We sometimes use that. It sounds a little bit more formal, a little bit more polite. But when you want to talk about the contents of something, in this case a box or perhaps a bag, a purse, you can use of to connect the contents with the object itself. Okay, so with this in mind, let's continue to our last use of for this lesson. Number 3. We use of to show belonging. You see this a lot in organizations, in government situations, companies, schools, and so on. We use it to show belonging, to be a member of something. Let's look at these examples. Here, she's the head of the company. She's the head of the company means she's the top of the company. So, in these patterns, the company is the organization. That's the group. The head means the top or her position, the way in which she belongs to the company. She's the head of the company. We could change this part right here to reflect a different position in the organization. She's a manager in the company. She's a worker in the company. But you'll notice we change of to in situations like that because it's like we're not talking about one specific key figure. We're talking about one person that's kind of like a member of a group. So she's a manager of the company might be used in situations where a person is like a top manager. So this is kind of another key point. We use this of pattern when belonging to talk about like key roles in organizations or key roles for organizations. So she's the head of the company. In contrast, we would not say she's the head in the company. We would not use a pattern like that. She's the head of the company. Let's look at another example here. Have you ever seen the Queen of England? Have you ever seen the Queen of England? Here, England, it's a country, but we think of England as our group, our organization. Queen then, the Queen, shows this top-level position. So the Queen of England, meaning she is the queen that belongs to England. So this shows her relationship to this larger organization, in this case, a country. So the Queen of England. So we would use this again for like politicians, we would use this for public figures, kings, queens, and so on. But again, they're at this very high level position in their organization. So let's look at one maybe smaller level organization for this last example. We're the leaders
of this group. We're the leaders of this group. So this could be a volunteer group in your community, for example. Here, the group is our organization. The leaders, in this case more than one person. The leaders are the top people in the organization. We connect the top people to the organization to which they belong with the word of. We're the leaders of this group. So if we wanted to talk about the members, we could say, we're members of such and such group, yes, but you would use that if you're introducing yourself to someone outside the situation and you kind of want to show perhaps a sense of pride in your belonging. We tend to use in more when we're talking more internally, I feel. So like, I'm a member of such and such group would be okay, but we would probably use for like companies and so on, like a manager in this company. So there are a couple situations where there's a little bit of flexibility in terms of the preposition that's used, but a good rule is that when you're talking about the leader of something, the leader of a group or the leader of an organization, you can use of to show their role, so leader, queen, king, head of company, and use of to connect it to the company name, the organization name, the country name, and so on. If you want to talk about the members of something, if you're talking to someone outside the group, it might be a good idea to use of. I'm a member of such and such group, or I'm a manager in this company. I would prefer personally to use in for talking about company sorts of things. I would probably use of for talking about like group related things. So this is perhaps a small point that's a little bit different for lower level people in organizations. But as I said, a good rule is to show belonging for people at the tops of organizations with of. So I hope that this lesson gave you some good ideas and some good chances to practice these 3 uses of the word of. As I said, there are many other ways to use this word, but I feel that these are probably some of the most common ways. And perhaps we can talk more about other uses of in another video in the future. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making a sentence with this word, please feel free to do so in the comments section. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about when to use apostrophe S and when to use of. Let's get started. First, I want to talk about the situations when we use apostrophe S. So we commonly refer to this as the possessive form. So we attach apostrophe S to some noun or a noun phrase. We use apostrophe S when we're talking about something that belongs to another person. So when I say something that belongs to another person, this can mean an object like a pen or a shirt, or it can mean something about that person's physical appearance. Physical appearance means the way they look, or it can be about their personality. So what kind of personality does that person have? What are their characteristics? So we use apostrophe S when we're referring to these kinds of things relating to people. Let's look at some examples of this. First, this group of examples features apostrophe S, including an object. So for example, my brother's car, my mom's favorite album, or my friend's keys. We use apostrophe S because this is an object that belongs to a person. If I used of in these sentences, it would sound very unnatural. For example, the car of my brother, or the favorite album of my mom, or the keys of my friend.
It sounds very unnatural to use these kinds of patterns. So because we're talking about objects that belong to a person, use the possessive form, this apostrophe S. Let's look at some more examples. These are things, again, objects that belong to another person. In this case, not just my, but another person outside us. For example, your roommate's computer or his girlfriend's water bottle. So again, we're talking about objects that belong to a person. Even if that person is outside us, unrelated to us, we use apostrophe S to naturally show possession, to naturally show ownership. Finally, down here, let's look at some examples that talk about someone's personality or their characteristics. My friend's personality, or his mother's cleanliness, or his father's beard. This is not a personality point, this is a physical appearance point. But you can see how in all of these example sentences, we continue to use the apostrophe S to show ownership. So this my friend's personality means the personality belonging to my friend. Or his mother's cleanliness. This shows the cleanliness belonging to his mother. This beard here belongs to the speaker's friend's, perhaps, father. So we're using this apostrophe S to show ownership of something. So please make sure to use apostrophe S in situations such as these. Another important point about apostrophe S use is that apostrophe S is commonly used with time periods. So time periods means like days or weeks or months, for example. It can also mean points in time or periods of time in a day. For example, this morning's meeting. Here, morning is my time period, or my point in time in this case. This morning's meeting. This means the meeting that happened this morning, or the meeting that's going to happen this morning. So we can think of this as a meeting belonging to this morning. We use apostrophe S to show this. We do not say the meeting of this morning. It sounds very unnatural. Another example, the year's best music. The year's best music. So here I have this time period, the year, the last year, or this year perhaps. Apostrophe S, best music. So this means the best music belonging to the year. We would not say the best music of the year necessarily. I suppose you could, but in lots of marketing materials, you see this apostrophe S used. It kind of shows a little bit of closeness, that possessive form. Okay, the next one, this evening's menu. This evening's menu. So again, the menu which belongs to this evening. This is one that you might also see used with the of pattern, perhaps. So using the of pattern kind of makes things like this sound a little bit more formal or a little bit more polite. So for example, the menu of this evening might not be so natural, or the menu of the evening might be something you could hear. But the reason that we don't use of as often, perhaps, in situations such as these is because it tends to make the situation sound a little more formal or a little more polite. So when I said in this example sentence, the best music of the year, you might hear that, for example, at an award ceremony, like the best artist of the year or artist of the year. Something like that has a little bit of importance to it. When we want to give more importance to something, we might use the of pattern. So these are two situations where you might see that. We would not do it in the situations I've talked about, or the situations I spoke about earlier when talking about things belonging to people. There are some cases where we might use an of pattern when talking about time periods. So these are maybe a couple of cases where you may see of used. Okay, so we can use this with time periods as well, and it is commonly used with time periods. Let's compare this then to situations where we use of. So Of is used when explaining something that is part of or belongs to something larger. So note, yes, I'm using this belongs to here, but this is for like objects. So not things that belong to people. This is for like perhaps organizations or, as I said, objects. Let's take a look at some examples of this. Here, the leader of the group, or the end of the video, or the top of the mountain. So in each of these situations, we're expressing like a relationship between a part and a whole. In the first example sentence, the group is my whole, and the leader is one part. So we often use of when we're talking about like the top person in an organization or in a group. So this is why we use like leader of the group. Or if you've watched the video about using of on this channel, the Queen of England or the head of the company. Those are expressions we use to talk about the top person in a group. So they are part of a group or an organization. The second example, the end of the video, refers to one part of the video. So if we watch the video, watch the video, watch the video, this part here is the end part of the video. We use of to show that relationship. Finally, the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain. Again, if we imagine a mountain and we imagine one part, we can describe that with of, connecting that name, top, to the name of the whole mountain, the top of the mountain. Of course, there are some cases where we choose to phrase things a little bit differently. For example, the mountaintop is a word. But in these cases, it's more natural to use of than it is to use apostrophe s. So for example, if I said the mountain's top, it wouldn't sound as natural as the top of the mountain. If I said the video's end, it wouldn't sound as natural as the end of the video. The group's leader could be okay because it's related to a person, but you might hear this one a little more often, the leader of the group. Okay, with that in mind, let's look at another way that we use of. We use of when explaining what something is made from. So we use this when talking about materials. So if I want to talk about the material my shirt is made from, I could use of to describe that. Let's look at some examples though. A necklace of gold, a sweater made of wool, shoes made of leather. So here in these examples, I'm talking about materials, gold, wool, and leather. You'll notice that I've got made in parentheses here. We can drop that made because this use of is showing us what something is made from. So not everybody chooses to include made, but you can. So a necklace of gold means a necklace made from gold. A sweater made of wool means a sweater made from wool. So that's another way to say it. Both are fine. You can choose which you prefer. Shoes made of leather. So we're connecting the material to the object with of here. So again, this is not a situation where we would use this possessive form, because actually here, there's no possession happening. The necklace is not possessing gold, or the sweater is not possessing wool. Rather, we're talking about the components, the pieces that work together to create this other thing. So definitely do not use apostrophe s in situations such as this. So I hope that this lesson gives you a good guideline for when to use apostrophe s and when to use of. Remember, apostrophe s is great to use and very natural to use when you're talking about people and things that belong to people. Remember, use of when you're talking about something that is part of something else, or when you're describing the materials that are used to make something. So if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between have and had. I'm going to look at 3 very common ways that we use these words. Let's get started. Okay, the first way that we use these words is to express ownership. So ownership, this means when we have like an item, there's something that belongs to us, or when we want to talk about like personalities or personal characteristics. When we want to talk about owning that or something belonging to us, we use have, or past tense had, to do that. So to make a basic ownership expression with this verb, we use have plus our noun phrase. So for example, marker is a noun phrase, a marker. So I have a marker is a very simple ownership expression. This is present tense, have. When the subject of the sentence is he, she, or it, we change the verb have to has. She has a marker, he has a marker. So keep in mind the subject of your sentence will change the way that you have to say the verb or spell the verb. So we follow it with a noun phrase. When we want to make a past tense statement, we change have to had. This is true if the subject is she, he, it, anything. We use had for past tense ownership statements. So I had a red marker. Now I have a blue marker, for example. I had in the past. Now I have present tense. So we use had and have to express past and present ownership of things and characteristics. Some more examples. First, I have a cookie. Have, present tense. This shows us right now, the speaker has a cookie. The speaker has a cookie. I have a cookie. Another one, past tense here. I had a dog when I was a kid. So here I had a dog when I was a kid. This is my point in time, or my period of time. This was the time in which I had a dog, past tense. Here's some examples where the subject is he and she. He has a lot of money. He has a lot of money. We use has because the subject is he. He has a lot of money. Finally, she has a lot of responsibilities. She has a lot of responsibilities. Again, the subject is she, so we use has instead of have. This is only for the present tense. She has a lot of responsibilities. So this is the first use of have and had to express ownership. Let's move on to point number 2 for this lesson. Point number 2, we use have and had to make the perfect tenses. So we use perfect tense. We can use present perfect tense, past perfect tense, future perfect tense to talk about actions that started in the past and continued until a certain point in time. So when we make present perfect tense sentences, we use have, or again has. It follows the same rule as over here. If the subject is she, he, or it, we use has. So we use have or has, but we follow it with the past participle form of a verb. This is a special form of each verb that we attach to this verb, have or has. So this is to make the present perfect tense. When we make the past perfect tense, however, we use had plus the past participle form of the verb. So again, there's only one word here. There's no change if the subject changes. So past perfect, had, present perfect, have or has. For more information on these tenses and what they mean, please check our website, EnglishClass101.com, or please do a quick search on our YouTube channel for present perfect tense or past perfect tense videos for more information about this grammar point. Let's look at some examples, though, of how we use these to make our statements in perfect tenses. First, I have studied English for 3 years. I have studied English for 3 years. So, have is used here before studied. Studied is the past participle form of the verb study. I have studied English, in this case, for 3 years. The speaker includes a length of time. I have studied English for 3 years. Let's change the subject of the sentence. She has been waiting for an hour. She has been waiting for an hour. So here, we're focusing on a continuing action. But we change have to has because the subject is she. We use been because been is the past participle form of the verb be. So not she has be, she has been waiting. She has been waiting. So this is, again, a present perfect tense expression. Here we're using it with the continuous form or the progressive form. Now, let's take a look at some past perfect examples. I had just arrived home when the phone rang. I had just arrived home when the phone rang. Here you'll notice I included just. So I want to show something happened very quickly after this thing. Or rather, I want to show that something happened very quickly, like back to back. So one thing happened and then another thing happened. I had just arrived home when the phone rang. So had is used here because this is a past situation. So I just arrived home, I had just arrived home when the phone rang. So in the moment after that, very quickly. So I use just before the past participle verb arrived. Arrived. So arrived is the past participle form of the verb arrive. I can use just to modify that. So another example, we had been working all night when we got the news that the project was canceled. We had been working all night when we got the news that the project was canceled. Again, had comes before my past participle verb, be becomes been. And I'm using another progressive example, an ing example. You'll also notice that with past perfect, we tend to use this when we're telling stories in a sequence. So past perfect thing, the thing that happened far, far, far in the past, we use past perfect tense. And then we use simple past tense. We see this in these two examples. This happened first, had just arrived home, far in the past, when the phone rang. So this is my simple past tense statement. Just arrived home, phone rang. So we understand the sequence of events there by using past perfect, simple past. Same thing here. We had been working all night, continuing to work. We've been working all night when we got the news. We got, simple past tense, we got the news that the project was canceled. So we use this, these two past forms together to tell stories in sequence. Okay, so again, if you want more information about these grammar points, please do a search of the YouTube channel or the website. Okay, so let's move on to our third use of these words for this lesson. We use have and had to talk about responsibilities. This is a very common use of these words. When we talk about present tense responsibilities, we use have or has, again, for he, she, and its subjects, plus to, plus a present tense verb. Of course, we can change this with use of don't. We can make it a negative, don't have to, doesn't have to, and so on. But making a positive sentence for the purposes of this lesson is done in this way. Same thing with had. When we're making a past tense responsibility expression, we use had plus to plus the present tense verb. So this had is the only change. Changes from have in present tense. So let's look at some examples. First, I have to go to the bank. I have to go to the bank. Have to plus
present tense verb. Go is my present tense verb. I have to go to the bank. Responsibility statement. If my subject is he, she, or it, I need to change my verb to has. She has to leave the office. Leave is my simple present tense verb. I've connected it with to. She has to leave the office. Past tense examples. We had to buy new shoes. We had to buy new shoes. So we is the subject. Had shows it's a past tense expression. To connects to buy, my present tense verb. We had to buy new shoes. Finally, he had to find a new job. So again, my subject is he, but there's no change to the verb in past tense. He had to find a new job. So had to, present tense verb is find. He had to find a new job. So we can use have and had and has to talk about explaining our responsibilities. So these are 3 ways that you can use have and had and has as well. So I hope that they help you in understanding how these words are used. Again, if you want some more information about these grammar points, please make sure to search our YouTube channel or check out our website, EnglishClass101.com. Of course, if you liked this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel if you have not already. Also, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Thank you very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Andrea Oliveira. Hello, Andrea. Andrea says, hi Alicia, could you help me with the differences between before and until in these phrases? First, don't say you hate it until or before you try a bite of it. You're not going anywhere until or before you put your things away. Enjoy your meal until or before it gets cold. Thank you very much. Okay, nice question. Yeah, mostly the differences between until and before in these example sentences are about nuance. You could use either in these sentences. I want to talk about the first 2 example phrases, or the first 2 example sentences first. I want to talk about these 2 together because they have a negative at the beginning of the sentence. In the first example sentence, we had don't say you hate it until or before you try a bite of it. So until is used to mark like a key moment or kind of a deadline or a point at which something changes. Before doesn't really have this feeling. So don't say you hate it until you try a bite of it sounds more natural in this case because it's like saying taking a bite of this thing, this food probably, is kind of the key point or the moment for change, the moment at which the person makes a decision. So until sounds more natural here than before. The same is true for the second example sentence. You're not going anywhere until or before you put your things away. Again, this sounds more natural with until because we have kind of a key moment for change, yeah? So the person needs to put their things away. That's why until sounds a little bit more natural than before here. This is not the case, however, with the final example that you included, which was enjoy your meal until or before it gets cold. The reason that until sounds unnatural in this example is because we don't really have a specific point, like a key moment or a kind of deadline or a time at which something's going to change. We have this cold, like the meal is going to get cold situation we know is going to happen, but there's not a key point. Also, if you use until in this sentence, it sounds like enjoy your meal and continue enjoying your meal, but at the point your meal becomes cold, stop enjoying your meal. This is really strange, right? So enjoy your meal before it gets cold sounds a lot more natural here because it's kind of like you're encouraging the other person to eat while the meal is warm and therefore it's most delicious. So that's the difference between until and before in these example sentences, and you can kind of carry that, you can kind of remember that when you need to choose in the future. So until we tend to use more with that kind of deadline or key change point. So you can kind of remember this when you need to make a decision between these two in the future. We tend to use until a lot when we have some kind of change point coming in the future we can refer to. It's easy to spot, or it's easy to understand that change point. And we don't really always do that with before. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for an interesting question. Okay, let's get to your next question. Next question comes from Andre. Hello, Andre. Andre says, ciao, Alicia, what's up? Hey, my question, which is correct? He don't or he doesn't? I've noticed a lot of usage of the form he don't in American movies. Yeah, nice question. So depending on the style of English used in the movie you're watching, you might see a grammar pattern like this. So you might see this in a few different styles of speaking. The speaker might use this kind of speaking to sound rough or to sound cool. You might also hear it used in certain communities or in certain regions of the USA. There are many different reasons a speaker might use he don't instead of he doesn't. So it depends a lot on the style of the movie, on the people that are in the movie or the characters that are portrayed, the people that are actually in the movie. So there are a lot of different factors to consider. Yes, we learn he doesn't in typical textbook English, but depending on the community or the region or the background of the speaker, it might be common to use he don't and other similar grammar patterns. So this is the reason you might see he don't in certain American movies or in certain TV shows even. Sometimes it's because the character wants to sound rougher or cooler or something. Other times it's because that's how the character naturally speaks. That's the type of English or the style of English they grew up using. So over time, as you watch media, you'll kind of get to understand a little bit better which is which. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks very much for the question. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Jane Advincula. Hi, Jane. I hope I said your name right. Jane says, hi, Alicia. I'd like to ask about how and when to use later and earlier. For example, in phrases like 1 year later and earlier in 1992. Okay, yeah, nice question. So of course we can use earlier and later to talk about different times of the day. Like, let's do that later. So meaning not now, but later. But these words are also very, very useful when we're telling stories, especially about the past. When we want to talk about a point in time in the past, and we want to talk about something that happened before that, or something that happened after that, we can use earlier and later to do that. Let's look at earlier first. So, for example, he finished school in 2000. We want to talk about the year 2000 in this case, a past tense point. We could say something like, 1 year earlier, he had started looking for a job. So that means 1 year before this key point in time we already introduced. So earlier kind of refers back to the previously introduced point in time. This sounds quite natural. On the other hand, if we want to talk about something that happened after that key point in time, we would use later to do that. So, for example, he finished school in 2000. 1 year later, he got a job. So we use the same point in time, 2000, but we use later, so 1 year later. So we can use earlier and later to refer to a previously introduced time period. This can help us to tell stories very naturally. Yes, we can also say like the year before that or the year after that. These are just different ways to express the same idea. Of course, you can also use earlier and later to talk about smaller time periods and bigger time periods. Earlier, I said, let's do it later, for example. So you can use earlier and later to refer to a few minutes time, as I just did in this video. You can use it to talk about a day, to talk about a week, a month, a year, whatever. When you want to talk about something that happened before a point in time, use earlier. And when you want to talk about something that happened after, you can use later. So I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Kuong. Hi, Kuong. Kuong says, if my mobile phone has a low battery, what should I say? Which sentences are correct? My mobile phone's battery is low. My mobile phone is running out of power. Are there any ways that native speakers say this that sound natural? Does this sentence sound natural? My mobile phone's battery is out of power. My mobile phone's battery power is 5%. What should I ask to find out the power percentage? Can I say this? What is the percentage of your phone's battery's power, volume, capacity, and so on? Great questions. So first, your first example sentence is perfect. So my mobile phone's battery is low, or my mobile phone is running out of power. Both of these are great. The only thing is we tend to make this expression very short because this is a very common situation. For example, mobile phone is long. We usually say in American English, my phone. So here are some really natural expressions you can use to describe your phone's battery situation. You can say, my phone is almost dead, or my phone is about to die. To express the precise percentage of power on your phone, you can say, my phone is at 5%. Or you might even hear some people say, I'm at 5%, or I'm about to die. Sometimes people say I'm when they mean their phone as well. If you want to ask for a charger, you can say, do you have a charger? Or can I borrow your charger? Or in a group situation, does anyone have a charger? So just keep in mind, make this expression short. My phone's about to die is very, very common. That's probably the one that I use most. What do you say when your phone's gonna die?
I'm running out of battery.
I'm running out of battery, yeah. I'm running out of battery, or I'm running out of power. There are many different ways to express this.
Running out of shoes?
Running out of shoes?
Shoes.
Oh, juice. Running out of juice. Yeah, juice also means power. So it depends a little bit on the personality of the person you're talking to. But a very straightforward one is, my phone's about to die, or my battery is running low. So there's a big list of expressions that you can use. Thanks for a good question. I hope that that helps you. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Next question comes from Taufik Saeed. Hi, Taufik. I hope I said your name right. Taufik says, his sports car flew past us on the highway. What is the meaning of past in this example? Please explain with some examples. Thank you. Okay, sure. This past is a preposition. So past has a few different uses. In this sentence, we're seeing it as a preposition. As a preposition here, it means beyond, or to come close to something and then move beyond that. So some other examples of this use of past are, for example, I walked past your house yesterday, or my dog ran past me into the street. So in all of these situations, it's like something moves close to something else and then continues beyond that thing. So in your example, the car flew past us means the car was on a course, came very close to us, and then continued on the course beyond us. The same thing with my first example. I walked past your house yesterday. That means I walked like on a course near your house, and then I continued beyond it. And in the final example with the dog, it sounds like the dog ran very close to me and then continued beyond me. So when we use past as a preposition like this is what it means. I hope that this helps you. Thanks for the question. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. Thanks very much for your awesome questions. If you have questions for me, remember you can send them to me at EnglishClass101.com/ask-Alicia. You'll also find a link for this in the description, so check it out. Of course, if you want to practice your English with us a little bit more, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other resources to help you with your English studies. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already for more videos like this. Thanks very much for watching this episode of Ask Alicia, and I will see you again next time. Bye!
Hi everybody, welcome back to Ask Alicia, the weekly series where you ask me questions and I answer them. Maybe. Okay, let's get to your first question this week. First question this week comes from Eugene. Hi Eugene. Eugene says, hey Alicia, is there a difference between turn off the music and turn the music off? I always run into this problem when I use phrasal verbs. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for this question. No, there is no difference between turn off the music and turn the music off. They mean the same thing. Turn off is one of those phrasal verbs that can be split. So when I say split, I mean that when you use this phrasal verb, you can put the object of the phrasal verb at the end, or you can put it between the two words. So phrasal verbs that you can do this with are called separable phrasal verbs. So that means you can put the object of the verb after it or in between the two words. There are some phrasal verbs that you cannot do this with. These are called inseparable phrasal verbs. So turn off is one example of a separable phrasal verb. You can split it and choose whichever form you like. Thanks. I hope that that answers your question. Okay, on to the next question. Next question comes from Saeed Al-Hayrat. I hope I said that right. Hi, Saeed. Saeed says, hi, Alicia. I'm from Jordan. I want to ask you about the difference between devalue and downplay. Many thanks. Okay, yeah, nice question. So to devalue something means to take value away from something. So devalue consists of that prefix D, which means off or away, and then value, right? Referring to how much something costs or how much we think something is worth. So to devalue something means to remove value from something. Some examples. A poor quality product can devalue your brand. My home was devalued due to damage from a natural disaster. Okay, so now let's talk about downplay. To downplay something means to minimize or decrease the seriousness of something. So we use downplay when we're trying to make something not seem like as big of a deal as it actually is. Sometimes we want to make people feel more calm, or sometimes we're trying to hide information. But downplay means to try to reduce someone's perception or someone's idea of how serious a situation is. Some examples. We should not downplay the seriousness of this deadly disease. My manager downplayed my concerns at the meeting. I was angry. Okay, so I hope this helps you understand the differences between devalue and downplay. Thanks very much for the question. All right, let's move on to your next question. Next question comes from Sergey. Hi, Sergey. Sergey says, hi, Alicia. What is the difference between check up and check out? Thank you in advance. Okay, there are a few different ways to use these phrasal verbs. Generally, check up means to request or look for an update from someone. So you might say you need to check up on someone. We typically use that when we're talking about a person. For example, can you check up on your sister? I haven't heard from her recently. That means please go get an update from your sister, or please get some information about the current status of your sister. So we tend to use check up on something when we want to talk about another person. You might also hear like check up on a specific place, like go check up on the barn, or like go check up on the animals outside, to mean you want to know the current status or the current condition. You might also see check up used with no space between check and up to talk about visiting a doctor to check your current condition. So in these cases, we say something like, I need to go to the doctor for a checkup. Or you should really get a checkup. When's the last time you visited the doctor? Please note that this use of checkup is as a noun. In your original question, you used check up as a phrasal verb. So both are possible. So just please note that the space does make a difference. Check up with a space refers to the phrasal verb. Check up with no space refers to the noun, and that's the one that refers to going to a doctor to review your current condition. So let's compare this then to check out. Check out. Generally, check out means to finish your transaction and leave a place. Most commonly, we use check out when we're at the supermarket or at a hotel. So you might say something like, please check out at the register after you finish shopping. Or I checked out of the hotel at 10 a.m. So these uses of check out refer to finishing some kind of business or service transaction and leaving that location. You might also hear check out used to mean go quickly look at something, like let's check out that new restaurant, or oh, I want to check out that event later. It means to take a quick look at something, generally to see what's happening. Finally, you might also hear check out used sometimes to mean looking at a person with romantic interest, like you're physically attracted to that person. For example, that guy just checked you out. Or, wow, check out that girl. She's so pretty. Something like that might be used to indicate that you find someone physically attractive. But generally, check out is used in the first two senses, most commonly in everyday conversation. To finish a transaction and leave a place, or to mean to take a quick look at something. So I hope this helps you understand the differences between check up and check out. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's go to your next question. Next question comes from Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Sarah says, hi, Alicia. What is the difference between knowledge and acknowledge? When can I use them? Good question. Okay, so knowledge and acknowledge, I know they have that same knowledge inside them, but they're quite different. Knowledge is a noun. Acknowledge is a verb. So knowledge refers to the things that we gain, the information that we learn from books, from experience, and so on. So we use knowledge to operate in the world, to live our lives, right? So for example, it's important to gain a lot of knowledge as a child, or make sure that you review all of the knowledge on this subject. So knowledge is a noun that refers to the things that you know or the things that are known in the world. Acknowledge, on the other hand, like I said, is a verb. It means to recognize something. For example, the company acknowledged his hard work, or she acknowledged it would take a few weeks to reach her goal. So think of acknowledge as meaning recognize. It's kind of like a more formal way of saying recognize. So again, yes, although knowledge and acknowledge do seem very similar when you see them written, they do have quite different meanings and different parts of speech. So I hope that this helps answer your question. Thanks very much. Okay, next question comes from Masume Tabrizi. Hi, Masume. I hope I said your name right. Masume says, when we tell a story, can we use passive? Yeah, of course you can use passive when you tell stories. I think that some people have learned at some point that passive is maybe bad, or passive sounds weak, or maybe passive should be avoided and we should focus on using active. But actually, passive is an important way, it is an important tool, a grammar tool, to explaining stories and sharing information. So yes, there are some times when it's a good idea to use passive. For example, you should use passive when the person who did the action is not known or it's not important. So the classic example of this is if someone steals a bag and we don't know who it is, we can say, my bag was stolen. So that's a great example of using passive when you don't know the person who did the action. You can also use passive when it's not important to refer to the person who completed the action. That's fine as well. You can use passive when you need to hide information, or when you need to keep something secret. So there are lots of different ways to use passive to tell a story, and we do this all the time in our everyday life. Another example might be if a glass of water is knocked over in my house, and I don't know who did it, I don't know how it happened, I might say, my glass of water got knocked over, or my glass of water was knocked over. So there are lots of different situations where it's very natural to use passive. If you learn that using passive is bad or something like that, try to forget it. Passive has a time and a place. There are definitely times when it's a great idea to use passive. So yes, please include it in your stories when it feels right. I hope that this answers your question. All right, that is everything that I have for this week. Thank you very much for sending me your awesome questions. I really appreciate it. Of course, if you want to send me a question, you can do so at EnglishClass101.com/ask-Alicia. You can check a link in the description to find it there as well. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Thanks very much for watching this episode of Ask Alicia, and I will see you again next time. Bye! Restaurant. 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 A restaurant is a place you can go to have someone else cook food and serve it to you. It's often a place we go for a treat or a special occasion. That's a good restaurant. That's a good restaurant. That's a good restaurant. Cafe. 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 A cafe is another place you can go to have someone else cook for you and prepare drinks for you, but a cafe tends to be a little bit smaller than a restaurant in size, and the menu is also a little smaller. Usually at cafes you can find tea, coffee, and other drinks, in addition to very light food like cakes or donuts. Where is the closest cafe? Where is the closest cafe? Where is the closest cafe? Coffee shop. Coffee shop. Coffee shop. Sometimes we use coffee shop and cafe to mean the same thing, but a coffee shop specifically is a shop that serves just coffee. So there are no other drinks on the menu, just coffee. In terms of food, you might see a cookie or something else small like that. Shall we stop by a coffee shop? Shall we stop by a coffee shop? Shall we stop by a coffee shop? Bar, bar, bar. A bar is a place you can visit to have alcoholic drinks. Bars usually also have non-alcoholic drinks available too. In most cases, bars are available for adults to enter only. Kids are not allowed. My favorite bar was closed. My favorite bar was closed. My favorite bar was closed. Furniture, furniture, furniture. Furniture refers to all of the objects we have in our house that we use for sitting, for laying, and for other kinds of decoration and storage. For example, a couch or a bed or a shelf. These are all examples of furniture. We'll load the furniture into the truck. We'll load the furniture into the truck. We'll load the furniture into the truck. Grass, grass, grass. Grass is very commonly found in front of people's houses when they live in the suburbs, so in the area outside of big cities in the USA. People like to take care of the grass in front of their house. You can also find wild grass, so it tends to not be so green. You might see wild grass in yellow or orange colors. The grasses that you see in front of people's homes in the US tends to be a green color. The green grass smells fresh. The green grass smells fresh. The green grass smells fresh. Soil, soil, soil. Soil is what we use to put plants in that will help them grow. Soil has lots and lots of minerals and good things that are helpful for plants as they get bigger. The soil cracked due to the drought. The soil cracked due to the drought. The soil cracked due to the drought. Dirt, dirt, dirt. So dirt and soil look very similar. The difference between dirt and soil is that soil has lots of minerals and things that are good for plants that helps them grow. Dirt, on the other hand, does not have minerals. It doesn't have all those things that are helpful for plants. The baby elephant is playing with dirt in a zoo. The baby elephant is playing with dirt in a zoo. The baby elephant is playing with dirt in a zoo. Rock, rock, rock. A rock is a very small, hard object. We see rocks all over the place in nature. They can be small, as I described, but you might also see larger rocks too. So they're very hard to break and very dangerous if you throw them. The two crabs are walking on a rock. The two crabs are walking on a rock. The two crabs are walking on a rock. Tree, tree, tree. A tree is a type of plant. A tree is generally quite tall, usually taller than people, and they can stretch to be extremely, extremely tall in forests, for example. He was reading a book under a tree. He was reading a book under a tree. He was reading a book under a tree. Taoism, Taoism, Taoism. Taoism is a philosophy that began in China. A key focus of Taoism is living in harmony. Taoism is also known as Taoism. Taoism is also known as Taoism. Taoism is also known as Taoism. Bible, Bible, Bible. A Bible is a book of sacred or holy texts important in the Christian religion. He reads the Bible. He reads the Bible. He reads the Bible. Quran, Quran, Quran. Quran refers to the collection of sacred or holy texts important in the religion of Islam. The Quran is the holy book of the Muslim religion. The Quran is the holy book of the Muslim religion. The Quran is the holy book of the Muslim religion. Priest, priest, priest. A priest is a religious leader in a community. Priest is used to refer to men. He got advice from a priest. He got advice from a priest. He got advice from a priest. Judaism, Judaism, Judaism. Judaism is a religion connected to the culture, traditions, and history of the Jewish people. Judaism has been practiced for over 3,000 years. Judaism has been practiced for over 3,000 years. Judaism has been practiced for over 3,000 years. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. So 1,000 refers to 1,000 of something. There is only 1,000 yen in my wallet. There is only 1,000 yen in my wallet. There is only 1,000 yen in my wallet. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. 2,000 refers to 1,000s of something. It costs $2,000. It costs $2,000. It costs $2,000. 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. 8,000 refers to 8 1,000s of something. When you pronounce this, the 8 and 1,000 sound like they connect a little bit. So not 8,000, but 8,000. 8,000 people live in that village. 8,000 people live in that village. 8,000 people live in that village. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. 10,000 refers to 10,000s of something. They raised 10,000 euro for charity. They raised 10,000 euro for charity. They raised 10,000 euro for charity. 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. 4,000 refers to 4 1,000s of something. The stadium is 4,000 square meters. The stadium is 4,000 square meters. The stadium is 4,000 square meters. Landlord, landlord, landlord. A landlord is the person who owns land, or a person who owns a building. If you rent a house or if you rent an apartment, you probably have to pay your rent to a landlord every month. My brother's landlord will not accept a check. My brother's landlord will not accept a check. My brother's landlord will not accept a check. Dormitory, dormitory, dormitory. A dormitory is a place where many people live together. Usually, students live in dormitories, especially their first or maybe second year of college. You may also see company dormitories for company staff. This word is long, so we often call them dorms. I lived in the dormitory for all 4 years of college. I lived in the dormitory for all 4 years of college. I lived in the dormitory for all 4 years of college. Apartment building. Apartment building. Apartment building. An apartment building is a building that's used just for apartments. So there's lots and lots of small houses inside an apartment building. This is different from a dormitory because a dormitory is usually a bunch of small rooms, just rooms together. Apartment buildings are composed of like small houses. You can find kitchens, living rooms, bathrooms, everything inside one apartment. There are 24 apartments in this apartment building. There are 24 apartments in this apartment building. There are 24 apartments in this apartment building. City. 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 A city is like a very big town. A city is a place with many people. It's very lively. There are lots of activities, lots of things to do. It can be noisy at times. So think of a city as something bigger and much more exciting, perhaps, than a town. He moved from the country to the city. He moved from the country to the city. He moved from the country to the city. Farm. 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 A farm is a place where food is grown. This can be vegetables, fruits. It can also be livestock. So livestock means, for example, cows, pigs, sheep, and so on. So a farm is a place where food comes from. The goats are playing on the farm. The goats are playing on the farm. The goats are playing on the farm. Tsunami. 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 A tsunami is like a very, very large, very fast-moving wave. A tsunami is a very, very dangerous natural occurrence. It can cause huge disasters in cities and towns. The tsunami hit the city. The tsunami hit the city. The tsunami hit the city. Avalanche. 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 An avalanche is another type of natural disaster. When a lot of snow becomes dislodged, meaning it gets moved from its original position high up in the mountains, and a lot of snow moves together, it can create a very, very large amount of snow that falls down a mountain very, very fast. This can be extremely dangerous if you're hiking or skiing or snowboarding. The avalanche destroyed the ski resort, but luckily nobody was hurt. The avalanche destroyed the ski resort, but luckily nobody was hurt. The avalanche destroyed the ski resort, but luckily nobody was hurt. Fire. 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 So there are many situations where we use the word fire. We can of course use it to talk about like the top of a candle, for example. But when we need to talk about a disaster or an emergency situation, we call it a fire. We use the article a, or we use the as well to talk about a specific disaster. When we talk about it to describe a disaster, it's typically a very large-scale fire, as in like a building fire or perhaps a fire at a store. The fire is burning. The fire is burning. The fire is burning. Earthquake. 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 An earthquake is another type of natural disaster. It may be helpful to break this word into two parts to understand the meaning. Earth refers to our planet, so the ground. Quake means to shake. So we can imagine this as together meaning ground and shake. So earthquake means shaking ground or the planet shaking in some way. Earthquakes can be very big or very small, so sometimes they can be very dangerous. Generally, they are fairly surprising. The earthquake is shaking the ground. The earthquake is shaking the ground. The earthquake is shaking the ground. Sandstorm. 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 So a sandstorm is a type of storm where instead of rain or clouds or thunder and lightning in the air, there's sand that is moving around quickly, high speeds in the air. So a sandstorm can move up way, way, way high up in the air, and then it can fall to the ground, or it can touch down is what we call it. When a sandstorm moves from high up in the air to ground level, we call that touching down. This can be a very, very dangerous situation. The sandstorm has touched down. The sandstorm has touched down. The sandstorm has touched down. Glove. 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 A glove is an article of clothing. It's a piece of clothing. We wear gloves on our hands. A glove is different from a mitten, which you might know about, because a glove has space for individual fingers. There's a pocket for each finger with a glove. A mitten uses one pocket only for all of these fingers. I need new gloves for autumn. I need new gloves for autumn. I need new gloves for autumn. Umbrella. 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 An umbrella is something we use to protect ourselves from the rain. We can carry small folding umbrellas, or we can choose to use a larger umbrella. When we use an umbrella, we put it up above our heads to protect us from falling raindrops. I forgot my umbrella in the office. I forgot my umbrella in the office. I forgot my umbrella in the office. Hat. 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 So a hat is a type of clothing. We wear hats on our head. Hat is the most general type of hat. There are many different types of hat inside the category. You might see beanies, you might see baseball hats or baseball caps, you might see cowboy hats. There are many different types. We can understand all of these as hats. How much is this hat? How much is this hat? How much is this hat? Long-sleeved. 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 Long-sleeved is an adjective. We use long-sleeved to talk about the length of a sleeve on a shirt. Something that is long-sleeved goes until the wrist. This is what we consider long. And make sure you clearly pronounce that D sound at the end. So not long sleeve, but long-sleeved shirt. Long-sleeved shirts are good for cold weather. Long-sleeved shirts are good for cold weather. Long-sleeved shirts are good for cold weather. Short-sleeved. 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 So a short-sleeved shirt is the opposite of a long-sleeved shirt. If a long-sleeved shirt goes all the way to the wrist, a short-sleeved shirt generally ends about here. If you can imagine a t-shirt, that's a very good example of a short-sleeved shirt. Short-sleeved shirts are better when it's warm. Short-sleeved shirts are better when it is warm. Short-sleeved shirts are better when it is warm. Painful. 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 Painful is an adjective. We use painful to talk about things that hurt us, things that cause pain. This can refer to physical pain, something that causes us to feel unpleasant sensations in the body. We can also use this word to talk about things that are emotionally difficult. So something that is emotionally painful might be something that causes us to feel sad or angry, for example. A jellyfish sting is very painful. A jellyfish sting is very painful. A jellyfish sting is very painful. Shy. 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 Shy is an adjective that we use to talk about people. We might use it to talk about animals like pets from time to time too. Someone who is shy doesn't like to talk to other people, or maybe they feel nervous in social situations. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Nervous. 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 So nervous is an adjective, and we use nervous to describe our feelings, usually before we do something kind of exciting, like a performance, or maybe before we do something a little bit dangerous. So a key difference here, nervous versus shy. Someone who is shy, we use shy to talk about a person's personality trait. Nervous is used to talk about our feelings in a moment. So we could say, I feel nervous right now. But we would use shy to describe someone's personality. She is shy or he is shy. Nervous is temporary, hopefully. Speaking in public makes me nervous. Speaking in public makes me nervous. Speaking in public makes me nervous. Excited. 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 Excited is an adjective that we use to talk about feelings of happiness or feelings of enthusiasm. Again, this is an adjective we use to talk about a temporary situation. So we use excited to talk about something maybe we are looking forward to. The young scientist was excited. The young scientist was excited. The young scientist was excited. Embarrassed. 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 Embarrassed is an adjective we use to describe our feelings after something usually unpleasant happens to us. We've made a mistake in front of many people, for example, and we want to describe that feeling of shame. We can use embarrassed to do that. My face turns red when I'm embarrassed. My face turns red when I am embarrassed. My face turns red when I am embarrassed. Country. 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 The word country has a few different uses. So you probably know about country as in the place where you were born. You know, there are many different countries in the world. This use of country, however, refers to a place outside the city. You might know the word countryside to refer to some place out in nature. We often use country to make that word a little shorter in everyday conversation. They have a big house in the country. They have a big house in the country. They have a big house in the country. Village. 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 A village is like a very, very small town. There are not so many people and not so many buildings. It's a very small community of people. My grandfather lives in a small village. My grandfather lives in a small village. My grandfather lives in a small village. Town. 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 A town is a little bit larger than a village. There are more people, maybe there are more stores, restaurants perhaps, more activities, more things to do. Excuse me, where is the nearest town? Excuse me, where is the nearest town? Excuse me, where is the nearest town? Suburb. 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 A suburb is an area just outside a big city. So if you imagine a big city as being at the core of a circle, the suburb area is the area a little bit outside of that core city area. So the suburbs are generally considered good places to raise families because you have access to the big city, but there's a little more nature and they're generally safer places. I moved to the suburbs last year. I moved to the suburbs last year. I moved to the suburbs last year. Room. 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 So a room is a space inside a house or an apartment or other kind of living situation. We usually use the word room to talk about the place where you sleep. You may also see room at the end of other words to talk about the function of that room, like living room or dining room or bathroom. My room is small. My room is small. My room is small. Burn. 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 A burn is a type of injury. When we have a burn, it's usually very, very painful, kind of stings a little bit. It turns red and it can hurt to touch. A burn is caused by something very hot, like fire or perhaps touching a hot stove. My burn hurts a lot. My burn hurts a lot. My burn hurts a lot. Chess. 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 Chess is a very well-known board game. It's played between two people. Each player has a lot of pieces, and the goal of the game is to use your pieces to move into a position so that you're ready to take your opponent's king. Chess is a game of strategy and concentration. Chess is a game of strategy and concentration. Chess is a game of strategy and concentration. Language. 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 Language refers to vocabulary words, grammar rules, idioms, and so on. All of the things that work together that allow you to communicate with another person. Think in the language you want to learn. Think in the language you want to learn. Think in the language you want to learn. Blow dry. Blow dry. Blow dry. So to blow dry refers to using a drying machine of some kind, usually for hair, to cause something to become dry. I blow dry my hair every morning. I blow dry my hair every morning. I blow dry my hair every morning. Martial arts. Martial arts. Martial arts. Martial arts refers to methods of combat, so fighting with other people, and self-defense, so protecting yourself from attackers. In today's world, they can be used for fighting and for self-defense, but they are commonly practiced as sports. Do you like martial arts? Do you like martial arts? Do you like martial arts? Satisfied. 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 Satisfied is used to talk about being happy with the outcome of something. You can use this after a meal, after purchasing a product. After you have some kind of experience, you can describe a pleasant reaction to the experience with satisfied. I'm satisfied with the result. I'm satisfied with the result. I'm satisfied with the result. Calm. 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 Calm is an adjective we can use to talk about people and that we can use to talk about environments like the weather or nature. So when something is calm or when a person is calm, it is undisturbed. So someone who is calm doesn't get angry or upset easily. When we want to describe an environment that is calm, it's the same idea. So it's not turbulent. There are not lots of waves or not lots of wind. Everything is very still. The ocean is calm. The ocean is calm. The ocean is calm. Comb. 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 Comb can be used as a noun or as a verb. As a verb, it means the action of using a comb to remove something from hair or to straighten hair. I comb my dog every day. I comb my dog every day. I comb my dog every day. Gargle. 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 So gargle, this is a verb. We use it to describe the health practice of taking water or another liquid into your mouth and kind of using your throat muscles to mix that around in your mouth, maybe to clear out bacteria or to clear out germs. So typically we do not swallow or take that liquid into our body. We usually spit it out. This is called gargling. I gargle several times a day. I gargle several times a day. I gargle several times a day. Dissatisfied. 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 Dissatisfied is used to describe an unhappy feeling at the outcome of something. So after a meal that's not good, or if we buy a product that's not very good, we can describe our feelings, our unhappy feelings, with the word dissatisfied. The man is dissatisfied with the product. The man is dissatisfied with the product. The man is dissatisfied with the product. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000 refers to 5 thousands of something. Remember, when you use the word thousand as a counter word, simply put the basic form of the number before the word thousand. You don't need to make any changes to that number word. 5,000 people were protesting on the square. 5,000 people were protesting on the square. 5,000 people were protesting on the square. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. So 3,000 refers to 3 thousands of something. Again, before using the word thousand, simply use the basic number word. In Peru, more than 3,000 types of potatoes exist. In Peru, more than 3,000 types of potatoes exist. In Peru, more than 3,000 types of potatoes exist. 6,000. 6,000. 6,000. 6,000 refers to 6 1,000ths of something. There are around 6,000 islands in Greece. There are around 6,000 islands in Greece. There are around 6,000 islands in Greece. 7,000. 7,000. 7,000. 7,000 refers to 7 1,000ths of something. She sold 7,000 albums. She sold 7,000 albums. She sold 7,000 albums. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000 refers to 9 1,000ths of something. 9,000 troops withdrew from the country. 9,000 troops withdrew from the country. 9,000 troops withdrew from the country. Rose, rose, rose. A rose is a very common and very popular flower. It's very commonly associated with romance. It's given as a romantic gift or sometimes just as a friendly gift. I was given a white rose. I was given a white rose. I was given a white rose. Flower, flower, flower. A flower is a plant that has a generally very colorful and often good-smelling part. Many people like to pick flowers and give them as gifts to others. There are many types of flowers in the park. There are many types of flowers in the park. There are many types of flowers in the park. Lily, lily, lily. A lily is one type of flower. Generally, lilies are white. They might look very, very pure and have kind of a peaceful appearance about them. She bought some lilies on her way home. She bought some lilies on her way home. She bought some lilies on her way home. Sunflower, sunflower, sunflower. A sunflower is a very bright flower. It's generally yellow or orange, and many people think of sunflowers as being very cheerful. The field is full of sunflowers. The field is full of sunflowers. The field is full of sunflowers. Dandelion, dandelion, dandelion. A dandelion is a small, bright yellow flower. Lots of people think of this as kind of a nuisance, as a pest flower, because it's very, very easy for a dandelion to grow anywhere. Lots of people like to blow on dandelions and make wishes as they do. Dandelions are eaten in soups and salads in some places. Dandelions are eaten in soups and salads in some places. Dandelions are eaten in soups and salads in some places. Traveling, traveling, traveling. Traveling simply means moving from one place to another. When we talk about traveling, we sometimes are talking about traveling for business, going someplace for business, though we can also use it to talk about vacation for fun. Traveling requires a lot of preparation. Traveling requires a lot of preparation. Traveling requires a lot of preparation. Exercising, exercising, exercising. Exercising refers to moving the body, like running or jogging or doing yoga. We do some kind of physical motion to improve our health or to keep our body in good shape. The woman is exercising on the floor. The woman is exercising on the floor. The woman is exercising on the floor. Workout, workout, work out. So a workout refers to an exercise routine, like your exercise plan for a day or a session or a month, for example. A 30-minute workout every day can improve your health. A 30-minute workout every day can improve your health. A 30-minute workout every day can improve your health. Reading, reading, reading. Reading is the simple act of looking at words on a page and taking them into your mind. So reading is a very, very common hobby. Many people love reading, whether it's books or newspapers or magazines. I really like reading books. I really like reading books. I really like reading books. Playing cards. Playing cards. Playing cards. Playing cards, used as a noun, refers to what's called a deck of cards, where we have numbers from ace through 2 to 10 included, and then we have a jack, a queen, and a king. So a set of these is called playing cards. Those are called playing cards. When we use these to play a game, we use the expression to play cards. For example, we often play cards on a warm summer evening. We often play cards on a warm summer evening. We often play cards on a warm summer evening. Earring. 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 An earring is a type of jewelry. We wear earrings in our ears. Many people have places for earrings at the base of their ears, though you can also wear them up at the top of the ear. A good way to remember earring is to break the word into two parts, ear and ring. This can help you to remember it's a ring, though not always in a ring shape, that goes in your ear. Big earrings are fashionable. Big earrings are fashionable. Big earrings are fashionable. Necklace. 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 A necklace is another type of jewelry. We wear a necklace around our neck. So again, we can break this word into two parts to help us remember the word. Neck is the first part and lace is the second part. So today, although we don't usually wear lace around our neck as jewelry, it's still a type of decoration. So this can help us to connect the meaning with the word in our mind. How much is that diamond necklace? How much is that diamond necklace? How much is that diamond necklace? Ring. 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 A ring is a type of jewelry that we wear on the finger. Men and women wear rings very, very commonly. The jeweler showed me a beautiful ring. The jeweler showed me a beautiful ring. The jeweler showed me a beautiful ring. Boxer shorts. Boxer shorts. Boxer shorts. Boxer shorts are a very common type of underwear. Typically, men wear them, but really anybody can wear them if they decide to. Boxer shorts are an undergarment for men. Boxer shorts are an undergarment for men. Boxer shorts are an undergarment for men. Skirt. 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 A skirt is a type of clothing. We wear skirts from the waist down. They can be very short skirts or very long skirts. Many women like to wear skirts, but these days anyone can wear whatever they like. She is wearing a yellow skirt. She is wearing a yellow skirt. She is wearing a yellow skirt. Hamburger. 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 A hamburger is a very, very popular type of food. A hamburger, in the most basic sense of the word, is a patty, so a piece of meat, usually made of beef, though sometimes of pork, and it is between two pieces of bread. This is a hamburger. I have just ordered a hamburger. I have just ordered a hamburger. I have just ordered a hamburger. Cheeseburger. 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 A cheeseburger is just like a hamburger. So a hamburger is a piece of grilled meat and it's between two pieces of bread. A cheeseburger is different because we put cheese on top of the meat between the pieces of bread. A cheeseburger is a hamburger with a slice of cheese. A cheeseburger is a hamburger with a slice of cheese. A cheeseburger is a hamburger with a slice of cheese. Pizza. 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 Pizza is a very common and very popular food all around the world. Pizza, very simply, is a large piece of bread that we call crust. It's very, very thin bread, and there's typically a sauce on top, in addition to meats, cheeses, vegetables, whatever you like. Pizza is an Italian dish, but it is a popular dish around the world. Pizza is an Italian dish, but it is a popular dish around the world. Pizza is an Italian dish, but it is a popular dish around the world. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. A hot dog is a food that's very commonly eaten at sporting events in the USA and in other countries as well. A hot dog is a piece of meat, usually a type of pork, that is quite long, and it's inside two pieces of bread. Usually as toppings, we have mustard or ketchup or maybe other things as well. I prefer hot dogs at a BBQ. I prefer hot dogs at a BBQ. I prefer hot dogs at a BBQ. Tip. 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 A tip is something that you might not have in your country. It's like an extra amount we pay after a service situation. So typically, when you go to a cafe or to a restaurant in the USA or in some other countries, after your meal, after you have your experience there, it's common to leave what's called a tip. So it's extra money that you give to the server at that place to thank them for their service. Do not forget to leave a tip for the waiter or waitress. Do not forget to leave a tip for the waiter or waitress. Do not forget to leave a tip for the waiter or waitress.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you're learning a language all by yourself, then you should know that there's a way to boost your chance of success, boost your motivation, your progress. It's simply by including other people in your language learning journey. And in today's episode, you'll discover 1. How adding a human dynamic boosts your motivation, and 2. How you can apply this tactic to your language learning. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Making Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words like actor, screenwriter, director, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and more. Third, can you talk about fishing in your target language? Learn how to say words like fishing rod, bait, and fishing net with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, must know online shopping vocabulary. If you like shopping, then you'll want to be able to talk about it in your target language. With this 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know words like sale, add to cart, and much more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. Part 1. How adding a human dynamic boosts your motivation. So first, here's a question for you. How do you think most people start learning a language? Leave a comment. Most people start learning by themselves. They'll either watch YouTube videos like this, download an app, or if they're a little more serious, buy a textbook. But after the first week or month, most self-learners also end up falling off because of a lack of motivation. It's pretty hard to motivate yourself and keep yourself going. It's hard because you have to 1. Rely on yourself to motivate yourself, 2. Do the learning, and 3. Do the practice. All of this is a lot of work for one person. Sure, there's a small group of super self-motivated people out there that can do it and stick with it, but that's not the case for most of us. So then, if you want to boost your motivation and not have to rely on yourself, that's where you should start getting other people involved in your language learning journey. Just picture a graph where on the y-axis you have motivation, and on the x-axis you have the chance of success. So first you have self-study, and that's probably closest to lower motivation and probably a low chance of succeeding. As you move further to the right, where you start involving tutors or joining group classes, the higher your motivation and chance of success becomes. Does this mean motivation is lowest when you're on your own? Yes and no. There are people who are very motivated on their own, but motivation tends to come and go for many of us. And the last thing you want to do is rely on a feeling that may not always be there. But when you start including more personal connections, live interactions, maybe someone you speak with at a cafe, you have more reasons and more pressure to keep on going. For example, if you have a tutor that expects you to do homework and come prepared next time, if you have a language partner whom you want to impress, or if you're in a language class, you want to be better than other students. The point is, the more people you involve, the more anchor points and commitments you have to the language, and these boost your motivation. In psychology, this is called social facilitation, or the audience effect. When you're with other people, or when you think someone is watching you, you put a little pressure on yourself. And for many people, this can have a positive result. But if you're on your own, you wouldn't try so hard. So just to recap, a lot of us start learning on our own. And in the case of language learning, there will always be self-study involved. But if you want to take it to the next level, then you should follow that graph. The only issue is, the more you go up that graph, the more expensive it gets. It's very affordable to learn on your own. Once you start involving others, such as a teacher, it starts getting expensive. So it's up to you as the learner here. So, if you're interested in adding a human dynamic, what can you do? Part 2. How you can apply this to your language learning. 1. Give our Premium Plus plan a try and get access to your own teacher. You also get weekly assignments from your teacher, which adds a nice layer of accountability to your learning. 2. Enroll in an online class. And this is something we've started offering for a few of our major languages: Japanese, English, Chinese, Italian, Korean, French, and Spanish. 3. Get an online or in-person tutor. Now, teachers and classes can be pricey, but there are other ways to learn with others. 4. Get a study buddy or join a learning community. Learning and competing with others will definitely have a positive impact on your motivation and language progress. 5. Simply talk with others about your language goals and your current progress. When you're surrounded by people talking about how much they've learned or what goals they hit or missed, you'll be more inspired to hit your own goals. 6. Track your progress and share it on your social media for others to see. For example, if you keep a daily planner, write in, "I did 3 lessons today," or "spent 30 minutes on learning a language," and share that. Once you start involving more people in your language journey, whether for learning or for practice, adding that extra human element will boost your productivity and motivation and help you reach your language goals. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to learn a new language in the new year. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Since you're learning the language and coming across new words all the time, do you have trouble remembering new words? If you do, then there's a proven and powerful learning method that'll help you learn new words and phrases fast. Easily remember the tough words you struggle with and get you fluent sooner than later. In fact, all serious language learners use this learning method in one form or another. And the good news is, you can do this all with our flashcards inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our language learning program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. Now, how do flashcards help you learn words and phrases faster? These flashcards use something called spaced repetition learning, which is a science-backed learning method that spaces out your learning over time and quizzes you on words at the right times so that you never forget them. Here's how the flashcards work. Once you start learning, they start tracking your progress and sort your cards for you. So the tough words that you struggle with, you'll see them more often in a study session. And the easy words that you get right, they'll start getting spaced out. You'll see them again in 2 days, then 5 days, then 13 days, and so on. At which point, these words will start going into your long-term memory, and you'll never forget them. Once you're done with a study session, that's it for the day. Your flashcards will remind you when to study again, so you never forget what you learned last time. So here's how you take advantage of this powerful study tool. Simply access flashcards in the vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. Inside, you already have the 100 must-know words deck prepared for you. Just click on Study and Start Session to start learning. You'll see a flashcard with the word in the target language. Do you know the meaning? Click on Show Answer to confirm the meaning. Then, mark it as correct or incorrect. Based on your answer, the flashcards will start sorting and spacing out the words for you. Then, move on to the next card in the deck until you're done with the session. You can study with 3 modes. Recognition. Get the word in the target language and see if you know the meaning. Production. Get the meaning and see if you know it in the target language. Or listening. Hear the word or phrase and see if you know the meaning. Choose 1, 2, or all 3 modes of learning. You can create flashcard decks from key phrases presented in lessons, the 2000 core word list, words saved in your word bank, and our free vocab lists. Want to see how many words and phrases you've mastered? Visit My Stats for your daily, weekly, and monthly progress breakdown to see your personal study stats. So take advantage of the smart flashcards right now. The top 100 must-know words deck is already ready and waiting for you. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. If you want to learn your target language with our learning program, and if you're wondering which plan to choose, then today you'll discover how our premium plan helps you master the language with one clear learning pathway to follow, which makes sticking with learning easier than ever. Special lessons that get you speaking and understanding conversations in minutes from beginner to advanced, and over 15 study tools that will lock the language into your brain. But first, if you don't have access to our language learning program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. Now, how does the premium plan help you learn a language faster? 1. You get one simple learning pathway of lessons to follow. If you've always felt that language learning is overwhelming because there's so much to do, reading, writing, speaking, listening, and vocabulary, and there's no clear path to take, well, you're not wrong. So that's exactly why you get one learning pathway with our program. The learning pathway is simply a pathway of lessons for you to take. Meaning you now have a clear path to follow, instead of wondering about how you should learn the language or what to do next. Just follow the pathway, take the lessons, and complete the assessments from lesson 1 to 2 to 3, and from the absolute beginner level up to advanced. Now let's talk about the lessons themselves. Second, you'll learn the language fast with audio and video lessons, which means you won't be reading walls of text here. Our audio and video lessons are easy to finish and allow you to absorb the language as you listen or watch. Plus, you get exposed to native speech, something you won't get in textbooks. So press play on a lesson. You'll learn a practical conversation, get every word and grammar rule explained by our teachers, and start speaking in minutes. All of this takes minutes because lessons are just a few minutes long, so you can learn fast and in small blocks of time, whether on your computer or with our app if you're on the go. The lessons alone are enough to get you speaking, but to make sure you practice and retain the language, you can use our study tools. Third, you get 15 plus premium study tools that lock the language into your memory and help you learn faster. Here's a small taste of what you can do. You can practice speaking and perfect your pronunciation with the voice recorder.
Reach conversational fluency with our 2,000 most common words list. Master words and phrases fast with our spaced repetition flashcards. Read along with the lesson notes to help the grammar rules sink in faster. Understand everything instantly with the translations. Sharpen your listening skills with the line-by-line audio for each lesson. Immerse yourself in native conversations with the dialogue tracks. Test yourself on what you've learned with assessments, and much more. So if you want to learn your target language, and if you don't have access to our learning program, then sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account, and you'll get a free 7-day trial to our premium plan.
Remember, here's what you can do to learn all of these words by heart. Drill these words with our spaced repetition flashcards, which will help cement these words into your long-term memory. Save them to the word bank, your personal vocabulary collection, where you can print out your own study sheets, or review the words with our looped vocabulary slideshow, and play it until you know all of the words. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to get these lessons and study tools.